Chapter 1: The Joy of Marriage. In the winter of the year 340 AD, on the northern bank of the Yellow River, in the eastern outskirts of Ziyang County, an aged gentleman with Thalump Way, expounding on the principles of propriety within the Wangyong lecture hall. Despite the presence of more than 10 serats, only solitarians sought attentively, while if their remaining seats remained unoccupied. As the hour of Shan approached, heavy snow began to fall, casting a dimming veil over the ski. Up and concluding his lesson, the old man set down his scroll and gestured to Theoth, indicating that class was dismissed. The youth, Arafini Dayunman of about 16 or 17, collected his writing implements and approached the old gentleman, bowing deeply as spoke. He have heard that the situation ain't thin or this dire, and that Ziyang asked become a precarious place in auto belinger redden. What are your intentions, esteemed sir? I am nearing theme doff middays and have not as a redo leave me homeland. The old gentleman replied calmly, shaking his head. Sir, the hue peepy irinatarias likrillin savage, noun for their brutality and cannibalism. Remaining here could spell disaster for you, though youth murmured softly. If you wish to kill, then let it be so. If thee desire to eat, then so be it. As long as they do not find me frail bone soon appetizing, the old man smildish spoke. After me marriage, intend to look at me family to the south. As the sage said, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. I earnestly invite ye out o hoyness, as citizel so mitherswish, the youth expressed with a deep bow. I am deeply grateful for our father's kindness, and I appreciate our sentiments in me behalf. However, I'd not wish to abandon me homeland. That a swain and just should return home as soon. The old gentleman raised a no bid farewell. Hearing this, the youth sighed in resignation and produced Dasmal bundle, ruffleth the size of office, from his bosom, offering it with both hands to the old man. Sir, after tonight you're so fim parteruistum, your kindness has been profound. Please accept this'll raise a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. To impart knowledge and resolve a doubt sis thedudictry haven ever lacked din a monthly provision for you. I cannot accept the silver, the old man replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Please, sir, take care of yourself, the youth insisted, pressing the cloth bun line to the old man's arms before a swift learning. Do not, I implore you, this is not proper, the old gentleman exclaimed in astonishment. Without turning back, the youth continued on his way, knowing that the silver must be left behind otherwise, the old man would struggle to make keen smeeten the future. You are well versed in the teaching sopsages and possess the no bled meaner of gentleman, yet in tumultuous times, that path of gentleman may lead to peril. In the days to come, you must discern right from wrong and act accordingly, the old man called out, unable to pursum do it to his limp. Up in hearing this, the youth turned back to bow once more before he exciting. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, and das servantkleding curse clothing await in the snow. Upon seeing the youth, he immediately draped a cloak over a man too nigh thriding materialise from a shans. The youth, named Amowan, was no 17 years old, and his father managed the largest apothecary in the county. He was the enlicenite the family. The servant, Iriounger, was the childoft he from a list long-standing servantan beretha surname wood. Duetoth in favorable omophonyofu with no neintrodescircles, the mo family refereto heimis shawu. On his way home, Mo Wen stopped headed to food stall at the intersection of T County, purchasing a bin, which he discreetly handed to Shao and Unuis around. Thank you, young master, Shower expressed his gratitude accept thiefering. Mo Wen nodded slightly and continued on his way. Duetoi ear sophomini and conflict, foodways exceeding lie scarcian la altha I could afford 3 meals a day, while a tech common folk often scraped beyond 12, subsisting in thin porridge. Tomorrow ye shall die wonder what the secondotiro flint family looks like? Shawu said, trailing behind him. The virtue and character of a woman are paramount her appearances of little consequence, Mo Wen replied. This marriage had been arranged by his parents, with the bride being Lin watching, the secondotiro of Tizilk merchant Lin Ziyang. The Lin family, also a business family, kept their daughter sheltered and adhered strict light of propriety, leaving outsider Sunawero for Lukes. Well, if the second daughter of Lin family Lukes like a bin, Woldy is still one there? Shawu teased, holding the half-eaten bin. How tragious, Mo Wen lawed, playfully kicking at Shawu, ho dodged with a grin. The county was not large, and the lecture hall was list hand 5 emiles from the Mo family apothecary. A short while later, that war turned to the apothecary, where the staff were beside bundling herbs from the shelves for transport. Xiao were a turned to writing material stow, before rushing, while Mo Win made his way alone into the inner courtyard. Inside, the women of the family were busy decorating the new house in preparation for the celebration. Despite the joyous occasion, their expressions were tinged with anxiety and duties. Therison, while complete Xiao Kingdom of North was preparing to mark, and Themo family suffered a complete marriage of Mo Win and Lin Ruoken before a Thirsatham relocation. The Zhao Kingdom was a state established with few people, with a current emperor, Shi Hu, being a member of Jia tribe, known for his brutality and love of bloodshed. Most northern territories slander his rule, while Han established Jin Kingdom had retreated south of the Yellow River. Ziyang County was one of the remaining counties in the northern bank, and with Zhao Kingdom's southern campaign intensifying, the local populace had prepared for the worst, ready to flaze as ever for the over. After visiting his parents, Mo Win's father insisted his stay, and Tagathur they brought offerings to the family ancestral hall, following the custom of honoring heaven and ancestors before marriage. The modestral hall was situated just north of Tipathikari. Upon entering, the father and son first paid their respects to their ancestors. Once the rites were completed, the father did nothing to lit apart but instead retrieved 8 gold ingots from the bottom of the offering box, burying them in the northwest corner of the hall, when offered to assist but refrained from questioning. Understanding that his father's actions were to remain sophiscape should the need arise. Their moves outways are reluctant, necessitating the conflict subsided. They would return to their homeland. As they met at their back, the sky grew increasingly dark, and the evening breeze picked up, causing temperatures to plummet. Despite the bitter cold, the shivering villagers were fled with joy, for the colder it became, the thicker the synthiver, allowing them to leave this land off turmoil sooner. Even amidst the haste, custom swear to be obes. After dinner, a sister-in-law from the family brought over her 7-9-year-olds to share the bed with a Mowan. As tradition dictateth the taliving boe must accompagnaman his wedding jevito symbolize a fertility. The next morning, Mo Wind in new attire, bid farewell to his parents, and rode forthwith as a donker to fetch his bride. Xiao Wu, wiry drenched in sweat? Mo Win inquired while he ate to fishors, cradling a coppergus. Master sent Medikekan Thiver, Xiao replied, turning his head. Is the river for zinsolidite? Mo winnest. Noti it's passably in food, but not be cart. It should Bethan be tomorrow. Young master, it seems you didn't sleep well last night, Xiao observed, noting Mo Win's lackluster demeanor with concern. Don't mention a the boy accompanying me last night to the bed. Mo Winger Macedan shukished. Chilled Sharina Salsock known as golden water at Naton lit spells dampness on fire butyl soured soft evil quite auspicious. Xiao chuckled mischievously. Mo Win shot Xiao wasai dwasklance, choosing not to respond. Despite their master-servant relationship, they were more like a childhood friends, speaking casual to another. However, Mo Win was well versed in literature and less talkative, while Xiao Wu, having worked at the apothecary for 8 years, was Maria Faben Laquathius. The apothecary was only a few miles from the silk shop, and before long, they arrived at Linfamily estate, where a crow villager shajathered, blocking the path upon sighting Theberdal procession. Understanding the customs, Mo Wink knew that during weddings among the affluent, I twas customary to distribute a lachaimony, alsicno nasapeningmony. Thus, without awaiting Thiesman's reminder, Hirichidin Tohicidal Bagan produced a pouch, handing Gitto Xiao Wu. Xiao Yu two count coppercoin sand scattered them to the sides, whereat the villagers Seegerly scrambled to collect them, clearing Thepathak ahead. As Thesson-in-law, Mo Win was regarded a sanest amid guest, and it was mandatory for the fatherem thereof Tebri did welcome him personally. Upon seeing his future in-laws, Mo Win felt a surge of nervousness. Under the guidance of Thiesman, he dismounted and approached, offering the Kopergus had been holding with both hands to his father-in-law. Wo accepted it with as mile before, Passinjatahai's wife and leading. Inside at the main hall, numeraches were stacked, their lids swidiopened. The Lin family, being affluent merchants, had prepared a lavish dowry, including bedding, furniture, and event-cooking utensils. Among the most striking items were a twa golden figurine so flamboyant girl, crafted from gold, their brilliancy dazzling and their forms endearing. In addition to these items, the Lin family also provide a beautiful Madasper Toftadori, known as a companion wife. This might waste a close confidant Tofty and Gladdy and would continue to care for her after marriage, assisting her as band whenever necessary. Theodoricum with the list, which the father-in-law handed to Mo Win. Adhering to tradition, Mo Win appealed the list over for the contents. However, his Satanshin was drawn to the backyard, where they Lin family's mates were a bustling gabo. In the main room of the backyard was his future breed, the daughter of Lin family, Lin Ruoching. Theisman, a woman in her 50s who had facilitated countless unions, was well versed in the custom soft marriage. After the ceremonies, including the ritual sophogy, welcoming, farewells, and expressions of gratitude, the breed do ascard to Isadanker, and the wedding procession began its return. Even now, Mowen hadieto sitha fe saveus bridahan linu thatcha possessadane enchantagraci and a melodious voice. Sachadla katian gentled meaner sure like could not belong to an apialingor grotesque visage. Young master, Shawu said, handing governor maning la kaimani. Consider it her word for ya. Mowen responded, feeling quite pleased. We, the servants, cannot accept money, Shao replied, hanging the pouch back in the saddle. Men may not marry at 16, so I cannot twet this year. Ishal arrangements for an extai ear, paranjao with a maid from the young mistress, Imo Wino did approvingly at Shao Wu. Husband with Shao Wawasteep, not merlijua to their shared child who'd buddle so because admired Shao, usinata loyaltia, the trandy pinthe blood lenoff to a family. Thank you, young master, Shao Wu trim bled slightly with excitement. Their familia shad signed a contract of servitude 2 generations ago, establishing a lifelong bond, and if the master didn't arrange a marriage for a servant, the servant would remain married for life. Upon returning to the family, Itwazel readithi hurov tes nikin themmerning. According to custom, Thuading Kermany was traditionally held at dusk. However, given the urgency of the ongoing conflict, many villagers shadel reedy ventures for the crusties, and a palpable zins of panic pervaded the city. In light of these circumstances, the proceedings were simplified after paying respects to the ancestors and the ancestral Halland expressa gratitude to Thiesman for facilitating. The couple was promptly shared in Theberd Alcomber, which was still merely the Hurov de Goten the afternoon. Upon entering Theberd Alcomber, the couple was Natalen at Thiesman was present to instruct them in the final rites. He divide de bittergringerd and Hoff, the bitterness intensified after pouring the wine, and after exchanging the gourd, the couple drank Tagathra and Asser Rimen and Nonisagene, symbolizing their shared joys and sorrows. Thyek took a strand off hair, intertwined them, and exchanged theme and ritual Kaljefa, signifying Thyron wavering commitment until death. Only at this point was the marriage ceremony considered complete, and as Theisman departed, only the couple remained in the room. At this moment, Mowen felt a surge of tension Marie, for he was soon townve lis bride's veil. Furious and sunk known, his mind was persistently occupied by the image of the bun that Shao Wood held in Hishans the previous day. Chapter 12 turn off hep honix sicking the ponix. Lin Ruoken satsalent liatid giof t bed, her head bowed. Mowen stood besedethitable, gazing gathered lacquered wooden plate the theltwa item sapine would readorned with carving so fiong boy sand girls, and a joyous eleched with thetwing constellations. It was considered an auspicious lift the breeds veil Whitbury hands instead, it must bedden with either the Yorth scale, depending on the breed's preference. After much hesitation, Mowen picked up the joyous scaly and approached the bed. Suppressing Eisener turmoil, Hegent lifted Lin Ruching's veil. At half-arriment, hissing Zayada transformed it into Hoy, for Lin Ruoching, Amariri Aungerthan, was strikingly beautiful. Her fine, smooth hair weighs elegant like coiled it over her head, cascading down either side of her ravel face was fluorescent fair, with slender brows sarking gracefully, phoenix-like high sparkling with clarity, Annos delicates a suspended jowl bladder, and lips resembling gripacherries. Themodsti with which shaloered her gazy after the vial was lifted down like sensuate hairy outhful allure. Lin Ruoken a vial was crafted from red silk, secured in place by a hairpin that pierced through the fabric, and shoe ringi would not fall during her movements. Overcome with joy, Mowen's fingers strim bled slight like the silkwasmuth, and his thievel fell in some more, lifted it again. This time, Lin Ruoken blushed and smiled bright liatham, and in their exchanged gazes Mowen discerned both tenderness and a lie reflected in her eyes. In life, there is no greater joy than encountering a beloved and beloved partner. Mowen felt an indescribable elation within him now, bound be the arrangements of parents and matchmakers, had never befarine Lin Ruching's visage. Had imagined her appearance countless times, yet upon their first meeting, her beauty fair exceeded expectations, and urgental demeanor surpassed all had hoped for. After exchanging smiles, Mowen felt compelled to utter something, Yet word saluted him. Thuading ad been hastily guaduito the invasion of two people, forcing the ceremony to be advanced over 12 months, leaving him entirely unprepared. Until that moment, he had been diligent lie studying the classics in anticipation of the Sind examination, known as Zhongjingdingsher, which assessed the character of scholars to determinatorings for future officialdom. With the situation sedire, all his prior plan shad been upended, and only no did he truly grasp the thu is married, and thy's exquisite stranger before him was she's wife, fuman destined to accompany him throughout his life. As went to Dynadays, Lin Ruiching was the first. Shirized her hand to remove a the hairpin gracefully moving to the table to porcopoftia, which she then presented tonal. Seeing this, Mowen quickly reacadaudo accepted. Thedia cup was small, and as their fingers brushering the exchange, both of Tim flushed instantly. Areo hungry? Mowen inquired awkwardly, his embarrassment leading him to the foolish question. Lin Ruoken shook her head slightly, indicating that she was not hungry. Please arrest for am and shall steep outside for a brief walk, Mowen replied, setting down Hita Kupan moving toward the door. Having spent this time immersed in the teaching sausages, reading official documents and districal texts, he was not well versed in matters of romance, and at that moment, Heffelton overwhelming tension, an urgent desirito leave a theraman collect his thoughts. You. Lin Ruoken Foy scalded out just as in about to step outside. Turning back, he found Lin Ruoken glaring in expression of surprise and concern, clearly misunderstanding ice intentions. Do not misinterpret my action shaving ga I flikey with sables and for my family. Immerly neaterly eva myself and shall return shortly, Mowen reassured her before hastily exiting theorem. On Sethador was closed, Mowen exhaled deeply, taking a few breaths Stokel himself. The winter afternoon was cold, and Thebra scare quickly dispelled this nervousness. Regaining his composure, Hebigan Takastais himself as a person well versed in literature, had spoken in the common tongue, devoid of elegance expected from a scholar. Never mind, Shizami la fuel why featherize, no need for us to converse with the formalitary served for your teachers. Mo Win Matera to himself outside the door. Once had settled his thoughts, Mo Win not as said that his mother and Thiesman had arrived at these twing door, but wherein expressions so anxiety concern. Winner, why have you come out? His mother spoke first. Young Master Mo, is there a problem? Thiesman asked, his voice hitting with worry. Thiesman's finality was to verify the breed's virginity if the breed did not bleed. Thegrim had the right to have the Iceman take the breed away immediately. Mother, Ida stay to me how can we perform the read soft Dukov show? Mowen replied softly, fully aware of what his mother and Thiesman were anticipating. Oh dear, young Master Mo, you have frightened, Thiesman exclaimed, clutching his chest. What is the Rito fear during the day? Hurry, do not keep the bride waiting. Mother, Mowen looked at his mother pleadingly, feeling the tight was inappropriate Tito engage in imediax when Theodon adjustment, particular lie in broad daylight. How aboth his son saw, Yuma return home, wecken trust Lin familis decorum, Miss Mother suggested o Thiesman. The twill suffice saith this Kyle dis indeed a handful. Thiesman chuckled Asha followed Miss Mother toward the main room, still expecting Gisserward. Too much reading off Confucian text Shaster into a bookish full. Miss Mother jested with his smile. On Seth the twode parted, Moween was left to return to the room, where Lin Ruoken still sated he'd gi off tea bed. She had overreared thoroughlier conversation and understood that Mo whence embarrassments demed from adhering to formalcustomps rather than any dicted with her, so here expression was known of shyness rather than anxiety. The heaven shave treated me kindly to Mary was my wife is a fortunate shalcherish. I vow to care for you will, never Tomish treat a wrongu, Mowen said as she pro-ched that been to Kazit. To gain a husband like you was a great bulzing, Ruoken shall dutifully adhere to thue so fa if. Honoring here-in-laws and supporting me husband in managing ger household dandres and ger children, Lin Ruocheng replied softly. You speak so fluently how long have ao your hersed this speech? Mo weniskid wismal, then lifted thick apoftia Lin Ruoken gad poured for Hyman drank it in a negulp. Ish'll not say, Lin Ruching murmured, her head bowed. Your craftsmanship is exquisiteth this sparrow phoenixes is remarkably lifelike, Mo Win remarked, pointing to enough wooden boxes synthitable. A breed's dara typically include dead personnel items that showcased her skills, and Lin Ruokensin included 4 boxes on off postries, 1 off books, 1 off embroidery, and any containing musical instruments wrapped in red cloth. These items indicated that she was adept at cooking, literate, skillet in embroidery, and knowledgeable about music. Thefo and ix flies, its swings fluttering. Linrua Chengra pleads softly. Mo when adi dinag green in therafrancido thep honix in flight weighs an allusion to classic poem, symbolizing the intimacy between hep honas and its mate, signifying a harmonious union. This indicated that Linruokajin deed possessed an understanding of poetry and literature. Thep honix possesses a diviniance, soaring through he cloud sands settle in Jin own place. Moen added, inspired. Thep honix is a symbol of purity and fidelity, said to return to its nestragardals of how fair it flies. Thep honix gives birth to divine feathers, riding the wind sands soaring to the heavens, Linruokan seamless like continued. Moen added appreciative Lahai's early era Marquasmerian expression of admiration for the honix fidelity, notary francito ana literary worked. Huas pleasant lie surprised be Linruokan's articulate response. Thought had Granger for words imidsum beyond what I expect from a woman, suggesting the thriner strength belied her toward gentleness. Mo Wen did not dwell in it too long, as saw I few with talent swassertain lie a boon. After a moment, Hepointeto third clothed musical instrument and thittable, is this a guzzing? It is guzzing, Lin Ruching replied. Thegwin has of instrings, while a Gujing has 13 thoth both produce Watiskaman lyre for a Toishkan sound, the are fundamentally different instruments. Mo when adid in understanding Thegikan, with its multiplatonous from a single string, is difficult to master and is typically played on Libby experts. In contrast, Thegujing has many strings that are easier to but more complex to play, often requiring more movement, which can diminish its shyer tones. I owish, with cold performadut, uniting gur heartstring music, Lin Ruching suggested, glancing at the bamboo flute and gonthul. In prosperous households, it waskam on top of zesso nort woofty 8 musical instruments, either because the master truly understood music course imply a display of cultural refinement. Lin Ruokan's proposed ale wasami watbold shudim owenlik music knowledge, it could lead to an awkward situation. That sounds wonderful, Moen replied with a smile, recognizing that Lin Ruoching, being the ingest tirof Lin family, Kama from all off background and possess a talent, which could lead to some spirited moments. Hebeli evid thatons here in etta respect, they would be able to exist harmoniously. Though Lin Ruoching was only 16, and despite her marriage, she retained a youthful spirit. Up in hearing disapproval, she promptly moved to the table to adjust the instrument and tune at hesterings. Moen retrieved the bamboo flute from a landwipe to clean. During Thuyan dynasties, the literary style was elegant, and most scholars are well versed in music, with flute sanzias being among the most favored instruments, as they were crafted from bamboo dexuti de refined charm. Additionally, these instruments scood beplid while standing, enhancing the imagio fagalampman, as Lin Ruokan completeth the tuning gone to her seat, she prompt lighter Ned Hergazi towards Amon, haunted with a gentle smile. Inhaling deeply, he began to play the flute. Their repertoire for the combination of Heflute, Guzheng, and his Isis rather limited, with their renowned piece Phoenix seeks Phoenix standing utastimus harmonious scoice. Thegajin shy nota slackage resonance, producing gas sound that felt semi what cold dan melancholic, while it Heflutes warm on drictonus perfect like compensated for its deficiencies. With their preparations complete, Mo went to nigh the lead in the performance. In a delightful interplay, Hepleida's Lin Ruching followed suit. Themons tude with a league and swileth women sat graceful of their contrasting posture so upright, theater seated create a beautiful synergy between Hefludi and Gudgeon. Theflute articulated heartfelt aspirations, while Gujing grevia led motional depth. Theflutes melodi sered to graythinks, while Gujing stonts in full deed in a more subdued manner. Sut lie reflecting the dynamic soft marital harmony. With the interplay of high and low notes encapsulating Thanandi and Goth the relationship. Although Hefludi and Gudgeon blended seamlessly, Emma when discerned that Lin Ruokan guas for from fragile ledgering the performance. As the PC sendeto higher pitches, her Gudgeon did not retreat but rather frequently intensified, compelling Theflute to rise even further. Each to me he exerted himself to elevate Theflute's notes, Thegajing would immediately soften ito tender whisper. Yet, when the next thigh passage approached, Thegajing wouldn't again ascend, urging him to strive with renewed vigor. A san-assuming scholar, the fort required to produce such lofty notes on the flute to assume what taxon furlin however, Heffelton overwhelming sins of joy. The dynamic soft the relationship were not characterized by a traditional hierarchy theman led san fuman follows rather. It was a commendable situation for if to possess your own thoughts, with Lin Ruokan managing the household, Prosperity washerly on the horizon. Just as the P. suis nearengis conclusion, an urgent sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Mauen, up and hearing this, lowered his bamboo flute, furrowing his brow on straining to listen. The footsteps belling eto Xiao Wu, who typically never ventured into thinner kirkyard where the master resided. The hastiness of these intrusions surely indicate a matter of significance. Chapter 3. Born in turbulent times, Master and Madam. Something is amiss. The anxious voice of Xiao Wu pierced through the air from outside. Mo1, upon hearing the commotion, set down his bamboo flute and stepped outside. Just as he emerged, Xiao Wu rushed to him, exclaiming, "Young master, a lone soldier just came to buy medicine for his wounds, claiming that the Hu people have already breached Qingping City." What? How could it happen so swiftly? Mo1 gasped in shock. Qingping City served as the northern military stronghold of Ziyang County, situated less than 50 miles away, acting as the county's northern gate. He said that the Hu people sent monsters as vanguards. They simply cannot hold their ground. As Xiao Wu spoke, he noticed the master and madam emerging from the main hall, and he quickly turned to inform them of the dire news. Monsters? What monsters? Mo madam's face turned pale with fear. Mo master, upon hearing this, was also taken aback but, being seasoned and composed, quickly furrowed his brow and made a decision. We must leave. Immediately, Mo madam turned to gather their belongings. But Mo master grasped her arm. You've already packed most of it. What's to be discarded can be left behind. Go help Wonner gather what he needs. This, Mo madam hurried towards the eastern wing. Realizing the urgency, Mo joined his mother and wife in hastily packing their valuables. Moments later, they were ready, and 3 horse-drawn carriages set off without delay. The Hu are almost upon us, and the villagers remain unaware. Xiao Wu, you are fleet of foot. Make haste to the Lin family and warn old Master Lin and the villagers to take refuge at once. We will wait for you by the river bank. Commanded Mo master. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, handed the whip to Mo1, and sprinted back. The Mo family pharmacy typically employed help, but currently, only Old Wu's family and 2 maidservants were present. Mo1. Old Wu and his father each drove a carriage, speeding southward out of the city gates. Ziyang County lay a mere 10 miles from the Yellow River, and once outside the city, the 3 men galloped furiously, driven by the terror of the unknown. Although they had never witnessed the brutality of the Hu people, they had heard harrowing tales from those fleeing from the north. The Hu, with their pronounced noses and fierce demeanor, were said to be utterly unlike the Han people, who, despite their internal conflicts for territory, would often spare innocent civilians after a city fell. In contrast, should the Hu breach a city in Jin, they would ravage and pillage mercilessly, leaving no livestock or grain, abducting women to satisfy their desires by night and slaughtering them for food by day. With Qingping City already lost, it was only a matter of time before the Hu arrived, and the repercussions of falling into their grasp were too grim to contemplate. After running 3 miles, Mo1 glanced back and saw the townsfolk of Ziyang County pouring out of the southern gate like ants fleeing a nest, panic-stricken and unprepared for the swift advance of the Hu. The scene was chaotic, with families scrambling in disarray, calling out for one another amidst cries of despair. The 3 carriages, previously used for transporting medicinal herbs, lacked canopies. Mo Madam and Lin Ruoqing occupied the lead carriage driven by Old Master Lin, while Mo1 followed closely behind in the second carriage, which carried the 2 maidservants and Lin's accompanying wife. Old Wu and his wife brought up the rear, their wagon filled with pharmacy supplies and various herbs. Having seen fresh snowfall the day before, the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, causing the horses to slip and the carriages to jolt violently. Yet, in their desperate flight, no one could afford to be overly concerned, frequently cracking their whips to spur the horses onward. Before long, they could see the frozen river ahead, 5 miles distant. "Father, can we drive the carriages across the ice?" Mo1 shouted. He had previously referred to his father as father, but in the heat of the moment, he could hardly focus on his words. "It's uncertain," Mo Master responded loudly. "Then we should abandon the carriages once we reach the riverbank. Our lives are paramount," Mo1 urged. "Our livelihoods depend on what's in those carriages. If we abandon them, how shall we survive?" Mo Master shook his head firmly. This was the first time Mo1 had faced such a crisis, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Distracted by concern for Xiao Wu's safety, he frequently glanced back, leading to several near mishaps on the slippery snow. On one occasion, the carriage nearly toppled over, sending a shiver of cold sweat down his spine. Resolving to remain focused, he concentrated on driving closely behind his father. After about an incense stick's worth of time, they reached the river's edge, where they paused to catch their breath and await Xiao Wu. Imowen stood atop the carriage, peering northward and noticing that, apart from the fleeing villagers, there were no signs of the Hu troops. This sight momentarily assuaged his fears, but as he scanned the area, he quickly spotted Xiao Wu sprinting ahead of the crowd. Xiao Wu, being fleet-footed and well acquainted with the terrain, soon drew near. However, just as he approached, Imowen caught sight of a large contingent of Hu horsemen emerging from the northern ridge, less than 5 miles from the riverbank. Though too far to discern their features, he could see them pursuing and slaughtering the fleeing townsfolk. "Father, the Hu are coming!" Imowen cried out in terror. Imo Master furrowed his brow, casting an anxious glance towards the distant Xiao Wu. "Master, we must move," Old Wu urged, his voice trembling as he urged his horse onto the ice. "Be cautious," Imo Master called out, following closely behind. Having worked together for many years, he understood that Old Wu was bravely testing the ice for their safe passage. Given the weight of his carriage, as long as he could cross, the other 2 carriages would likely follow suit without issue. "You must hurry, young master. I can keep up." Xiao Wu's voice reached them before he arrived. Imo 1, upon hearing this, hesitated to drive onto the ice. His gaze fixed in shock on the advancing Hu riders. Clad in barbaric attire, their large noses and bearded faces were terrifying, and they shouted fiercely as they hacked down the fleeing villagers. Their curved blades were exceedingly sharp, severing heads as easily as slicing through melons, blood spraying high into the air. Those struck in the back, not immediately killed, let out horrific cries of despair upon the snow. Imowen had never witnessed such a grotesque scene. Fear coursed through him, rendering his body weak and his limbs unresponsive. "Drive!" Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat, rushed over and took the reins from Imowen, urging the carriage onto the ice. The river spanned hundreds of feet, and the ice was slick. They dared not rush too quickly, lest the horses slip and fall. The 3 carriages maintained a cautious distance of about 5 yards from one another as they traversed the treacherous surface toward the opposite bank. "Father, hurry!" Xiao Wu called back, glancing over his shoulder, then turned to shout to Old Wu in the lead. "Father!" Just as Xiao Wu finished speaking, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Lin Ruoqing in the middle carriage. Piercing the air with terror, Owen turned in confusion, only to witness his father-in-law being cleaved in 2 by a Hu warrior, the blade slicing from his left shoulder to his right flank. After letting out that scream, Lin Ruoqing fainted. Owen did not faint, but he retched violently, horrified by the sight of his father-in-law's blood and innards, recalling how just 2 hours prior, Lin had been alive and smiling as he sent him off on horseback. As Imowen struggled to regain his composure, a chilling crack reverberated through the air, raising the hair on his neck. This was the sound of the ice fracturing under their weight. "Master, we cannot stay here. We must move downstream." Old Wu's warning was drowned out by another resounding crack. Imowen halted his retching and looked ahead, only to see Old Wu and his wife, along with their carriage, plunging into a treacherous ice hole. The wooden carriage, buoyed by the struggling horses, did not sink immediately. Old Wu grabbed the whip, Imo Master shouted, rushing to the edge of the ice hole to rescue them. "Father, Mother, I'm coming," Xiao Wu exclaimed, jumping from the carriage in a desperate attempt to reach them. "Don't come any closer," Imo Master shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The ice, already weakened, gave way beneath Xiao Wu's feet before he could reach the crack, sending him and the second carriage plummeting into the icy waters. In a state of shock and panic, Imowen instinctively leaped from the carriage, racing toward the ice hole. He reached out to pull his mother and Lin Ruoqing, but the fractured ice could not bear his weight as he tugged. He felt the ground give way beneath him, and icy water surged into his mouth and nose. Mo1, having some knowledge of swimming, instinctively held his breath and managed to hoist Lin Ruoqing, who had been jolted awake by the cold water, onto the ice. He then attempted to rescue his mother, but her heavier frame, encumbered by her cotton clothing, made it impossible despite several efforts. The frigid water numbed him quickly, and soon he found himself growing stiff and disoriented. Glancing around, he noticed his father and old Wu had vanished from sight, while Xiao Wu was engaged in a similar struggle. "Where is my father?" Imowen called out to Xiao Wu. "They've been swept away," Xiao Wu cried, his voice cracking with despair. "Mother, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Xiao Wu's mother desperately pried her son's fingers apart, vanishing beneath the surface in an instant. "Mother!" Xiao Wu cried, plunging into the water in a futile search, but no amount of diving could yield results. Seeing no hope, Xiao Wu swam back, joining forces with Imowen to support Madam. Together, they managed to push her upper body onto the ice, but Imowen soon felt a chilling realization. His mother, who had been climbing upward moments before, lay motionless. Peering closer, he discovered a sharp arrow protruding from her forehead, having pierced through from front to back. She was already dead. A one-eyed Hu warrior was dragging their undamaged carriage toward the northern bank. With Lin Ruoqing and the maidservant still on board, frozen in shock from the overwhelming terror, "I will fight you to the death." The tragic death of his mother and the abduction of his wife filled Imowen with profound rage and sorrow. In his anguish, he summoned a surge of strength and swiftly crawled across the icy surface, trembling as he charged towards the Huamin. Owen's cries startled the Hu man, who turned to draw his bow. The distance between them was less than 5 zhong. Instantly, an arrow pierced Imowen's chest, causing him to collapse onto the ice. After being struck, Imowen did not immediately lose consciousness, yet the severity of his injury rendered him immobile, forcing him to watch helplessly as the crimson figure atop the cart gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 4. The dead city having struggled in the icy waters for what felt like an eternity. Imowen had become numb by the time he crawled onto the ice. The arrow had lodged itself in his chest, yet he felt little pain. He was merely aware that the last remnants of life were slowly seeping from his wound. Unable to rise, he could only strain his eyes to see Lin Ruoqing, who was awake in the cart, though she remained silent and did not attempt to resist, paralyzed by fear. Merely witnessing Lin Ruoqing's abduction was not Imowen's final act. His last gesture was a desperate glance back at his mother. This instinctive action echoed the childhood moments when he sought solace from her after experiencing injustice. However, upon turning, he was met not with her warm smile, but with the bloodstains on the ice and the arrow lodged in her head. At the brink of unconsciousness, overwhelming grief engulfed him, and just before he lost awareness, he glimpsed Xiao Wu still struggling in the icy depths, attempting to climb to safety. The people of Huaxia have always revered filial piety, and the heavens reward such virtues. After his parents fell into the water, Imowen instinctively dove in to save them. Although he was ultimately unable to rescue them, his cotton clothing soaked in icy water, which dulled the force of the arrow. Consequently, despite the Hu man's shot-piercing skin and muscle, it did not reach his vital organs. Before long, Imowen regained consciousness. Even before opening his eyes, he felt someone tugging at his right hand, moving him swiftly. There was still a glimmer of light above, and the smooth surface beneath him indicated that he had not been unconscious for long. He was still on the ice, young master. "We are nearing the shore. We have escaped," Xiao Wu panted as he sensed Imowen had awakened. "Help me up," Imowen managed to utter, too weak to lift his head and survey his surroundings. "Young master, the arrow is still in your body. Lie still." Xiao Wu's breaths were heavy, clearly exhausted as he gritted his teeth to endure. Imowen, upon hearing this, refrained from speaking further. Instead, he cautiously lifted his left hand to grasp the arrow protruding from his chest. In a fit of rage, he pulled it out without a second thought. Xiao Wu, who was struggling to drag Imowen toward the riverbank, had not noticed his actions. The Imo family operated a pharmacy, and Imowen was well versed in medicine. After extracting the arrow, he took a deep breath and realized that his breathing was unobstructed, indicating that his injury was not fatal. He then attempted to move his limbs. After testing, he found that his arms could still move, but his legs remained unresponsive. "Xiao Wu, I cannot feel my legs," he gasped. Xiao Wu turned back, noticing that Imowen had removed the arrow himself. He quickly knelt down to assess his injuries, relieved to find that he would not perish from his wounds. "Young master, I will help you walk," he said as he squatted to support Mo1. Their clothes had frozen stiff, and the biting cold necessitated finding warmth, or they would surely freeze to death. Once Xiaowu helped Mo1 to his feet, he instinctively glanced back, only to break down in tears. His mother's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ice. The slaughter on the opposite bank continued, and the cart carrying Lin Ruoqing and the maidens had vanished from sight. "Young master, we must find a sheltered place to rest. After dark, I will return to retrieve Madam," Xiaowu said through his tears as he took a step forward. Upon hearing this, Mo1 turned away, tears streaming down his face. He understood that weeping would not change anything. He had to survive, for only by doing so could he seek justice and find his wife. Initially, Mo1 could barely move, but after a few steps, he gradually regained feeling in his legs. After several dozen steps, he was able to walk slowly with Xiaowu's assistance, though as his limbs regained sensation, his wounds began to bleed profusely, causing him to faint once more after traveling 3 li. When he awoke, it was already deep into the night. Upon opening his eyes, Mo1 found himself lying in a dilapidated earthen house. His clothing had dried, and he lay on a bed of straw. With a smoldering fire pit in the center of the room, Xiaowu was nowhere to be found. Upon regaining consciousness, Mo1 choked back sobs. He felt no relief at having survived. Rather, he struggled to accept the staggering loss of his family. Just the previous evening, they had all gathered to discuss wedding arrangements, and now, in an instant, everything had changed. When Xiaowu returned with Mo1's mother's corpse, Mo1's choked sobs turned into wails. He forced himself up to give his mother the straw mat, kneeling on the ground to mourn her. Xiaowu, having endured a similar plight, wept alongside him, for Mo1's mother lay there while his own mother remained at the bottom of the cold river. Life is often fraught with misfortunes. Regardless of what occurs, one must face it. Weeping may release emotions, but it cannot resolve problems. Ultimately, it was Mo1 who regained a semblance of composure first, encouraging the inconsolable Xiaowu to calm down. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Xiaowu asked, wiping his tears. Mo1 did not respond immediately. In this world, whether of noble lineage or common folk, marriages typically precede separations. Before marriage, sons obey their parents. And only during the period leading to separation do the elders allow their sons to make decisions. Until he married, Mo1 had focused solely on 2 pursuits: studying to gain distinction and learning medicine without neglecting his duties. Thus, he found himself devoid of any plan at this moment. "What do you think we should do?" Mo1 leaned against the edge of the straw mat, unable to sit upright due to the arrow wound in his chest. "I do not know. I will follow your lead," Xiaowu replied, adding wood to the fire. The earthen house had no door and was far from warm. "Where are we?" Mo1 pondered, struggling to devise a plan. "A village not far from the riverbank. It appears deserted. The villagers likely fled south, fearing the Hu people would invade," Xiaowu said, slumped beside the fire. "I will watch the fire." "You should rest," Mo1 suggested. "I can keep watch. This task is mine to do." Xiaowu vehemently shook his head. "I must watch over my mother's spirit," Mo1 replied, choking back tears once more. "I will keep watch as well." Xiaowu managed to suppress his own tears. The two continued to insist upon their respective roles, but with Mo1 injured, he eventually succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, daylight had already broken. Mo1 noticed that Xiaowu was no longer in the house. Looking at his mother's body lying on the straw mat, he knelt once more, weeping bitterly. He felt a deep sense of guilt. With his parents newly departed, he had failed to keep vigil throughout the night. An act of filial piety he deemed unworthy. He had lost a significant amount of blood and, combined with the tears he had shed, he now felt an overwhelming thirst. Before leaving, Xiaowu had prepared melted snow water in a broken porcelain jar nearby. But he did not reach for it to quench his thirst. To the hour of Qin, Xiaowu returned, bringing with him medicinal herbs and food. "You went back?" Mo1 exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the wooden box containing the herbs, which belonged to the Mo family's pharmacy. "You need to apply the medicine, and we must eat," Xiaowu said, grinding the herbs in a mortar. "Did the Hu people discover you?" Mo1 asked, displeased, for this action was far too dangerous. "They have all left, perhaps even last night," Xiaowu replied, freeing his hands to drink some water. Are there any living souls left in the city? Imowen pressed on. I did not see any. Xiao Wu shook his head. Xiao Wu, let us return home, Imowen proposed. Feeling an inexplicable urge to go back, I wish to return as well, Xiao Wu began. But his words trailed off. I have heard that the Hu people never retrace their steps. They should not return, Imowen asserted. The Hu people, like a pack of wolves, leave nothing behind. If there is nothing to plunder, they will not return. Why concern lies not with that. The city is filled with corpses. I fear it may frighten you. Xiao Wu expressed his worries. It matters not. Besides, there is nothing here. We can only find a means of survival by returning, Imowen resolved. Seeing Imowen's determination to go back, Xiao Wu had no choice but to agree. After applying the medicine, Imowen leaned on a branch for support. While Xiao Wu carried the body of Madame Imo together, the master and servant crossed the ice to the opposite bank. Yesterday, the Imo family had been the first to hear the news, yet they were still caught by the Hu people. Naturally, no one else had managed to escape. The stretch from the riverbank to the city gate was littered with corpses. Intact bodies were rare, most mangled and dismembered, their innards spilled out, primarily the elderly, children, and men, with very few young women's bodies in sight. Having prepared himself for what lay ahead, Xiao Wu had returned earlier. However, Imowen had never encountered such a horrific scene. Many of the deceased were familiar to him, and each time he stumbled upon a known face, he would tremble involuntarily, by the time they reached the city. Imowen had become numb, no longer feeling fear. Throughout the return journey, he kept his gaze fixed downward, searching for the traces of cartwheels. During their escape, only his family had managed to harness a cart. The other villagers had been forced to flee on foot, and the snow-laden ground lay a track, marred by blood that stained the white drifts. It was a grim indication that this was the very carriage that had taken Lin Ruoqing away yesterday. Alas, upon entering the city, the track was obscured by a haphazard array of footsteps, rendering any further search impossible. Having traveled nearly 20 miles with injuries, Imowen felt utterly exhausted, and Xiao Wu, burdened with the corpse, was equally fatigued. Upon reaching the city, the two did not linger or glance about, but made their way directly back to the Imo family pharmacy. The main door had been left ajar, and it was precisely this open entrance that had deterred the Hu people from entering to search for valuables. The house remained as it was when the others had departed the previous day. As Imowen crossed the threshold, tears streamed down his face once more. A home is a dwelling for loved ones, and without them, this house could no longer be deemed a home. Yet, with the departure of his kin, this dwelling, the abode they had once shared, was all that offered him a semblance of solace and stability. Thus, it remained a home. The home still existed. The two walked slowly along the path, and by the time they returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Weakened and chilled by the elements, Imowen fainted upon stepping inside. Xiao Wu laid Madame Mo's body in the main hall before gathering the fire basins from the other two households and bringing them to Imowen's room. Igniting the coals to provide warmth and fend off the cold as night descended, an eerie silence blanketed the surroundings. Within the pitch-black city, only the Imo residents emitted a faint glimmer of light. Chapter 5. Exile. The Hu people were once a nomadic tribe from the north, partial to meat, leaving desolation in their wake. Ziyang County had now become a veritable ghost town. There were no barks from dogs at night, nor the crowing of roosters at dawn. Mo Wan, injured and suffering from a chill, remained bedridden for 3 consecutive days. Xiao Wu busied himself, procuring a coffin from the city's undertaker to inter Madame Mo, and scouring the city for any remaining food. On the 4th day, as Imowen's condition improved, he struggled to rise and set up a memorial for his mother in the main hall. Burning incense as a sign of mourning, 18 noon on the 4th day, Xiao Wu ventured out in search of food, but did not return even as the sun began to set in the west. As darkness deepened, unease crept into Imowen's heart. He did not fear his deceased mother, but rather worried for Xiao Wu's safety. After the hour of you had passed, and still no sign of Xiao Wu, Imowen could no longer remain idle. He slowly made his way to the front door, where fresh snow had fallen the previous day, leaving a trail of footprints that indicated Xiao Wu had headed eastward. Imowen called out for Xiao Wu, but received no reply. After a moment's hesitation, he turned back inside, taking the lantern and following the footprints. The tracks suggested that Xiao Wu had been going from house to house in search of food. However, those fleeing would not leave provisions behind, and with the Hu people's plundering, there was little to be found in the city. The footprints extended to the lecture hall where he had previously studied, and upon exiting, they continued eastward into the wilderness. The door of the lecture hall stood open, revealing an inky darkness within. Owen lacked the courage to enter, yet he could not fathom why Xiao Wu would venture into the eastern wilds without understanding what he had taken from the lecture hall. After much hesitation, Imowen ultimately chose not to enter, but instead followed Xiao Wu's tracks eastward. Not far along, he noticed something awry. The footprints in the snow east of the lecture hall were considerably deeper than before, indicating that Xiao Wu had left the hall with a heavy burden. When the Hu invaded, not all the residents of the city had fled. Some frail and elderly, along with women and children, chose to remain. Their decision was evidently a grave mistake, as the streets were littered with corpses, half buried in snow. With each body Imowen encountered, his dread intensified. He contemplated turning back, but, after wrestling with his fears, resolved to continue searching. The footprints led him toward the eastern hills, and as he reached the edge of the city, he paused again. Ahead lay a dark forest, and he found himself lacking the courage to enter. Most troubling was his inability to comprehend why Xiao Wu would venture into the woods, and what he had carried away from the lecture hall. Although the lantern's light was dim, it offered Imowen a modicum of comfort. After lingering for a time, he devised a plan. He removed the lantern's cover and ignited a pile of straw stacked beside a cottage. The flames quickly roared to life, growing ever more intense, eventually igniting the house itself. The structures in the city were clustered closely together, and once ablaze, the fire would not be extinguished easily as the surrounding area brightened with the inferno. Imowen's fear began to subside. He took the lantern and proceeded into the eastern hills. In winter, villagers would stockpile straw for the season, so the hills were devoid of any underbrush or bramble. Save for the trees that the government forbade cutting down, Owen followed the footprints deeper into the hills, occasionally glancing back at the flames illuminating the city for courage. Upon emerging from the woods, he encountered a vast expanse of graves. This was the cemetery of Ziyang County, where the deceased from the city were interred. Upon sighting the graveyard, one would normally feel trepidation, yet Imowen harbored no fear. He saw Xiao Wu in the northwest of the cemetery, wielding a shovel to excavate a grave, beside which lay a body. Though the distance prevented him from discerning the features of the corpse, Imowen could surmise that it was the remains of his venerable teacher. It seemed Xiao Wu had entered the lecture hall in search of food, and upon discovering his mentor's lifeless form, had decided to bring him here for a proper burial. Imowen approached the grave Xiao Wu was digging, and it was already 3 feet deep. Xiao Wu was smoothing the earth at the bottom of the pit. Imowen stood before his teacher's body and bowed in reverence. Upon noticing Imowen's arrival, Xiao Wu hastened his digging. Imowen gestured for him to slow down, urging him not to rush. Xiao Wu nodded in understanding and quickly leveled the bottom of the grave, then gently placed the teacher's body within before covering it with soil. "My teacher has imparted wisdom upon me. He deserves a proper coffin. This is too hasty," Imowen sighed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu turned to glance at Imowen but then returned to his task of burying the body. The grave was not large, and soon Xiao Wu completed the filling. Imowen set down the lantern and knelt, bowing his head in tribute. While one typically bows 3 times when honoring the deceased, Imowen only managed one before Xiao Wu assisted him to his feet. And Imowen looked at him in confusion. "I have wronged my students. I am ashamed to receive such reverence from you." Xiao Wu spoke. At these words, a chill ran through Imowen, as the hairs on his body stood on end. Xiao Wu's statement echoed his teacher's tone, even mirroring his voice. "Fear not, my student. I merely wish for peace in the earth, devoid of any malicious intent." Xiao Wu continued. Overwhelmed with terror, Imowen stared in shock, trembling as he stumbled backward. The teachings of Confucius and Mencius are not suited for chaotic times. One must act according to one's heart, Xiao Wu lamented. This place is rife with vengeful spirits. It is not a place for lingering. We must flee post-haste. Imowen's injuries had not yet healed, and after this fright, he fainted once more. When he regained consciousness, he found himself slumped upon Xiao Wu's back. Recalling the earlier incident where Xiao Wu had been possessed by his teacher's spirit, Imowen screamed in terror. "Young master, what ails you?" Xiao Wu asked, hastily setting Imowen down. "You?" Imowen stammered, gazing fearfully at Xiao Wu. "Young master, how did we end up at the cemetery?" Xiao Wu inquired, equally bewildered. "I do not know. There are too many spirits here. We should not linger," Imowen replied, regaining his composure and echoing his teacher's words. "Very well, I shall carry you back," Xiao Wu said, bending his knees once more. "No need. I can walk on my own," Imowen insisted, shaking his head. They were now close to home, with the flames still raging behind them. Following this ordeal, Imowen could no longer trust Xiao Wu to venture out alone in search of food. Wherever they went, they would now go together. By nightfall, they would set fire to the houses, striving to maintain a beacon of light within the city. After 2 days had passed, Madame Mo's period of mourning concluded, and the coffin was buried. The two prepared incense and traveled to the riverbank to pay their respects to the late Mr. Wu and his wife, who had both been swept into the icy currents that day, undoubtedly meeting their demise, their remains forever lost to the depths. Thus, they could only honor their memory by the riverside. Subsequently, Imowen took Xiao Wu to the Imo family ancestral hall, where he retrieved the gold ingots his father had buried there. These ingots had been set aside for future sustenance, yet he had not anticipated needing them so soon. Imowen did not take all 8 ingots. He left one behind, a lesson learned from his father. In life, one can never predict what may occur, yet it is always prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. "Young master, where shall we go now?" Xiao Wu inquired as they exited the ancestral hall. "Do not call me young master anymore. Just use my name," Imowen sighed, for the bond forged in adversity had transcended the boundaries of social hierarchy. "Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my young master," Xiao Wu resolutely replied. The Imo family's ancestors had once saved the lives of the Wu family's forebears. Thus, the latter would remain eternally grateful. Following them through the generations to my father has passed. It is improper to address me as young master now, as it disrespects our ancestors, Imowen stated. "Master," Xiao Wu promptly adjusted his address, noting that after the passing of the elder, the young master should now be referred to as master, signifying the continuity of their lineage. "Let us stick with names," Imowen insisted, disliking the connotations of hierarchy. "Master, where shall we go now?" Xiao Wu pressed. "Old Wu, where would you like to go?" Imowen reciprocated, this address feeling more intimate and somewhat diminishing the implications of status. "Master, I will follow your lead." Xiao Wu did not resist Imowen's change of address, for he too had lost his parents. "I have heard that those taken by the Hu are not always consumed. Some are sold. I wish to head north. If we encounter Madame, perhaps we can use this money to ransom her back." Imowen sought Xiao Wu's opinion, aware that traveling north was perilous. "Very well." Lao Wu nodded immediately. He was not oblivious to the dangers that lay to the north, but had grown accustomed to obeying orders and acting accordingly. Once they had reached an agreement, Imowen departed with Lao Wu from Ziyang County, leaving behind their homeland to journey north in search of his wife. Chapter 6. Shangqing. The two men left Ziyang County in the late afternoon. As they traveled northward, Imowen did not glance back. Although Ziyang County was his hometown, it had turned into a desolate place. After the sun set, a chilling wind swept through the lifeless city, and he yearned only to escape as swiftly as possible. Not long into their journey, they came upon a fork in the road. Fresh snow had fallen, leaving no footprints or wheel tracks on either path. "Master, which way should we go?" Lao Wu inquired. "Let us take the main road," Imowen replied after a moment's contemplation. He was uncertain which path was correct and could only rely on luck. Lao Wu nodded and chose the left-hand path. Both were novices in travel, lacking any experience in the outside world, and could only proceed one step at a time. In winter, night falls early. By the time they reached the hour of Yu, darkness enveloped the land. They found themselves in the wilderness, far from any village or inn, and could only navigate by the faint light of the snow, trudging forward with each step. As the second watch approached, they discerned a looming wall in the distance. Judging by their pace and the time taken, it appeared they had arrived at Qingping City, situated 50 li from Ziyang County. This city, devoid of civilians, served as a military garrison for the Jin state. Upon sighting the city, the two men quickened their pace. As they drew nearer, Imowen noticed a distinct lack of illumination within. No light indicated that no Hu people resided there. Compared to solitary spirits, he feared the Hu more, and the absence of light provided him with a measure of comfort. The city gates stood wide open. The heavy snowfall had not entirely concealed the carnage within. Corpses in various states of decay lay scattered throughout the city. Yet, having encountered such sights before, the two men were no longer as terrified as they had once been. After entering, they sought refuge in an abandoned barack to rest. "Master, is it permissible to start a fire?" Lao Wu asked, stamping his feet against the cold. "That it should be fine. The Hu likely will not return," Imowen replied after a brief pause. Until now, he had relied on his parents for guidance and was unaccustomed to making decisions independently. But he recognized that he must learn to do so. The barack contained a fire pit, surrounded by scattered firewood and kindling. Lao Wu quickly kindled a fire. After marching through the snow for several dozen li, their shoes had become thoroughly soaked. They leaned against the fire to dry their damp footwear. "Master, are we on the right path?" Lao Wu asked. "Yes," Imowen affirmed with a nod. "How do you know the Hu took the same route back?" Lao Wu questioned, puzzled. The bodies on the main road were moved to the sides, clearly to allow for passage. The Hu rode horses when they came and would return with carts to carry off their plunder. Imowen explained. "They ride horses and drive carts. We will surely not catch up with them," Lao Wu said, a hint of dejection in his tone. "They must eventually stop," Imowen replied. "Master, beyond Qingping City lies the territory of the Hu. If they see us, will they not kill us both?" Lao Wu asked anxiously. "I doubt it. A classmate of mine fled from the Zhao state to Ziyang a few years ago. According to him, the Hu cannot wantonly kill Han people in Zhao," Imowen said. "If the Hu do not kill Han, why did his family flee?" Lao Wu pressed further. Imowen, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "I have heard that in Zhao, if the Hu covet a Han's belongings, they may seize them, even abducting their women, and the authorities will not pursue the matter. Now that we possess nothing, as long as we hide our silver well, we need not fear their theft," Lao Wu remarked. "Indeed, it cannot be placed in the bundle," Imowen agreed, nodding. "Where shall we hide it?" Lao Wu mused aloud. "Let us hide it in our shoes," Imowen suggested. Having an epiphany while warming his footwear. "What a clever strategy," Lao Wu exclaimed, giving Imowen a thumbs dash up. Owen frowned at Lao Wu's reaction. While servants from scholarly families generally understood a modicum of formal language, they often learned it incidentally from their masters and lacked a comprehensive grasp, leading to occasional misuse. That moment, without official currency, the common folk relied on copper coins or fragmented silver from the previous dynasty for commerce. When gold and silver accumulated, it was melted down for storage, an art known to all, including Lao Wu. The two melted down gold ingots into 4 pieces, each taking 2, while the discarded fragments were set aside for future expenses. "Master, do you think the lady and my unwed concubine are still alive?" After their task was complete, Lao Wu produced some provisions and offered them to Imowen. One cannot refer to an unwed woman as a concubine. Imowen replied, torn between laughter and tears. He found humor in Lao Wu's continued fondness for Lin Ruoqing's maid, yet sorrow in the fact that Lao Wu's question was one he had long dreaded confronting. "Do you believe they are still alive?" Lao Wu pressed, his gaze fixed on Imowen. "They are alive," Imowen finally replied, closing his eyes. "The Hu are cannibals. How can you be so sure they are still alive?" Lao Wu inquired once more. Imowen, hearing this, fell silent and pretended to wipe away the tears that threatened to overflow. His previous words had been carefully considered. He believed Lin Ruoqing and her maid should still be alive. But the reasons for their survival were truths he was unwilling to face. "Master, speak." Lao Wu persisted, oblivious to Imowen's demeanor. Despite Imowen calling him Lao Wu, he was still Xiao Wu, a year younger than Imowen. "They are both fair of face. The Hu would not willingly consume them," Imowen spoke, his voice trembling. Having experienced the immense upheaval previously, he had come to understand a grim truth. Brutal realities do not cease to exist merely because one closes their eyes. Some events are fated to unfold, regardless of one's willingness to witness them. "Are you suggesting that the Hu will keep the lady and my unwed wife alive to sell for a good price?" Lao Wu inquired at that moment. Imowen was engulfed in profound sorrow. Lin Ruoqing had fallen into the hands of the Hu and would undoubtedly endure humiliation, a fate that was now inevitable. He felt utterly powerless to prevent or alter it, leaving him heartbroken and despondent. Yet, Lao Wu's words struck him as somewhat amusing. Lao Wu remained preoccupied with the promises made, fearing that the commitments of his master might not be fulfilled. Hence his insistence on referring to her as a concubine and wife to solidify the matter. You are correct. The Hu will indeed keep them to sell, which means they are still alive. With over 30 taels of gold, we will surely be able to buy them back. When the time comes, I shall arrange for your marriage, Imowen said after a moment of silence, wishing to spare Xiao Wu's feelings without being too explicit. Thank you, young master, Lao Wu replied joyfully. Imowen nodded and smiled. Although he appeared cheerful, his heart was shrouded in sorrow. The loyalty of a servant arises partly from blood ties and partly from the genuine treatment by their master. Imowen's words deeply moved Xiao Wu, who diligently attended to him, fetching water and making the bed with utmost care. Young master, these boots are for officials. Take them. Lao Wu offered a pair of dried boots to Imowen. Your shoes are damaged. You should keep them. Imowen waved his hand in refusal. That won't do, Lao Wu insisted, trying on the boots. They were exquisitely crafted, lined with rabbit fur, and felt quite comfortable once worn. After trying them on, Lao Wu walked back and forth to test their fit, when suddenly, Imowen realized that he could not wear these boots. I am not superstitious. I fear not even the shoes worn by the dead. Lao Wu casually remarked. These boots belong to a captain of the Jin state. If you wear them and enter Zhao, the Hu may mistake you for a spy. Imowen explained. A spy? What is that? Lao Wu asked, having never encountered the term before. An informant, Imowen clarified. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu's expression turned fearful, and he swiftly removed the boots and tossed them into the fire. However, he quickly snatched them back. Retaining the unburned rabbit fur lining, Master, you are becoming increasingly like my late father. Your foresight is truly remarkable, Lao Wu remarked to Imowen. After Lao Wu spoke, Imowen did not respond, instead staring vacantly at the branches in the fire. During this time, he felt he had been contemplating too much. Without the protection of his parents, he had to rely solely on himself. Just as trees face the loss of their crowns, so too did he feel the weight of his father's absence. For an ancient saying goes, when the crown is severed, new sprouts emerge. With the father gone, the son must take charge. The loss of his family forced him to learn to think and survive in the shortest time possible, a process both brutal and swift. Master, listen, Lao Wu interrupted Imowen's reverie. Imowen snapped back to reality and strained to listen, discerning hurried footsteps approaching from outside. The sound was urgent and grew closer, evidently heading toward the very building where they were sheltering. The sudden noise instilled fear in both men. When they arrived, there had been no footprints in Qingping City, indicating that the person outside must have come from beyond the city walls. Master, what shall we do? Lao Wu asked urgently. Imowen was in a state of panic, instinctively wanting to flee, but he suddenly realized that the footsteps belonged to only one individual, suggesting it was not a Hu person. Moreover, there was no reason for Hu individuals to be out hunting them at such a late hour. It should not be a Hu, Imowen stated, articulating his judgment. His assessment was remarkably accurate. The visitor was indeed not a Hu, however, in his panic, he had taken too long to contemplate the situation. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from outside. Wuliang Tianzuan, do not inquire about the sound that beckons you to turn back. Behold, outside the dwelling stands a young Taoist clad in a blue robe. This individual appears to be in his 20s, with a fair complexion and no beard, his hair fashioned into a Taoist topknot. In his left hand, he carries a large bundle, while his right hand grasps a long sword. Might I trouble the two young gentlemen for a brief respite? The young Taoist addresses the two. We are merely passing through. Taoist, please, do come in, Imowen replies warmly, rising to greet him. As long as the visitor is not of barbarian descent, he welcomes anyone regardless of their sect or gender. With Imowen's invitation, the Taoist steps inside, setting down his bundle and sword, and bows respectfully to the two, saying, this humble Taoist pays his respects. By the flickering firelight. Imowen notes that the Taoist gesture of greeting differs from the common practice. While most people clasp their right fist with their left hand, this Taoist holds his left thumb in a curved grip with his right hand during the bow. Taoist, please take a seat. Imo invites again. The young Taoist, visibly frostbitten, hastens to the fire to warm himself. Old 5, fetch some food for the Taoist, Imo instructs. Old 5 retrieves a piece of cake from his bundle and hands it to the young Taoist, who expresses his gratitude before taking it and eating slowly. Observing the young man's difficulty in swallowing, Imo pours him half a bowl of warm water. The Taoist nods in appreciation, taking the ceramic bowl and drinking it all in one go. Thank you, esteemed sirs, the young Taoist says as he finishes his meal and rises, appearing as though he intends to depart. The winter night is cold, Taoist. Why not stay here for the night? Imo suggests, eager to converse and gain insight into the world beyond, as he and Old 5 are new to this journey and find themselves in the dark. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Do not be negligent, the young Taoist says, producing 2 small yellow wooden tokens from his bundle, which he hands to Imo and Old 5. Thank you, Taoist, Imo replies, accepting the token. The young Taoist's bundle contains many such tokens, likely intended as protective charms for pilgrims. Not lingering further, the Taoist bids farewell and departs swiftly. Master, is there something peculiar about this Taoist charm? Old 5 inquires. What seems odd? Imo asks as he watches the Taoist head southward. I cannot decipher the symbols other Taoists draw, but I recognize one character here. Old 5 states. Imo, feeling a twinge of curiosity, approaches the fire to examine the token closely. He realizes that this charm is not like the ones he has seen before. It is inscribed with characters on both sides. The back bears numerous small, indistinct writings, while the front features 2 large vermilion seal characters. Shangqing Master, the first character is Shang. What lies beneath? Old 5 queries. Qing, Imo replies, tossing a few sticks into the fire. What is Shangqing? Old 5 casually asks. The 3 revered ancestors of Taoism are collectively known as the 3 Qing, and Shangqing is one among them, Imo explains. Taoism and Confucianism coexist and thrive together, and the latter's texts are the very foundation of Imo's studies. What is written on the back of the token? Old 5 asks with curiosity. Imo leans closer to the firelight, scrutinizing the small inscriptions on the reverse side of the token, which is palm-sized and densely filled with characters arranged in 5 columns. The first column reads, 1,000-year Dharma Assembly. Shangqing personally attending, selecting the finest wood for the world, countless souls saved. The second, Minzhou, Woyang Mountain, Shangqing's sacred site. The third, Xianqiu year, 15th day of the first month. The fourth, Bring silver. 10 taels. The fifth, Yiwei, 9th day, 4th month. After reading, Imo shakes his head and chuckles wryly, tossing the token into the fire. Master, what troubles you? Old 5 asks, perplexed by Imo's action. This token is but a fraudulent invitation from a rogue Taoist, masquerading as a teacher to swindle wealth, Imo replies. Ziyang refers to a fine wood, fragrant and easily carved, thus selecting the finest wood signifies choosing worthy materials, while countless souls saved implies the act of teaching the Tao. What does it say? Please read it aloud for me. Old 5 expresses his curiosity, handing his token to Imo. Reluctantly, Imo reads the characters aloud. The contents of both tokens are largely similar, save for the final column's numbering, where this token states, Yiwei, 36, 9. Master, how do you know this is a deception? Old 5 inquires, failing to grasp the implication. Have you ever encountered an immortal? Imo counters. Never. How could we ever meet an immortal? Old 5 shakes his head. Precisely. Shangqing is one of the 3 legendary immortals of the highest powers. How could he descend to the mortal realm to take disciples? Moreover, immortals are ethereal beings, untainted by worldly desires. If they were to seek wealth and teach, would they not become mere street performers? Imo articulates. Indeed, but what does the last line mean? Old 5, nodding in agreement, asks again. According to the celestial stems and earthly branches used for numbering, a complete cycle lasts 60 years. If all tokens were present, there would be countless duplicates. Imo returns the token to Old 5. Who would accept so many disciples? Old 5 questions, preparing to throw the token into the fire. Oh, not burn it. Keep it, Imowen interjects. Why keep it? Old Five asks. Owen refrains from answering, as Old Five had once been possessed by a spirit, which terrified him. This token, gifted by a Taoist, regardless of its authenticity, may still hold some benefit. The night passes without incident, and the following morning, the two rise to search for sustenance in the city. To the north of Qingping City lies the territory of the barbarians, fraught with peril. Owen anticipates encountering numerous dangers along the way, though he remains uncertain of their nature. The only preparation he can undertake is to gather as much food as possible. This area had once housed many soldiers, so provisions were plentiful. Though most had been taken by the barbarians, remnants could still be found scattered about. The remnants of kitchens and cooking utensils remained. An Old Five managed to bake a number of corn cakes. By noon, the two departed Qingping City, laden with provisions and warm clothing they had salvaged. North of Qingping City, the landscape grows desolate. The previously traversed path is now overgrown with weeds, buildings lie in ruins, and fields are fallow. The barbarians have established their Zhao state for over a decade, and this border area is devoid of inhabitants. None dare reside here, having fled long ago. After walking 30 miles, the snow begins to thin, revealing hoof prints and wheel ruts in the snow. For miles around, there are no signs of life, and these traces are undoubtedly left by the invading barbarians. Continuing northward, the sides of the road are intermittently marked by filth and waste, carelessly scattered and not far from the path, revealing the barbarians' ruthless and shameless nature. The two hasten their pace, having traversed over 70 miles by evening. On a wind-sheltered slope, they discover remnants of the barbarians' previous halt. Here, the snow has melted, revealing tattered garments of women scattered about. This time, respectable women's attire is predominantly blue or green, with scarce instances of red. Yet Imowen spots a red skirt in the grass to the east. Master, it appears to be a lady's skirt, Old Five exclaims, rushing to retrieve the torn red garment. Owen closes his eyes and nods. By custom, women should wear clothing on top and trousers beneath, with skirts as outerwear, regardless of the season. However, in Ziyang County, few affluent families exist. Daughters of the impoverished lack the means to fashion skirts from fabric. Only the daughters of merchants and officials can afford to wear skirts year-round, and this particular red skirt must belong to Lin Ruoqing, as no other could claim it. Master, could it be that the lady has been violated by them? Old Five's eyes widen in shock. Owen opens his eyes and stares blankly at Old Five, neither affirming nor denying. He had anticipated the grim fate that awaited them. Yet he had not foreseen the barbarians' unrestrained cruelty toward captured women in this remote wilderness. With his own wife among the many victims, Master, did you suspect that the barbarians would commit such acts? Old Five deduces from Imowen's expression that he had mentally prepared for this outcome. When sheep enter the tiger's den, can one emerge unscathed? Imowen silently nods. Old Five, not wishing to press further, offers the tattered red skirt to Imowen. Master, will you keep this? Imowen gazes at the torn garment. And after a moment's contemplation, he reaches out to accept it. Master, do you truly intend to keep this item? Old Five hesitates, still holding on. Point one is a victim of circumstance. She bears no blame. Imowen sighs. He understands Old Five's implication. There are 5 reasons a husband may divorce his wife, with the foremost being infidelity. If your grandfather were alive, he would never permit you to marry a woman touched by a barbarian. Old Five insists, still reluctant to relinquish the skirt. An unintentional misstep deserves no blame. Imowen feels a profound inner conflict. Having been educated in the teachings of sages, he knows that Confucianism regards male superiority and female inferiority as the natural order. If a woman were to lose her virtue, the only path to societal acceptance would be through self-destruction. Yet, Lin Ruoqing's body is absent, indicating that she still lives. Deep down, he believes her loss of virtue was forced upon her. Yet years of Confucian influence leave him with a sense of dissatisfaction regarding Lin Ruoqing's plight. Master, you must consider carefully. You are not like us, the common folk. Lao Wu, in a state of helplessness, released his grip, for he was merely a servant, bound to caution his master without the means to resist. I have made up my mind. As a couple bound by marriage, we cannot sever our affections. Imowen carefully folded the crimson dress and tucked it away. The villagers will scorn us. Lao Wu made one final effort. While Imo Wen's decision was indeed generous towards Lin Ruoqing, it would tarnish the reputation of the Imo family, a truth even an uneducated servant like him could comprehend. Villagers? What kin do we have left? Imo Wen turned and walked ahead. As the sun set and the moon ascended, the two found no suitable place to rest and were compelled to travel through the night. Lao Wu spoke less, his disapproval of Imo Wen's choice evident. It was simple. To him, Imo Wen was a master, a man of stature, and could not marry a woman who had lost her virtue. Exiled from their homeland, not everything goes as one wishes. That night, the two failed to find a fit resting place, ultimately enduring a night in a derelict house, long abandoned and lacking a roof. For 3 consecutive days, aside from discovering the lifeless body of a woman by the roadside, they encountered no other souls. At this juncture, Imo Wen finally understood why the hermit he had seen earlier appeared so famished. He likely had not anticipated that within a 300-mile radius, there dwelled no human presence. They wandered along a desolate path, discovering 2 places wherein Lao Wu helped up Imo Wen, who had fallen to the ground. "It's nothing serious. How about you? Does it hurt?" Imo Wen straightened up and spoke. Although he was bundled in thick winter clothing, the force of the whip had been considerable, leaving his back feeling as if it were ablaze. However, the joy in his heart made him forget the pain. After all, preserving his life was already a stroke of luck, and he had unexpectedly received a pass. "Thank you for your concern, my lord." "I am quite well," Lao Wu replied, touched out to him. Shielding Imo Wen from the whip had been merely the duty of a servant, and he had not anticipated that Imo Wen would remember it. Having obtained the pass, the two hurriedly departed to continue their journey northward. "My lord, there is something that puzzles me." Lao Wu furrowed his brow, finally unable to contain himself. "What is it?" Imo Wen inquired. "How did you know that the Hu princess could discern that we are not spies?" Lao Wu voiced the question that had been troubling him. "Do not know whether she can see through us. I merely praised her for her spiritual phoenix eyes, capable of distinguishing right from wrong. If she continues to think we are spies, then she is merely a mortal, unable to discern truth from falsehood." Imo Wen sighed as he spoke. In the past, he would never have praised an enemy, but in order to save his life, he had to act against his own inclinations. He finally understood the helplessness of having to bow one's head under a roof. "Oh, in our words, you have given her a flattering compliment," Lao Wu said, suddenly enlightened. "Flattery is not the conduct of a gentleman." Imo Wen sighed again. "It is of no consequence. You are a gentleman, and I am but a lowly servant. From now on, I shall be the one to offer compliments and wear the flattering cap." Lao Wu laughed. "From now on, do not refer to yourself as a lowly servant. We are now brothers in adversity. Besides, when has the Imo family ever regarded your Wu family as mere servants?" Imo Wen said earnestly. "Thank you, my lord." Lao Wu bowed gratefully. Imo Wen glanced at Lao Wu helplessly. His habits had already formed, and it would be difficult to change them in the short term. "My lord, I have heard that the princesses of Jin usually do not venture outdoors, and when they do, they bring a large entourage. Why does this Hu princess dare to come hunting with only a few attendants?" Lao Wu produced a flatbread and handed it to Imo Wen. "The Hu people are different from the Han people. Their ancestors survived by hunting," Imo Wen replied, taking a bite of the flatbread. His family had been well off during his father's lifetime, but not excessively wealthy, so after his downfall, he did not experience a significant disparity and was not picky about food. "I did not expect that Hu women could be quite beautiful," Lao Wu remarked, chewing heartily on the flatbread. "Those not of our race will surely have different hearts, even if they resemble celestial beings. Their hearts may be as venomous as snakes." Imo Wen shot Lao Wu a sideways glance. "I see no evidence of her heart being particularly different. Had it not been for her today, our lives would have been forfeit." Lao Wu did not notice Imo Wen's gaze upon him. Imo Wen chose not to continue debating with Lao Wu, although the woman in the black fur had spared his life. Her words belied a disdain for the Han people, even suggesting that consuming humans was not a crime. These were the wolfish instincts hidden beneath her beauty. Not far along, the two began to shiver. Previously perplexed as to why the princess had brought so few attendants for hunting, they now understood that her guards were following behind in great numbers, no fewer than 1,000, even with the pass granted by the princess. Imowen decided to take a detour. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. That evening, they finally beheld the city and its sprawling walls. Thanks to the pass, the soldiers guarding the city accepted it and allowed the two to enter. Regardless of the Hu princess's disposition, Imowen began to express gratitude towards her. Had it not been for the pass, they would not have been able to enter the city after their long journey. Both were venturing far from home for the first time and entering a foreign land. Upon reaching the city of Zhao, Imowen found it quite similar to Jin, with the majority of soldiers being Han, and few Hu people on the streets. After entering the city, the two began to inquire along the streets. The Hu people did not frequently travel south, so they quickly learned that the Hu were escorting grain carts and abducted women northward. As night fell, the two decided not to continue their journey, finding a tavern to stay for the night. After discussing with the tavern keeper, Imowen exchanged the small gold pieces that had fallen from the melting gold cake for loose silver and copper coins. After enduring a grueling journey, the two were finally relieved of the need to sleep outdoors and quickly fell asleep once settled. The next morning, upon rising, Imowen discovered that Lao Wu had prepared warm water for him to wash. After expressing his thanks, he quickly washed his face without grooming his hair. After washing up, the two departed the tavern and resumed their pursuit northward. Chapter 9. 1,000 miles in search of a wife. With each segment of their journey, Imowen and Lao Wu would inquire at nearby shops about the movements of the troops to ensure they were not going astray. Around noon, they stopped at a food stall in the northern part of the city, purchasing 2 bowls of hot porridge to accompany the flatbreads they had brought with them. Imowen was well aware of the principle of living frugally, thus he had been economical throughout their journey. This stop was merely to converse with the amiable stall owner, who had been stationed there for years and was undoubtedly well informed. "Excuse me, good sir, have you seen a group of Hu soldiers passing by here with stolen grain and women recently?" Imowen inquired of the stall owner, a man in his 30s clad in a coarse garment. "I have seen them. It was some time ago, and they headed north," the stall owner replied. "Where do you hail from?" "Young man, from the south," Imowen answered vaguely. "You are from Jin, aren't you?" the stall owner asked. "Why do you ask?" Imowen felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he and Lao Wu were deep in enemy territory and could not afford to be careless. The Zhao court had long since issued a decree forbidding the use of the term Hu, insisting that they refer to themselves as nationals. The stall owner clasped his hands, stamping his feet against the cold winter chill. "Thank you for the warning, brother. To be honest, my servant and I are indeed from Jin, but we did not enter stealthily. We were granted a pass to enter the city," Imowen hastily explained, fearing the man might report them. The stall owner was not talkative. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. "We are new to this place and know little. If you have any advice for us." "Kind sir, we would be most grateful," Imowen asked. "Be sure not to flaunt your wealth, lest you attract the attention of the nationals. Anything they covet can be taken freely, and Han people must not resist." The stall owner advised kindly. "How could we, in our current plight, possess any wealth?" Imowen replied, growing anxious. "Isn't that wealth?" The stall owner pointed to the burdens they carried, which were filled with provisions. Imowen suddenly realized that while ordinary families subsisted on 2 bowls of thin porridge daily, the amount of dry rations they carried was indeed not something the impoverished could manage. "Thank you for the warning, good sir." Imowen stood and offered 3 small coins to the stall owner. "Thank you, young brother. In the future, if you encounter nationals, do your best to avoid them. If avoidance is impossible, bow your head and make way to prevent trouble." The stall owner accepted the coins, noting that the porridge only required 2 coins, while the third was a tip from Mowen. Imowen performed a slight bow to the stall owner and, with Lao Wu, shouldered their burdens to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Good sir, how much silver would it cost to purchase a woman in Zhao?" "For a young woman, it would require 3 taels of silver. For the elderly and children, a few coins, depending on the individual," the stall owner replied. "Thank you for your guidance," Imowen said as he departed the food stall with Lao Wu. "My lord, what troubles you?" Lao Wu asked, noticing that Imowen had been sighing since leaving the stall. "Even a single horse or cow requires nearly 10 taels of silver to purchase. In these chaotic times, people are as expendable as grass. Less value than livestock." Imowen shook his head, shocked at how inexpensively women were valued. All Lao Wu could do was sigh in agreement. As they traveled further north, it became increasingly difficult to gather information due to the many crossroads. There were no people at the intersections to inquire from. They could only proceed along one path and seek information once they reached a populated town or village. If the villagers had not seen soldiers escorting carts and women, they would have to turn back and try another route, making for a round trip that could span hundreds of miles and take several days on foot. Imowen had seldom endured such hardship before. By the end of their journey, his feet were blistered, feeling as though he were walking on needles. Lao Wu, feeling pity for Imowen, suggested purchasing a horse for transportation, but Imowen shook his head in refusal. The people of Zhao lived worse than those of Jin, with few riders to be seen on the road. Their current appearances did not attract attention. Riding a horse would draw scrutiny. Additionally, he worried that the horse might be stolen by the Hu, whose lawless behavior he had witnessed firsthand, having seen Hu people eat in Han shops and stalls without paying. After half a month, their provisions ran out, forcing them to buy food along the way as they continued their search. Due to the time spent healing at home and the mourning period for his deceased mother, they had already delayed their journey by over half a month, making it increasingly difficult to gather information. Fortunately, Lin Ruoqing had worn red clothing that day, leaving a memorable impression on the locals. Despite the time wasted, the two had not lost track of her. However, a change soon occurred. Although some villagers remembered seeing Hu soldiers, none had seen the captured women and Wai Lord. The two towns are less than 10 miles apart. How is it that people in the first town have seen my wife, yet here she is nowhere to be found? Lao Wu asked Imowen. There are many people and many eyes here. The Hu would not consume people in such a place. She must have changed her clothes. Imowen replied, I apologize for making you run around so much. It has truly been arduous for you. Over the past month and a half, the two had endured countless hardships. The rigors of travel were not to be understated, and being in an unfamiliar land had led them to miss many inns, forcing them to sleep in the wilderness. After some time, both had lost considerable weight. My lord, you speak unfairly. I should be the one accompanying you. Shall we not continue our search? Lao Wu sat by the roadside, observing the passers-by. Life requires meeting people, and death requires seeing corpses. Imowen, without asking directly, expressed that the hardships of the journey had not swayed his resolve. Sir, there is something I have been pondering, Lao Wu said, shaking his head. Are you wondering why I am so determined to find her? Imowen replied with a bitter smile, for he too had often questioned himself during this time. His answer was that they were bound by the sacred vows of marriage, and he still possessed a strand of Lin Ruoqing's hair, just as she held a lock of his. These were promises they had exchanged. Confucius and Mencius both said that one must have faith and not break their word. That nodded. I wish to ask why your wedding night was as noisy as a performance. With all that playing and blowing? Lao Wu grinned mischievously. Our initial meeting was inevitably awkward. The zither and flute were merely to help us become acquainted. Imowen replied candidly, Sir, you haven't consummated the marriage yet? Have you? Lao Wu inquired curiously. How could one lose face in broad daylight? Imowen hesitated, but eventually answered Lao Wu's question. You scholars have so many proprieties. If it were me, I wouldn't care about day or night. Now look, someone else has beaten us to it, Lao Wu lamented, his expression one of frustration. Imowen looked at Lao Wu with a helpless gaze. Although Lao Wu inherited his ancestors' loyalty, he did not share their naivety. He had certainly spied on maidservants bathing more than once. Sir, what should we do now? Lao Wu asked, sensing Imowen's displeasure and hastily shifting the topic. Imowen straightened up and began walking eastward, intending to gather more information in town. The town was not large, and it wasn't too long before they learned that a large contingent of Hu people had moved north with supplies, while a remaining group of several dozen had commandeered a few houses on the eastern side of the town for the night, taking the captured women with them. The next day, they would head to the market located 80 miles east. Good lady, have you seen a young woman dressed in red? Imowen inquired of an elderly woman whose house had been requisitioned. I haven't seen anyone in red, but there is a girl in red pants. Quite lovely, living in my home, the old woman recalled. Was she taken to the market by the officials? Imowen asked urgently. There may be someone in red today, but none in red pants, so I believe the one I mentioned is Lin Ruoqing. He concluded, "We were all driven away, and by the time we returned, those officials and the girls were already gone." The old woman replied, shaking her head. Owen sighed deeply and bowed respectfully to the elderly woman. "Thank you, kind lady. Who are you to her?" The old woman asked kindly. "We dare not deceive you. We are from the Jin state. This is my younger brother, and the girl in red pants is my wife, who was captured by the Hu people a few days ago. We have come to find her," Imowen explained. "Alas, those cursed Hu people, how wicked they are. You have come at just the right time." "Please wait a moment," the old woman said before turning and entering her house. After a brief period, noises of an argument could be heard from within, suggesting a dispute between the elderly couple. Imowen and Lao Wu exchanged glances outside, unsure of the old woman's intentions and whether they should intervene. Moments later, the old woman emerged, holding a small cloth package, which she thrust into Imowen's hands. "I found this under my bed. It must belong to your wife. Here, take it back." Imowen, perplexed, opened the package to discover a hairpin wrapped inside. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This was the very pin that had secured Lin Ruochen's red silk veil on that fateful day. Imowen was engulfed in sorrow. A short, stout old man emerged from the house, brandishing a broom and shouting at the old woman, "How do you know that belongs to them? I'll teach you a lesson. Good sir, do not be angry. This indeed belongs to my wife. Today, I return it to you. And we are willing to offer 3 taels of silver," Imowen interjected, understanding why the old man was upset with the woman. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu promptly pulled silver from his pocket and handed it over, leaving the old man momentarily astonished. The hairpin was only silver at the flower end. The rest was copper and hardly worth 3 taels of silver. The old man, of course, would not refuse. 3 taels were a significant sum for a peasant family. After bidding farewell to the elderly woman, Imowen and Lao Wu traveled east under the stars, and by dawn, they reached the market spoken of by the Zhao people. Chapter 10. Suffering Imowen had always imagined that the so-called market was merely a street or two resembling a marketplace. But upon arrival, he discovered that the city named Ongxing was an enormous market in and of itself, 3 times the size of the town where they had gathered information. Aside from merchants operating tea houses and inns, there were no permanent residents. The streets were filled with sellers and buyers of human lives. The city was divided into east and west. The west primarily dealt with impoverished families selling their children. These individuals were uniformly ragged and emaciated, and the parents selling their offspring showed no reluctance. Their eyes were hollow and numb. The children sitting on the streets with grass markers in their hair showed no attachment to their parents. Whenever a passerby walked by, they would stare intently, their eyes reflecting a pleading and yearning. No one understood the helplessness of parents. Selling their children was, in fact, a desperate attempt to ensure their survival. Yet he could not comprehend why these children exhibited no longing for their families. "They seem eager to be sold," Imowen remarked to Lao Wu, who walked beside him. Of course, being sold means they want to go hungry. Uve never experience true hunger. When a person is starving, they can do anything. These 8 or 9-year-olds can still be sold, but those younger ones who can't find buyers are simply exchanged for others. Lao Wu replied casually. "Exchanged? For whom?" Imowen asked, slightly puzzled. "For other poor folks," Lao Wu explained. "What do they exchange them for?" Imowen pressed on, more confused. "Food. They wouldn't dare eat their own children, so they eat someone else's." Lao Wu replied. "Eating one's own children?" Imowen exclaimed in shock. Until now, he had only heard of the Hu people resorting to cannibalism. He never imagined that impoverished Han people could descend to such a depraved level. Though they carried a small amount of provisions, Imowen initially refrained from sharing with the children by the roadside, knowing that once he started, others would swarm around him begging for food. However, he soon found his compassion overwhelming and stealthily offered a morsel to one particularly pitiable child, who lay weakly at the roadside, little more than skin and bones. "What manner of father are you?" Imowen shouted at the middle-aged man who snatched the food from the child's hands. The man said nothing, quickly devouring the half-piece of bread, ignoring the child's outstretched hand that reached towards him with tears in his eyes. Imowen, feeling helpless, gave the child another half-piece of bread. The child eagerly accepted it, clutching it tightly and stuffing it into his mouth in a frantic manner, fearing it would be taken from him once more. Imowen stared at the father and son, his doubts about Lao Wu's words fading away. He now believed that when a person is driven by hunger, they can indeed commit the most unimaginable acts. Sir, don't just stand there. Such things happen in the gene state too. You simply haven't ventured outside, Lao Wu remarked, pulling him forward when he remained frozen in place. We should buy that child. Otherwise, he will perish from hunger, Imowen insisted, glancing back repeatedly. Can you afford to buy them all? Furthermore, what would you do with them once purchased? Lao Wu gestured around, indicating that there were hundreds of children in similar dire circumstances. Imowen could only sigh, the image of the father stealing food from his own child lingering in his mind. A harrowing choice made between survival and familial love, a painful and detestable choice. If I were him, I would rather starve than snatch food from my own child, Imowen stated emphatically. People are not the same, Lao Wu replied, well versed in the hardships of the impoverished populace. The West City did not only sell children. It also trafficked adult men and women, primarily strong young males, whose prices were higher due to their labor potential. Buyers from various regions inspected them like livestock, examining their limbs and even their teeth. The women, mostly young wives, were accompanied by their husbands and children. They sold themselves willingly to secure a future for their families. In this place, there were no taboos regarding physical contact. Buyers would touch their waists and breasts right in front of their husbands and children, causing the men to display pained expressions while the children looked on in confusion. These men were all healthy. With diligent labor, they should have been able to support their families. Imowen turned to Lao Wu once more. They may be landless, or perhaps they have suffered disasters. When the harvests fail, they have nothing to eat. Lao Wu remarked. Owen sighed once more upon arriving at the human market. The surroundings filled him with a profound sense of revulsion. In his eyes, this place was not of the earthly realm but rather a hell rife with betrayal and parting. Devoid of any compassion or kindness, akin to the underworld. Despite his size, Imowen's feet did not falter as he hurriedly sought out Xiao Wu. After thoroughly searching the West City, the pair proceeded to the East City. Upon arrival, Imowen recognized that he had indeed found the correct location. It was a vast open space where Hu soldiers sold women captured from their raids. The Hu were clad in military uniforms and armor, brazenly displaying their identities. Rows of women sat on the ground, most of them strikingly beautiful in stark contrast to the lifelessness of the West City. This place was steeped in resentment, resonating with the cries of women and the shouts of the Hu soldiers. The women, taken captive in battles, numbered in the thousands, and it was evident that they were not all part of a single group. They occasionally exchanged insults. The younger Hu spoke in Han language, while the older ones communicated in a tongue Imowen did not comprehend. Numerous Han individuals were present, looking to purchase women. Although the Hu glared fiercely, they refrained from physically assaulting the buyers. Hu, undeterred, gestured and haggled over prices. Observing this, Imowen felt emboldened to approach with Xiao Wu, searching for Lin Ruoqing among the throngs. Unsure if Lin Ruoqing still wore red trousers, they could only scrutinize the women's appearances one by one. Most of the women kept their heads down, and their search was not swift. Though beautiful, each was disheveled. As they searched, Imowen privately resolved that if he were to find Lin Ruoqing, he would offer gentle counsel and tender care. For she was not to blame. She had been powerless to resist, her family long gone, leaving her without kin. As her husband, he could not turn his back on her. While they searched, Hu's soldiers occasionally shouted at them, reproaching the pair for merely looking and not buying. Imowen remained silent, hastening past to avoid confrontation. Having lingered for an hour in West City, they reached East City by the time of the Chen hour. After scrutinizing over 1,000 women, Lin Ruoqing was not among them. Master, should we not search once more? Lao Wu suggested, noticing Imowen's despondency. There's no need, Imowen replied slowly, shaking his head. They had searched meticulously and overlooked nothing. Moreover, if Lin Ruoqing were indeed within the crowd, she would have already spotted them and cried out for help. You've done your utmost. Let us return, Lao Wu said. Upon hearing this, Imowen glanced at Lao Wu, aware that Lao Wu did not fully support the search for Lin Ruoqing. Let us inquire at the inn once more. If we find no news of her, we shall return, Imowen spoke in a tone of deliberation. Agreed. Lao Wu nodded in affirmation. Mo Wen turned towards the inn in the city, which was extensive and the largest building around. Here, sellers and the women slated for sale would reside come nightfall. Upon entering the inn, Mo Wen found a corner to sit at that moment. The inn was not crowded, and a servant rushed over to attend to them. The food offered consisted of little more than thin porridge alongside meat and offal. Remembering how long it had been since they had eaten meat, Mo Wen ordered 2 bowls of offal soup. Before long, the soup arrived, and Mo Wen paid with copper coins, generously offering 2 extra coins to the servant inquiring if a woman in red trousers had stayed there a fortnight prior. Initially, Mo Wen held little hope, considering nearly a month had passed. To his surprise, the servant had an excellent memory and recalled that a Hu officer had brought a group of women to sell, among whom was indeed a woman in red trousers. However, this woman had not been sold. Rather, she had hired a carriage to return to Yi City when the officer departed. Based on the servant's description, it was likely that this woman was Lin Ruoqing. Master, you wouldn't consider going to Yi City, would you? Lao Wu handed Mo Wen a biscuit. With this news, I cannot remain blind to the truth. Mo Wen replied, accepting the biscuit. That is the capital of Zhao, teeming with Hu people. Lao Wu frowned. After we finish our meal, we shall part ways. You should return, and I will head north in search of her. Mo Wen declared resolutely. Wherever you go, I will follow, Lao Wu said, sensing Mo Wen's anger and hurriedly lowering his head to drink the soup. After their meal, the two set off again. On their way, they discovered an abandoned village, estimating they could reach it by nightfall. They planned to rest there and continue their journey by day. Yi City lay no less than 2,000 miles from their current location. As Mo Wen led Lao Wu northward, heavy snowfall descended once more, and they trudged slowly through the snow. When encountering Hu soldiers, they kept their distance, and if caught off guard, they would bow their heads and yield the path. Due to Mo Wen's cautious demeanor, they endured hardships yet encountered no danger until the day of the year-end festival. While traversing a thicket, an unexpected event occurred. Several burly men burst forth from the woods, surrounding them. Hand over your valuables, and we shall spare your lives. Chapter 11. Encounter with bandits. It was early morning, and Mo Wen never anticipated encountering highwaymen under the bright sky, momentarily stunned by the sight of the 5 fearsome, muscular men. Lao Wu, having never faced such a situation, instinctively positioned himself in front of Mo Wen. Quickly hand over your silver, or do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my steel knife. The leader of the bandits shouted, brandishing his weapon. At these words, Mo Wen felt a tremor of fear, but he soon noticed that all 5 men were dressed as farmers, with only the leader wielding a steel knife. The others brandished farming tools like pitchforks, indicating they were likely impoverished farmers resorting to robbery for survival. Esteemed gentlemen, my brother and I are merely refugees. We possess no silver. If you do not believe me, feel free to search, Mo Wen said, pulling Lao Wu behind him and addressing the leader of the bandits. Upon hearing this, the bandits frowned. The leader stepped forward, and seeing this, Mo Wen hurriedly handed over his pack. The bandit took it, unwrapping it to find biscuits, his face lighting up with delight as he seized one to eat. The others quickly joined in, grabbing and devouring the food. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wen took Lao Wu's hand and fled. The bandits, realizing the two were escaping, immediately gave chase. Despite their desperate flight, the bandits gradually closed in on them. Lao Wu, you must run for your life, Mo Wen urged, releasing Lao Wu's hand, knowing that the bandits would not catch up if Lao Wu ran alone. As he was the one holding them back, young master, I will hold them off. You flee, Lao Wu replied, his heart warmed by the words, and he turned to confront the pursuing bandits, tackling the foremost one to the ground. The other bandits quickly caught up, pulling Lao Wu away and beating him mercilessly. Upon witnessing Lao Wu's plight, Mo Wen did not flee. Instead, he turned back to the bandits, attempting to pull Lao Wu away. One of the bandits retaliated with a punch, striking Mo Wen squarely in the face. He felt stars explode before his eyes and collapsed to the ground, where 2 bandits surrounded him, kicking and punching mercilessly while hurling insults. Mo Wen was a young master, a scholar who had never engaged in a physical fight, and now he found himself utterly defenseless, curled up on the ground and subjected to their brutal assault. Spare us, good sirs, We truly possess no silver. You will see for yourselves if you search. Lao Wu cried out desperately. The bandits, feeling they had beaten enough, paused to search the two of them. To Mo Wen's astonishment, they began by searching their boots. In that moment, they were as helpless as fish on a chopping board, unable to resist, merely watching as the bandits discovered gold hidden within their soles. Seeing such a fortune, the bandits erupted with wild laughter, clutching the gold ingots and reveling in their fortune. After their initial excitement, they began to dismantle the two men's hairstyles, searching for more hidden wealth. At that moment, Mo Wen realized that the clever tactics he and Lao Wu had considered were not ingenious at all. They had been employed repeatedly before, and the bandits were well aware of where travelers concealed their treasures. Even if you take our silver, that is one matter. Should you take our lives, when the officials come looking, you will not escape punishment. Mo Wen protested, blood streaming from his nose as he struggled to speak through coughs. Fear not, we shall not kill you, the bandit leader chuckled, then shouted to the others, strip them of their clothes. They can still wear those. Mo Wen was taken aback. The bandits intended to rob them of their garments as well. It was midwinter, and without clothing, they would soon succumb to the cold, becoming corpses by the roadside. Furthermore, Lin Ruoqing's hairpin was hidden within his clothing, a keepsake from a dear friend, which he could not allow the bandits to seize. Seeing Mo Wen clutching his chest tightly, the bandits misinterpreted his actions, believing he still harbored gold or silver. They all lunged forward, tearing and pulling at his clothing. Ba, please cease this at once. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Mo Wen, with his back to the newcomer, could not see their face, but the phrase Ba indicated that the person was a monk, and not an elderly one at that. Bald donkey, mind your own business and get lost. The bandit leader shouted at the newcomer. How can a poor monk stand idly by while bandits rob in broad daylight? The voice drew nearer. Seeing this, the bandit leader abandoned Mo Wen, charging southward with his steel knife. Moments later, a cry of pain echoed, suggesting he had suffered at the hands of the monk. Let us go, quickly! The bandit leader called to his companions. The bandits, hearing his command, vanished into the thicket, leaving no trace behind. Once the bandits fled, Lao Wu scrambled to his feet and came to support Mo Wen, who was now bruised and bloodied, struggling against the pain. He approached the young monk who had intervened, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, master, for saving us. The bandits took all our provisions, and we beseech you to help us recover them. Otherwise, we shall be unable to survive. Ba, they have ventured far away, and they cannot be found. The young monk shook his head as he surveyed his surroundings. Mo Wen felt a profound sense of dejection upon hearing this, yet he recognized that the young monk had just saved 2 lives. To ask for more would be to overstep graciousness and breach etiquette. After expressing his gratitude to the master, he respectfully inquired about the monk's name, promising to burn incense and offer distant bows of thanks in the future. The monk, bound by his monastic vows, bore no surname, for a monk has no name from the moment he renounces the world. Turning to leave, Mo Wen hastily asked, Might I inquire as to your origins and your destination? He wished to express his gratitude for the life-saving assistance. I am a bhikshu from Bodhi Temple, bound for Wuliang Mountain in Minzhou, the young monk replied. What brings you to Wuliang Mountain, esteemed master? Mo Wen asked, feeling a flicker of confusion. Wuliang Mountain was known as a Taoist sacred site, and he wondered why a Buddhist monk would venture there. The Grand Assembly of the Double Heroes is taking place, and I am going to attend a scripture lecture, the young monk stated with his palms pressed together. As a disciple of the Buddhist faith, how could you attend a lecture by the Taoists? Mo Wen shivered, the cold seeping into his bones. The Grand Master of the Supreme Clarity is a revered figure, worshipped by thousands of Buddhas and honored by myriad immortals. Though the teachings of our faith descend from the Buddha, many practices, including the rites and ceremonies, are drawn from Taoism. I attend to broaden my understanding and cultivate my path, the young monk explained before turning away. Mo Wen was taken aback. He had not known this before. But upon reflection, he found solace in the monk's words. First, he knew that the monk would not defame his own sect, and second, he recognized that the rites were predominantly conducted by Taoists, with monks participating infrequently. It was not uncommon for monks and Taoists to share the same space during ceremonies. Thus the monk's attendance at Ziyang Mountain was hardly surprising. My lord, please sit down, Lao Wu urged, quickly assisting Mo1 to a seated position after the monk departed. He removed his own hemp robe to wrap around Mo1's feet, both of their shoes having been stolen by the thieves, leaving them barefoot. Use my robe, Mo1 began to remove his outer garment. No, use mine, Lao Wu urgently interjected. Your clothing lacks padding. Use the sleeves of my robe, Mo1 complied, tearing off the sleeves to fashion makeshift coverings for their feet. My lord, what shall we do now? Lao Wu queried, having retrieved the package abandoned by the thieves, which contained only a few cakes of bread. I once believed that only the barbarians were cruel and bloodthirsty. I never imagined the Han could be so vicious. Mo1 lamented, wiping the blood that flowed from his nose. With our money gone, we should return, Lao Wu said. His voice choked with emotion as he helped Mo1 clean his face. Wai City lies just ahead. To turn back now would leave me unsatisfied, Mo1 replied, casting a glance at the similarly bruised Lao Wu. My lord, how much money do you have left? Lao Wu inquired. Mo1 reached into his bosom and discovered that aside from a tattered red skirt and a hairpin, he had only 2 copper coins and 3 pieces of silver. Lao Wu also revealed his meager possessions. Only 8 copper coins and a wooden token remained, aside from some fire starters. If we conserve our resources, we should manage to return, Lao Wu suggested. Even 2 meals a day would not suffice. Mo1 slowly shook his head, explaining that a single copper coin could buy only a bowl of porridge. Their journey had been delayed for nearly 2 months due to inquiries and misdirections. Even if they traveled day and night, the return would take around 10 days. I can make do with just 1 meal a day, Lao Wu offered. That simply won't do, Mo1 replied. Lao Wu, I do not wish to return. Ziyang County is no longer a place for us. He shook his head once more. They had become homeless and had nowhere to return. Then where shall we go? Lao Wu asked. We are close to Yi City now. I wish to go there, Mo1 stated. But we have no money left. Even if we find the lady, we cannot ransom her. Lao Wu reminded him. The Mo family ancestral hall still has a gold ingot. With your agility, could you make a trip? Mo1 proposed, relieved that he had kept the ingot, for otherwise they would have been reduced to beggars on the streets. I will do whatever you ask. I will return shortly. Where shall I wait for you? Lao Wu inquired. The mountain deity temple up ahead. I shall wait there for your return, Mo1 instructed, rising to head south, recalling their previous stop at the temple. The temple was a single room, devoid of doors and windows, and in a state of disrepair. The clay idol of the deity in the northern position was missing its head, rendering its identity unrecognizable. My lord, keep these for yourself, Lao Wu said, leaving the fire starters and some provisions with Mo1. I will keep the provisions. Take these for your journey, Mo1 insisted, leaving the fire starters and 3 cakes of bread behind. Pushing the remaining coins into Lao Wu's hands, My lord, you must be cautious here in the wilderness. There are wolves about, and you must build a fire at night, Lao Wu warned, returning the 3 pieces of silver to Mo1. Be careful on your way. When you reach the checkpoint, take the western route to avoid trouble and return early, Mo1 advised. He wished he could find another way, for he did not want to burden Lao Wu with such labor. But he had no choice. Without money, they were rendered immobile. Lao Wu nodded in acknowledgement and turned southward, while Mo1 stood at the dilapidated temple entrance, watching him depart. Given Lao Wu's natural agility, he hoped that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would return in about 20 days. After Lao Wu left, Mo1 began to gather branches and firewood, tying them together to block the windows. He piled the remaining firewood inside the temple and did not stop until midday. When he heated some snow water using abandoned pottery fragments to wash the blood from his face, night fell. Mo1 curled up alone within the crumbling temple, surrounded by the sounds of the wind and the distant howls of wolves. Chapter 12. The third master. The only means to fend off the cold and deter the wild wolves was to build a fire. Mo1 tended to the fire, adding branches intermittently. He was aware that it was New Year's Eve, yet he felt no sorrow. Instead, he pondered how the teachings of Confucius and Mencius fail to apply in his current circumstances. Humility, courtesy, and yielding do not necessarily yield goodwill from others. As the events of the day had demonstrated, despite not provoking the robbers, they had still taken their provisions and even attempted to strip them of their clothing. offering no chance for dialogue or reason. When the barbarians wreaked havoc, his first instinct was to seek justice, but upon reflection, he realized there was no one to turn to. After being robbed during the day, he thought of reporting it to the authorities. Yet as citizens of the Jin state in Zhao territory, they had no official registration. Even if he reported the crime, the county officials would not pursue the thieves. After a long day, Imowen quickly fell into a deep sleep. He was roused by a noise within the temple and awoke to find the fire nearly extinguished, two wolf-like creatures at the entrance attempting to enter. Recognizing them as wolves, he screamed in terror. Causing them to flee in fright, Owen hurriedly added more wood to the fire, which blazed back to life, and the wolves, fearful of the light, circled outside the temple, terrified by the earlier encounter. Imowen was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably, and dared not doze off again. He remained vigilant by the fire, worried for Lao Wu, who had left him the fire starters. Owen fretted over how Lao Wu would manage to stay warm and where he would find shelter. Pondering whether he would feel fear upon reaching the desolate and corpse-laden towns of Qingping and Ziyang County. The two wolves outside appeared to have not hunted in a while, circling the dilapidated temple. Initially, Imowen was merely frightened, but as time passed, he grew angry and began throwing stones to drive them away. The wolves retreated at his assault and kept their distance, eyeing the ruined temple from afar. "If you dare return, I shall slay you," Imowen shouted defiantly. An ancient adage states, "Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles." The trials and tribulations of the past 2 months had taught him a vital lesson. Excessive kindness could lead to being bullied. Although he spoke fiercely, deep down, Imowen remained a scholar at heart. After his outburst, he returned to the warmth of the fire, shivering in fear, fully aware that should the wolves truly charge in, he would be powerless to defend himself. Amidst his silent dread, he heard heavy footsteps outside. From the sound alone, he discerned that an imposing figure was approaching. Now a startled creature, he clutched a stick tightly, anxiously gazing toward the entrance. Why do the hares and field mice forsake their meals and seek to feast upon humans, thus ruining their own reputation? Begone! A voice bellowed, halting just outside the temple. Imowen could not see the individual from his position, but he noticed that after the outburst, the two wolves turned and fled. Since this stranger had driven away the wolves, Imowen hoped he would not be malevolent. Just as he thought he had encountered a kind soul, the figure that stepped through the temple door nearly caused him to lose his composure. The man, clad in a sheepskin coat, stood 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered and long-armed, resembling a dark tower. However, it was not the man's stature that terrified Imowen, but his appearance. He had a narrow face, a protruding nose, wide-open eyes, a beard of black, and enormous hands covered in dark hair. Gripping a copper rod the thickness of a child's arm. What a ghastly sight! Imowen thought to himself, "Oh, not be afraid. It is too cold outside. I have come to warm myself by the fire." After the stranger spoke, without waiting for a reply, he took a seat beside the fire, placing down his copper rod and extending his hands toward the flames, indifferent to the singeing of the hair on his hands. Once seated, the stranger, known as Imowen, clutched his stick and moved aside, gazing fearfully at the imposing figure of the muscular man, who resembled a dark tower. "Why did you run so far, and with that stick? What use is that stick of yours?" The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Imowen. "I am not what you think. I carry this stick to fend off wolves," Imowen stammered nervously. Realizing the truth in the man's words, compared to the stranger's copper rod, his own stick seemed only fit for stirring the fire. "Ha ha ha! Wolves prefer to bite at the throat. The best strategy is to stab them in the belly as they leap at you. A stick won't do. You'll expose your neck with a mere lift of your hand." The man laughed heartily. "Thank you for your sage advice, hero." Imowen bowed in gratitude, sensing that despite the stranger's fierce demeanor and crude speech, he bore no malevolent intent. "Come closer. I won't harm you." The man beckoned Imowen with a wave. Imowen, upon hearing this, cautiously approached, trembling as he stood beside the muscular man. "Who have you offended to end up in such a state?" The man scrutinized Imowen's bruised face. "I encountered some bandits on my journey and was robbed. Fortunately, a master intervened. Otherwise, My life would have been in peril, Imowen replied cautiously. Damn it, are you just a bookworm? When speaking to Third Master, refrain from being overly pedantic. I can't understand your words. The man scowled. I was attacked by robbers. They were the ones who injured me, Imowen quickly rephrased. That sounds much better. The man nodded in satisfaction, reaching for Imowen's melted snow water and gulping it down. He then turned to Imowen. Do you have any food? Upon hearing this, Imowen hurriedly produced a pancake from his belongings and handed it to the man. Third Master, I do not eat this. You may keep it for yourself, the man said, pulling a leg of lamb from his own clothes and biting into it. Imowen, already on edge, became even more frightened upon witnessing the raw lamb leg and the sharp canine teeth revealed as the man tore into it. Would you like a bite? Here, take some. The man offered a piece of the lamb leg, noticing Imowen's gaze fixated on his food. Imowen hastily shook his head, but the man suddenly glared at him, prompting Imowen to quickly accept the piece, holding it in his hands as if it were a coal, unsure whether to eat it or discard it. May I inquire your esteemed name? Hero? Imowen attempted to strike up a conversation. You have keen eyes, recognizing me as a hero. However, I do not have a surname. Call me Black 3, the man replied, pulling out a wineskin and taking a few swigs. Would you like some? Black 3 offered the wineskin to Imowen. Thank you, hero, but I do not drink. Imowen shook his head repeatedly. If you don't drink, why are you staring at me? Black 3 glared again. Imowen, upon hearing this, quickly turned his gaze elsewhere, no longer daring to meet Black 3's eyes. Black 3 ignored him, continuing to drink and eat until he had devoured the lamb leg, belching contentedly as he discarded the bones. Seizing an opportunity, Imowen placed the raw meat aside and began to add fuel to the fire. Hey, bookworm, can you read? Black 3's deep voice called out to him. I can read. Imowen nodded in response, already sensing that Black 3 was not a malicious character, though his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Then read what this says, Black 3 said, handing Imowen a wooden tablet, recognizing it as a notice issued by the Shangqing sect. Imowen took it and confirmed its authenticity, noting the different serial number. This one was Bingcho 628. Imowen read aloud the inscription on the tablet, and upon hearing it, Black 3 burst into laughter. I received this half a month ago. Are you also headed to Ziyang Mountain, hero? Imowen inquired, noting that the notice he had received was not from the same person who issued the ones to him and Lao Wu. If calculated by the Jiazi method, the issuer could have been one of 60 individuals, each responsible for distributing 1,000 notices, totaling around 60,000. Indeed, Black 3 yawned. Are you also going to Ziyang Mountain to listen to teachings? Imowen asked. Third Master can't read a single character. What teachings would I listen to? I'm going to learn magic, Black 3 replied, grabbing a bundle of branches to use as a pillow and lying down fully clothed. Imowen remained silent, finding the notion of magic too ethereal to be credible. However, after a moment, an idea struck him. Hero, I have heard that scriptures are orally recited, while magic is inscribed on bamboo slips and paper. If you cannot read, how can you learn? I can bring it back to Bushin Mountain for my wife to read to me, Black 3 answered. What if they don't allow you to take it? Imowen contended. Then I'll find someone nearby to help, Black 3 replied. But everyone going to Ziyang Mountain is there to learn. Who would help you for no reason? What if they seize the opportunity to steal the secrets of the art? You would be at a great loss, Imowen warned. That makes sense. Bookworm, you seem quite honest. Why not accompany me? I'll pay you, Black 3 proposed. Sitting up abruptly, I am impoverished and have such intentions. But I am separated from my wife in Yi City. I must go find her and cannot accompany you to Ziyang Mountain. Imowen felt a wave of shame at the compliment. Realizing he was trying to ensnare Black 3, Black 3 frowned, then suddenly widened his eyes. This is easy. I'll help you find her if you come with me to Ziyang Mountain. Thank you. Third Master, but Yi City is vast. It may take me 3 days or more to search. Imowen suppressed his joy, acknowledging that this man was exceptionally strong and wielded a copper rod, ensuring both sustenance and safety in his company. I rarely descend from the mountain. I can take a stroll for 10 days or half a month, Black 3 remarked nonchalantly. Fortune smiled upon Imowen, who was elated and spoke words of flattery, though he remained a scholar at heart. unable to utter sycophantic phrases. Instead, he repeatedly praised Black Three's strength, claiming it was akin to that of the legendary Ziyang. Regardless, Black Three seemed to relish the compliments, engaging in hearty conversation until he regarded Mo as a confidant and opened the wineskin for a jovial drink. As Black Three grew more inebriated, his face flushed with color. Mo's expression turned increasingly pale. Initially preoccupied with seeking help to find his wife, he had overlooked Black Three's true nature. Black Three had drunk excessively and, in his drunken stupor, unbeknownst to him, a long black tail began to emerge from behind him. Chapter 13. The Black Wolf Spirit. Mo had only heard the elderly leaning against the wall speak of spirits and monsters. At that time, he paid it little mind, never imagining that such beings truly existed, let alone that one would be sitting right in front of him. The long tail of Black Three was thick and straight, covered in black fur, resembling the wild wolves outside the temple. In a wonder, he had cursed those two wolves for tarnishing his reputation before entering the temple. "Bookworm, are you cold?" Black Three asked, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. I'm all right, Mo replied, his teeth chattering. Who wouldn't tremble in the presence of a wolf spirit? I'll go fetch more firewood, Black Three declared, tossing the branches he had used as a pillow into the fire before standing up. After rising, his long tail trailed behind him, unmistakably that of a wolf. Once Black Three left, Mo quietly slipped out of the dilapidated temple and turned northward to flee, despite Black Three's seemingly fierce but not malevolent behavior. One could never predict when his wolfish nature might surface. To accompany a wolf was akin to courting death. In his frantic escape, Mo ran as swiftly as he could, wishing he could sprout an extra pair of legs. After sprinting 4 or 5 miles, he heard Black Three calling from the direction of the temple. Although Black Three did not know his name and merely shouted "Bookworm," Mo, of course, did not respond. Nor did he dare look back, continuing his desperate flight until he finally spotted a village, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. By this time, it was nearly midnight, and only one light flickered in the village. Mo approached and discovered it was a blacksmith's shop, where a bare-chested blacksmith was hammering away at his work. Mo stood by with his arms crossed, and the blacksmith, noticing his tattered clothing and understanding he was a distressed soul seeking warmth, did not shoo him away. "Good sir, may I assist you with the bellows?" Mo offered. Mo, feeling a sense of imposition, expressed his desire to assist the blacksmith in any way possible. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Mo to hurriedly position himself beside the bellows, pushing and pulling to stoke the fire. The blacksmith, engrossed in his work, remained undisturbed by Mo's presence. After a while, as the blacksmith completed his task with a final spark, Mo, realizing he had nowhere else to go, produced some silver and requested the blacksmith to forge him a dagger. The blacksmith consented and crafted a dagger from the remaining molten iron, cautioning Mo not to speak carelessly, as the court forbade civilian blacksmiths from making weapons. As dawn broke, Mo departed the blacksmith's workshop, dagger in hand and 10 copper coins lighter. He soon discovered another illuminated dwelling, where he settled outside. This establishment turned out to be a tofu shop, with the proprietor diligently grinding yellow soybeans inside to produce tofu. Having not eaten since the previous morning, the enticing aroma of the soybeans filled Mo's stomach with rumblings. He never imagined he would find himself in such dire straits, yet he refrained from knocking on the door to purchase soy milk or even consuming the flatbreads he clutched, with old Wu's return still far off. He was left with only 10 copper coins and 3 flatbreads, necessitating frugality. After enduring a long, cold night, Mo awoke feeling disoriented and chilled to the bone, yearning for a warm refuge to rest from the biting wind. However, the village offered no abandoned houses nor any kindling for warmth. He was uncertain how he managed to survive until noon, at which point he headed south, realizing he had no other option but to return to the dilapidated temple. Assuming the wolf spirit, Black San, had likely departed. Along the way, he scavenged for firewood, contemplating that if Black San were still present, he could claim he had lost his way while gathering kindling. Upon nearing the temple, Mo hesitated before entering, observing from a distance to ensure that Black San was indeed absent. He noted 2 dead trees outside, presumably dragged there by Black Sand the previous night. Once inside, Imowen was taken aback to find a dead roe deer abandoned in the center of the temple, one of its hind legs missing, and the ground stained with blood from its final struggles. The sight of the deer filled Imowen with regret. It was clear that Black Sand had left it for him. Black Sand's earlier remarks about the wild wolves, along with its actions, suggested that though it was not human, it did not indiscriminately harm others. Had he traveled alongside it, he would likely have been safe from being devoured, and Black Sand was known for its loyalty, surely willing to assist him in searching for Lin Ruoqing in Yi City. Unfortunately, his own cowardice and suspicion had led him to squander this golden opportunity. Reflecting on this, Imowen stomped his feet in frustration, lamenting his misjudgment. Yet, Black Sand was gone, and no amount of regret could change that. After a deep sigh, Imowen used his dagger to sever branches and reinforce the windows, weaving a crude fence to barricade the entrance. He was no nobleman, capable of performing ordinary tasks, and although the fence was rather rudimentary, it sufficed. Having never previously dealt with the awful, Imowen's adaptability shone through as he skinned the deer and hung it within the temple. Cleaning the entrails afterward, as night approached, he ventured north to the nearby village, exchanging his last 10 copper coins for half a jar of salt. Upon his return to the temple, he was relieved to find that nothing had been stolen. He had never valued food so dearly, but now he had no choice, for without sustenance, he would surely perish. That evening, snow fell again, and Imowen prepared a meal by the fire using the broken water jar as his cooking pot. Inside the temple, warmth enveloped him as he held the venison, tears streaming down his cheeks. In times of hardship, he seldom thought of his family, believing that death might be a release. Yet now, in the comfort of the warm surroundings and savoring the delicious deer meat, he realized there was still beauty in life, a beauty his family would never experience again. For several days, Imowen found shelter in the temple. After Black Sand's departure, the 2 wild wolves did not return, allowing him to sleep peacefully at night. Winter was harsh, preserving the food well. Most of the roe deer was salted, leaving only a portion of the entrails consumed. Each mealtime, he thought of Old Wu. Uncertain of his safety and whether he had found anything to eat, to Imowen's surprise, on the 10th night, Old Wu returned, weary from travel. "My lord, where did this meat come from?" he exclaimed, noticing the deer hanging on the east side of the temple. "It was left for us by a kind soul. Have you returned to Ziyang County?" Imowen inquired, taking the burden from Old Wu and appraising him. "I have," Old Wu replied, pulling out a small cloth bag from his possession. "How did you return so quickly?" Imowen asked, perplexed as he accepted the bag. "I hardly rested on the way back. Is all this for us?" Old Wu's attention was fixated on the still drying pieces of meat. "Yes, I've saved it all for you," Imowen confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Old Wu excitedly rushed over, plucking a piece of venison to cook. Venison was the finest meat available, favored by nobles and fetching a high price, rarely seen among common folk. "What are these silver coins for?" Imowen queried, opening the cloth bag to find not only a piece of gold but also over 20 taels of silver. "I found them on a corpse. The clothes and shoes I gathered in the county are clean," Old Wu said, adding kindling to the fire. "Your speed is quite remarkable," Imowen remarked, securing the silver coins close to him before aiding Old Wu by the fire. "If it were on level ground, I could catch a rabbit," Old Wu boasted. Imowen chuckled at this, knowing well that Old Wu could not catch a rabbit, though his speed surpassed that of most. Soon, Old Wu fell asleep, clutching the uneaten meat, and Imowen gently removed it, wiping his hands before tending to the fire to keep them warm in these troubled times. The two were both master and servant. Yet they were also like brothers, relying on one another as family. Old Wu slept soundly until midday the next day. The youth quickly regained his energy after a hearty meal. The two packed the remaining venison into their bundle and left the dilapidated temple. Heading towards Yi City, I forged a dagger. "If we encounter robbers again, we shall fight for our lives," Imowen declared, handing the dagger to Old Wu. This had been a pressing concern for him. If their money were stolen again, they would truly have no means of survival. "If we encounter robbers, you escape first while I hold them off. Once you are far away, I will follow," Old Wu replied, tucking the dagger into his waist. "Very well, I shall go first to avoid hindering you. Imowen nodded in agreement. Their carefully devised plan went in used as they arrived safely at the outskirts of Yi City without incident. The southern side of Yi City was home to numerous barracks, but outsiders were strictly prohibited from approaching. The two observed from a distance for quite some time, discovering no women entering the barracks, and thus continued their journey northward. Upon entering Yi City, Imowen was taken aback. Its scale far exceeded his expectations. The expansive city walls encompassed a vast area, dwarfing that of Ziyang County. There were more than 4 gates on the southern side alone, and the streets within were several yards wide, bustling with throngs of people, all of whom brushed past one another in the crowded thoroughfares filled with buildings, shops, and courtyards. An ancient saying goes, one can gauge the entirety from a single glimpse. And from this corner of the city, it was evident how vast Yi City was and how populous its inhabitants were. Searching for someone within this crowded metropolis was akin to seeking a grain of salt in a snowstorm. A nearly impossible endeavor. Once inside the city, Imowen stood dazed for a long moment, unsure of where to go. Ultimately, he could only ask Old Wu to help him inquire around, but the sheer number of people entering and exiting the city made it difficult, and they often encountered soldiers escorting abducted women, which made their inquiries fruitless. They spent an entire day asking around but yielded no results. On the following day, Imowen adopted a different approach, no longer seeking Lin Ruoqing but rather inquiring about which troops had marched south to conquer Qingping City recently. However, this method proved futile as well. Outsiders were generally unaware of military affairs, and many regarded the two as spies sent by Jin State, treating them with suspicion. Before long, Imowen hesitated to ask further, fearing arrest by the authorities. By the third day, Imowen managed to locate several small markets within the city. Yet he found no trace of Lin Ruoqing. With no plans left, he and Old Wu wandered through the streets, lingering outside grand estates and courtyards in hopes of encountering Lin Ruoqing by chance. However, with Yi City divided into 4 cities and 8 districts, home to hundreds of thousands, such serendipitous meetings were exceedingly rare. Human efforts can only go so far. Fate is inexorable. After 3 days, Imowen finally felt disheartened. Let us return to Jin State. This place is filled with big-nosed folk, he stated. Upon sensing Imowen's change of heart, Old Wu seized the moment. He had never supported Imowen's quest to the north, believing Lin Ruoqing did not warrant such sacrifice. Let us return, Imowen affirmed, nodding gravely. His search for his wife was driven 50% by instinct, 30% by duty, and only 20% by emotion. At that moment, he felt both disappointment and acceptance. He was naturally saddened by the absence of Lin Ruoqing, yet he found solace in the fact that despite all his efforts, he had come up empty-handed. Fearing another change of heart from Imowen, Old Wu wasted no time in urging him toward the southern gate. However, they had not ventured far when Imowen halted, turning to observe a Taoist priest purchasing grain by the roadside. "My lord, do you know him?" Old Wu inquired. "I do not," Imowen replied, shaking his head. "Then why are you watching him?" Old Wu pressed. Owen hesitated, as the sight of the priest evoked memories of Wuliang Mountain and, in turn, reminded him of the illiterate wolf spirit, Black San. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Old Wu. "We should visit Wuliang Mountain." "What? Why go there?" "If you become a Taoist, the Imo family will end with you." Old Wu exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "I will not become a Taoist. I simply wish to repay a favor." Lao Wu believed that Imowen intended to seek out the young monk who had rescued the two of them from the clutches of the bandits. "It was not that monk, but rather the hero who had left the fawn for us. He too has ventured to Wuliang Mountain." Imowen turned and headed west, having inadvertently heard mentions of Wuliang Mountain during his days in the city. Located 200 miles west of Yi City in Minzhou. "Are you going to deliver money to him?" Lao Wu inquired, catching up with him. "He might have some funds, but that hero is illiterate." "I shall see what assistance I can offer him," Imowen replied. The sage once said, "In matters of reciprocity, one must not be ungrateful. Receiving a benefaction necessitates a return, for only the petty are unworthy of kindness." Upon hearing this, Lao Wu nodded and easily followed Imowen, content as long as he did not seek Lin Ruoqing any further. After exiting the city, the two traveled westward. Lao Wu, restless, pressed Imowen for details about the hero. Imowen spoke vaguely. aware that revealing the truth would surely deter Lao Wu from pursuing Wuliang Mountain. He knew that the Dharma assembly was scheduled for the 15th day of the first lunar month. So in order to save time, the two hastened their journey. The next day, they reached the borders of Minzhou. After bowing and inquiring for directions, Imowen learned the general location of Wuliang Mountain. Situated to the southwest of Minzhou, as they proceeded, Imowen's heart began to fill with doubt. The country road was narrow, and few travelers were seen. Occasionally, some farmers passed by, not appearing to have traveled from afar. The wooden signs from the Shangqing sect should number in the tens of thousands, yet the actual visitors were few. While pondering this, Imowen noticed a farmer digging a channel to drain melted snow in the fields ahead. Approaching him, he inquired, and the farmer responded that Wuliang Mountain lay just within the western hills. He mentioned that many had come recently, but most had since departed. My lord, it seems the Shangqing sect has a rather poor reputation. Lao Wu remarked as the farmer spoke of Wuliang Mountain with disdain rather than reverence. Those who cultivate the way should not be tainted by the odor of money. Imowen nodded, recognizing that the farmer's discontent stemmed primarily from the exorbitant fees required for discipleship at Wuliang Mountain. While they conversed, a figure approached in the distance, and as he drew near, Imowen discerned that it was an irate young man clad in rough garments, carrying a bundle on his back. Turn back! They despise the poor and favor the rich, lacking any compassion, merely deceiving for their riches, the young man exclaimed as he passed by, hastily departing. Imowen was taken aback, wishing to ask him more. But the young man had already hurried away. My lord, shall we still proceed? Lao Wu queried. Since we have come this far, we might as well take a look, Imowen replied. They are swindlers. We have barely enough money as it is. Lao Wu expressed his concern. 3 Men make a tiger. Hearsay can be misleading, while seeing with one's own eyes holds greater truth. Imowen stepped forward, and Lao Wu resigned, sighed as he followed. Not long after, they entered the depths of the mountains, where human presence dwindled and the path grew ever narrower. At noon, Imowen heard a cacophony of voices ahead and hurried over the ridge, there, at the foot of a western peak. A throng of young men in rough clothing gathered outside a pavilion, clamoring with excitement. Imowen and Lao Wu quickly approached, discovering a red candle altar within the pavilion, flanked by 2 elderly Taoists. Among the young men, one stood with righteous indignation, pointing at couplets on 2 pillars of the pavilion, vehemently denouncing their content. Imowen glanced at the couplets, which read, Wuliang wonderful law, I have, you do not. And celestial path values life, separating the noble from the humble. The horizontal inscription proclaimed, your feelings, my willingness. Are nobles and lords truly of a different breed? All men are equal under heaven. How can there be distinctions of status? Such outrageous words, shameless Taoists. A scholar in rough clothing shouted, and others echoed his sentiments. The 2 elderly Taoists remained composed, ignoring the ruckus. Explain yourselves. Why do the wealthy enter freely upon payment, while we must kneel to ascend the mountain? If you do not clarify this today, we shall dismantle your money-grabbing pavilion. The leading scholar cried out. Imowen then realized that those who paid could enter upright, while the impoverished were forced to kneel, a grievous insult to the poor. Pay the fee, and this Taoist shall enlighten you. The round-faced Taoist gestured toward a wooden box in front of the altar. In a fit of anger, the leading young man reached out to the crowd, and those similarly destitute began to produce copper coins and small silver pieces. The young man cast the coins into the pavilion, declaring, if you do not clarify this today, do not blame us for our rudeness. 10 taels is insufficient. We shall not provide guidance. Depart. The long-faced Taoist waved his sleeve, causing the scattered coins to swiftly fly outside the pavilion, landing perfectly at the feet of the rough-clothed scholars. The leading scholar and the others were momentarily stunned, realizing the Taoist possessed martial prowess. It is preposterous for a monk to utter foul words. Let us charge him together and smash his money box, lest future visitors fall prey to his tricks, the rough-clothed scholar shouted, rallying the crowd to follow suit. To Imowen's astonishment, the 2 previously composed Taoists suddenly sprang into action, swiftly tossing out 10 would-be robbers among the scholars. The round-faced Taoist was gentle in his approach, while the long-faced Taoist was ruthless, sending those he tossed sprawling face-first onto the ground. While the scholars, though bruised, were not seriously injured, they hastily scrambled to their feet and fled eastward. The long-faced Taoist, with a flick of his wrist, sent the coins abandoned by the fleeing scholars back into the air, landing precisely in one of their bags. Owen watched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the monks would actually resort to such measures against the scholars. "Revered Taoist, are you here to seek the teachings of Ziyang Mountain?" The round-faced Taoist addressed him One, who stood speechless nearby. "May I inquire, why is it that those who pay may enter upright, while the financially constrained must kneel to ascend the mountain?" Imowen performed a bow to the two Taoists. "As a fellow scholar, you are more courteous than they. However, this Taoist cannot elucidate matters for you. You must come to your own understanding." The round-faced Taoist smiled. Owen furrowed his brow. Judging by their previous actions, it was clear that the two were skilled individuals, not mere con artists. Their apparent obsession with money seemed unreasonable. Furthermore, if they were indeed swindlers, they would not demand precisely 10 taels, for less would suffice. Their actions undoubtedly held deeper significance. Those with wealth express their sincerity through gold. Those without must demonstrate their intentions through deeds. The value of your actions lies not in riches, but in testing the sincerity of those who arrive. After a moment, Imowen suddenly grasped the meaning. To enter on one's knees holds profound significance. The round-faced Taoist nodded in agreement. Owen's brow furrowed again upon realizing that the Taoist meant he had only grasped half of the truth, with another half remaining elusive. "Why, Lord, do not be led astray," Lao Wu urged, pulling at Imowen's sleeve. Owen raised his hand, signaling Lao Wu to remain silent as he pondered deeply. After a moment, he relaxed and pointed at the couplets on the pillars. These lines aim to instill in those who enter the mountain an understanding of hierarchy and propriety. Without acknowledging status, there can be no decorum. One must position oneself correctly. Those who kneel at the mountain gate are deemed lesser, and under the watchful eyes of others, they cannot help but feel shame. Thus, their future cultivation will be arduous, striving tirelessly to compensate for their innate shortcomings, enduring countless hardships to wash away the indignity of kneeling. "Brother, if all youths in the world were like this one, how could our Shangqing sect not flourish?" The round-faced Taoist joyfully exclaimed to the long-faced Taoist. "What insight did you gain from our earlier confrontation with those scholars?" The long-faced Taoist asked, his expression impassive. "They are muddled in thought, unworthy of refinement. Hence, you two Taoists refrained from wasting breath on them. Later, they feigned the names of others and engaged in robbery. Although they are impoverished scholars, they acted with the audacity of bandits. Thus, you two Taoists showed no leniency and took action to rectify their wrongs," Imowen replied. "Let us verify the credentials." The long-faced Taoist expressed satisfaction with Imowen's response. Gesturing for him to present his identification, "I am Imowen," he stammered, taken aback by the inquiry. He had come to Ziyang Mountain solely in search of Hisan, not to seek teachings. Lacking funds is no hindrance. "I shall waive your fee and permit you to enter upright. Hand me your identification." The round-faced Taoist stepped forward and extended his hand toward Mowen, Owen felt increasingly troubled, helplessly glancing at Lao Wu. Observing Imowen's distress, Lao Wu, who had previously worried about him being deceived, recognized that Ziyang Mountain was asking for no money, thus it could not be a scam. Consequently, Imowen looked to him, and he instinctively retrieved the wooden token from his possession. The round-faced Taoist accepted the token and turned to the pavilion, taking up a brush to inscribe characters. "I am grateful for the kindness of both Taoists. However, I am an only child, having lost both parents. If I were to join your esteemed sect, would I not forsake filial piety?" Imowen, realizing he was unwittingly on the verge of becoming a Taoist, hastily declined. "The Shangqing sect does not forbid marriage," the round-faced Taoist replied, handing the wooden token back to Mowen. "My lord, if you become a Taoist, where shall I go?" Lao Wu interjected anxiously. "Has this servant ever studied letters?" The round-faced Taoist asked before Imowen could respond. "No, I have not." Imowen shook his head, acknowledging the Taoist's kindness. The round-faced Taoist, valuing talent, noted Imowen's reluctance to accept, swiftly turning to the long-faced Taoist, who nodded slightly. "If one does not understand letters, one cannot recite the scriptures." Can you cook? Lao Wu was perplexed by the meaning of the round-faced Taoist and turned to look at Mo1. Mo1 forced a smile and spoke. The Taoist wishes to take you in to cook for everyone at the temple. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you. Lao Wu not only did not feel disheartened, but instead his joy was palpable, as he repeatedly bowed to the two Taoists. Senior brother, I will escort him up and return shortly. The round-faced Taoist greeted the long-faced Taoist and led the two into the mountains. Taoist, am I now a disciple of Qingqing? Mo1 still had not comprehended the situation. Certainly not. The selection lasts for 3 years and 9 trials. Only upon passing all can one receive the direct teachings of the ancestor. Chapter 15. Entering the Mountain Gate. Is the selection truly 3 years long? Mo1 was taken aback. The Qingqing Grand Ceremony is held once every 2 decades. After the selection, the ancestor personally imparts the profound teachings. 3 years for the selection is not a long time. The round-faced Taoist nodded. May I ask, Taoist, what are the 9 trials? And what shall I do if I fail? Mo1 fell half a step behind the round-faced Taoist as they walked. This matter I have not personally experienced, so I cannot provide detailed information. However, according to past custom, there should be 6 trials for entry and 3 for the teachings of the Great Tao. Your intelligence is remarkable, even if you do not pass. You can remain at Ziyang Mountain to learn our sect spells, the round-faced Taoist explained. How many like me come seeking the teachings? Mo1 inquired. Fewer than 300. The round-faced Taoist sighed and shook his head, clearly unimpressed by the number. How many ultimately remain? Mo1 pressed further. There is no fixed number. Passing the 6 trials is already challenging, and the last 3 are even more difficult. It has been nearly 1,000 years since any disciple of Qingqing has received a Tao title from the ancestor. The round-faced Taoist shook his head. I have heard that upon entering the mountain gate, one receives a Tao title. Why do we not? Mo1 respectfully asked, as he followed closely behind the elder, not daring to look around at the mountain scenery. After passing the first 6 trials, one becomes a disciple of the Qingqing Taoists. Only after passing the last 3 trials can one be considered a preliminary disciple. And only those who comprehend the great Tao and ascend can become disciples of the ancestor, receiving a Tao title personally bestowed by him. The round-faced Taoist clarified. May I respectfully inquire about your esteemed title? Taoist? Mo1 performed a bow to the round-faced Taoist. I am Qingyang Zi. The stern-faced elder you saw earlier is my second senior brother, Guiyang Zi, and my first senior brother, Xianyang Zi. Is the headmaster here? The Taoist replied with a smile. With such esteemed identities, why do you toil so? Mo1 gestured towards a small pavilion at the foot of the mountain. The younger generation here all have their duties and cannot spare the time. Besides, this is the first trial for entry. If entrusted to the juniors, it may lead to errors. Qingyangzi explained. Mo1 nodded repeatedly, understanding that, as Qingyangzi stated, the first trial was crucial and required the discerning of the genuine from the false. As they conversed, Mo1 suddenly noticed a woman in white kneeling on the stone path ahead. She was dressed entirely in white, petite in stature, with fine hair cascading down. Her face was veiled, obscuring her true appearance. As Mo1 entered the mountain for the first time, he dared not ask questions, following Qingyangzi as they passed by the woman. However, as he turned his head, he caught her gaze. Her eyes were exceedingly beautiful, clear and gentle, and though her features were hidden, her eyes alone revealed her kind nature. As he turned back, Mo1 not only saw her eyes but also noticed the bloodstains beneath her knees. The pain of kneeling on the rugged path was evident, and given that the temple was still out of sight, it seemed she would have to endure this for quite some time. Mo1, naturally compassionate, could not bear to see another in suffering. He hesitated briefly, knowing he had little money on him, but after a moment's reflection, he stopped and said, Taoist, I still have some funds. I am willing to offer 10 taels of silver to allow this girl to walk upright. Your compassion is commendable, but this girl must kneel. She cannot rise. Qingyangzi replied without pause. Mo1 cast a helpless glance at the woman in white. She had heard his earlier words and nodded slightly in gratitude. He returned the gesture and turned to leave. Though filled with questions, he refrained from speaking, for this was another's domain, and he must adhere to the etiquette of a guest. For a while, Qingyangzi remained silent as he led them north through the mountains. Ziyang Mountain consisted of two main peaks. Upon reaching the summit of the southern secondary peak, the main peak's buildings came into view. Three immense structures stood independently on the eastern, western, and southern sides of the main peak. Connected by paths, these buildings occupied a vast expanse, grand and profound, and as the sun began to set, the mountain was suffused with the fragrance of incense. The songs of birds filled the air, and the streams flowed with clarity, while the western mountain radiated a rosy glow, revealing an ethereal elegance and hidden spiritual aura. The main hall houses our sect's Taoists. You will reside in the eastern hall, while the western hall is prepared for the heads of the various Qingqing sects. Qingyangzi pointed out. Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. The heads of the other sects also come here to hear the ancestors' teachings? Imowen inquired. The ancestor is not present here. Under Qingqing, there are many sects, each with its own specialties. After the 6 trials, the heads of the sects will gradually arrive to impart their teachings and share their knowledge, aiding the preliminary disciples in understanding the laws of Qingqing, integrating the diverse teachings into one, paving the way for their future ascension. Qingyangzi explained. Owen nodded in understanding. It seemed that all the sects under Qingqing placed great importance on the grand ceremony, and if he could successfully pass the assessments, he would be able to learn all the skills and spells under Qingqing. After a short distance, the path split into 3. Qingyangzi halted and said to Imowen, "You go to the eastern hall. I will arrange for your servant." "Thank you, Taoist, thank you." Imowen bowed deeply to Qingyangzi. After completing his bow, he turned to Lao Wu and said, "You are fortunate to be favored by the Taoist. You must be diligent and obedient. If you cause trouble, you will not be allowed to stay here." "Rest assured, I will not disgrace you," Lao Wu replied with a nod. Once Qingyangzi had finished speaking to the two, he led Lao Wu to the main hall, while Imowen proceeded towards the eastern hall with his token. Moments later, Imowen arrived outside the eastern hall, where a Taoist checked his token and led him into the temple. Qingyangzi's description of the eastern hall was quite accurate, as there were no altars here, and the rooms were primarily for habitation. Besides the front and back courtyards, there was also a separate building on the west side, which appeared to be for residents as well. There were numerous rooms here, but occupancy was sparse. Most were empty. Preferring solitude, Imowen chose a room for himself, which contained 2 beds adorned with blue bedding and a wash basin. The eastern courtyard provides meals, and you may roam freely within the courtyard, but do not leave the main gate. The guiding Taoist instructed Mowen. Owen quickly expressed his gratitude, and the Taoist turned to leave. After a long journey, Imowen was quite hungry. Once he set down his belongings, he headed to the eastern courtyard. As he approached, he heard a commotion from the dining hall. "Third Master eats meat. How can this bird-like thing be eaten?" Upon hearing this, Imowen was filled with joy and hurried into the dining hall, where he saw San loudly berating the young Taoist distributing food. The child, startled, was at a loss for words. In the hall, dozens of people were eating, both men and women, the women all veiled, and at the commotion, many turned to look. "Hero." Imowen quickly approached San. "Ah, scholar, where did you run off to that night? Third Master was looking for you." San exclaimed with delight upon seeing Imowen. "I went out to gather firewood and ended up getting lost." Imowen replied as he pulled San aside, "I knew I didn't misjudge you. Your words are always reliable." San grinned, patting Imowen on the shoulder. Imowen, unable to withstand the forceful slap, stepped back after a couple of exchanges. "This is a fine meal. Those outside cannot have this," Imowen remarked to San, who noticed the thick, fragrant porridge in everyone's bowls. "I can't eat this bird-like thing." San grimaced. "Follow me. I have some leftover venison in my room," Imowen offered, referring to the roe deer as deer meat. Upon hearing this, San's eyes lit up, and he followed Imowen out of the dining hall and into his room. "Hero, do you have no silver on you?" Imowen asked San, who was devouring the deer meat, as it was evident from his worn-out knees that he had entered on them. "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes Third Master furious. Others pay silver and can walk in, but we pay silver and still have to kneel. What kind of logic is that? It's truly outrageous." San exclaimed, eyes wide with indignation. "Who else had to pay silver and kneel to enter?" Imowen asked, puzzled. "Anyone who isn't human has to kneel to enter," Even if they pay, He-san grumbled as he tore into the deer meat. Imowen was taken aback. If what He-san said was true, then the white-clad veiled woman he had seen earlier must also be a transformed being. Recalling her clear and gentle gaze, he found it hard to associate her with beasts. Hero, since you have come to learn spells, you must not act recklessly. Once you arrive here, you must abide by the rules. Otherwise, they will expel you. And you will have to return to Wuxin Mountain empty-handed, Imowen advised. He-san, who was busy devouring the deer meat, nodded in acknowledgement. Hero, where do you reside? Imowen inquired, knowing that He-san's demeanor was boisterous and reckless, and he needed to keep a close watch on him to prevent trouble. I in the western courtyard. He-san gestured westward. Come stay with me, Imowen suggested. As darkness began to fall, he rose to light the oil lamp on the table. We can only stay in the western courtyard. This is truly outrageous. They claim Qingqing is broad-minded and inclusive, yet since Third Master arrived here, he has been treated as inferior at every turn. He-san, with his bristling beard and glaring eyes, made a deep, rumbling sound. Mo1, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly, recognizing the reasoning behind the Taoists' arrangement at Ziyang Mountain. Placing those aberrations alongside humans was fraught with danger. Should their beastly instincts flare and they maul a few individuals, it would be difficult to contain. You are fortunate. Knowing that Third Master is a wolf does not instill fear in you. He-san remarked. Mo-wen's smile turned bittersweet. If He-san were aware that he had fled in fright that very night, he would not have made such a statement. By the way, how many people are residing in the western courtyard? Imowen inquired with curiosity. 7 or 8. I suppose there's no one. All like me, He-san replied. Are they all wolves? Imowen asked further. Not all. I cannot discern what they are, but I believe one resembles a bird. He-san tilted his head, pondering. Tomorrow, the selection may commence. You must stay close to me. It is always good to have someone to look out for, Imowen stated, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Very well, I shall take my leave. You have food now. I will take this, He-san declared, seizing the last deer leg and rising, in a rush. Do stay a while longer, Imowen sincerely urged. It cannot be. We are forbidden to venture out after dark. What a ridiculous rule, He-san grumbled as he left. Clutching the deer leg, Owen walked to the door to see He-san off, his heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. He rejoiced at the serendipitous opportunity to learn magic, for once mastered, he would no longer be subject to bullying. Yet, he worried about He-san's wild, unruly nature and illiteracy, making it challenging for him to pass the selection. Chapter 16. The harsh selection. Imowen had not come to Ziyang Mountain with the sole purpose of seeking the Tao. Rather, he aimed to assist He-san in successfully passing the selection. Hero, wait! Imowen called out as He-san reached the entrance of the western courtyard. He-san turned back, pausing. Imowen hurried to catch up. Hero, please tell me about your ancestry, your family situation, and your age. Why do you ask such things? He-san queried, puzzled. Tomorrow, the people of Ziyang Mountain may require us to write down our ancestral and familial information. If you share it with me, I will write it down for you on paper. When the time comes, you can simply copy it and submit it alongside me, Imowen explained. You bookworm, you truly misjudge me. You dare to contemplate cheating and deception. Your intentions are not pure, He-san exclaimed. Raising his voice, Mo1 was taken aback by this accusation, momentarily speechless. However, driven by a desire to repay kindness, he bore no ill will towards He-san. You cannot read. Without the ability to recite scriptures, you cannot enter the Tao. This is a desperate measure. If we do not proceed this way, they will expel you. That is true, He-san conceded, and began to recount his ancestry and family details as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. You should return now. Meet me at the entrance at the second watch, Imowen instructed quietly after He-san finished. He-san agreed and turned to leave. Upon returning to his room, Imowen took up his writing implements and meticulously recorded everything He-san had shared. He noted that He-san's parents had long since passed, leaving no names behind. He had a wife and numerous children, though He-san could not recall how many, approximately 20, he believed. After completing his writing, it was already the second watch. He approached the entrance of the western courtyard to find Haihei San waiting for quite some time. "You nearly killed Third Master," Haihei San grumbled, accepting the paper memo when offered without thanks. Tucking it into his clothing before returning to his quarters. The Taoist temple at Ziyang Mountain was situated on the sunny slope of a peak, surrounded by tall walls that shielded it from the wind. The interior was warm and the bedding tidy. Yet, Imowen found it hard to sleep that night, for as Haihei San had pointed out, his actions were indeed tantamount to cheating. Should this be revealed, he would undoubtedly be expelled from Ziyang Mountain. At dawn, the sound of chanting and the clanging of gongs resonated from the main hall. The inhabitants of the eastern hall rose in response. Among the 300 gathered were many who were already Taoists, now reciting scriptures. There were also a dozen monks chanting Buddhist texts, along with several scholarly individuals, fearing accusations of laziness as they loudly recited the classics. The eastern hall was abuzz with commotion. The Taoists had their meals 3 times a day, hence breakfast was served early. After the meal, as the sun rose, everyone was summoned to the eastern hall. Imowen surveyed the room, noticing that most of the 300 were young men and women, Taoists and monks alike, though the men outnumbered the masked women by a significant margin. On the western side stood another cluster of about a dozen individuals. Their appearances peculiar, likely the aberrations residing in the western courtyard. Haihei San and the white-clad woman who had knelt the previous day were among them. As there was no assigned seating, Imowen walked over and stood beside Haihei San. Upon seeing him, Haihei San grinned broadly. The white-clad woman also nodded in greeting, to which Imowen responded with a nod of acknowledgement, remaining silent. Moments later, 2 figures entered through the doorway. Imowen turned to look and recognized them as Qinjiangzi and Ziyang, whom he had seen at the pavilion the previous day. As they entered, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the two as they ascended the wooden platform on the northern side. "Esteemed guests, we apologize for the lack of hospitality at Ziyang Mountain. Please do not take offense," Ziyang, the long-faced elder, addressed the crowd first. Upon hearing this, the assembly responded in unison, assuring that Ziyang Mountain had shown no negligence. "I am Ziyang, and this is my junior brother, Qinjiangzi. Our master, burdened with administrative duties, has dispatched us to select talented individuals," Ziyang proclaimed, introducing themselves. The identities of those present varied widely. Upon hearing this, they all bowed, clasped their hands together, and paid their respects to Ziyang and Qinjiangzi. "Since you have entered our mountain gates, from today onward, you shall be disciples of the Shangqing sect, regardless of your previous affiliations. If you wish to study the Shangqing teachings, you must join our sect," Ziyang declared with authority. This declaration elicited a stir among the crowd, as many were disciples of other sects or monks, making it difficult for them to accept Ziyang's words. "Brother, such words are mistaken. The Shangqing sect is known for its benevolence and inclusivity, promoting teachings and practices meant to benefit all. How can we harbor sectarian biases?" Qinjiangzi interjected, his face round and earnest. "The Shangqing teachings are all-encompassing. To understand their profundity demands singular focus. If one attempts to study multiple paths, achieving true mastery will be exceedingly difficult," Ziyang retorted, his expression stern. "The myriad paths of the world all converge on a single principle. Regardless of sect affiliation, the essence of practice is to gain insight into the great Tao. Though the paths may diverge now, they will surely converge in the future. In my view, regardless of one's original sect, be it Taoist or Buddhist, male or female, all should be treated equally, and the great teachings should be imparted to all," Qinjiangzi asserted, his demeanor resolute. "Those who come must enter our Shangqing sect. Only by casting aside the practices of other sects can the Shangqing teachings maintain their orthodoxy and remain true," Ziyang insisted. Glaring point: one must safeguard their origins. Like rivers merging into the sea, true greatness lies in inclusivity. To pursue the true Tao, one must embrace all paths, Qinjiangzi replied, equally defiant. At this point, the audience was dumbfounded, as they had not anticipated that the selection would be preceded by such a heated argument between the two elders. "Those who agree with my words, stand to the left," Ziyang commanded with a cold snort. "Those who find my words reasonable, stand to the right," Qinjiangzi declared, taking 3 steps to distance himself from his elder brother. After their statements, the crowd was left in shock. Moments later, they began to gravitate towards Qin Jiangzi's side. Qin Jiangzi's arguments were notably broad-minded and accommodating, while Jiangzi's statements exhibited a clear bias and exclusivity, reflecting a narrow perspective. Before long, the crowd had split into two factions, with over 200 rallying behind Qin Jiangzi, while Jiangzi's followers numbered less than 100. "What are you pulling me for?" Hai-San asked, noticing Imowen tugging at his clothing. "We should join Qin Jiangzi's side," Imowen whispered urgently. "You can go if you wish, but I refuse. That fellow is small-minded and petty." Hai-San adamantly shook his head. "This is no ordinary debate. The losing side may very well be expelled." "Come with me," Imowen insisted, gripping Hai-San tightly. "Why should I follow you? That fellow lacks the support of the people. You should join me instead." Hai-San pulled Imowen towards the group on the west side. "This argument is not merely a test of our composure. It is a measure of our loyalty. Those with divided hearts will surely be eliminated," Imowen persisted, straining to pull Hai-San along. "That old black-faced one has his biases. He will never achieve greatness." Hai-San, with his greater strength, quickly pulled Imowen towards the western faction. While inclusivity is commendable, unwavering loyalty is the foundation of one's character. "Come along," Imowen countered, pulling back with determination. "Be why this time." The crowd had completed their division. All eyes now focused on Imowen and Hai-San. Seeing that Hai-San remained obstinate, Imowen, in frustration, broke free and ran back to the eastern side. After a moment of hesitation, Hai-San ultimately decided to follow. "To all our esteemed friends, we shall escort you down the mountain, return your silver, and provide travel expenses," the round-faced elder stated, gesturing towards the crowd before him. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, but Qin Jiangzi and Jiangzi wasted no time. They waved their hands, signaling their sect members to expel the 200 individuals. With this single action, they swiftly removed the monks and members of other sects, leaving behind primarily young scholars. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. Within the span of a single incense stick, over 60% had been dismissed, making it clear that surviving until the end would be exceedingly difficult. "Bookworm, thank you." Hai-San grinned at Imowen, expressing his gratitude. Imowen, upon hearing this, shook his head with a bitter smile. Given the stringent selection process, the likelihood of Hai-San making it to the end was exceedingly slimmed. "To join our Shangqing sect, one must be unwaveringly loyal and respect our ancestors and heritage. Without loyalty, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the harm they may cause." Jiangzi surveyed the remaining crowd. "We shall heed the Taoist teachings." The remaining individuals responded in unison. "Those who are short-sighted, missing fingers, or have speech impediments, step forward." Ziyang spoke once more. As soon as his words fell, 8 individuals stepped forward. They were at a loss, unable to discern the medicinal herbs, unable to open their heavenly eyes due to short-sightedness, unable to grasp the incantations with their maimed fingers, and unable to recite the true words due to their stammering. Ziyang, his expression devoid of emotion, stated that since they had arrived, they should proceed to the main hall to offer incense. Shortly, someone would return their silver and provide travel expenses. Naturally, the 8 felt regret, but the die was cast. Their pleas were in vain, and they could only sigh deeply as they followed the guiding Taoist away. Among the remaining 80 or so individuals, many had begun to tremble, and Imowen felt a twinge of anxiety, for he was unaware of what the next selection would entail. Point 10 formed a line, with 8 in order, arms to the left and right, 3 feet apart in front and back. Qin Jiangzi raised his hand and addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly lined up. Once the lineup was complete, a disciple responsible for menial tasks brought forth a wooden table and set up the writing materials. Names, birth dates, ancestral origins, the presence of parents, and the number of siblings, all were to be recorded. Qin Jiangzi spoke. Hearing this, everyone immediately bowed and began to write. Imowen turned to Hai-San and noticed him wearing a troubled expression, holding the brush in a state of indecision. "Copy what I wrote yesterday." Imowen whispered. "It's gone." Hai-San replied with a pout. "Search carefully," Imowen urged, anxious, for Gu Yangzi's inquiries were not numerous, and the allotted writing time was limited. "Last night, after attending to nature's call, I wiped." Hai-San raised his hand to scratch his head. Upon hearing this, Imowen felt a wave of despair wash over him and hurriedly bent down to write, hoping to finish quickly and help He-san compose another copy. However, midway through, he discovered that the round-faced old Taoist Qing Yangzi was standing beside him, examining his work, not moving away. When the time was up, He-san's paper was entirely blank. You three are illiterate. Without the ability to read and write, you cannot recite scriptures or inscribe talismans. Proceed to the main hall to offer incense and leave as soon as possible, Guyangzi said to He-san and the others. Those who could not read were not limited to He-san alone. 2 others accompanied him. Hearing this, the other 2 were greatly disheartened and turned to leave, but He-san refused to go. Kneeling and pleading to stay. Taoist, out of compassion, I can teach him to read. Please allow him to remain. Imowen bowed and spoke, I in matters of respect and rank. Do you presume to interrupt our discourse? Guyangzi scoffed coldly. Upon witnessing Guyangzi's rudeness, Imowen's anger flared, and he glared at him. Such an unyielding sect was not worth entering. Literacy is not achieved overnight. Sit down and refrain from speaking out of turn. Qing Yangzi, who held a favorable view of Imowen, quickly gestured for him to remain silent. Bookworm, do not make it difficult. Just let third master leave. He-san, feeling grateful for Imowen's defense, turned towards him and patted his shoulder, leaving behind a phrase to visit him at Heifeng Ridge in Buxian Mountain when he had the chance. Chapter 17. Loyalty and filial piety as the foundation of existence. He-san's departure ignited Imowen's desire to leave as well. The masked woman in white, standing beside him, subtly shook her head, signaling him not to act rashly. For half an hour, Guyangzi and Qing Yangzi continued to review the papers submitted by the crowd, separating them into 2 piles after reading to Imowen. Observing this, felt puzzled. Guyangzi had only requested that everyone write about their origins and family situations, yet judging by the current circumstances, they seemed to be undergoing a selection process. Was familial background also a criterion? As noon approached, Guyangzi read aloud the names of over 50 individuals, all of whom were eliminated, prompting an outcry from the crowd seeking the reasons for their exclusion. If your parents are alive, you must not wander far. To do so is unfilial. You all have parents to care for. How can you disregard them in pursuit of spiritual cultivation? Guyangzi's tone was particularly stern. After speaking, he gestured for the nearby Taoist to expel the 50 or so individuals. The remaining crowd, including Imowen, who had previously held reservations about Guyangzi, now felt a deep respect for both him and Qing Yangzi's selection process. What Guyangzi spoke of was the shared doctrine of filial piety in both Confucianism and Taoism. While parents are alive, one must not stray far. Let us first dine. After noon, we shall return here. Guyangzi, akin to a sage, walked out with the remaining 30 or so individuals carrying the rolled-up papers. Qing Yangzi, more affable in nature, smiled at the crowd before turning to leave. After Guyangzi and Qing Yangzi departed, the remaining individuals breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave the Eastern Hall at a leisurely pace. Imowen remained still, reflecting on the earlier selections. The fee paid at the pavilion before the mountain was the first selection. Testing sincerity. The formal selections conducted in the morning were likely the second and third tests. The second evaluated loyalty, while the third examined filial piety. These 3 stages were all centered around moral character, indicating the importance the Shangqing sect placed on the character of its disciples. There are still 3 tests to go. Imowen sighed after a long while, turning to leave, only to discover that the woman in white had not departed either. Young master, may I inquire why you say there are still 3 tests? The woman in white performed a martial salute towards Mowen. In response to your question, I once heard Taoist Qing Yang mention that to enter the Shangqing sect, one must pass through 6 gates. Counting thus far, only 3 have been completed. Imowen replied, in these enlightened times, it was not considered improper for men and women to converse, and the women seeking the Tao only veiled their faces to avoid suspicion. Thank you for your guidance. The woman in white expressed her gratitude. It was merely a small effort. No need for thanks, Imowen replied as he stepped out. Due to preoccupations weighing on his mind, Imowen did not venture to the dining hall but instead returned slowly to his room. Upon entering, he discovered 2 gold nuggets resting on his bed. These pieces of gold had not been refined but were natural nuggets. And according to historical records, Buxian Mountain in the northeast was rich in gold veins. Undoubtedly, These gold pieces were left for him by He San upon his departure. The inability to assist He San left Mo when feeling quite disheartened, and the morning's selection had cast a shadow over his heart. The myriad rules of the Shangqing sect, coupled with strict selection processes, the evident hierarchy, and the imposing demeanor of the elders, suggested that even if he passed the selections, the next 3 years would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous. In the afternoon, Mo Wen returned to the Eastern Hall, where all the prospective disciples had already gathered. He arrived last. After waiting a moment longer, Gu Yangzi and Qing Yangzi ambled in, with accompanying Taoists bringing forth wooden tables and the 4 treasures of the study. If one cultivates the Tao and others insult you, how should you respond? Gu Yangzi posed the question. With a single word, Qing Yangzi mischievously added. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of concern. The question was already challenging to answer, and responding with a single word heightened the difficulty, making it easy to miss the intended meaning. However, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as the two finished speaking, they raised their hands, signaling the nearby Taoists to collect the answers. The crowd, in a hurry, had no time to ponder and hastily responded. Gu Yangzi and Qing Yangzi sat high upon the wooden platform, reviewing the submissions, while the crowd exchanged anxious glances. Jiyu Yangzi maintained a stoic expression, while Qing Yangzi furrowed his brow or nodded in approval during his review, occasionally bursting into laughter at some of the answers. Zhao Fengchong, Luo Yulin, Ma Chuangshuang, and Su Hanqing all answered with the word kill, displaying a lack of tolerance, excessive bloodshed, and thus were ordered to return their silver and descend the mountain. Gu Yangzi spoke coldly. Did we, the younger generation, dare to clarify? The Taoist only permitted us to respond with a single word, yet did not grant us the time to deliberate, leading to our hasty imbalances. A young man bowed in protest. In haste, one may reveal their true nature. While Taoism does not prohibit killing, it is indeed cautious. Indiscriminate slaughter is not the Taoist way, Gu Yangzi replied. His words rendered the 4 speechless, and they left their seats, turning to depart in despair. Just as the remaining individuals believed they had passed unscathed, Gu Yangzi once again called out 9 names. You 9 wrote the word yield. You must remember that our Taoism is not like Buddhism. We do not advocate for excessive compassion. When it is time to act, one must act. Punishing evil and correcting wrongs is the true path. Excessive compassion is not to be tolerated. The 9 trembled upon hearing this. Yet to their astonishment, Gu Yangzi did not expel them after his admonition, indicating that Taoism still prioritized compassion. Who is Lu Shaoqing? Qing Yangzi, who had remained silent, inquired with a smile. A refined young man stood trembling at the sound. Bowing deeply, awaiting guidance. Is this what you wrote? Qing Yangzi held up one of the submissions. Due to the proximity, everyone present saw the large character for run, and laughter erupted throughout the hall. To flee without a fight not only diminishes one's own honor, but also tarnishes the reputation of one's school. A practitioner should possess the spirit of plum blossoms and be full of the winds of bamboo. One must not fear the strong nor bully the weak. You must remember this, Qing Yangzi admonished, his laughter subsiding. The younger generation will remember the Taoist's teachings, Lu Shaoqing replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he realized he had not been expelled. It was only at this moment that the crowd felt a slight sense of security. It appeared that the Shangqing sect was only stringent regarding issues of character, while less significant matters were treated with considerable leniency, as evidenced by the fact that even the one who had fled was not expelled. Since Mo Wen had previously stood beside He San, after He San's departure, he found himself next to the woman in white. She leaned towards him and whispered, "Young master, what did you write?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wen picked up his brush and wrote, and she did likewise. After completing their writings, they exchanged papers. The woman had written strike, while Mo Wen had written punish, though their meanings were largely similar. In terms of nuance, Mo Wen's expression conveyed a deeper understanding. If one were to learn the art of alchemy and 2 individuals sought medical aid, one wealthy and the other poor, and only one could be saved, whom would you choose? Gu Yangzi posed the question once more. 2 words, came the response. Qing Yangzi's actions were rather troublesome, and he limited the word count as soon as the question arose. Many turned their gazes towards the attendant Taoist standing nearby, only to find that they were not in a hurry to collect the papers. This brought a slight sense of relief, allowing them to slowly pick up their pens and write their answers. Imowen found himself troubled. What appeared to be a simple question was, in reality, quite difficult to answer. A wrong response would undoubtedly lead to disqualification. His previous studies in Confucianism inclined him towards aiding the poor and supporting the weak. Yet his unfortunate circumstances compelled him to consider selecting the wealthy. The rationale was simple. The rich had not robbed him of his silver, nor had they sought to strip him and Lao Wu of our garments. In a moment of indecision, Imowen suddenly recalled the requirement to pay silver to enter Ziyang Mountain, and he experienced an epiphany. Seeking medical aid and remedies relies heavily on sincerity. The wealthy are sincere. Thus they carry gold and silver. Conversely, the poor, lacking gold and silver, may offer other tokens of their heartfelt intentions. Their empty-handed arrival aligns with the ancient adage that the pitiable must possess something detestable. After a brief interval, the Taoist collected the papers, and Gu Yangzi and Qin Jiangzi began their review. Only a few dozen remained, and the two swiftly completed their assessments, their expressions growing exceedingly grave. "Why did you choose to save the poor?" Gu Yangzi inquired. He did not designate anyone to respond, thus no one rose to answer. After a prolonged silence, a sharp-nosed man in a green robe stood up, asserting, "It is the duty of a cultivator to assist the weak and combat the strong. The wealthy are replete with the stench of copper and are unworthy of rescue. The impoverished are destitute and without support, thus deserving of aid." Owen recognized this individual. He resided in the same courtyard as He San and was likely the bird referred to by him. After this person spoke, several others nodded in agreement, indicating they too had chosen to save the poor. "And why did you choose to save the wealthy?" Gu Yangzi did not comment on the birdman's response but posed another question. At this, the divisions became evident. Those who opted to save the wealthy numbered only 10, less than half. Observing that no one else would respond, Imowen stood up and replied, "The wealthy approach with gold in hand, harboring respect and a desire for exchange. The poor come empty-handed, bearing only a plea for pity. While the impoverished may not grasp the nuances of propriety, they should possess a heart of gratitude and reciprocity, rather than succumb to self-pity and despair. Therefore, as a younger generation, I choose to save the wealthy and put an end to misguided tendencies." The birdman interjected, "If you wish to combat the strong and aid the weak, you might as well become a thief. If you seek to alleviate suffering, you should turn to the Buddhist path. The Taoist way is to save those deserving of salvation, not to indiscriminately dispense compassion, which only cultivates minor ailments into significant troubles." Imowen, perceiving the other's disrespectful tone, raised his voice in response. "Impudence." Gu Yangzi's eyes flashed with anger, prompting both to quickly lower their heads. "This round tests your magnanimity and decorum." Imowen's answer aligns with the Taoist way of conduct. "Your responses, while not entirely incorrect, diverge from our principles, suggesting a desire for reputation. Those who cultivate should maintain high moral standards, harbor pride, and focus inwardly. Unaffected by external influences, one's heart must be steady, and aspirations must be unwavering." With a sigh, Qin Jiangzi waved his hand. "You may leave now." The crowd that had chosen to aid the poor felt immense regret. Their choice stemmed primarily from a desire to please the two elder Taoists overseeing the assessment. They assumed that Taoism would show compassion towards the downtrodden, only to realize they were mistaken. The Taoist way does not judge based on wealth or poverty, but rather treats everyone equally, neither favoring nor disdainful of wealth or poverty, focusing solely on the attitude presented. The consequence of an incorrect answer was dismissal, with no room for leniency. The previous 5 rounds had evaluated sincerity, loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and demeanor. The final question, if answered correctly, would grant entry into the upper clear sect. Gu Yangzi surveyed the remaining 10 individuals. "When your magical abilities reach fruition, how will you apply them?" The response was limited to 10 characters. This time, Qin Jiangzi did not smile that Imowen contemplated before writing, "Strengthen oneself, benefit friends and family, and bring prosperity to the world." The final round eliminated 3 individuals who wrote about loyalty to the sovereign and serving the nation, deemed insincere. After the initial 6 rounds of selection, only 7 remained from the original 300. Chapter 18. Secret Revelations. Chapter 19. Donning the Taoist Robes. Chapter 20. Crossing over. Chapter 21. Joining the Upper Clear Sect Chapter 22. Bathing Chapter 23. The Old Tortoise's Teachings Chapter 24. Hidden Depths Chapter 25. Enlightenment Chapter 26. Completing the Teachings Chapter 27. Initiation Chapter 28. The Virtue of Greatness Chapter 29. Intent Chapter 30. True Transmission Chapter 31. The Whereabouts of Lin Ruoqing Chapter 32. The Art of Healing Chapter 33. Yu Linglong Chapter 34. Disembowelment Chapter 35. All Medicine is Poisonous Chapter 36. Immune to All Poisons Chapter 37. The Art of Alchemy Chapter 38. Ghostly Hands and Steps Chapter 39. Lightness Skills Chapter 40. The Seventh Challenge Chapter 41. The General's Mansion Chapter 42. Effortlessly Accomplished Chapter 43. A Melody for the Phoenix, Seeking the Phoenix After Leaving the Mill. Imowen quickly returned to the East City. Within a day, he successfully treated the patient designated by Yu Linglong, allowing him to remain in Yi City for 3 days, even after accounting for his return journey. During his return, Imowen did not hurry, as he constantly searched for clothing to change into. The Taoist robe he wore was embroidered with the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams on both the front and back, necessitating that he conceal it with ordinary garments. Along the way, he encountered several fabric shops, but they only sold cloth and silk, with no ready-made garments available. It was impossible to seek out others' clothes hanging to dry, as fabric was precious and ordinary households lacked sufficient materials. Thus, no one would leave clothing out to DIY in a moment of desperation. He could only reverse his Taoist robe and dismantle his hairpin, opting for a simple hairstyle. Arriving outside the general's mansion at the second watch of the night, he found no buildings taller than the mansion itself in the vicinity. The 2 large trees had shed their leaves, providing no cover, making it impossible to observe the situation within the mansion from outside. Lao Wu had previously mentioned that there were numerous guards within the mansion, since they could serve as guards. They must be skilled in martial arts. Mo1 was confident he could defeat these guards, yet he lacked assurance in remaining undetected. If he waited until the dead of night, the guards would surely be on high alert. At this hour, however, it was merely the second watch, and the guards had likely not yet mobilized. Even if they had, they would not be overly tense, as most burglars typically struck after the third watch, with few acting during the second. With this in mind, Imowen resolved to scale the wall and enter the courtyard. Such a large estate would undoubtedly have a rear garden, and entering through it would allow him to conceal himself among the flora, especially given the cold of winter, which would likely deter anyone from venturing into the garden. The wall was 8 feet high, but this would not impede him. After covering his face with a scarf, he used the ground to propel himself upward, peering over the courtyard wall and discovering that his previous assumptions were correct. The garden lay to the northwest. The garden was silent, indicating that it was unoccupied. Having never engaged in such activities before, Imowen felt a surge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he leaped into the courtyard and quietly proceeded south. At this moment, the layout of the estate was quite similar. The main hall served as the reception area for guests. The central courtyard housed the master and his children, with the children typically residing on the east side, while the servants occupied the west. Beyond the central courtyard lay the rear courtyard, where the master's female relatives resided, and further north was the garden. The women of the household rarely ventured outside, often taking leisurely strolls in the garden after meals. The garden was not particularly large, measuring only about 100 paces in circumference. A wall separated the garden from the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the wall, Imowen noticed an almost invisible fine thread about 3 feet from the wall, adorned with copper bells at intervals. Should a thief pass by at night, they would inevitably disturb the thread, causing the bells to ring and alerting the guards to their presence. However, this precaution only deterred common burglars and was ineffective against those skilled in nocturnal vision. Imowen quietly avoided the thread, scaling the wall and entering the rear courtyard where the female relatives resided. The buildings in the rear courtyard were relatively dispersed, with 2 pavilions situated on either side, separated by several dozen paces, and 5 small courtyards scattered throughout, none of which were adjacent to one another. Wealthy households typically had multiple wives and concubines, and these pavilions and courtyards likely housed the master's female companions. At this moment, all 7 pavilions were lit, and the occasional sound of women's voices could be heard. Owen scanned the vicinity, finding no one around, and stealthily approached the nearest courtyard. The walls of these small courtyards were quite low, allowing him to easily peer inside. However, as it was winter, the doors were closed, and the paper windows were heavily covered, making it impossible to see inside. At that moment, the courtyard door was open, and there was no one inside. Summoning his courage, Imowen slipped through the front door to peer into the brightly lit room. To avoid making noise while poking through the window paper, he mimicked the actions of a thief, moistening his fingers with saliva to gently loosen the paper, glancing inside to find a woman lost in thought before the candlelight. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, possessing considerable beauty, and her occasional sigh indicated she was preoccupied with her thoughts. Seeing that Lin Ruoqing was not in this courtyard, Imowen quickly withdrew and continued his search of the other residences. The women within these courtyards were all Han Chinese, dressed in fine silks and satin, attended by maidservants, living in utmost comfort and luxury. After exploring 5 courtyards without finding Lin Ruoqing, he was left with 2 pavilions located on the east and west sides. These 2 pavilions were both 2 stories high, likely housing the master's higher-ranking wives and concubines. At this point, Mo1 was situated on the western side of the rear courtyard, so he proceeded to the western pavilion first. The door to the pavilion was slightly ajar, and as he approached, he heard footsteps and voices from within. "My lady has gone to see the eldest lady. Upon her return, I will inform her." "Thank you, sister. I shall take my leave now." Soon, the sound of a door creaking open echoed through the Mowen hastily concealed himself in the shadows, his brow furrowing as he fixated on the entrance. The voice that had spoken earlier struck a familiar chord within him, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. As the door swung open, 2 maidens adorned in the attire of servants emerged sequentially. The first bore a lantern, while the second accompanied her to the threshold. Upon reaching the doorway, the lantern-bearing maiden departed, and the other turned to return inside. Having faced away from him all this time, Imowen had not glimpsed the maiden's visage until she pivoted to reveal her face. To his astonishment, she was none other than Lin Ruoqing's accompanying maid from that day. The sight of her sent a shockwave through Imowen's heart. If the maid was present, then Lin Ruoqing must also be nearby. It became evident that the 5th brother had not erred. Indeed, it was Lin Ruoqing who had played the melody of Phoenix seeking the phoenix. "Where is your young mistress?" Imowen, overwhelmed with excitement, stepped out from his hiding place and grasped the maid's arm. To his surprise, rather than displaying joy at his appearance, the maid's expression morphed into one of horror and disbelief. "Where is your young mistress?" he pressed urgently. The maid, upon hearing his inquiry, took a deep breath, her intention to scream evident. Seeing this, Imowen swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Though her cries were stifled, muffled whimpers escaped her as she struggled against him. That moment, the lantern-bearing maid had not yet ventured far, and fearing she might return upon hearing the commotion, Imowen hastily sealed the maid's acupuncture point, causing her to faint and collapse. Owen had previously been puzzled by her desire to cry out, but it dawned on him in that instant that he was masked, leading the maid to mistake him for a nefarious individual. On this frigid winter night, he carried the unconscious maid into a chamber and laid her upon a sunbed situated by the bright window, a resting place for the maid, allowing her to guard the door and attend to her mistress at a moment's notice. After laying her down, Imowen ascended the stairs in haste, only to discover that Lin Ruoqing was not there. The east side of the upper floor was cluttered with numerous bolts of silk, while the central area featured an expansive bed, not quite a bed in the conventional sense, as it was merely a lavish array of soft bedding without a proper bed frame. On the western side of the room, near the window, fruits and pastries were displayed, alongside an ancient pipa made of paulownia wood, its strings slack, indicating it had not been played in quite some time. At that moment, Imowen had no inclination to examine the room's decor. He cast a fleeting glance before turning back down the stairs, intending to release the maid from her sealed acupuncture point and inquire further, yet found himself unable to do so. The technique of capturing the wind demon imparted by Sima Fengxian was exceedingly ruthless, while sealing the acupuncture points was straightforward. Unsealing them proved a formidable challenge, requiring the release of spiritual energy, which he could not yet achieve. In a moment of desperation, He recalled the conversation between the two maids, surmising that Lin Ruoqing must have gone to another pavilion. Resolute, he swiftly exited, employing his agile movements to reach the eastern pavilion. With keen senses, he discerned voices emanating from the second floor of the east pavilion, and upon listening intently, he recognized one of the voices as that of Lin Ruoqing, whom he had been desperately seeking. Though urgency coursed through him, he dared not intrude recklessly. Should he disturb others, it would complicate his efforts to rescue Lin Ruoqing. The most prudent course of action was to wait for her to leave before revealing himself and leading her away. It was already past the second watch of the night. It would not be long before Lin Ruoqing retired for rest. With this thought, he concealed himself in the shadows, anxiously awaiting her departure. Having attained some proficiency in his cultivation, Imowen was able to overhear the hushed conversation between the two women above. To his astonishment, their discourse revolved around intimate matters. The general is notoriously difficult to appease. All manners of flattery have proven ineffective. Yet, dear sister, you are astute and have captured his favor. As we share a sisterly bond, might I confide in you the ways to win his heart? Spoke the lady of the house. Why, dear sister, having accompanied the general for nearly a decade, I have garnered his affection. You, being new, have naturally drawn his attention, but there is no ulterior motive, Lin Ruoqing replied. We are confidants, and our sisterly bond surpasses that of twins. Why would you conceal anything from me? The lady of the house teased. Your words are misplaced, dear sister. It is not that I wish to keep secrets from you. Rather, the general's formidable nature leaves little room for subtlety. I can scarcely endure the burden of his expectations, let alone engage in elaborate flattery. Lin Ruoqing lamented. I have aged and faded. Even if you shared your insights with me, I could scarcely hope for the general's affections. I seek only to avoid being cast aside and would be content with that. Please, have compassion for me, the lady of the house pleaded. After this exchange, silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Lin Ruoqing spoke softly. The general has a preference for young men, yet such fleeting desires cannot endure. Women are far more suitable. They need only consume fragrant oil to maintain their purity. And if they are free of impurities, the general will naturally be pleased. The lady of the house, upon hearing this, expressed her profound gratitude. Just then, the raucous shouts of a drunken man echoed from the courtyard, prompting Lin Ruoqing to hastily rise and bid farewell. Owen refrained from revealing himself as Lin Ruoqing returned to the western pavilion, his body stiffening, his heart chilled to the bone. He had not anticipated that his betrothed would have transformed into such a state. The vows they once exchanged had long since been forgotten, reduced to naught but shameful subjugation beneath a barbarian's control. Moments later, a swaying, towering barbarian staggered into the backyard, heading straight for the western pavilion where Lin Ruoqing resided. His curses ringing out once more. Why does this wretched maid not rise to serve? She is already asleep. If I call her, she remains unresponsive. I will assist the general upstairs. Lin Ruoqing's voice, though faint, reached Imowen's ears from a distance. Rooted in place, Imowen grappled with the profound changes he had witnessed in Lin Ruoqing, pondering what had brought her to such a pass. Was it the allure of wealth and luxury, or merely a desperate struggle for survival? After standing in stunned silence for a considerable time, he stepped from the shadows, though he did not flee. Rather, he trembled as he approached the western pavilion. A glimmer of hope flickered within him, for throughout history, there had always been those who endured humiliation for the sake of future plans. He wished fervently that Lin Ruoqing would be one of them. Yet upon entering the room, the myriad of sordid sights confronted him, instilling a chilling dread that surged within him, compelling him to charge in and exact vengeance. Ultimately, he restrained himself, for he recognized that Lin Ruoqing's current plight was not without fault on his part. Had he been able to protect her fully back then, she would not have found herself in such dire circumstances today. After witnessing the depravity and the clamorous pleas for mercy, Imowen left in a daze. Scaling the high wall in silence to retrieve the bamboo flute, steeling his resolve, he closed his eyes and began to play, for a man's actions should possess both beginnings and endings. Though the harmonious accompaniment of strings was now absent, he was determined to complete the melody of Phoenix seeking the Phoenix. Chapter 44. The Enigmatic Dragon within Chapter 45, The Wrong Rescue Chapter 46, Funeral Garments Chapter 47, The Dead Teach the Law Chapter 48, The Authenticity of the Three Pure Talismans Chapter 49, The Ownership of Sacred Artifacts Chapter 50, Fire Talismans Chapter 51, The Law Does Not Transmit to 6 Ears Chapter 52, Descending the Mountain Chapter 53, Wine and Meat Chapter 54, A Moment of Compassion Chapter 55, The Millennium-Old Dragon Chapter 56, The Return to Jean's State Chapter 57, Ghosts Chapter 58, The Causes and Effects Chapter 59, Diagnosing Illness Chapter 60, Possession by Demonic Beings Master. How can you ascertain that Miss Gao's ailment cannot be cured when you have not even seen her? Old Five inquired, perplexed. Mo when raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Old Five without answering. Instead, he turned and began to walk back. Taoist, are you not going to examine the illness? A tavern servant rushed over, attempting to detain Mo1. Upon hearing this, Mo1 turned to fixate on the tavern attendant. The Gao residence is rife with malevolent energy. Miss Gao is evidently possessed by a demonic entity. This is no mere madness or illness. You have dwelled here long enough to know the truth. Why conceal it from me? The attendant, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear and pulled Mo1 back, saying, Taoist, please discern wisely. I truly had no knowledge of any demons residing within the Gao residence. We should return quickly, Master. I do not believe he intends to deceive us. Everyone knows that family scandals should remain hidden. Perhaps Lord Gao fears that his daughter may not marry well, which is why he has concealed the truth. Old Five interjected, following closely behind. Master, did you not study demon capturing? Why not seize this opportunity to apprehend one? Mo1 harbored a deep aversion to being deceived by others, yet upon realizing that the attendant was not misleading him, he calmed his temper and replied honestly, one must possess self-awareness. The malevolent energy within that residence is exceedingly sinister and formidable. I fear I cannot contend with it. Then let us depart, Old Five said. Apprehensive that Mo1 might provoke trouble instead of capturing the demon, thus refraining from further urging him to go. Taoist, what kind of demon possesses Miss Gao? The tavern attendant inquired, intrigued. Unlike the other practitioners he had encountered, Mo1 was able to discern the presence of demons from a distance of 3 miles. Moreover, while ordinary practitioners often boasted of their great powers, Mo1 humbly admitted his limitations, which in turn elevated the attendant's regard for him. I cannot say for certain, Mo1 replied, furrowing his brow. The so-called malevolent energy was not visible to the naked eye. Rather, it was a keen instinct developed through the practice of numerous Qing methods. He could sense the presence of malevolent spirits and could also roughly gauge their capabilities. The evil entity dwelling within the Gao residence was unlikely to be a ghost, as ghosts are comprised of condensed yin energy, void of yang. If one were to attach themselves to a person, it would lead to a sudden imbalance of yin and yang within the host, resulting in death within a mere 10 days, let alone 3 months. Thus, he concluded that a demon resided within the Gao residence, though he could not yet ascertain its true nature. Compared to ghosts, demons were far more challenging to subdue. To deal with a ghost, one merely needed to use yang talismans to expel and disperse the yin spirit. However, dealing with demons was considerably more complicated, as they always had a physical form. Both yin and yang coexisted. What possessed a person was merely their detached consciousness. The demon's consciousness would occupy the host's spiritual center, and no one dared to act recklessly to expel it. A misstep could harm the host's spiritual faculties, leading to lifelong confusion or even instant death. Master, would you like to give it a try? As Lao Wu observed Mo when pausing in contemplation, he felt compelled to inquire. Mo1, upon hearing the query, remained silent for a considerable time, finally nodding with a firm resolve. Retreat without a fight would undermine the dignity of the Taoist way. Thus, he felt it imperative to make an earnest attempt, lest he be left with regrets. Very well, let us return for now and come back at dawn, Lao Wu suggested, nodding in agreement. Dealing with supernatural beings does not differ much between day and night, Mo1 remarked, glancing at the timid inn attendant beside him. Kind sir, please do inform your master. The inn attendant, who initially intended to recommend Mo1 for Miss Gao's ailment, now hesitated, fearing the presence of a monster within the Gao residence. He shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to proceed. "Kind sir, you may return. I shall go and knock on the door myself," Imowen declared, resolute in his decision, and after addressing the inn attendant, he strode towards the Gao residence to the north. Lao Wu followed closely behind with his bundle, while the inn attendant, after a moment of hesitation, decided to accompany them. After a brief interval, Imowen arrived at the entrance of the Gao estate, which appeared to be the abode of immense wealth, more opulent than the general's residence in Zhao, with grand courtyards. Flanking the entrance were two stone-carved tigers, and due to the impending new year, large red lanterns hung from the door frames. While lanterns are typically symbols of celebration, their dim crimson glow cast an eerie light upon the copper door, rendering it reminiscent of a ghostly portal. "Taoist priest, I shall not enter. Take care of yourself," the inn attendant, summoning his courage, approached yet ultimately dared not cross the threshold. After exchanging farewells with Imowen, he turned and fled. "Why, lord, should we not prepare some talismans just in case?" Lao Wu, observing the retreat of the inn attendant, felt a surge of anxiety. "No need," Imowen replied, shaking his head slowly. At this moment, he was uncertain of the entity's nature. How could he know which talismans would prove effective? Standing before the Gao residence, Imowen did not immediately knock on the door. His hesitation was not born of fear of the monster, but rather from uncertainty about how to converse with the Gao family upon entering. The unusually high bounty of 300 taels of gold indicated that Master Gao was aware of his daughter's affliction, though he refrained from speaking openly due to concerns for his reputation. In truth, the 300 taels offered were a reward for exorcising the malevolent spirit, rather than a standard consultation. "My lord, this is too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider and choose a less daunting task." Lao Wu misinterpreted Imowen's delay as trepidation. To receive such a substantial reward necessitates undertaking a significant responsibility. If there were no danger, why would the Gao family offer such a sum? Imowen countered, shaking his head before raising his hand to knock on the door. Moments later, a servant clad in a cloth cap opened the grand door, upon shining a lantern upon Imowen. The servant's face twisted in disdain. "I come to inform your master. I can perform a ritual to heal your young lady, but my fee is quite steep. Upon successful completion, I require 500 taels of gold. Please inquire if he can afford such a fee." Imowen did not bow to the ill-mannered servant. The servant hesitated for a moment before responding, "Please wait a moment," and closed the door to relay the message. "My lord, why do you demand such a large sum?" Lao Wu questioned, perplexed by Imowen's exorbitant pricing. "If I did not assert such a high fee, the gatekeeper would undoubtedly view us as no different from quack doctors and might not even bother to relay our presence." Imowen explained, "People tend to judge based on appearances. My youth may lead them to doubt my credibility if I am overly humble and polite, so I must speak boldly to command respect." "Can they truly afford such an amount?" Lao Wu scoffed, shaking his head. "Those who can offer 300 taels can certainly procure 500, Imowen replied, silencing him as footsteps echoed from within, indicating that more than one person was approaching. Shortly thereafter, the door reopened, revealing not only the servant, but also an elderly man dressed in red and black, his hair streaked with gray, a look of worry etched on his face. Likely in his 50s, undoubtedly Master Gao. "Young Taoist, can you save my daughter?" The newcomer clasped his hands in greeting, his demeanor relatively courteous. "Infinite respect to you. Since I am aware of the nature of the affliction, I shall do my utmost," Imowen replied, bowing in response. "Please, come in, young Taoist," Master Gao urged. Now more convinced that Imowen was not a mere charlatan, Imowen nodded and stepped inside, with Lao Wu trailing behind. The Gao family indeed resided in great wealth. The front courtyard was expansive, paved with neatly arranged stones, and two towering phoenix trees stood on either side, their leaves fallen due to the harsh winter. "A home with phoenix trees attracts the phoenix," Imowen observed, noting that Master Gao was not only affluent but also well-read. The Gao family has 2 daughters, and the presence of 2 phoenix trees in the courtyard, while symbolizing nobility, also bears a clear intention. "I am humbled. Your accent suggests you are not from this region," Master Gao remarked as he led the two to the front hall. "I hail from Huai County." "Ziyang," Imowen replied. "That is indeed quite a distance. What brings you here?" Master Gao inquired. Where is your daughter? And Mo did not answer, as Master Gao's question hinted at an investigation into their background. She is in the fragrant pavilion at the back courtyard. Young Taoist, please first join me in the front hall for tea, then we shall proceed to the examination, Master Gao suggested. Mo nodded in agreement. Yet he knew it essential to first understand some details regarding Miss Gao, at the very least to ascertain the nature of the malevolent spirit afflicting her. After a brief moment, the three entered the front hall. The Gao residence indeed boasted considerable wealth. The furnishings were crafted from precious hardwood, lacquered with tung oil, and the cups and dishes were exquisite silverware that gleamed brilliantly. Once seated, a servant brought in tea, and Master Gao dismissed the servant, raising his cup to offer to Mo set down his cup and, direct in his approach, stated, I am but a young priest, unskilled in the art of eloquence. To be forthright, my servant and I stopped at a southern inn, where we learned of your daughter's illness from the inn attendant. As I possess some knowledge of healing, I sought to render assistance. However, upon arrival, I was taken aback by the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy in your estate. It became evident that your daughter is not merely ill but rather possessed. I discern that this malevolent presence is not an ordinary spirit. And to exorcise it, one must understand the circumstances surrounding it. Otherwise, I cannot identify its true form or apply the appropriate countermeasures. I implore you, Master Gao, to recount the events thoroughly. Do not conceal any details, lest it jeopardize our efforts to vanquish the spirit. Throughout Mo speech, he scrutinized Master Gao's expression. Upon concluding, he noted that Master Gao exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he sighed repeatedly. Although Mo's words were reasonable, divulging family secrets to a stranger was not a prudent course of action. Thus, Master Gao remained silent for a prolonged period, occasionally glancing at Mo and Lao Wu. After a half cup of tea, he finally resolved, Young Taoist, your insight is keen. What you say rings true. My daughter is indeed not suffering from an ordinary ailment, but is possessed by a malevolent spirit. Do you know which spirit it is? Mo, discerning from the other's manner of speech, surmised that Lord Gao was not as uninformed as he appeared. Upon hearing this, Lord Gao did not respond but rather set down his teacup, rose from his seat, and with a slight nod to the young Taoist, indicated a desire to follow him for further understanding. Chapter 61. The Serpent Demon. Chapter 62. The Wang Family Burial Ground. Chapter 63. The Grave That Cannot Be Dug. Chapter 64. The Herbal Grass. Chapter 65. The Bones Are No More. Chapter 66. The Zhao Clan of Hanchuan. Chapter 67. The Zhao Family Genealogy. Chapter 68. The Bounty for Capture. Chapter 69. The Westward Journey. Chapter 70. The Mountain Town. Chapter 71. The Exiled Women. Chapter 72. Ignorant of Treasures. Chapter 73. A Mismatched Marriage. Chapter 74. Yin and Yang Coexisting. Chapter 75. The Deceased Female Taoist. Chapter 76. The Alchemical Cauldron. Chapter 77. The Dragon in Embarrassment. Chapter 78. The Meow Woman. Chapter 79. There Should Be a Daughter. Chapter 80. Into the Mountains Again. Chapter 81. The Imperial Envoy. Chapter 82. The Harmonious Union. Chapter 83. The Refinement of the Five Elements. Chapter 84. Peering into the Secrets of External Alchemy. Chapter 85. No Man is Perfect. Chapter 86. The Foundation. Chapter 87. The Strategy to Repel Enemies. Chapter 88. A Change Occurs. Chapter 89. The Birth of Inner Demons. Chapter 90. Coming Out of the Mountains. Chapter 91. The Old Residence of the Whole Family. Chapter 92. Humans Are Not Wood or Stone. Chapter 93. Commemoration. Chapter 94. Farewell to the Thousand-Year-Old. Chapter 95. The Filial Stick of Old 5. Chapter 96. Subduing Demons. Chapter 97. Luring Thieves into the House. Chapter 98. The Golden Dust Brush. Chapter 99. The Old Horse in the Stable. Chapter 100. A Loving Father. An Unfilial Son. Chapter 101. A Fortuitous Opportunity. Chapter 102. Mao Sui's Self-Recommendation. Chapter 103. Summoning Winds and Rains. Chapter 104. Not Receiving Courtesies. Chapter 105. Lady Zhou. Chapter 106. Execution. Chapter 107. Protection. Chapter 108. Who Brought the Zombie? Chapter 109. Ambush. Chapter 110. Thunder Talismans. Chapter 111. Bestowing two daughters in the city of Jiankong. Gates open to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The prince returned through the southern gate. Upon entering the city, it was inevitable that common folk gathered along the streets, watching with keen interest. The second prince and Lady Zhou were seated in their carriage, causing the crowd's attention to shift to Mo1, who was clad in a Taoist robe. The scrutiny and whispers from the onlookers made Mo1 feel quite uncomfortable as he walked beside the prince's carriage like a servant, giving rise to the suspicion of seeking favor. He could only feign ignorance in response to the peculiar gazes from the populace. With no solid backing, he understood that to gain an opportunity to confront the current national master in a duel of spells, he must endure this humiliation, though this mere scrutiny hardly constituted a true affront. Zhang Dongji, noticing Mo1's awkward demeanor, dismounted his horse and approached him. "Mr. Mo, have you not been to Jinkong before?" Zhang Dongji inquired with a smile. "Indeed not, General Zhang. I appreciate your kind intentions, but please, do mount your horse," Mo1 replied, feeling grateful for Zhang Dongji's gesture, which would lend him respect in the eyes of the commoners. Having ridden daily of late, his waist ached and his legs sore. Thus, a few steps were welcome, and no need. "Just a moment." Zhang Dongji waved his hand, gesturing towards the shops lining the streets. The city boasts many silk merchants. Once settled, I shall present you with some silks to tailor new garments. The duck from Jushin Tower is also quite delectable. You must indulge in a few. Thank you, General, for your generous offer. My Taoist robe is still serviceable, and I need not new attire, but I would be glad to try the duck when time allows, Mo1 acknowledged with a smile. "Sir, why are there so many temples here?" Old Five asked, pointing towards the distant pagodas that towered above the common dwellings. Mo1 looked up and surveyed the area, at a loss for words. The populace here adheres largely to Buddhism, hence the abundance of temples. Zhang Dongji interjected in response. "General Zhang, do you also believe in Buddhism?" Old Five queried. "Ha ha ha, if generals and commanders believed in Buddhism, who would lead the troops into battle?" Zhang Dongji replied, his spirits high upon returning to the capital. "Do not speak foolishly," Mo1 chided, casting a frowning glance at Old Five. Old Five, understanding the implications, fell silent. Lady Zhou, a former lady-in-waiting to the late emperor, no longer resided in the palace. Though the two princes were young, they were both entitled to thrones. By convention, princes granted titles should reside in their fiefs. However, due to their youth, they remained in the capital, each having their own residence, while Lady Zhou resided in the second prince's manor. In any capital, the layout is typically divided into 4 quadrants: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, while the imperial city lies at the center. The second prince's royal residence is situated in the western quadrant. Although it was afternoon upon their return, the vastness of the city delayed their arrival at the royal manor until evening. By this time, over 200 relatives of the Zhou family and servants of the prince's manor had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Lady Zhou descended from her carriage, holding her child, and greeted the gathered crowd, which included her mother and siblings. The reunion was filled with warmth and sorrow, as all were acutely aware of Lady Zhou's current circumstances, eliciting both concern and care. "Sir, my duties are complete. I must take my leave. The prince's manor is well guarded with 180 soldiers. Should you require anything, feel free to send someone to the Jinwei general's residence to find me," General Zhang said, bidding farewell to Mo1. "May you be blessed, General. Thank you for your hard work. Please extend my regards to your esteemed parents upon your return." Mo1 replied respectfully, "I appreciate your kindness, and I shall return to speak with you when time permits," General Zhang said before stepping forward to take his leave from Lady Zhou. She expressed her gratitude for his efforts, and he departed with a retinue of over 10 men heading east, while the remaining soldiers returned to their barracks. Once General Zhang had left, Lady Zhou introduced Mo1 to the gathered crowd. "This is Mr. Mo, whom I have engaged as the tutor for the prince. As he is still too young to study, I have asked him to oversee the affairs of the manor for the time being." "May you be blessed," Mo1 replied, bowing respectfully. Upon acknowledging the gathered individuals and understanding his role, the household immediately set to work preparing a banquet to welcome Lady Zhou and the prince. Old Five, having been in the kitchen during his time at Wuyang Mountain, returned there once more. But this time not as a cook. He was now tasked with overseeing all kitchen matters to ensure the safety of the meals. Mo1 did not partake in Lady Zhou's family feast, but instead seized the opportunity to inspect the royal manor. This expansive residence bore a layout similar to that of the imperial city, divided into 5 sections. The eastern wing housed the soldiers, the western wing accommodated the servants, the southern section contained the main hall. The central area was designated for the prince's chambers, and the northern portion featured a garden. The total number of rooms exceeded 100, with the manor stretching nearly 1,000 paces from north to south, and a back lake built within the garden, slightly narrow from east to west for the ease of guarding soldiers. The central living quarters were arranged in a circular pattern, with the outer area housing personal maidens and the inner area designated for the master. Due to Lady Zhou being a widow, no males were permitted within the inner quarters. After thoroughly exploring the vast royal manor, it was already late at night, and the guests had departed. Lady Zhou returned to her chambers, cradling her child. Until this moment, she had not arranged accommodation for Mo1. According to propriety, Mo1, being a young man, should not enter the inner quarters. However, to ensure the utmost protection, he could not be too far removed. Thus the question of where he would reside became a dilemma. "Please choose your own quarters," Lady Zhou said, possibly feeling a headache from the situation, thus tossing the conundrum to Mo1. Surveying his surroundings, Mo1 raised his hand, indicating the eastern wing. "To ensure the prince's safety, I dare not adhere to propriety and avoid suspicion. I request the eastern room for my stay." Lady Zhou had initially expected Mo1 to select the room by the entrance, but to her surprise, he chose one closer to the inner chambers, which was indeed in proximity to her own quarters. While residing there was technically improper, she recognized that his choice stemmed from concerns for her and the prince's safety. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement and instructed her servants to prepare the room for him. Given that Mo1's choice already breached decorum, Old Five naturally could not reside with him. Instead, he settled in the western wing with the other servants, relishing the camaraderie. The eastern room, once occupied by maidens, was quite tidy, with ready-made bedding. Upon entering, Mo1 sat cross-legged, reciting scriptures and conducting his evening rites. A room previously inhabited by women always retains a lingering feminine essence, which inevitably stirs the hearts of any adult man, Mo1 included. Fortunately, the scriptures aided in calming his mind, and soon he found tranquility. Before he could complete his evening rites, a knock echoed from outside the door. Mo1 granted permission for entry, and Hongyu, a maid, stepped in, followed by 2 young women bearing food, all adorned in palace attire, indicating they were former servants of Lady Zhou. "Please, sir, partake of your meal," Hongyu said, gesturing to the dishes laid out on the table. "Thank you for your efforts," Mo1 replied casually, with a bow. Hongyu excused herself and left the room. However, the 2 accompanying women remained. Observing this, Mo1 cast a puzzled glance at them. One of the women, more vivacious than the other, spoke first. "The lady has granted us to serve you. And from today onward, we are here to attend to your needs." Mo1 was not surprised by this, for it was common practice at that time to bestow maidservants upon others, especially among officials. "Please convey my thanks to the lady. I appreciate her kindness, but you may return now," Mo1 said, gesturing for them to leave. "The lady has indeed bestowed us upon you, and we cannot defy her orders." The woman replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Mo1 chose not to insist further. Instead, he frowned in contemplation. After a moment, he rose and walked towards the door. "You two, follow me." Once outside, Mo1 proceeded directly to Lady Zhou's chambers, where light streamed forth, indicating she had not yet retired for the night. "May you be blessed," he said as he approached, though not inquire about the recitation of verses from beneath the platform. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Lady Zhou standing at the threshold, who spoke first. "The matter arose unexpectedly, leaving no time for careful selection, thus I must apologize to the gentleman. The lady's kind intentions are well understood by this humble monk. These 2 virtuous women possess beauty akin to blossoms, yet at this moment, I harbor no thoughts of marriage. I kindly ask the lady to retract her decree," Owen replied with a bow. Both of them are well educated, and having them serve the gentleman would not only alleviate his burdens, but also silence the idle gossip of the world. Lady Zhou remarked. Mo1 then comprehended the profound implications of Lady Zhou's actions. As a solitary man residing here, should this news spread, the public would inevitably engage in baseless speculation. However, if female companions were to reside with him, it would safeguard her reputation from tarnish. Lady Zhou's intentions were undoubtedly noble. Yet her actions seemed somewhat detrimental. While she preserved her own purity, his honor remained at risk. "Sir, please do not refuse. It is getting late. I implore you to return and rest," Lady Zhou said with a smile. "No, no," Wen persistently waved his hands, and in a moment of inspiration, he declared, "As for the lady's generous offering, I cannot refuse, but I shall only accept one of them, if it pleases you. You may decide for yourself." Lady Zhou responded with another smile, signaling to her maid to close the door. Until that moment, she had considered Wen to be mature beyond his years, only now realizing that despite his composed demeanor, he was merely a 20-year-old youth, excessively bashful. With the door closed, Wen turned to leave but did not return to his quarters. Instead, he brought the two palace maids to the courtyard where Lao Wu resided, instructing the two women to wait outside while he entered the courtyard to seek out Lao Wu. At that moment, Lao Wu was inside, boasting with several cooks. Upon seeing Wen's arrival, he rushed forward. "My lord, what brings you here?" Wen raised a hand to acknowledge the cooks who stood to greet him, then turned to pull Lao Wu outside. "My lord, my staff is still inside," Lao Wu said, turning back towards the house. "No need. We shall return shortly," Wen replied, shaking his head. "What is the matter?" Lao Wu inquired, puzzled that Wen did not respond but stepped outside, pointing to the two palace-clad women in the distance, instructing Lao Wu to select one of them as a wife. Hearing this, Lao Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he assessed the two women. To Wen's astonishment, after a brief moment, Lao Wu shook his head. "I do not want them." "Why not?" Wen asked in confusion, as both women were quite attractive, more than suitable for Lao Wu. "Such women cannot be supported," Lao Wu insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. "They are palace maids, not daughters of noble families," Wen urged. "My lord, just find me someone more appropriate. I am unworthy of such women, and besides, I cannot afford to support them," Lao Wu said as he turned to leave. Speak frankly, Lady Zhou fears that outsiders may slander her reputation. Thus, she has bestowed these women upon me to live together. Reluctantly, I could only agree to have one stay with me for 6 months. Once that time passes, she will be unable to marry again. You know me. I would never act beyond propriety. You should trust me," Wen continued to persuade him. "I certainly trust you, but I do not trust her. What if she runs away at some point? I do not want her," Lao Wu declared, turning to flee. Chapter 112. Malice. Chapter 113. The Enigmatic Monk. Chapter 114. The Bird Monk. Chapter 115. The Generous Zhang Dong. Chapter 116. The Courtesan. Chapter 117. The Inescapable Passion. Chapter 118. The Strange Illness. Chapter 119. The Celestial Spring. Chapter 120. The Arrival of the Empress. Chapter 121. The Tianning Monastery. Chapter 122. The Imprisoned Palace Maid. Chapter 123. The Malevolent Object. Chapter 124. A Night at the Nunnery. Chapter 125. Where to Hide. Chapter 126. The Scapegoat Centipede. Chapter 127. The Unintentional Oath. Chapter 128. Ajia's Elixir. Chapter 129. The Time for Confrontation. Chapter 130. The Righteous and the Benevolent. Chapter 131. Taking Risks for Expedience. Chapter 132. The Confrontation. Chapter 133. Boundless Blessings. Chapter 134. Utterly Lacking Grace. Chapter 135. The Conclusion of the Confrontation. Chapter 136. A Severe Beating for the National Master. Chapter 137. Unwelcome in the Jin Kingdom. Chapter 138. Mu Qing. Chapter 139. Lurking. Chapter 140. What Shall It Be? Chapter 141. The Princess's Visit. Chapter 142. Lavish Gifts. Chapter 143. Returning Lin Ruoqing. Chapter 144. A Letter of Divorce. Chapter 145. The Great Trends of the World. Chapter 146. Gentle with a Single Strike. Chapter 147. Ominous Signs. Chapter 148. Lao Wu's Predicament. Chapter 149. Seeking Justice. Chapter 150. Slaying Guangpu. Chapter 151. The Tree Wishes for Calm, but the Wind Does Not Cease. Chapter 152. Trapped in a Siege. Chapter 153. Fellow Disciples Arriving Successively. Chapter 154. The Three Stars Displaying Power. Chapter 155. Can Misfortune Bring Fortune? Chapter 156. Judging the Time and Seasons, Chapter 157. The Seventh Day Soul Return, Chapter 158. The Secret Path, Chapter 159. The Altar in the River, Chapter 160. Miao Ancestor Chi Yu, Chapter 161. Originating from the Heart? Concluding in Ritual, Chapter 162. The Red-Haired Giant Bat, Chapter 163. 79 Stone Towers, Chapter 164. The Toxic Dragon in the Clear Waters, Chapter 165. The Dual Wings, Chapter 166. Proper Arrangement, Chapter 167. Self-Obstructing, Chapter 168. Shattering the Soul, Chapter 169. Shi Zhan, Chapter 170. Collaborating with the Tiger, Chapter 171. Heading North, Chapter 172. Entering the Palace, Chapter 173. 1 Against 8, Chapter 174. The Fire Serpent and the Green Wolf, Chapter 175. The General Situation is Settled, Chapter 176. The True Man Protecting the Nation, Chapter 177. Murong Yan's Kingdom, Chapter 178. Fellow Disciples Turning Against Each Other, Chapter 179. The Princess's Disposition, Chapter 180. How will you respond? Chapter 181. Strategizing, Chapter 182. Returning to the Boundless Mountain, Chapter 183. Enlightenment, Chapter 184. The Eastern Campaign, Chapter 185. Rushing to the Army, Chapter 186. 5,000 Talismans, Chapter 187. Severely Beating Lu Shaoqing, Chapter 188. The First Battle, Chapter 189. Each for their master, Chapter 190. A Grueling Battle, Chapter 191. Slaughtering Thousands, Chapter 192. The Strange Black Rat Spirit, Chapter 193. Releasing the Lost Souls, Chapter 194. The Army Marches, Chapter 195. Bestowing a Name, Chapter 196. The Rat Swarm Approaches, Chapter 197. The Fire Formation, Chapter 198. A Formidable Foe, Chapter 199. Weibatian, Chapter 200. The Invitation from the Yellow Weasel, Chapter 201. The Mountain God Temple, Chapter 202. Unexpected Gains, Chapter 203. The Tomb of Baili, Chapter 204. King Wei Chao Chao, Chapter 205. Breaking the City, Chapter 206. Good and Bad, Chapter 207. Concealing Grain Supplies, Chapter 208. Murong Hongzhuang, Chapter 209. The Sharp-Toothed Leech, Chapter 210. Retreating South, Chapter 211. The Path Ahead is Cut Off, Chapter 212. Medicinal Use, Chapter 213. 10 Heavy Crimes, Chapter 214. The Young Man in Yellow, Chapter 215. The Resting Posture of the Dead, Chapter 216. Neither Ghost nor Demon, Chapter 217. The Eerie Reappearance, Chapter 218. The Corpse of the Dragon and Phoenix, Chapter 219. The Five-Rank Celestial Being, Chapter 220. Lord Huang, San, Chapter 221. 7 Days of Leisure, Chapter 222. A Night Encounter in a Desolate Village, Chapter 223. A Fight to the Last, Chapter 224. A Bloodbath, Chapter 225. A Life and Death Struggle, Chapter 226. Aftermath, Chapter 227. Bestowing a Marriage, Chapter 228. A Jiao and Shi Zhan, Chapter 229. A Small Gathering, Chapter 230. The Two Wings, Chapter 231. The Four Symbols Killing Formation, Chapter 232. Trap, Chapter 233. The Decaying Corpse, Chapter 234. The Bean Becomes an Army, Chapter 235. The Umbrella, Chapter 236. The Great Battle Approaches, Chapter 237. The Final Night, Chapter 238. A Surprise, Chapter 239. The Collapse of the Army, Chapter 240. The Dead End, Chapter 241. The Old Friend He, San, Chapter 242. The Flying Lao Wu, Chapter 243. The Clever Woman, Chapter 244. Achieving success and retreating. The appearance of the heavenly official was sudden. Upon hearing his words, Imo Wen felt a jolt of trepidation within, neglecting to exchange glances with a Jiao, and hastily bowed, boundless blessings to the Heavenly Lord. Let the heavenly pivot descend to earth to hear the edict. Lao Wu, hearing the words, folded his wings and descended. Wen turned to a Jiao, who shook her head slightly. In the mortal realm, only emperors could issue edicts. In the celestial realm, it was primarily the Jade Emperor who wielded such authority, although it was not limited to him alone. The Three Pure Ones and the Great Luo Golden Immortals under the Three Teachings could also issue edicts, but apart from the Jade Emperor. The Three Pure Ancestors and the other 11 Great Luo Golden Immortals rarely did so. The celestial official donned the attire of the heavenly court, and as it was the hour of Chen, a time when edicts are traditionally issued from the celestial realm, it was evident that this decree originated from the heavens. Regardless of who the decree was intended for, the protocols of respect and hierarchy must be adhered to. Whether one is a mortal or a celestial being, one must receive the edict with both feet firmly planted on the ground and gaze upward. I shall accept the decree myself. You too? Keep your distance, Mo Wen instructed Cha Jiao and Lao Wu. Upon finishing his words, he gracefully descended, while Lao Wu carried Cha Jiao away at an angle. Below them lay a vast expanse of mountains, and Mo Wen alighted atop a peak, gazing upward as he awaited the arrival of the celestial official. This official, being of considerable age, moved with an air of composure, descending slowly upon clouds. During this interval, Mo Wen felt a growing sense of unease. No one, including practicing Taoists, could conceal their actions from the scrutiny of the celestial beings. Before the heavens, no secrets could be kept. His concerns revolved around two matters. First, Lao Wu, whose act of forcibly binding human souls to alien bodies contravened the celestial order. Second, Cha Jiao, with whom he had shared many intimate moments, and inappropriate conduct. However, since these matters pertained to the affairs of the Shangqing sect, even if they were in violation of celestial law, they should be addressed by Shangqing itself, and the heavenly court would likely refrain from interference. Thus, his primary worry remained with Lao Wu. Blessings be upon the infinite celestial sovereign. Tian Shuzi receives the decree, Mo Wen proclaimed as the celestial official reached the cloud's zenith. He first bowed deeply in reverence, then knelt upon both knees. Tio, uphold the path and observe propriety. To act with measure truly represents the excellence of our sect, the celestial official remarked with a nod of approval. Tian Shuzi felt a wave of shame wash over him. Upon hearing the celestial official's words, a great weight lifted from Mo Wen's heart. It appeared that the official was not there to impose penalties or seek retribution. The celestial official slowly nodded and began to recite the edict, the Jade Emperor's decree. Shangqing Taoist Tian Shuzi, inheritor of the Three Pure Ones teachings, embodies the compassion of the heavenly path, diligently engaged in acts of benevolence and reduction of burdens, ultimately achieving a merit akin to the dew of grace. The heavenly law is boundless. Rewards and penalties are meted out accordingly. Such merits may be rewarded without harm to the primordial spirit. This is a sincere proclamation. Blessings be upon the infinite celestial sovereign. Mo Wen bowed once more. Tian Shuzi, this reward is indeed exceptional. You must cherish it and engage in more acts of eradicating evil and benefiting the people in the mortal realm. Accumulate the energies of yin and yang from heaven and earth, and strive for the attainment of your golden body and eternal freedom. The celestial official said with a smile and a nod, I am grateful for the heavenly court's bestowal and shall earnestly heed your teachings. Mo Wen replied as he rose and bowed again. After the celestial official nodded, he ascended upon the clouds, and Mo Wen respectfully saw him off. Lao Wu had been hovering not far away. Upon witnessing the celestial official's departure, he flapped his wings and flew to the mountaintop where Cha Jiao leapt down, joyfully exclaiming to Mo Wen, I never expected that 3 years of hard work would yield such blessings. Mo Wen, overwhelmed with excitement, could only nod in agreement. The Three Pure Ones are compassionate. Taoism is benevolent. Master, what does it mean that the primordial spirit remains unharmed? Lao Wu asked, as he donned clothing each time he transformed into human form. It is difficult to articulate, Mo Wen replied, shaking his head. Tio explained what it means for the primordial spirit to remain unharmed. One must first clarify what the primordial spirit is. The primordial spirit, also known as the spiritual consciousness, exists alongside the soul and spirit within the 7 orifices of the human body. However, they are entirely opposite entities. The soul and spirit are the consciousness needed for a person to live in the mortal realm, while the primordial spirit is the consciousness required to exist in the celestial realm. The primordial spirit and soul coexist at birth, just as yin and yang in taiji, perfectly balanced. Yet this equilibrium gradually deteriorates as a child grows. The soul begins to dominate, and the primordial spirit becomes increasingly suppressed. The more one adapts to earthly life, the more the primordial spirit is stifled. The goal of a practitioner is to release and strengthen the primordial spirit. When liberated, if it can be controlled by the practitioner, its power far surpasses that of the soul. The primordial spirit belongs to the celestial realm, and when employed to manage earthly affairs, its capability can be tenfold. hundredfold, thousandfold, or even 10,000 times greater than that of the soul. Lao Wu, having received no answer from Mo1, turned to Chajio, who pondered for a moment, unsure of how to explain to Lao Wu, and then looked back at Mo1, prompting Lao Wu to do the same. Mo1, initially reluctant to explain to Lao Wu, felt a pang of compassion at Lao Wu's bewildered expression and drew forth a black knife. Tracing a circle on the blue stone beneath his feet, "This represents your 7 orifices and divine abode." "What resides here?" "The soul," Lao Wu responded, having been following Mo1 and Chajio and having gleaned some understanding. "Otherwise, only half resides with the soul, while the other half belongs to the primordial spirit." Mo1 divided the circle into 2 halves on the blue stone. "You live in the mortal realm? Thus you require the soul. If you wish to dwell in the heavens, you must utilize the primordial spirit. Do I also possess a primordial spirit?" Lao Wu inquired. "Indeed, everyone has one. However, many individuals' primordial spirits are severely suppressed and damaged. The better one handles earthly matters, the more the primordial spirit is stifled. The more one engages with women, the more the primordial spirit suffers, for a man's yang essence emanates from the primordial spirit. The more it leaks, the weaker the primordial spirit becomes." Mo1 elucidated. "I still do not understand what a primordial spirit is," Lao Wu admitted, grinning. "You think about things with your soul, which is why you are human, only concerned with eating and drinking. Celestials think with their primordial spirits, which enables them to wield celestial arts and manage numerous affairs simultaneously." Mo1 replied, somewhat impatiently. "I understand now. The primordial spirit is more powerful than the soul," Lao Wu stated before timidly adding, "But I still don't grasp what the primordial spirit is." The primordial spirit is what ordinary people refer to as the celestial root, and monks call it the root of wisdom. It is the ladder to immortality. Although Taoism acknowledges distinctions of nobility among people, it does not deny anyone the opportunity to attain immortality merely because they are deemed foolish. Everyone is born with a primordial spirit and a soul. While living, one only needs to utilize the soul. Hence, many abandon their primordial spirit, forfeiting their chance at immortality. In truth, one's station is not determined by heaven but rather by their own laziness, as they choose the ease of mediocrity over the arduous path of nobility. Mo1 patiently explained, "Master, if I say I still don't understand, will you scold me?" Lao Wu jested. "Do not fret. I will explain to Lao Wu," Chajio interjected with a smile, tugging at Mo1, who wore a look of exasperation, and turned to Lao Wu. "Lao Wu, have you ever experienced a moment of sudden inspiration, where a brilliant idea struck you in a time of urgency?" "Yes," Lao Wu nodded vigorously. "The primordial spirit and soul are born together. You frequently rely on your soul, which causes it to grow larger, overshadowing the primordial spirit that was born alongside it, leaving it with no opportunity to surface. In ordinary times, your primordial spirit remains suppressed, but during moments of unthinking or extreme fear when your mind is blank, the primordial spirit seizes the chance to overpower the soul, providing you with ideas and solutions." Chajio explained patiently and gently, "Think carefully. Aren't the solutions you conceive during such moments remarkably effective?" Upon hearing this, Mo1 furrowed his brow. He was grateful for Chajio's patience, as only someone like her could manage to calm Lao Wu. "I get it now. I truly understand. When you sit cross-legged in meditation, remaining motionless for a long time, isn't it to allow the primordial spirit to emerge?" Lao Wu exclaimed, a look of enlightenment on his face. "Indeed, you are correct. Our primordial spirits are also in a suppressed state because we seldom use them. To train them, we strive to minimize our engagement with worldly matters, maintaining inner tranquility to allow the primordial spirit to be released as much as possible." Chajio continued, gesturing upward. "There are only a few hundred celestial beings in the heavens, yet countless mortals dwell on earth. How can the deities know what we have done? Relying solely on the soul is insufficient. One must utilize the primordial spirit. A powerful primordial spirit allows celestial beings to observe multiple individuals simultaneously and manage numerous affairs at once. Is your and my master's primordial spirit also suppressed? How can you use spells then?" Lao Wu queried. "The spells we employ are merely methods of borrowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. We do not possess such vast capabilities ourselves." The essence of spells lies in borrowing, and borrowed resources must ultimately be returned. However, a strong primordial spirit is different. It can freely utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for as long as desired. Furthermore, the techniques used by celestial beings are referred to as celestial arts, while those employed by Taoists are called spells. They are not the same, Chajiu clarified, seeking to make her explanation accessible to Lao Wu. Jiugu, aside from sitting for half a day, are there other methods to train the primordial spirit? Lao Wu, now devoid of confusion, inquired with eagerness. Cultivating the Tao is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will regress. There is no such thing as an easy path to gain, Imo one admonished. What my master says is true. Cultivation is arduous in everyday life. The soul tends to dominate, to allow the primordial spirit an opportunity to emerge. Practitioners are constantly seeking various means. Sitting in stillness is a common method, but there are many peculiar techniques as well, such as enduring prolonged hunger, remaining in a state of inebriation, or living in harsh conditions. Some monks even resort to self-mutilation, scorching their fingers in candle flames. All these practices aim to alter their usual state of living in hopes of strengthening the primordial spirit, Chajiu elucidated. Burning fingers? Lao Wu gaped in astonishment. Yes, they refer to it as burning fingers as an offering. You shouldn't share this with him, Imo when interjected. Outsiders can point out the flaws in Buddhism, but disciples of the Tao cannot. For their doctrines are in conflict. Even if a disciple speaks the truth, it may be perceived as slander. However, those who do not study the scriptures and are unaware of the righteous path also remain ignorant of Buddhism's shortcomings. Cultivating the Tao is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps it is best to let it go. This way seems quite satisfactory. Lao Wu shook his head. The heavenly law is exacting. If one could attain immortality merely by practicing for 3 years or consuming a spiritual substance, the heavens would be overflowing with immortals, Imo Wen chuckled. Master, what are the benefits of the primordial spirit remaining unharmed? Old Five has not forgotten this matter. The most challenging aspect of cultivation lies in mastering the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The Shangqing sect does not prohibit marriage, yet the leakage of primordial yang hinders the attainment of a high-grade celestial position. Without heirs and lacking the completeness of human ethics, one's moral integrity will be compromised, which is detrimental to cultivation. The heavenly court has bestowed upon me an unscathed primordial spirit, leaving me a path to transcendence, as long as I achieve success in cultivation and fulfill my virtues. Even if I am not of pure yang, I can still ascend with a golden body. Chapter 246, Trivial Matters Chapter 247, Constructing a Taoist Temple Chapter 248, The Origin of a Jiu Chapter 249, Shangqing Temple Chapter 250, The Land of Eternal Life Chapter 251, The Tomb of the Martial King Chapter 252, The Vanguard of the Western Expedition Chapter 253, Breaking into the Tomb Chapter 254, The Marquis El Bu Chapter 255, Using One's Weakness to Attack the Enemy's Strength Chapter 256, Incomplete Soul Chapter 257, The Guardian of the Tomb Chapter 258, Awakening Chapter 259, Request for Aid Chapter 260, Mobilization for Labor Chapter 261, A Multitude Digging the Tomb Chapter 262, The Location of the Main Tomb Chamber Chapter 263, Golden Bricks and Jade Tiles Chapter 264, Golden Mushroom Grass Chapter 265, Departing from Not Salty Mountain Chapter 266, The Golden Wind and Jade Dew Meeting in One Day Chapter 267, Crossing the Thunder Pool Chapter 268, The Separation of Heaven and Earth Chapter 269, Not Forgetting the Taoist's Duty Chapter 270, The Nine-Dragon Cauldron Chapter 271, Boasting and Bluster Chapter 272, The Coming Storm Chapter 273, The Jade Purity Sect Holds Accountable Chapter 274, Bats Flying Southeast Chapter 275, Biting the Gray Crane to Death Chapter 276, Splitting into Two Paths Chapter 277, Circumventing Chapter 278, Countdown 15 Chapter 279, Deterioration Chapter 280, The Demonic Dragon Desires to Appear Chapter 281, The Beginning of Slaughter Chapter 282, Leaving No Survivors Chapter 283, The Invincible Celestial Wolf Hair, Chapter 284. A Streak of Bad Luck, Chapter 285. The Grandmaster of Taiji, Chapter 286. The Sin of Holding a Precious Gem, Chapter 287. The Suspicious Nun, Chapter 288. The Gathering of 3 Stars, Chapter 289. Deeper in Trouble, Chapter 290. Impermanence, Chapter 291. The Fall of Yu Hong, Chapter 292. Mutual Slaughter, Chapter 293. Pursuit, Chapter 294. Relentless Pursuit, Chapter 295. Arriving in Linxi, Chapter 296. Aerial Blood Battle, You and I. Join forces. Without question, as we look towards Old Five, upon hearing this, Old Five nodded repeatedly, handing the filial stick to Imo-1, shedding his long robe and transforming into a giant bat. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaoyao's expression drastically changed. He finally understood that Imo-1's urgent arrival in Linxi was to meet with Old Five and to restrain his golden eagle. There was no need for divine weapons to confront him. Imo-1's thoughts flickered, and he did not take the filial stick into battle. Instead, he placed it on the wooden platform to the north of the bell tower and leaped onto the bat's back with bare hands. Once upon the bat's back, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Imo-1. Old Five sensed this and suddenly bared his fangs, unleashing a piercing screech at the golden eagle. The eerie sound Imo-1 raised his hand to sweep away the slanted western wall. In full view of the crowd, Lao Wu crashed into the wall, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing the commotion, he cursed loudly and quickly took flight. Owen once again inscribed a calming talisman upon the wall, then gathered his energy to ascend, leaping back onto the back of the giant beatty. At this moment, the golden eagle had stabilized its form and was preparing to attack. Seeing the giant bat rise, it immediately swooped down from the sky. Lao Wu had not yet had the chance to utilize the wind for acceleration, moving rather slowly. As the golden eagle dove towards him, he could only lower his altitude and fly evasively along the street. The golden eagle, intent on bringing Lao Wu to his demise, would not allow him to ascend again. Seeing the giant bat enter the street, it immediately followed in pursuit. As winter gave way to spring, the chill lingered in the air, with only the midday sun providing warmth. The streets bustled with vendors setting up their stalls. The 2 massive flying creatures rushed through, creating a powerful gust that sent various goods soaring. The golden eagle, descending with speed superior to that of the giant bat, was soon upon it in the chaos of debris swirling in the street. Imo-1 found himself unable to draw the talisman. Troubled by how to counter the golden eagle's assault, Lao Wu, from his right wing, seized a roll of burlap from the roadside. The cloth unfurled rapidly in the wind and enveloped the golden eagle. Realizing the peril, Yi Xiaoyao hastily attempted to dispel the burlap with spiritual energy, but the cloth, soft and riddled with holes, offered no resistance and still managed to ensnare the golden eagle's neck and right wing. Upon witnessing this, Imo-1 swiftly dismounted from the bat and dashed back to confront Yi Xiaoyao, who, upon seeing Imo-1 approach, was compelled to drop the burlap and meet him with an open palm. Rather than engaging in a direct clash, Imo-1 seized the end of the burlap, wrapping it around the golden eagle's left wing. With its wings ensnared, the golden eagle lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The moment Imo-1 left the bat's back, Lao Wu abruptly halted, transforming back into human form, and swiftly grabbed a club to strike at the eagle's head. Yi Xiaoyao, entangled by Imo-1, was unable to assist. Feeling a sense of urgency as he witnessed his mount being attacked, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. After delivering 2 strikes that caused little harm to the golden eagle, Lao Wu transformed back into the giant bat. Baring his fangs and attempting to bite the eagle's head in a moment of fright, the golden eagle retreated, but Lao Wu missed its head, instead severing the burlap that had bound the eagle's neck. The golden eagle struggled free, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to ascend, but being trapped in the street, it found it difficult to generate the necessary airflow, failing multiple times to take flight. Lao Wu's situation was equally dire. The giant bat's hind legs could not support its massive body, rendering it unable to stand firmly on the ground, let alone soar into the skies. Transforming back into human form, Imo-1 pushed Yi Xiaoyao back and shouted to Lao Wu. Though Lao Wu was confused, he complied with the instruction to change form. Imo-1 quickly darted forward, seizing Lao Wu and throwing him into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Wu transformed and took flight, while Mo Wen leapt onto the bat's back. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao had also managed to clear the two shops on either side, allowing the golden eagle to rise. As the golden eagle ascended, Mo Wen carefully observed its speed, ensuring that Lu Shaoqing was not concealed upon its back before letting out a sigh of relief. Lu Shaoqing had presumably arrived at this location. If he lingered too long on the ground, Lu Shaoqing might seize the opportunity to rendezvous with Yi Xiaoyao. Lu Shaoqing is nearby, be cautious of his sudden attack, Mo Wen warned Lao Wu. Nodding in response, Lao Wu spread his wings and soared higher, aware of how high a Taoist who had crossed the tribulation could leap. With the golden eagle renewed in its ascent, it swiftly prepared to attack Lao Wu. Having realized that the giant bat, both in size and flying prowess, was inferior to it, intent on slaying the bat in one fell swoop, Mo Wen, feeling anxious at this turn of events, had not anticipated that the golden eagle would disregard its cries. The situation appeared grim. However, the giant bat, though lacking in aerial skill compared to the golden eagle, possessed a slight advantage in speed. As the golden eagle rushed towards him, Lao Wu charged forward without waiting for Mo Wen's command. In a battle, it was all about momentum. Regardless of strength, one could not afford to lose their spirit. The golden eagle flew from west to east, while the giant bat soared from east to west. Both creatures parallel in their flight, flapping their wings to accelerate without any intention of retreating. Witnessing this scenario, Mo Wen grew increasingly anxious. At such speeds, a head-on collision would spell doom for both Lao Wu and the golden eagle. Mo Wen's anxiety mirrored that of Yi Xiaoyao. Once beasts became fierce, they were uncontrollable. Even if he commanded the golden eagle to evade, it would not heed his orders. Should the golden eagle and the giant bat collide, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. As they closed the distance, Mo Wen and Yi Xiaoyao braced their arms for combat, having reached a point of no return. If neither mount chose to evade, the outcome would be total annihilation. If either side faltered, the riders would seize the opportunity to inflict heavy damage upon the opposing mount. Chapter 297, Lao Wu displays his might. Chapter 298, A Fate Already Sealed. Chapter 299, The Pinnacle of Zhuzhou. Chapter 300, Finding Aju. Chapter 301, The Snowy Peaks Confinement. Chapter 302, The Spiritual Barrier. Chapter 303, Heavenly Thunder's Message. Chapter 304, A Fortuitous Encounter on Tai Mountain. Chapter 305, Tears of the Immortal. Chapter 306, Half-Master. Chapter 307, Unspoken Understanding. Chapter 308, The Beast Doctor. Chapter 309, The Duel. Chapter 310, Three Difficult Matters. Chapter 311, Ruthlessness. Chapter 312, The Sacrificial Wine. Chapter 313, Blood Droplet Seeking Dragons. Chapter 314, Crushing Bones to Extract Marrow. Chapter 315, Setting Sail. Chapter 316, The Survivors. Chapter 317, Fish and Dragons. Chapter 318, Stealthily Ascending the Immortal Island. Chapter 319, The Magpie's Nest and the Cuckoo's Occupation. Chapter 320, The 10,000-Year He Shou Wu. Chapter 321, The Bird People. Chapter 322, The Night Walker. Chapter 323, Mount Wan Shou. Chapter 324, Unexpected Gains. Chapter 325, Drawing the Tiger Away from Its Mountain. Chapter 326, Open Robbery. Chapter 327, Seeking Adventure in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 328, The Dream of the Primordial Spirit. Chapter 329, The Dragon Maiden. Chapter 330, Ao Kong. Chapter 331, Ruo Chan. Chapter 332, The Waterland Taoist Hall. Chapter 333, Transferring the Feathered Garment. Chapter 334, What is Heaven's Will? Chapter 335, Nothing is Established Without Breaking. Chapter 336, Finding Shelter. Chapter 337, The Stone Dragon. Chapter 338, Upon the Snowy Mountain. Chapter 339, Deep Contemplation. Chapter 340, The Northern and Southern Dippers. Chapter 341, Never Leaving Each Other. Chapter 342, The Living Shrine. Chapter 343, A Glimpse of the Great Tao. Chapter 344, The Rampant Beasts. Chapter 345, Enlightenment. Chapter 346, Exhaling. Chapter 347, Is It Fortune or Misfortune? Chapter 348, A Woman's Revenge. Chapter 349, Time and Again. Chapter 350, Farewell to the Past. Chapter 351, Aju's Ascension. Chapter 352, Seeking Out the Door. Chapter 353, The Mysteries of the Inner Elixir Chapter 354, Han People and Hu People Chapter 355, The Centenarian Monk at this moment. There are approximately 30 to 30,000 Taoists in Central Plains, the majority of whom are ordinary Taoists, able only to chant scriptures for self-cultivation and rituals. Only a very few Taoists can set up altars for rituals, and those capable of summoning divine beasts are even rarer. Summoning divine beasts requires one to possess cultivation at the level of purple energy and mastery of the true incantations for summoning. In a fleeting moment, Imowen summoned the 4 divine beasts of Taoism from the east, west, south, and north, an unprecedented spectacle in ancient times. The spiritual energy within previous Taoists was insufficient to support the simultaneous summoning of 4 divine beasts. Once the 4 divine beasts manifested, they lined up behind Imowen, the Xuanwu to the north, the Qinglong to its right, the Zhuke further right, and the Baihu furthest south. Imowen arranged them thus to avoid conflicts in their spiritual energies. Upon their emergence, the 4 divine beasts roared in unison, their voices echoing for miles, shaking the heavens. At this moment, the citizens of Yi City, both Han and Hu, paused their fighting, halting their escape to gaze upwards. The rare sight of the 4 divine beasts together, accompanied by a colossal winged creature, ignited a shared curiosity, overshadowing other thoughts. Lives could be forfeited, and wealth could be disregarded. But this grand and supernatural clash of Taoism and Buddhism was a spectacle that demanded attention. The Han army listened intently as Imowen proclaimed, "I, a humble Taoist, shall summon the fire attribute Zhuke to cover your retreat, while the wood attribute Qinglong shall assist you in breaking through the gates. Prepare yourselves and charge into the palace swiftly to slay the Hu thieves." With his voice rising, the divine Zhuke surged towards the outer circle composed of Hu individuals, while the divine Qinglong paved the way for the Han army. Breaking straight through the palace gates, the Qinglong and Zhuke departed from Imowen. Diving downwards, the surrounded Han army suddenly received powerful reinforcements, their morale soaring as they fought valiantly, eager to be the first to engage. With the Qinglong and Zhuke dispatched, Imowen immediately directed the divine Xuanwu and Baihu towards the winged beast. This winged dragon, capable of spewing flames, was undoubtedly a fire attribute, and thus vulnerable to the water element of Xuanwu. Though the white tiger is a metallic divine beast, it embodies the essence of slaughter and must be vanquished with the sharpness of gold. It's the moment when Imowen spoke and assigned the divine beasts. The black-faced monk did not remain idle. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slice open his left palm, showering blood upon the dragon beneath him. Despite his complicity in evil deeds, the monk's skills were rooted in the authentic teachings of Buddhism. As blood spattered forth, the dark-hued dragon gradually transformed into a brilliant golden hue, dazzling under the scorching midday sun. Observing this, Imowen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the monk intended to enhance the dragon's might with his own blood. The dragon's change in color indicated the monk's formidable cultivation, akin to that of an indestructible Vajra. As Xuanwu and the white tiger charged forth, the monk completed his ritual and soared into the air. Hurtling towards Imowen from the west, Imowen leaped from the back of his bat, understanding that while engaging in combat could establish his reputation, true respect from the world could only be attained by defeating the black-faced monk through sheer strength. The 2 adversaries collided head-on, and in an instant, they were locked in a fierce contest, both refraining from cunning tactics, drawing upon their energies to engage in a direct clash of spiritual force. The black-faced monk, witnessing Imowen's audacious attempt to match him in spiritual power, was overjoyed and unleashed a wild cry to amplify his own energy, aiming to obliterate Imowen in a single blow. In the monk's eyes, Imowen's ability to summon the 4 divine beasts was merely a stroke of luck. He believed that due to the limitations of age, Imowen's spiritual cultivation could never surpass his own. In truth, his assessment was not unfounded. After their clash, Imowen was sent reeling 10 zhang away, finally halting his retreat, while the monk only fell back 3 zhang, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their strengths. From this encounter, Imowen gleaned a general understanding of the monk's spiritual prowess. He was indeed a centenarian with cultivation that had reached a remarkable level, his spiritual energy as solid as iron. The monk's expertise far surpassed that of Liu Shaoqing, and had Liu engaged him directly, he would undoubtedly be defeated in 3 exchanges. As he propelled backward, Imowen did not merely retreat but spun with urgency, allowing the energy from his palms to surge forth as he rocketed back towards the black-faced monk. The notion of using spiritual energy to accelerate was unprecedented for him, as it required a rapid expulsion of energy, a far more taxing endeavor than merely competing with another's strength. Without the support of his inner elixir, the energies within his dantian could not endure such a depletion. However, at that moment, the inner elixir had already formed within him, containing over a year's worth of absorbed celestial energy, which he could draw upon at will. The black-faced monk, taken aback by Imowen's swift return, hastily retreated to counter the momentum, halting just before Imowen could reach him, and once again engaged in a direct clash. Imowen seized the initiative. He could have chosen to exploit the monk's vulnerabilities, yet he refrained from any underhanded tactics. To resort to cunning would be perceived as superficial and effeminate in the eyes of the world. A man must rely on valor and might to earn respect from others. Their palms met once more, unleashing a deafening explosion of energy, the spiritual force radiating in all directions, while the ground beneath them, laden with structures, suffered extensive damage, with buildings within a 10 zhang radius collapsing and shattering. Following this clash, Imowen found himself retreating 7 zhang, while the black-faced monk fell back 3 zhang, a testament to the waning of the monk's energy against the stability of Imowen's own. As he regained his footing, Imowen quickly turned to assess the battle to the north. He noticed the massive dragon engaged in a fierce struggle against Xuanwu and the white tiger. Xuanwu, embodying the essence of a turtle-snake divine beast, faced the fire-breathing dragon head-on, utilizing his substantial water energy to withstand the assault. The white tiger, positioned as a supportive force, darted in and out, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Given that the battle had only recently commenced, neither side had yet gained the upper hand. Upon observing the northern skirmish, Imowen seized the moment to bestow divine guidance upon the white tiger. Shifting his focus from attacking the dragon's other vulnerable spots to targeting its wings, in this third counterattack, he again engaged in a direct clash, where the black-faced monk emitted a series of wild cries to bolster his energy. While Imowen remained silent, understanding that vocalizations could serve to motivate oneself but would not aid in the flow of spiritual energy. On the contrary, excessive shouting could disrupt the harmony of one's energy, slowing its circulation. After retreating 5 zhang, Imowen noted that the black-faced monk had retreated 3 zhang. During this withdrawal, Imowen glanced downward, witnessing Han soldiers, with the aid of the Azure Dragon, breaking through the gates of the royal city and entering the expansive courtyard of the palace. Realizing this, Imowen summoned the Azure Dragon to ascend and stand by, leaving only the vermilion bird behind to incinerate and impede the Hu reinforcements approaching the royal city. At this point, a noticeable shift occurred in the black-faced monk's expression. However, this change did not stem from fear or insecurity, but rather from a fierce anger, indicating either an innate ferocity or the presence of hidden tactics yet to be revealed. Weighing the possibilities, the latter seemed more likely. After retreating 5 zhang, Imowen halted once more and charged back, having already engaged in 3 direct confrontations. This fourth clash held the potential for unpredictability, not necessarily in determining a victor but in the possibility that both parties might alter their strategies. Upon witnessing Imowen's approach, the black-faced monk extended his arms outward, palms facing up, adopting a posture reminiscent of a defensive stance, ill-suited for offense. Noticing this peculiar action, Imowen raised an eyebrow. It appeared the monk intended to endure his impending strike, a remarkably perilous maneuver. If Imowen targeted the monk's energy center, he could potentially cripple the monk's spiritual cultivation in one fell swoop. Had this been a typical opponent, Imowen would have seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. However, considering this man was a monk from the western regions, whose methods diverged greatly from those of the central plains, there was a risk that should he fail to vanquish the monk in a single strike, the black-faced monk might retaliate with lethal intent in the blink of an eye. Imowen prioritized steadiness over speed, his palms gathering energy as they aimed for the monk's chest. There was no need to lower his stance. Even if the monk counterattacked, he could still protect himself from severe injury. Imowen's palms rushed toward the monk. The latter did not attempt to block the attack. Instead, he exhaled deeply, causing his chest and abdomen to rapidly deflate. Previously, the monk had battled against practitioners from the Central Plains and had a general understanding of their techniques. However, Imowen had never encountered such an odd maneuver before. According to the Central Plains practices, one would typically inhale deeply to fortify against a heavy blow, while the black-faced monk employed the opposite approach. What could be the reasoning behind this? Though filled with doubt, Imowen did not hesitate. In combat, indecision could lead to the loss of opportunity. Just as the moment unfolded, Imowen's palms struck the monk's chest with great force. Upon impact, he felt as if he had struck a pile of rotten straw, immediately sensing his own energy rapidly depleting, while simultaneously, the monk's previously deflated chest began to swell with vigor. After a brief moment of confusion, Imowen realized that the monk was employing a technique to absorb his energy for his own use. Recognizing the monk's intent, he immediately sought to retract his hands, only to find that the monk's chest had suddenly generated an overwhelming suction, rendering his palms unable to withdraw. The black-faced monk was now drawing in Imowen's spiritual energy, unable to speak. Yet his expression radiated triumph, filled with disdain, as if he held victory in his grasp. Rather than forcibly retracting his palms, Imowen seized the opportunity to survey the surrounding battle. At that moment, he noted that the massive dragon's left wing had been injured by the white tiger. Causing it to sway precariously, however, to fully subdue it would still require some time. Meanwhile, the Han soldiers who had breached the palace faced tenacious resistance from the royal guards, who were well-rested and invigorated. Complicating matters further, the Hu forces had several imperial monks aiding them, donned in grand robes, many of whom were Han individuals who had submitted to the Hu, willingly acting as their hounds. The correlation between character and capability bore no direct connection. The dozen or so monks were all formidable experts who had survived the heavenly tribulations and wielded weapons, laying waste to the Han army wherever they went. The reason these individuals refrained from offering assistance to the dark-faced monk was their firm belief in his ability to vanquish his adversaries. Observing that the Han army had already breached the palace gates, Imowen instructed Zhu Ke to secure the entrance while commanding Qing Long to stand by for reinforcements within the palace. Subsequently, he channeled spiritual energy into the monk, reasoning that if the monk sought to siphon his energy, he might as well provide an ample supply, as long as the monk could accommodate it. Chapter 357, Awakening 1 is enough. Chapter 358, The Evil of Humanity. Chapter 359, By the Eastern Sea. Chapter 360, Father Cannot Be Called Recklessly. Chapter 361, The Dragon Clan's Measurement. Chapter 362, Divination. Chapter 363, Sacred Objects of Ascension. Chapter 364, Innocence Be Not Harmed. Chapter 365, The Dragon Clan Ashore. Chapter 366, The Three Dragons of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 367, Self-Sacrifice for Others. Chapter 368, Water Spirits. Chapter 369, Hasty Crossing. Chapter 370, Arrival at Jinkong. Chapter 371, Life Hangs by a Thread. Chapter 372, The Inner Dan of Swan and I. Chapter 373, Misfortune is Dependent on Fortune. Chapter 374, A Return to Tianning Temple. Chapter 375, Healing Zhangdong. Chapter 376, Covering the Sky and Changing the Day. Chapter 377, The Misfortunes of Jean. Chapter 378, Claw Yellow Flying Electricity. Chapter 379, Ambush. Chapter 380, Guidance. Chapter 381, Nameless. Chapter 382, Wanderer Imowen felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing these words. In the past, he had hurriedly departed without fulfilling his responsibilities as a master, intending to entrust Master Ma with the task of enlightenment. Little did he know that Master Ma's demise had come quite suddenly, leaving him aware that the skills imparted to him were never passed on to the Nameless One. "Are you willing to accompany me?" Imowen inquired gently. The Nameless One looked up at Imowen, asking, "Where to?" "Wherever you wish to go, we shall go," Imowen replied. After Imowen spoke, the Nameless One began to hesitate, glancing between Imowen and the thatched cottage, struggling to make a decision. At 12 years old, he was not yet of an age to think independently. "Master Ma hoped you would follow me to learn the arts," Imowen encouraged softly. "I do not know the way back," the Nameless One said. "In time, I shall guide you." Imowen smiled, understanding that both men and women develop paternal and maternal instincts upon reaching adulthood. His greatest regret regarding Ajio was their lack of offspring. The master-disciple relationship held a profound intimacy akin to that of a father and son, with the former inheriting skills and the latter continuing the bloodline. "Master, when shall we depart?" the Nameless One inquired. "Tomorrow, after paying our respects to Master Ma," Imowen proposed. "Very well, Master. Please have a seat while I prepare dinner," the Nameless One offered, bringing over a long bench for Imowen to sit upon. Mowen nodded and settled down, observing the Nameless One busily working in the kitchen. The Nameless One still felt somewhat shy and hesitant to speak with Mowen, who was not in a hurry. He understood that accepting a stranger takes time. The dinner was rather humble, consisting of coarse rice porridge and pickled vegetables. Due to the scant use of salt, the pickled vegetables had turned somewhat sour. But Imowen did not mind. Despite possessing spiritual prowess, he did not seek lavish comforts. In addition to the rice and vegetables, the Nameless One had boiled 2 eggs, placing them respectfully before Imowen during the meal. Imowen peeled the eggshells and placed the eggs into the Nameless One's bowl, who, startled, glanced at Imowen without daring to refuse. After dinner, Imowen took the lead, instructing the Nameless One to perform the full 9 prostrations. As the previous bowing ceremony had only included 3 kneelings and half a prostration. According to Taoist customs, an official disciple must perform 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Imowen did not test the Nameless One's cultivation. He could discern from the Nameless One's breathing and demeanor that he had no cultivation at all. Since Ma Bu-ping had never understood the practice of energy cultivation and had passed away prematurely, he had not had the opportunity to impart the skills inscribed on the talismans to the Nameless One. However, every situation has its pros and cons. It was fortunate that Master Ma had departed early. Had he not, the Nameless One would have already learned the external alchemy methods of energy cultivation, making the subsequent study of internal alchemy rather inconvenient. After the Nameless One fell asleep, Imowen ventured out, returning with incense and candles for offerings. In the morning, the Nameless One awoke and led Imowen to the burial site of Master Ma. After burning incense and making offerings, Imowen bowed deeply to the unmarked mound, saying, "Master Ma, I shall take the Nameless One with me. This child was raised by you, and we shall share the position of Master. May the infinite heavenly Lord bless you." The Nameless One, deeply attached to Master Ma, was overcome with sadness at the impending departure, weeping for a long time before following Imowen back to the thatched cottage to pack his belongings for the journey down the mountain. Imowen had initially assumed the Nameless One would take everything he could carry, but he was surprised to see that the Nameless One only retrieved a jar from a hidden corner near the stove. Pulling out a small amount of gold and a cloth pouch to tuck into his bosom, Imowen recognized the gold. It was what he had left for Master Ma upon his departure. The cloth pouch likely contained the few talismans he had left behind. Upon inspection, he found it to be true. "From now on, as you follow me, I shall impart these teachings to you," Imowen declared. Incinerating the talismans with a flick of his wrist, the Nameless One, intrigued by Imowen's ability to summon fire from thin air, nodded in agreement and followed him outside. "Let them go. There is no shortage of grass seeds in these mountains," Imowen said to the Nameless One, who had dashed toward the chicken coop to catch hens. "I wish to present them to Master Lu on the front mountain," the Nameless One timidly replied. Glancing back at Imowen, "That is acceptable," Imowen said with a smile, feeling gratified by the Nameless One's gratitude. However, he simultaneously observed a concern. Although Master Ma had treated the Nameless One well, he had always been quite stern. The Nameless One walked ahead, cradling 2 plucked hens, while Imowen followed behind. Tai Mountain is vast, and it took a considerable amount of time to traverse from the back mountain to the sunny slope. They arrived at the front mountain just past the hour of the snake. Tai Mountain is home to 5 Taoist temples. The largest is located at Yanglu, known as Tai Palace. This grand temple boasts over 100 rooms and houses more than 1,000 practitioners. Upon reaching the entrance, the Nameless One turned back to Imowen, who smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to knock on the temple door. Gathering his courage, the Nameless One stepped forward, but just as he was about to knock, the door was pulled open, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back, fearfully watching 2 middle-aged Taoists emerge from the temple. "Ah, Nameless, What brings you here? The first Taoist, lean and slender, recognized the nameless one holding the hens. Master, who is he? Inquired the other Taoist, who walked ahead. Owen seized the opportunity to glance at the two. Both were equipped with long swords, suggesting they were preparing to venture out. A disciple of Master Ma from the back mountain, the slender Taoist replied. Master Lu, I am leaving. I brought these two hens as a token of thanks for your care. The nameless one said, stepping back up the steps to present the docile hens to Master Lu. Master Lu exhibited a look of puzzlement, glancing at Mo when standing not far off before addressing the nameless one. Where are you off to? I wish to accompany my master. I do not yet know where we are going, the nameless one answered. Upon hearing this, Master Lu's concerns deepened. In these chaotic times, there are all manner of villains. And it truly troubled him to see a young child leaving with an outsider. Mo when surmised the Taoist's thoughts and, appreciating his care for the young one, stepped forward, saying, Blessings of the infinite heavenly Lord. I extend my greetings to both Taoists. The two middle-aged Taoists felt a sudden chill at Mo Wen's words. Only those who had transcended the tribulation could chant the complete Taoist title. Blessings of the infinite heavenly Lord. I am Lu Tongyang of Tai Ching Tai Mountain. May I inquire the Taoist title and lineage? Master Lu asked, noting that the three branches of the three pure ones wore slightly different robes. Deducing from Mo Wen's attire that he belonged to the upper clear sect. In response to Master Lu, I am Tian Shu Zi, having studied the arts at Wuliang Mountain in Min Prefecture. Mo Wen replied. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two middle-aged Taoists shifted dramatically. The name Tian Shu Zi was thunderous in their ears, yet they had never seen him in person, making it difficult to associate the renowned figure with the casually speaking young Taoist before them. How does the Taoist know this child? Master Lu asked, concerned that Mo Wen might be an impostor. Mo Wen, undeterred by their skepticism, felt a surge of goodwill towards them and patiently explained, The nameless one is my disciple whom I accepted 4 years ago. For many years, I have secluded myself in the snow-capped mountains of the northwest, and only recently have I found the time to visit him and Master Ma, only to discover that Master Ma has passed. Seeing that the nameless one was left alone, I felt compelled to take him away. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years, Master Lu. Blessings of the infinite heavenly Lord. After finishing, Mo Wen bowed deeply to Master Lu, this gesture expressing profound gratitude for his care of the nameless one. As he bowed, he did not conceal his aura, and Master Lu felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure emanating from Mo Wen. Standing before him, he found it difficult to breathe, and only then did he truly understand that he stood before Tian Shu Zi. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. Master Lu said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He then reached out to ruffle the nameless one's hair, saying, A raw gem must not be wasted. Nameless, you must diligently learn from your master. He possesses great skills and is far superior to us. Upon hearing this, the nameless one turned to glance at Mo Wen, who humbly bowed his head in modesty, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Master Lu, I shall remember your words, and you must accept these 2 hens, the nameless one insisted. Very well, I shall accept them. Thank you, Master Lu replied graciously. Taoist Lu, with a smile, accepted the 2 hens and then cautioned. Taoist Ma has shown you great kindness. You must remember the teachings he has imparted to you. Owen furrowed his brow at these seemingly casual words from Lu Tongyang, which were not without implication. Despite his profound knowledge of the Tao, Lu Tongyang was not well regarded, and Mo Wen was concerned that Wu Ming might be adversely influenced by him. I understand, Wu Ming replied. Esteemed Taoists, I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourselves. Wu Ming bid farewell to the 2 Taoists. Safe travels, they replied, nodding at Mo Wen, who returned the gesture as they set off down the mountain together. As they descended, Wu Ming remained silent, following closely behind Mo Wen. Noticing Wu Ming's quiet demeanor, Mo Wen glanced back and saw him clutching a chicken feather, his brow furrowed in thought. We haven't gone far when Taoist Lu released the 2 hens. Mo Wen casually remarked. How do you know Taoist Lu let them go without turning around? Wu Ming asked eagerly, for Mo Wen's words echoed his own concerns. He wished to repay his benefactor while also ensuring the hens did not meet a grim fate. I possess a keen sense of the Tao, Mo Wen replied, borrowing Taoist Lu's words. Reassured by Mo Wen's insight, Wu Ming cast aside his worries and discarded the feather, quickening his pace to keep up with Mo Wan. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered three diverging paths. At this juncture, Mo Wan turned to Wu Ming and inquired, "Where do you wish to go? Where does my master intend to go?" Wu Ming gazed up at Mo Wan. "What is the one thing you most desire to do in this life?" Mo Wan countered, "To exorcise spirits and vanquish demons, to uphold justice," Wu Ming declared earnestly. "Then let us pursue the exorcism of spirits and the vanquishing of demons," Mo Wan said with a smile, choosing the right-hand path. "Master, I know nothing," Wu Ming hurriedly followed. "Fear not. We shall learn as we walk." Mo Wan replied casually. Typically, Taoists begin teaching students only after reaching their 40s or 50s, as it is believed that only then can their cultivation reach a refined state. Furthermore, it is customary for Taoists to adhere to a principle of learning before application, essentially mastering a skill before venturing out into the world. However, Mo Wan had no intention of following these conventions. Though he had just crossed the threshold of his 30s, his cultivation had already reached a profound level, qualifying him to take on disciples. Moreover, true teaching requires an assessment of character and adaptability. One cannot seclude themselves in a temple and expect to produce a versatile student. "Master, where are we headed?" As they prepared to leave Tai Mountain, Wu Ming felt a flutter of anxiety and frequently glanced back. Words on a page cannot compare to a guide on the road. Given the current chaos in the world, with demons arising and spirits rampant, from this day forth, we, master and disciple, shall traverse the land, experiencing the myriad facets of life, exorcising malevolent spirits. Does that sound agreeable? Mo Wan asked with a smile. Yes, yes, Wu Ming clapped his hands in joy. Mo Wan led Wu Ming northward, motivated by multiple reasons: to seize the opportunity to teach, to observe the ways of the mortal realm, and to find moments of tranquility amidst the turmoil, to contemplate inner alchemy and magical arts. The last reason also influenced his choice to journey north, as he sought to locate the long-missing Peacock King in the kingdom of Ziyang. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao had already leaped down from the back of the eagle. Although the golden eagle and the giant bat were not small in stature, they were unable to compete with the massive aquatic creatures and could only observe the battle from the heights. With the intention of luring the enemy, the three of them personally guarded this breach, swiftly changing positions above the heads of the fish and tortoises. The reaction speed of these aquatic creatures was far inferior to that of the previous purple-tinged Taoists. And with each strike, the three of them reaped rewards, especially Mo Wan, wielding the seven-star sword, who was unstoppable. Their enormous size rendered short weapons ineffective. Lu Shaoqing shouted loudly, "Find two long weapons." Following suit, Yi Xiaoyao called out, as one of them wielded a dagger and the other a short sword. These were suitable for slaying humans, but utterly inadequate against these gigantic sea monsters, often failing to penetrate their flesh. Hearing the cries of the two, Lao Wu turned and flew away, returning shortly with two long weapons to throw to them. "We need sharp weapons." Lu Shaoqing swatted away the club. "Copper and iron sink in water." "Where do you expect him to find them?" Yi Xiaoyao retorted. He took the falling spear and plunged it into the water, skewering a monstrous fish beneath the surface, then swiftly turned to stab at the head of a dragon that was lunging at him. The dragon's head was exceedingly hard, causing the wooden spear shaft to snap instantly, blind them. Mo Wan, armed with his sword, managed to seal off a 2-mile stretch of water single-handedly, leaving no chance for any fish to escape his grasp. Upon hearing Mo Wan's shout, Yi Xiaoyao and Lu Shaoqing began to focus on attacking the eyes of the aquatic creatures. The East Sea denizens, capable of speech, upon hearing Mo Wan's command, all plunged into the depths to flee. Although the three could enter the water, they dared not engage in combat beneath the waves, allowing some of the East Sea aquatic beings to escape. Moments later, the forces of the South Sea finally arrived, sealing the breach completely. Once they completed the encirclement, the area beneath the water also fell under their defense, trapping the East Sea aquatic creatures entirely. "Capture the leader first." Mo Wan quickly flew westward, treading upon the back of the Xuanwu. Though the South Sea had one more member than the East Sea, their strength was slightly inferior. The unknown dragon prince of the East Sea wielded a long halberd, his might not less than that of Ao Shu, while South Sea's Ao Yin and Ao Han joined forces against him, yet still found themselves at a disadvantage. Ao Shu and Ao Bing had already revealed their true forms. Battling beneath the water, the outcome uncertain, Ao Ka wielded a crimson long sword, engaging in a defensive struggle against East Sea's Ao Ji. The East Sea Dragon Maiden Ao Mei and the South Sea Dragon Maiden Ao Ruan both employed ranged weaponry. Fearing that the other might unleash dragon spirals or fire dragon arrows to ambush their brothers, thus resorting to close-quarters combat to entangle one another, preventing any offensive maneuvers. Upon seeing Mo when rushing over, Ao Yin was overjoyed and shouted, "Immortal, come quickly and join forces to slay this." Just as Ao Yin spoke, an East Sea Dragon suddenly leapt from the water, its jaws wide open, clamping onto him and dragging him swiftly below the surface. Nearby, Ao Han, witnessing this, hastily abandoned his opponent and transformed to plunge into the water for rescue. The East Sea Dragon Prince also sought to dive in and aid the dragon in eliminating Ao Yin. But just as he revealed his true form, Mo Wen had already approached, swiftly swinging his sword towards the dragon's head. Unaware of Mo Wen's prowess, the Dragon Prince foolishly raised his claw to strike. Mo Wen, seeing this, was filled with joy, channeling his energy and striking down with his sword. At that moment, a flash of silver rushed from the west, splitting into two as it approached the back of the blue dragon, targeting Mo Wen from two directions. Recognizing this curved blade as Ao Mei's dragon spiral knife, Mo Wen quickly shifted his sword for self-preservation, knowing that trading a serious injury for a claw from the blue dragon was not worth it. In the same instant, a muffled grunt from the west indicated Ao Mei had been attacked by Ao Ruan while distracted in protecting her brother. "Enter the water. Raise the waves," Ao Ji shouted loudly. Following his command, the dragon clans from the Southeast Sea dove into the water, and Ao Ka called out to Mo Wen, "Retreat." Upon hearing this, Mo Wen and the arriving Lu Yi both harnessed their energy and leapt onto the backs of the eagle and bat. Respectively, the golden eagle and giant bat, upon receiving the three, immediately took to the skies. Just as they ascended 100 zhong, towering waves erupted from the sea, splashing high enough to drench the eagle's feathers. At this point, the three finally had a moment to rest. Although the battle raged on, they could no longer intervene, as entering the water in such chaos equated to certain death. "What is the situation below?" Lu Shaoqing frowned as he gazed at the tumultuous waves. Beneath the great waves, most of the aquatic creatures from both sides had submerged, while those unable to dive were left dazed and crushed by the surging waters and the whirlpools they created. Mo Wen, hearing this, did not respond, as he was preoccupied with guiding the Xuanwu, relying on instinct for self-preservation. Summoning and controlling these Xuanwu had cost him a tenth of his spiritual energy, and having paid such a price, he could not afford to withdraw them just yet. "Half a pound, 8 taels," Yi Xiaoyao remarked, glancing at his shredded right breast garment. "Though the South Sea has one more person than the East Sea, it does not necessarily mean they hold the advantage," Lu Shaoqing commented. As the two conversed, Mo Wen concentrated on sensing the energies below. Due to the multitude of dragons in the water, discerning the true dragon auras of the East Sea and South Sea clans proved exceedingly difficult. Currently, both sides were casting spells. The East Sea dragons were stirring waves to the north, attempting to break through the South Sea's encirclement, while the South Sea dragons were raising waves to the south to prevent the East Sea aquatic creatures from retreating northward. Despite the ongoing magical clashes, the fighting ensued in the depths, rendering it invisible from above. However, though the battle beneath the surface remained unseen, the three could observe the blood-stained waters and the various corpses of aquatic creatures occasionally surfacing. Mo Wen kept his eyes closed, sensing the dragon auras below, which were all in motion. This indicated that while they were conjuring waves, they had not ceased their struggles. After a moment, he finally identified an aura belonging to the East Sea Dragon clan. A recognition aided by their previous close encounter. This dragon aura belonged to the unknown Dragon Prince of the East Sea. Confirming this individual's presence and position, Mo Wen immediately directed the waiting Xuanwu to attack. Upon receiving Mo Wen's command, dozens of Xuanwu surged towards that dragon aura. As the Xuanwu launched their assault, the waves stirred by the East Sea noticeably diminished, a result of the East Sea dragons dividing their focus to fend off the Xuanwu. Imowen did not replenish the spiritual energy of those Xuanwu, but allowed them to be scattered one by the East Sea Dragons. Previously, he had confronted the East Sea Dragons using a single Xuanwu, knowing that one alone could not match a true dragon. Yet, dozens of Xuanwu could indeed fight to the death against one. After half a stick of incense, only 3 Xuanwu remained, just as Imowen feared his efforts would be in vain. The dragon aura of the East Sea Dragon Prince vanished. Seeing this as a success, Missouriwan began to contemplate whether to replicate his strategy against another dragon prince from the East Sea when suddenly, the waves ceased and the blue and red dragons began to surface, the blue one leading closely followed by the red. Not good, they're coming for us. I'll head west. You two go south, Imowen shouted to the others, urging Lao Wu to fly westward quickly. What did you do? Lu Shaoqing asked, perplexed. Lao Wu had already taken flight westward, and Imowen turned back to the two, saying, I surrounded and killed a blue dragon with the Xuanwu. They coming to settle the score. Upon hearing that the enemy sought revenge, Lao Wu flapped his wings with all his might, and by the time the 3 East Sea Dragons breached the surface, the two had already flown nearly 100 miles away. The single-eyed blue dragon, Ao Shu, was the first to emerge, its 4 claws soaring through the clouds as it pursued westward. Don't let him escape. The dragon prince Aog followed, calling out to Ao Shu, third brother, don't chase him. The overall situation is more important. Quickly lead the forces to break out. Hearing Aog's call, Ao Shu let out a heart-wrenching roar. And after the cry, he twisted and dove back into the sea, aligning with Aog and Ao made to carve a path forward, leading the remnants in a rapid retreat. Chapter 460. Rearranging the forces for pursuit as the East Sea retreated. The South Sea did not immediately give chase, but instead took the opportunity to reorganize their ranks. The previous chaotic battle and towering waves had mixed 5 routes of aquatic beings together, rendering them unable to command or direct effectively. While the South Sea reorganized, the 3 landed on the back of the giant turtle where Ao Ka was stationed in the midst of his busy preparations. Ao Ka thanked the 3. Had it not been for your assistance, we would surely have fallen into an ambush set by the East Sea. Lu Yi and the others humbly responded, but Imowen noticed something unusual in Ao Ka's expression and turned to survey the other 4 giant turtles. Ao Han was in the front, blocking the East Sea's retreat, while Ao Rwan supported on the left flank and Ao Han on the right, leaving the rear turtles back devoid of personnel. Where are the 2 dragon princes? Imowen asked Ao Ka, who was arranging the troops. They were severely wounded and have been sent to the South Sea for treatment. Their injuries are grave. They may not recover, Ao Ka replied. Once he saw that the formation had taken shape, he immediately ordered the sealing of the breach. Blessings of the infinite celestial Lord, Imowen intoned solemnly in such bloody battles. Cunning strategies were of no avail. Those who were weaker would inevitably perish. Thanks to the assistance of the immortal, even East Sea's Ao Dong has met his end, Ao Ka added. What is the status of our casualties? Lu Shaoqing inquired from the side. It's difficult to assess at present. The copper boxes submerged in the water contain fruits and drinks. Please help yourselves, Ao Ka gestured to the 3, then turned to oversee the Central Army's offensive against the trapped East Sea aquatic beings. Yi Xiaoyao turned to the copper box beside the command seat, lifting the lid to retrieve several bottles of liquor, only to find that Imowen and Lu Shaoqing had already moved to assist in battle. What's the rush? Yi Xiaoyao uncorked a ceramic bottle, taking a few swigs before producing a cheer-replenishing pill from his robe and swallowing it with the liquor. Take this. Yi Xiaoyao handed several porcelain vases filled with wine to Lao Wu and drew his short sword, charging towards the trapped aquatic beings of the East Sea. At this moment, the East Sea aquatic creatures had been driven entirely to the surface. Once surrounded, only those on the periphery could engage in battle, while those within the encirclement were utterly helpless. Due to their diverse species and the absence of commanding leadership, they suffered grievously under the assault from the South Sea. Imowen wielded the 7-star sword, slashing through the enemy ranks. In truth, these aquatic beings were rather dull-witted. Their sheer size rendered them formidable, yet once they surfaced, they were easier to deal with than the beasts of the land. Unlike human conflicts, battles among aquatic beings not only determined victory or defeat but also life and death. The concepts of surrender or capture were entirely foreign. The The trapped East Sea aquatic creatures were acutely aware of their fate and, in their desperation, employed every possible means to escape, yet the encirclement had solidified, leaving them with no avenue for flight, forced instead to engage in a futile struggle akin to a cornered beast. The conflict swiftly concluded. Within the span of a single incense stick, all of the surrounded East Sea aquatic beings were annihilated. Following the battle, Aoku commanded the army to hasten northward. The 4 commanders of the South Sea gathered to deliberate. The valor displayed by the 3 earlier had earned them the respect of the South Sea Dragon clan, who invited the trio to confer together. The toll was approximately 40,000 enemies vanquished. With around 20,000 losses on their side, they were now not far from the East Sea Dragon Palace, expected to reach the outer Kuan position by the second watch. Aoku briefed the others on the situation. His subordinates were fatigued and required sustenance before resuming combat. Ao Han interjected, while Lu Shaoqing waved his hand, advocating for swift action, suggesting they seize the Kuan position without delay and allow for rest afterward. The true master may not realize, Ao Ruan remarked, that we aquatic beings are unlike humans. Without nourishment, our vitality will wane. Lu Shaoqing raised an eyebrow at Ao Ruan, contemplating for a moment before nodding. How large is the divine cauldron that was stolen from you? Yi Xiaoyao leaned against the golden eagle, clutching a porcelain vase. Its size is akin to a terrestrial water storage jar, weighing approximately 23,000 jin. Aoku replied, such weight? How were they able to steal it? Yi Xiaoyao inquired, curiosity piqued. The 4 seas' sea eyes are interconnected. The East Sea dispatched a bishi to infiltrate through the sea eye and pilfer it. Aoku explained. As the conversation unfolded, Imowen noticed an animal appearing on the surface of the sea ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a stag. The stag, a male, possessed an impressive stature akin to a robust steed. Adorned with 2 clusters of antlers atop its head, on which sat an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard. The others, following Imowen's gaze northward, beheld the stag approaching rapidly from that direction. Its hooves gliding over the waves as though traversing solid ground, undoubtedly a divine beast. Upon spotting the elderly Taoist mounted on the stag, the trio's expressions grew grave. Many of the young individuals they had previously slain were likely students of this very figure. As they drew nearer, the group discerned the elder's features. He was quite gaunt, not tall, with hair and beard all white, his face devoid of expression. While most individuals display a semblance of anger when expressionless, this man's countenance was truly devoid of emotion, an epitome of calmness. As the distance between them diminished, Yi Xiaoyao set down the porcelain vase, departing from the golden eagle to join Imowen and Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, words were unnecessary. All 3 harbored the same thought. A master has arrived. Just as the trio steeled themselves for confrontation, the stag unexpectedly veered away from the South Sea army, circumventing to the east and heading south. The Taoist robe, reminiscent of Han Dynasty attire, marked him as a celestial wanderer. Lu Shaoqing turned to observe the elderly rider descending southward. Owen nodded in acknowledgement, explaining that celestial wanderers differ from those who remain in the mortal realm to continue their cultivation. They are beings who have attained a rank above celestial immortals, yet have renounced their status and powers. Living among mortals, their lifespans are no longer bound by the constraints of dual armor, the only distinction being they lack the celestial arts bestowed by the heavenly court. The presence of this individual, arriving on a stag, was no mere coincidence. He was likely searching for his lost disciple, and should he discover that his student had perished, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. Not necessarily, Imowen countered with a shake of his head. As his words lacked specificity, the others regarded him with curiosity. Imowen turned to them and elaborated. Should this individual be a true master, he would certainly be aware of his disciple's demise. If he has refrained from confronting us now, he will not seek conflict upon his return. If he is indeed searching for his disciple, it suggests his cultivation has yet to reach the celestial realm, rendering him inconsequential. What if Lao Wu, unfamiliar with the elder's capabilities, had never witnessed a deer traversing the sea? He could discern through the steed that the Taoist was no ordinary man, even if he is a celestial wanderer. I hold no fear of him, Imowen declared resolutely. let alone the South Sea Dragon clan at our side. Even if it were just him alone, I would dare to strike against a celestial wanderer." The South Sea Dragon clan nodded in agreement. Having engaged in prior combat, they had gained a rough understanding of Imowen's prowess, which exceeded their own, ensuring he would not falter against any single dragon child from the East Sea. However, they knew he would struggle to withstand the assault of 3 opponents. Otherwise, when the 3 East Sea Dragon children and dragon maidens had sought him out previously, he would not have distanced himself so markedly. In contrast to the South Sea Dragon clan's approval, Yi Xiaoyao and Lu Shaoqing held skepticism regarding Imowen's assertion. The reason was simple. While they were aware that Imowen could heal his wounds, they were unaware that he had attained the stage of regenerating limbs. After the council concluded, Ao Bing, Ao Han, and Ao Ruan returned to their respective factions, with the rear guard merging with the central forces under Ao Ku's command. 200 miles northward, the stag-riding Taoist returned from the south, now with 2 individuals seated upon the stag, one of whom Imowen recognized as the young swordsman he had previously decapitated. This time, the stag approached the South Sea military formation without evasion as it neared the rear. Clouds billowed beneath the stag's hooves, and it gracefully descended towards the 3. "Oh no, it has truly come to this," Lao Wu exclaimed, his mouth agape as he looked at Mowen. In response, Imowen remained silent, furrowing his brow at the young Taoist atop the stag. He had severed the young man's head before. Yet now he appeared restored, as though reborn. Moments later, the stag hovered above the central forces, the 3 remaining vigilant while the South Sea Dragon clan observed intently, poised to assist should conflict arise. Unexpectedly, the elder did not engage. Instead, he bowed to Imowen in greeting. "Blessings of the endless celestial lord." "Blessings of the endless celestial lord," Imowen returned the gesture. Expecting the elder to speak further, Imowen was taken aback when he did not. Instead, he turned to his disciple behind him, the young Taoist who had returned from death, lowering his brow and bowing to Imowen. "Blessings of the endless celestial lord. As a junior, I should not repay kindness with resentment. I have recognized my error." The elder nodded in response, and the stag soared northward, treading upon clouds. After the departure of the elder and his disciple, the onlookers turned to Imowen with puzzled expressions. Imowen surveyed the crowd before explaining, "During our aerial confrontation, I intended to spare the young man's life, but he attacked me from behind, leading to my decisive action. The elder must have been aware of this, hence he brought him to acknowledge his mistake." Lu and Yi were both struck by this revelation. Blessings of the endless celestial lord, indeed? There are those among us. Owen silently agreed, recognizing the elder's profound attainment. Regardless of his cultivation level, his character commanded respect. While acknowledging this, Imowen introspected, realizing that despite his superior cultivation, his actions had been overly ruthless, lacking in broader perspective. Although he recognized his shortcomings, he felt no regret. Cultivation and understanding are not necessarily tied to age, yet demeanor and outlook are directly influenced by it. The impetuousness of youth inevitably leads to rash actions, while maturity brings about a calm disposition. After marching northward for 100 miles, the army began to veer eastward, with all commands issued by Ao Ku, as the others seemed unfamiliar with the terrain of the East Sea. By now, night had fully fallen. The forces advanced through the water, the only sounds being the splashing of waves and the occasional deep exhalations of the aquatic beings surfacing for as they neared the outer edges of the Dragon Palace. Ao Ku issued a command to halt. 2 massive clams, transported by the burdened aquatic beings, arrived at the center of the formation, surrounded by numerous aquatic creatures. The clam shells opened, releasing a multitude of small fish and shrimp brought from the South Sea, prompting the aquatic beings to begin their meal. After half an hour, the meal concluded, and the army resumed its advance, to Imowen's surprise. The Taoist who had fled earlier had not returned with reinforcements seeking revenge. When they were 200 miles from the Dragon Palace's outskirts, a peculiar phenomenon occurred in the sea. The waters to the north had frozen over extensively. Chapter 461. Light shining for thousands of miles. Let it not be said that this is merely early autumn. Even in the depths of winter, the sea rarely freezes. The appearance of ice is undoubtedly a defensive measure by the East Sea. Witnessing the icy expanse ahead, Aoku immediately commanded his subordinates to dive beneath the surface to investigate. Moments later, they reported back that the ice was not limited to the surface. It extended below the water as well. Can the East Sea Dragon clan truly freeze the sea? Imowen inquired of Aoku. While they can manipulate the waters, they cannot induce freezing, Aoku replied with a shake of his head. Then it follows that someone from the Taoist sect is aiding them in secret. Imowen deduced that as of now, we are still unaware of the precise extent of the frozen area. From what we can see, this region is not something an ordinary individual could freeze. Is there an island 200 miles ahead? Yi Xiaoyao asked, gazing into the distance. Aoku nodded. Indeed, the entrance to the Kuan position of the Dragon Palace lies beneath the cliff on the southern side of that solitary island. I shall investigate the situation. Yi Xiaoyao declared, leaping onto the back of the eagle. I will accompany you, Lu Shaoqing said, gathering his energy to ascend. The golden eagle bore two figures as they flapped their wings northward, while Imo and the Dragon Clan's army awaited patiently at their original position. The path ahead was obstructed, and other dragon sons and daughters hurried from their respective formations to deliberate strategies. The extent of the frozen terrain was vast, making it exceedingly difficult for the twofold true fire to melt such a thick layer of ice in a short span of time. Ao Bing shook his head and inquired, how many aquatic beings can ascend to the surface? Aoku turned to Ao Han, who replied, only 5,000 blooded water beasts can reach the icy surface. The others would be frozen stiff after merely 200 miles. Ao Han, having sustained an injury to his right arm during prior skirmishes, now wielded a blade with his left hand. Mo Zhanren. What do you believe we should do to address this predicament? Aoku sought counsel from Imo. Let us wait for my two companions to return before making any decisions, Imo replied. Frowning, the Dragon Clan pondered how to break through the unyielding ice and conquer the stronghold, while he contemplated the origins of this formidable ice layer. The Eastern Sea Dragon Clan's retreat to Kuan Pass and the Southern Sea Dragon Clan's arrival would not exceed an hour. The freezing of such an extensive maritime area within that time frame could hardly be the work of an ordinary cultivator. After a brief moment, Lu Yi and his companion returned. Lu Shaoqing was the first to leap down from the eagle's back. The frozen area radiated from an island at its center, encompassing a 200-mile radius, with clear signs of rituals conducted by cultivators on the island. Knight Xiaoyao, who followed suit, remarked, there are over a dozen altars. This was clearly the work of multiple individuals. They evidently wished to conceal their identities, as the talismans used in their rituals have all been collected afterward. Upon hearing this, Mo felt a slight alleviation of pressure. From what he understood, the Shangqing sect did not possess such freezing spells. The practitioners behind this must have hailed from the Yuqing or Taiqing sections. These cultivators, invited by the local lords, had no choice but to lend their assistance. Yet they were reluctant to become adversaries of the Southern Sea and the three of them. Thus, they had cast this ice to buy time for the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan to regroup and arrange their forces. Could they be hiding within the stronghold? Lu Shaoqing inquired. Aoku interjected, no. The Dragon Palace lies beneath the surface, where most areas are flooded, making it inaccessible to humans. Moreover, it would be perilous if they were to seal us in once we entered. We must eliminate any potential threats before approaching the stronghold. Lu Shaoqing continued, you are overthinking it. Should they wish to confront us directly, they could simply wait until our arrival to enact their spells. Ensuring that not a single one of the 30,000 aquatic beings escapes, all would be frozen if we arrive. Would they still have the luxury of casting spells at their leisure? Lu Shaoqing raised an eyebrow. Knight Xiaoyao, disliking banter, chuckled at Lu Shaoqing's words but remained silent. Owen nodded slowly. Lu Shaoqing's reasoning was not without merit. Old 5, go conduct a reconnaissance, circling 1,000 miles to sense if there are any flying creatures capable of carrying people gathering in the skies or on nearby islands. Remember, do not approach them, Imo instructed Old 5. Old 5 complied, grabbing his staff and taking to the skies. Ao Han, Ao Ruo, I shall take command of the two wings. After you have created a path through the ice using your true fire, return to the Southern Sea to recuperate, Aoku commanded Ao Han and Ao Ruo, fully aware that the longer they delayed, the more prepared the enemy would become. Understood. Ao Han and Ao Ruo responded earnestly. Wait, Lu Shaoqing interjected, casting a glance at Ao. Are you is it possible for the Qian fire to melt this solid ice? Lu Shaoqing inquired. The Qian fire, known as Qianhua Fentian, was a spell employed by Knight Xiaoyao and by Li Guangfeng during their assistance to the Yin Kingdom against Mo Wen's Zhao army, used to illuminate the battlefield. This spell was composed of 36 talismans, radiating intense heat and light, akin to the sun itself. Upon hearing this, Knight Xiaoyao directed his gaze toward Mo Wen, and all eyes turned to him. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Wen extended his hand and requested, "Please provide me with some of the purple talismans you possess." The two complied, retrieving their talisman drawing tools and presenting several purple talismans to Mo Wen. Holding the talismans, Mo Wen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Qian Fire Fentian was a pure yang spell of the Shangqing sect, and as a pure yang body, his execution of the spell would yield the greatest potency. However, in this apocalyptic era, he could not sense or borrow the yang energy of the heavens and earth, relying solely on his own spiritual energy. He began to calculate how much of his energy would be consumed in casting this spell. After a moment of thought, Mo Wen pinched the purple talismans in his hand. Drawing talismans was not Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao's forte, so he requested them. Each offered him the majority of their stock, totaling over 100 talismans. The ordinary Qian Fire Fentian would struggle to dissolve 200 miles of solid ice in a short span, but shortly, I will employ 108 talismans to amplify its power threefold. Mo Wen stated solemnly. Knight Xiaoyao and Lu Shaoqing were left speechless, astonished by the abundance of spiritual energy within Mo Wen, fully realizing the vast disparity between them. Though they were both disciples of the Shangqing sect, Mo Wen had surpassed them by an enormous margin. Having concluded his speech, Mo Wen began to draw the talismans, and within a brief moment, over 100 talismans were completed. He stored the talisman papers and looked to Knight Xiaoyao, saying, "Lift me into the sky." Knight Xiaoyao gestured for the golden eagle to ascend, and the two leapt onto its back as it let out a long cry, soaring high into the air. "Are you attempting to intimidate the enemy?" Knight Xiaoyao inquired. Mo Wen turned to glance at Knight Xiaoyao and nodded. "There are many cultivators in the Eastern Sea. We must demonstrate our might to deter them from advancing. The best way to do so is through the Qian Fire Fentian. As the golden eagle ascended, Mo Wen estimated the height, leaping from its back when they reached over 300 zhang above the ground. "I will create some distance." Knight Xiaoyao instructed the eagle to fly southward. Mo Wen, as the spellcaster, would not be affected by the intense heat, but for the others, being too close would result in severe burns. Once the golden eagle had flown far enough, Mo Wen formed hand seals and scattered the 108 purple talismans into the air. The talismans circled in a formation, their size multiplying several times compared to the ordinary Qian Fire Fentian. Reaching over 20 zhang in diameter, the talismans settled into place, each ignited in succession, doubling the temperature with each ignition. In an instant, all 108 talismans were ablaze, coalescing into a massive fireball the size of 100 paces. Resembling a blazing sun, illuminating the skies for miles and dazzling the eyes, with the spell concluded, Mo Wen gracefully descended, using his breath to return swiftly to the camp. Even in ordinary circumstances, no cultivator could employ purple talismans for such a spell. Under the current apocalyptic conditions, it was even more challenging, as they could not draw upon the energy of heaven and earth, relying entirely on their own accumulated spiritual energy. This radiant Qian Fire Fentian would instill far greater fear in the hearts of the Eastern Sea cultivators than the ice created by the combined efforts of so many. "How long can this sun persist?" Aoku asked, gazing up at the fireball in the sky. "As long as I sustain it with my spiritual energy, it will remain until the ice is melted." Mo Wen replied. The temperature produced by the Qian Fire Fentian was several times hotter than ordinary sunlight. As it manifested, the ice began to thaw. The Southern Sea aquatic beings did not seek refuge beneath the waves, but instead floated to the surface to bask in the warmth. Many among them were cold-blooded creatures, and the water temperature of the Eastern Sea was several degrees lower than that of the Southern Sea. The emergence of the ice had rendered the surrounding waters frigid, and the heat radiating from the Qian Fire Fentian was precisely what they needed to warm themselves. "What is the situation at the 14 strongholds? What is the terrain like? Who guards them?" Mo Wen waved away the cup offered by Aoku. Similar to the fortifications on land, they possess gates and walls, with mountains and ravines separating them. The guards are mostly hybrid dragon clan members. The strongholds are their ancestral lands, passed down from father to son, guarding their territory for generations, Aoku explained. What is their cultivation level? Imowon inquired. Though their bloodlines are not as pure as true dragons, their cultivation is not inferior to that of the dragon clan, Aoku added, noticing Imowon's skepticism, and quickly clarified, however, they cannot leave their territories. They must remain in the sea to guard the strongholds and cannot venture out to battle. There is a saying that dragons have 9 offspring. Are all 9 from the Eastern Sea? Imowon asked, aware of the long-standing debate regarding the true nature of the dragon offspring. Aoku handed the cup to the clam spirit maid and replied, not necessarily. They are all descendants of the dragon god, appearing alongside true dragons. The saying about the 9 offspring does not imply that there are only 9 types of hybrid descendants. 9 signifies multitude. And in reality, the bloodlines left by the dragon god far exceed 9 types. We also have hybrid dragon clans in the Southern Sea, though not as numerous as in the Eastern Sea. What types of hybrid dragon clans exist in the Eastern Sea? Imowon inquired further. I do not know. During my previous reconnaissance, I failed to gather information about their cultivation levels, merely extrapolating from the hybrid dragon clans in the Southern Sea. Aoku replied, shaking his head. What is the width and depth of the area below? Imowon continued to question. Though he was the only one asking, Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao were also listening intently. And Aoku spoke slightly louder to ensure everyone was informed about the Eastern Sea situation. The width varies, with some sections exceeding 100 miles, while narrow passages measure only 2 or 3 miles. Underwater, there is no concept of height. It is merely a matter of depth. The water depth within the passages fluctuates based on the terrain. I have not ventured deep inside. I was detected at the second stronghold, and the warriors sent to steal the never returned, so our knowledge of the Eastern Sea's strongholds comes primarily from interrogation, Aoku elaborated. What lies above, below, and to the sides of the passage? Imowon nodded before posing another question. Rocks, Aoku stated. Is it perpetually dark underground? Imowon inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. Aoku nodded and replied, the sea is often tumultuous. When the wind rises, it stirs up the seabed silt. How could the Dragon Palace be built in open waters? However, the Dragon Palace and its passages are not devoid of light. Luminous pearls are as common to us as gold and silver are to you mortals. As the two conversed, Lao Wu returned, reporting to the master that there was no movement in the surroundings. Imowon, after a nod, cast his gaze towards the northern sea surface, where the ice ahead had already melted several zhang, indicating that it would soon be completely thawed. Chapter 462. The Kuan passes captive. No master, are we descending into the sea shortly? Lao Wu inquired from the side. Upon hearing this, Imowon retracted his gaze and nodded. In half an hour, we shall descend to the seabed. You cannot breathe underwater, and you must leave the golden eagle outside. Though you not still possess that inner Dan? Lao Wu pointed to the inner pocket on Imowon's right chest. Aware that the left pocket contained a talisman box, while the right held miscellaneous items, Aotsong interjected, there are many places underwater where one cannot breathe. The hot-blooded water creatures must also remain outside. Upon hearing Aotsong's words, Lao Wu turned to Imowon, who retrieved the talisman box, drew a positioning talisman, and handed it to Lao Wu. The waters below are perilous. You shall stay above and inform us promptly of any anomalies. Very well, Lao Wu replied, folding the talisman and stowing it away. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea accessible by only this one route. Yi Xiaoyao asked Aotsong. I am only aware of this path. Aotsong responded. Yi Xiaoyao smiled at Lao Wu, saying, you must remain vigilant outside. Should they emerge from a back door, you might be caught off guard. Have you forgotten that I can fly? Lao Wu chuckled. As the two jested, Aotsong instructed Ao Han to send the sea beasts ahead to the distant island. Ao Han acknowledged and returned to the main force, leading the hot-blooded beasts towards the northern sea island. Although the upper layer of seawater had melted, the water temperature remained quite low. Fortunately, these beasts were of the hot-blooded variety, capable of withstanding the icy waters for a brief period. Seeing Ao Han lead the aquatic creatures to the island, Imowon shifted the Qianhua Fen Tian, which floated in the air, westward for several dozen miles, lowering its altitude to 100 zhang. A gentle west wind blew, and the waves surged eastward. warming the western waters to hasten the melting of the stubborn ice ahead. As the water creatures reached the island, Xiaoyao mounted the golden eagle and followed suit, seeking a sheltered spot on the island to settle the eagle. After a brief wait, as the thick ice melted and the water temperature rose, Imowen withdrew his spelled Atao Tsong's command. The Grand Army of the South Sea advanced northward, soon arriving at the cliffs beneath the southern side of the island. This island stretched east to west for over 10 miles, yet was narrower from south to north, measuring only 5 or 6 miles. The entire island resembled an archway, with the cliffs on the southern side reaching heights of over 50 zhang. The center of the cliff, beneath which lay a cave that rose above the water's surface, stood about 3 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, with the true entrance concealed underwater. The sea beasts of the South Sea included some with considerable prowess capable of transforming into human form. Ao Han instructed them to obey Lao Wu's commands during the time the others descended to the seabed. I have already given orders, led by Wu Yun, ensuring everything is foolproof, Ao Han remarked as he returned to the Central Army. Addressing Ao Tsong, Owen frowned slightly upon hearing this, while Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao exchanged amused glances, aware of Lao Wu's background. Lao Wu had never commanded troops before. Entrusting him with military authority was akin to handing a sharp blade to a child. How could it be considered foolproof? Once preparations were complete, Ao Tsong and Ao Ruo moved towards the front line where Ao Bing was stationed, with Ao Han commanding the rear. The army restructured into a single-file formation and began their descent. The islands were merely the peaks of underwater mountains, with their midsections and bodies submerged. As they descended, the entrance to the Dragon Palace gradually became visible, shaped like an BA character, extending down to the mountain's foot. Towering hundreds of zhang and spanning 6 or 7 miles wide. The entrance bore no signs of artificial excavation and was not smooth. Ancient sages likened dragon pools and tiger dens to treacherous places. The danger of these two locales stemmed not only from the lurking dragons and tigers, but also from their darkness, which amplified the atmosphere of fear. Even though the three could see in the dark, traversing through the passage felt oppressive, as they were unlike the dragon race and were entirely unfamiliar with the underwater world. This passage gradually descended underground, its walls on all sides composed of smooth black stone. Most areas were adorned with densely packed slender green plants, resembling moss yet distinct from the bottom of the passage. Long strands of green seaweed flourished, home to various small fish swimming about. Had this been a road on land, the surface would not have been covered with such long seaweed, but here, at the seabed, the aquatic creatures did not walk, they swam. The Grand Army of the South Sea swam through the middle layers of water, a method of movement that left Mo1 and the others feeling quite disoriented, as if their feet lacked a solid foundation. How far does this road extend? Mo1 inquired of Ao Tsong. Approximately 200 li. There are no forks or pits here, nor places to set an ambush, Ao Tsong replied. Lu Shaoqing interjected, what does the pass resemble? Is it akin to a city with walls and gates? Cities and gates exist, yet they do not rely on these structures for defense. The cities merely serve as their dwellings. We must pass above the cities, and they will surely emerge to obstruct us. Ao Tsong explained. Despite Ao Tsong's clarification, Lu Shaoqing still struggled to form a concrete image of the underwater checkpoint, as it was an experience foreign to everyone. Observing Lu Shaoqing's look of confusion, Ao Tsong spoke again. The checkpoint where the hybrid dragon race resides is their habitat. They have lived there for generations and have adapted to the atmosphere. Unless they are driven out, they would never venture elsewhere. Can the hybrid dragon race reproduce? In contrast to the gravity of the situation, Yi Xiaoyao appeared much more relaxed. Indeed, they can. Like the dragon race, they are an independent group, Ao Tsong replied. I thought there was only one. It seems there are many. Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. You have been to the first 2 passes. What kind of creatures guard them? Mo1 asked. They typically appear in human form, making it impossible to discern their species by appearance alone. One can only infer their nature through their habits. The hybrid dragons at the first pass wear yellow garments and have melodious voices, likely representing the captive Niu. The second pass's hybrid dragons are exceedingly fierce, all wielding swords, probably the Yazi, Ao Tsong answered. Owen nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Ao Tsong's deductions, which corresponded well with the hexagrams, Kuan representing cattle and Jin corresponding to dogs. while Yazi was said to be a hybrid offspring of the dragon god and the wolf. And their numbers? Mo when pressed further. Due to limitations in food and territory, their numbers are not substantial, barely over 100, Ao Tsang replied. Over 100 is still few? Yi Xiaoyao laughed. These hybrids can contend with the dragon race. 100 is a formidable figure, not particularly many, Lu Shaoqing interjected with a cold smile. Upon hearing Lu Shaoqing's remark, Yi Xiaoyao nodded, recognizing that Lu Shaoqing's stealth techniques were ideally suited for assassination. When the 7 of them initially sought magical knowledge, they were all young, pursuing spells driven by personal interests. Lu Shaoqing's initial intent in learning the stealth technique was merely to avoid being bullied, never anticipating it would culminate in becoming a fearsome, invisible assassin. 200 li was not a long distance. After the duration of an incense stick, Ao Tsang raised his right hand, halting the South Sea army. A massive stone city wall appeared 20 li to the north, measuring 5 or 6 li wide and towering over 10 zhang high. The central section of the wall bore the outline of a city gate. Yet it was evident that the gate was merely decorative, overgrown with tiny green seaweeds, much like the wall itself. Above the city, the retreating East Sea forces had already formed their ranks, with AOG, Ao Shu, and Ao Mei positioned at the front. Beside them stood a woman clad in yellow, cradling a pipa. She appeared to be in her 30s, tall and graceful, her countenance serene even in the face of impending conflict, devoid of any aura of aggression. Behind them were over 100 men and women in yellow, young and old alike, wielding various weapons, with the East Sea aquatic creatures trailing behind. From a distance of 20 li, Mo Wen could already sense the presence of the yellow-clad individuals. Ao Tsang had earlier mentioned that they could contend with the dragon race, which likely referred to the leader of the hybrid dragon race. Apart from the woman with the pipa, the other captive Nyo members were slightly inferior in cultivation compared to the dragon race, formidable yet not overly challenging to handle. Mo Wan was aware that Ao Tsang was observing him. After assessing the terrain and the enemy situation, he nodded slightly. Ao Tsang raised his arm and waved, signaling the army to advance once more. As they approached, Mo Wan beheld the interior of the city wall. The structures within were constructed of stone, reminiscent of ancient styles, simple and archaic. The walls appeared to serve a purpose akin to boundary stones, demarcating their territorial range. When they were 5 li away from the city, Mo Wan began to gather his energy in preparation. The earlier Qian Huaf and Tian had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. If he were at full capacity, he would possess 10 parts of energy. Yet now he had just over 7 parts remaining. While this amount sufficed for an assault against the East Sea, it would be of little use in the subsequent years. He could not expend all his energy here and needed to conserve it. As Mo Wan began to gather his energy, Lu Shaoqing concealed himself, and Yi Xiaoyao retracted his previously laid-back demeanor. Combat in the sea differed greatly from that on land. Attacks could come from all directions. You may act freely, while we remain on the back of the giant turtle, supporting one another. Mo Wan instructed Yi Xiaoyao, to mingle among the massive aquatic creatures is a path to death. I share the same sentiment. In the initial skirmish of the water battle, Yi Xiaoyao was devoid of confidence. Although the dragon lineage was of noble descent, their essence remained that of beasts. They charged forth without the superfluous banter characteristic of humans, rushing into battle with unrestrained ferocity. Compared to the Southern Sea Dragon clan, the Eastern Sea's AOG and his ilk harbored an even greater animosity towards Mo Wan. Upon the commencement of hostilities, they immediately surged towards him. Ao Ka engaged AOG as per usual, while Ao Bing intercepted Ao Shu, and Ao Han advanced from the center to confront Ao Mei. This allowed Ao Ran to free his hands, swiftly knocking an arrow and hastily shooting at the woman in yellow who was strumming a pipa. Mo Wan had previously witnessed Ao Ran's archery, which at the time bore no distinction from ordinary arrows. However, upon entering the water, he discerned that the arrows shot by Ao Ran were enveloped in a swirling crimson flame, the fire cleaving through the water, maintaining an unimpeded velocity, while AOG and the others were entangled with the Southern Sea Dragon clan. Mo Wan and Lu Shaoqing found themselves with a fleeting moment of respite. Mo Wan drew his sword, poised for incoming foes, while simultaneously observing the flaming arrows hurtling towards the woman in yellow. As fate would have it, the arrow struck a massive shrimp mid-flight. Yet the creature failed to impede its momentum. After piercing through the shrimp, the arrow continued its relentless trajectory towards the woman. Seeing the crimson arrow approaching, she deftly sidestepped, evading it with a swift movement of 3 feet, and continued to pluck the strings. Mo1, witnessing the miss, silently lamented the lost opportunity, redirecting his focus to slash at the oncoming eastern seawater folk. Aoka and the others were not faring well. After dispatching an enemy, Yi Xiaoyao shouted towards Mo1. Upon hearing, Mo1 glanced at Aoka, only to find him drawing his sword laboriously, a pained expression upon his face, which was mirrored by Ao Bing and the others. After a brief moment of confusion, Mo1 suddenly realized that the woman in yellow had been playing the pipa all along, and he had not heard a single note. It was highly probable that her pipa possessed some unique and detrimental effect on the Southern Sea Dragon clan. Chapter 463. The Crisis at Jin Pass. Mo1 charged towards the pipa-playing woman after exchanging gestures with Yi Xiaoyao, leveraging the power from the back of the turtle to propel himself towards her. A vicious-toothed giant salmon, noticing his approach, lunged at him with its gaping maw and whipping tail. Mo1 unleashed a surge of spiritual energy with his left hand, striking the salmon. The energy created a wave that disrupted the water. The salmon, seeing the wave approaching, hastily maneuvered to avoid a fatal blow, resulting in Mo1's energy only impacting its back. However, this was not an attempt to subdue the creature, but rather a means to gain momentum, propelling himself forward with the recoil of the energy. Just as he evaded the giant salmon, a man in yellow wielding a wave-slicing blade swung at him from the side. Yi Xiaoyao, arriving just in time, swiftly dispatched the man with a dagger, and with a surge of spiritual energy from his left hand, he overturned a black-armored giant mantis that attempted to strike Mo1 with a water fork. With Yi Xiaoyao's assistance, Mo1 advanced rapidly another 10 zhang, only to encounter further opposition ahead. 2 yellow-clad figures, transformed from the Qionyou, wielded swords and knives to attack from either side. Mo1 raised his hand and unleashed a wave of sword energy, but the 2 figures, though they evaded his strike, could not escape the flaming arrows shot from the south by Ao Ran, which simultaneously pierced them both. Seizing the moment, Mo1 pressed forward. He was now less than 10 zhang from the woman in yellow. Surrounding him were those transformed yellow figures, now fully aware of his intent to assassinate their leader, and they quickly converged to block his path. It was Mo1's first experience in water combat. He found himself unaccustomed to the ebb and flow of attack and retreat, and despite several clashes, he struggled to break through the blockade of the yellow figures. Noticing Mo1's entrapment, Yi Xiaoyao attempted to leap over from above, only to be met with a flurry of weapons aiming at him from below. Mo1, witnessing this, hastily extended his spiritual energy to pull Yi Xiaoyao back through the AI art. As Yi Xiaoyao was dragged back, he swiftly wielded his dagger, taking advantage of the momentum to slay several yellow figures positioned in the front ranks. Once Mo1 successfully pulled Yi Xiaoyao back, he turned to observe Aoka and the others, whose expressions of pain had intensified, their movements growing increasingly sluggish. Under the relentless assault from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, they found themselves perilously close to defeat. Were it not for the occasional sacrifices made by the Southern Seawater folk to shield their leaders from the Eastern Sea's onslaught, they would have certainly suffered grievous injuries by now. After Yi Xiaoyao's slaughter of the yellow figures, their true forms revealed themselves as yellow dragons, slightly smaller than true dragons, adorned with a single horn and 2 dragon whiskers. Their maternal lineage was likely that of the Jiao or Qiu. Amidst the fierce combat, both sides sustained numerous casualties, and the blood spilled by the fallen waterfolk spread through the water, clouding the vision of all combatants. Just as Mo1 and Yi Xiaoyao were eagerly pressing their attack, the woman in yellow, shielded by the throng of yellow figures, abruptly discarded her pipa. Grasping her neck with both hands, wisps of crimson smoke began to drift from between her fingers. Though the 3 could not hear the sounds emitted by the pipa, the waterfolk could. Once the music ceased, the yellow figures turned to look back, and Mo1 and Yi Xiaoyao understood that Lu Shaoqing had successfully executed his assassination. Without hesitation, they continued their assault, their swords slicing left and right, their spiritual energy surging up and down, seizing the opportunity to slay several more Qionyou. At this juncture, The blood of the fallen waterfolk in Cheonyo severely impaired their visibility, compounded by the fact that the woman in yellow had been slain, allowing the Southern Sea Dragon clan to regain the upper hand. The two swiftly ascended, emerging from the depths to a stretch of waterless expanse above, where they secured themselves against the left stone wall, their footing restored, and their spirits renewed. They brandished their longswords, ready to cut down any approaching foes. After a brief moment, Lu Shaoqing also emerged from the northern stone wall. The waterfolk could discern the presence of enemies or allies based on their auras, but the trio found it challenging to quickly identify friend from foe amidst the chaos. This blind confrontation rendered them unable to intervene effectively. Nevertheless, upon Lu Shaoqing's appearance, he did not conceal himself further, but boldly engaged the yellow Cheonyo seeking vengeance for their leader. The Cheonyo, once transformed into human figures, found themselves at a disadvantage, as they struggled once out of the water, becoming easy prey for Lu Shaoqing. The slain Cheonyo revealed their true forms upon death, their bodies accumulating and granting Lu Shaoqing more room to maneuver, allowing his strikes to flow with greater ease. Let us proceed while they are unprepared and advance to the next stage, Imowen whispered to Yi Xiaoyao. Should we inform them? Yi Xiaoyao inquired, referring undoubtedly to the Southern Sea Dragon clan. No need, Imowen replied, departing from the stone wall and using the corpses floating on the water's surface as leverage to propel himself toward Lu Shaoqing. Yi Xiaoyao closely followed, and after several deft maneuvers, they drew near to Lu Shaoqing's pile of bodies. After severing the heads of two yellow-clad men, Imowen gestured at Lu Shaoqing, who understood and joined them in a swift dash eastward. The Cheonyo that had surfaced in the water quickly rallied to pursue the three. Shortly after heading east, the ceiling of the passage grew lower. Imowen sheathed his sword, extending his hands to channel spiritual energy, propelling Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao forward with a vigorous heave. With Imowen's assistance, the two soared through the narrow, waterless space with remarkable speed. After casting Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao forward, Imowen lowered his body, releasing spiritual energy from his palms, racing eastward. After several miles, the waterless section vanished, and the entire passage became submerged in seawater. The three quickly dove in, glancing back to see they had shaken off the pursuing Cheonyo, who were now obstructed by the eastern sea waterfolk crowded in the passage. Upon entering the water, they sank swiftly, discovering the underwater city of the Cheonyo. The Cheonyo were a peculiar race. Their city was filled with stone houses, and various strange musical instruments were scattered about, primarily wind instruments such as the yu, shang, sun, and qing, all of which were immense and unplayable by mortals. The trio had not come to this place for exploration. Thus they did not linger, utilizing the ocean floor to propel themselves rapidly eastward. After several ascents and descents, they had completely distanced themselves from the Cheonyo, as their forward momentum began to ease. Imowen suddenly spotted a young child with long hair sitting in front of a house on the eastern side of the city. The child appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, cradling a small stone sun in her hands. This girl was quite charming, with large eyes, and she watched the trio approach without fear, tilting her head in curiosity. Although Imowen recognized that the girl was merely a transformed Cheonyo, he nonetheless paused, pointing towards the stone house behind her and urging her to return inside. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Imowen's human speech, the girl's expression shifted to one of malice. She discarded the stone sun, revealing her true form as a Cheonyo, baring her fangs and lunging at Mowen. Imowen frowned, as Lu Shaoqing swiftly released a dagger that pierced through the Cheonyo's forehead, killing her instantly, before retrieving the dagger with a flick of his hand. I truly wonder how you managed to command troops in battle earlier. Imowen offered no response, glancing at Lu Shaoqing before leaping eastward. The domain of the Cheonyo was vast. Aside from a narrow entrance, the remaining expanse extended far beyond 5 or 6 miles, with at least a 200-mile radius, primarily sandy terrain adorned with numerous sea clams. As they ventured eastward, they encountered scattered piles of clamshells and luminous pearls of varying sizes, the pearls radiating different shades of light. Some emitted a bright white fluorescence, while others cast a dim yellow glow, a phenomenon dictated by the years since the pearls had been extracted. Pearls are ephemeral treasures. Once removed from their shells, they gradually lose their luster, which is precisely why there exists the saying of aging pearls. After traversing over 100 miles, the surroundings began to narrow, and after proceeding for several dozen more miles, the passage dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 miles. The three soon discovered the city wall, marking the eastern edge of the Cheonyo territory. Upon scaling the city wall, a waterless region reappeared above them, and the three quickly ascended to the surface. There are numerous beasts residing 30 miles away, Imowen remarked, as his senses sharpened significantly above water. Approximately 50 of them, all ferocious beasts. They will be formidable adversaries, he continued. Wei Xiaoyao furrowed his brows and nodded. The Taoist's keen intuition allowed him to gauge the opponent's general level of cultivation, especially when the adversary was in their true form. If they were mere amateurs, Nanhai would not have requested our assistance. Lu Shaoqing angled his body against the stone wall for leverage, drawing an energy to dart eastward. The success of his previous strike bolstering his confidence immensely. Mo1 and Yi Xiaoyao ceased their conversation, proceeding eastward alongside Lu Shaoqing. There was no distinct boundary marker between the Kuan and Jin positions, relying solely on the Earth's energy to delineate the territory. Before long, the trio arrived at the Jin position, where the terrain starkly contrasted with that of the Kuan position. The water was scarce in Jin. Beneath lay the ocean, while the upper half was a dry expanse dotted with numerous islands, varying in size, some spanning over 10 miles, others merely a few steps across. These subterranean islands were rugged and devoid of plant life, instead hosting an array of bizarre, red-haired creatures. These beings were twice the size of a water buffalo, resembling jackals, with sharp fangs and no horns atop their heads, their feet shaped like dragon claws. A ridge of white fur running from their napes to their hindquarters, and their blood-red eyes gleaming ominously from the shadows. Despite the fearsome and grotesque appearance of these creatures, the three were not overly astonished, for they were practitioners well acquainted with such anomalies. These red-haired beasts were undoubtedly the offspring of the dragon, Yazi. They had already revealed their beastly forms, indicating they had received word of their arrival and prepared accordingly. Lu Shaoqing's expression grew grave, for the Yazi had already detected their presence and were crouching, poised to launch an assault. There were no fewer than 50, likely exceeding 100, with a red-clad man atop a central island serving as their leader. Imowen nodded, stating that there were 8 islands in total at this pass, the largest located slightly to the west. Atop that island was a crude stone seat where a middle-aged man in red sat. Tall and handsome, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, a streak of white hair partially obscuring his forehead. He leaned on a sheathed long sword, and unlike the usual malevolent figures of the mortal realm, he bore no fierce expression. Yet, an extremely cold and intangible murderous aura emanated from him. The entire Jin Pass spanned roughly 200 miles. Apart from the 8 islands, the rest was covered by the sea, with varying distances between the islands. The first island was over 10 miles from where the three stood, a distance that only Imowen could leap across. Thus, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao awaited Imowen's decision. Imowen recognized that Lu and Yi were waiting for him to act, yet he remained momentarily unresponsive. The over 100 Yazi present were far more formidable than the Cheonyo, and the leader on the stone seat possessed extraordinary cultivation, surpassing even that of the Cheonyo leader at the Kuan Pass, perhaps even exceeding that of a true dragon. Chapter 464. A fierce foe. Although the numerous Yazi on the island glared at Imowen and the others, occasionally howling in a display of intimidation, they did not leave the island to wade into the water and attack. This behavior, combined with the Yazi's size, indicated that while they could operate in water, they were far more adept at launching assaults on land, waiting for the three to ascend the island voluntarily. Steady and cautious, do not disperse. If their leader strikes, I shall confront it. Its cultivation surpasses that of the dragon clan. Imowen instructed Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao. The two nodded in understanding. Noting Imowen's unwavering gaze, Lu Shaoqing reassured him with another nod, signaling he would not recklessly ambush. I will first send you two over. Imowen murmured. Upon hearing this, the two nodded once more, and Lu Shaoqing leapt away from the stone-walled. Imowen released a surge of spiritual energy, aiding Lu Shaoqing in soaring towards the island. Once Lu Shaoqing had taken flight, he concealed his form. After Lu Shaoqing's departure, Imowen shifted his focus to the red-clad man several dozen miles away, noticing a faint cold smile on the man's lips. A detail indicating he could sense Lu Shaoqing's location. In an instant, Lu Shaoqing reached the first island on the western side, one of the larger islands among the 8, upon which a dozen red-haired Yazi had gathered. These Yazi were weaker than their red-clad leader and could not perceive Lu Shaoqing's presence. Upon landing on the island, Lu Shaoqing immediately sprang into action, plunging his dagger into the neck of a Yazi standing at the forefront. Due to the Yazi's considerable size, Lu Shaoqing, after stabbing, forcefully twisted the blade, severing a significant portion of the creature's neck. Blood gushed forth, yet the Yazi did not perish instantly. It howled in agony, scanning for the assailant before finally collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiaoyao leapt from the stone wall, utilizing Imowen's assistance to accelerate his descent. Unlike Lu Shaoqing, Yi Xiaoyao could not conceal his approach. Upon seeing him soaring through the air, the Yazi on the island rushed to the western side, roaring and clawing, their predatory instincts on high alert. Lu Shaoqing, sensing the impending threat, shouted and revealed himself, prompting the Yazi to turn and, upon recognizing their target, immediately lunged at Lu Shaoqing, allowing Yi Xiaoyao to ascend the island. Yi Xiaoyao swiftly swung his short sword towards the neck of a red-haired Yazi. Although he inflicted a wound, it did not slay the creature, which turned and ferociously pounced upon Yi Xiaoyao. Observing the fierce charge of the Yazi, Yi Xiaoyao leapt and dodged, the injured Yazi pursuing him for 3 yards before its momentum waned and it fell. Yi Xiaoyao swiftly channeled his energy and descended, driving his short sword into the creature's skull. Seeing the precarious situation of the two, Imowen disregarded his thoughts and propelled himself towards the island where they were engaged. Maintaining his gaze on the red-clad man seated upon the stone seat, the man did not rise but simply shifted his posture, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he observed the conflict, exuding an air of aloof superiority. Imowen, noting this behavior, felt an intensified sense of caution. The Yazi leader's reluctance to act was undoubtedly a strategy to gauge their capabilities. Should he choose to strike, it would likely be a decisive and lethal attack. On this island, there were a dozen Yazi, all remarkably swift and powerful, their offensive prowess comparable to that of ordinary purple energy masters. Additionally, as beasts, they attacked with reckless abandon, embodying a strategy of mutual destruction. Lu Shaoqing, seeking to alleviate Yi Xiaoyao's burden, had not concealed himself upon reaching the island, and amidst the relentless onslaught of the Yazi, they struggled to gain the upper hand. Given the similar levels of strength, it was challenging to eliminate a foe willing to disregard its own life. Fortunately, these Yazi lacked the ability to soar, allowing Lu and Yi to evade their attacks in midair. Owen approached the island but did not rush to land. Instead, he halted 100 paces away in midair, retrieving a talisman box to inscribe a white tiger talisman, reciting the incantation to summon the white tiger to confront the enemy on the island. Imowen understood that the Yazi leader was observing him from a distance, yet he did not intentionally weaken the talisman's power or slow his inscription. The leader's current inactivity was undoubtedly to assess their strength. If he held too much back, it might provoke the leader's impatience and hasten his attack. Under the assault of over 100 Yazi, the three would find it difficult to gain an advantage. A common saying in the marketplace goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. This aptly described the current predicament. The white tiger summoned by Imowen descended onto the island, immediately besieged by the Yazi. These creatures were not significantly smaller than the white tiger. When a dozen Yazi charged simultaneously, the white tiger found itself overwhelmed, its ethereal flesh and energy swiftly torn apart, dissipating in mere moments. While the Yazi assaulted the white tiger, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao channeled their energy to return to the island. Unable to strike at the Yazi's heads, Yi Xiaoyao quickly drew his sword from the periphery upon landing, severing the hind claws of several Yazi in the blink of an eye. The Yazi, fierce and relentless, turned to retaliate after losing their claws, using their hind limbs to propel themselves forward in a ferocious lunge. Observing Yi Xiaoyao in danger, Lu Shaoqing quickly abandoned his opponent to provide support. Both wielded short weapons, unable to confront Yazi of double Qionyou's size head-on. forcing them to retract their weapons and unleash their spiritual energy to topple the charging Yazi. Imowen witnessed the Yazi that had torn apart the White Tiger charging towards Lu and Yi, hastily evading and leaping onto the island, drawing the seven-star sword to unleash a sweeping arc of sword energy. The seven-star sword, classified as a long weapon and a divine blade, could cleave through the massive Yazi with ease. Among the three, Yi Xiaoyao possessed the lowest cultivation, yet he could still contend with 3 Yazi. However, the overwhelming numbers made it difficult to manage. Lu Shaoqing was also reluctant to conceal himself. Should he do so, all Yazi would swarm towards Yi Xiaoyao. With Imowen sharing the burden, the two quickly began to counterattack. Lu Shaoqing concealed himself and blinded the eyes of a red-haired Yazi, swiftly transitioning to another, while Yi Xiaoyao dispatched the blinded creature with his short sword. As the two cooperated, Imowen stood firm, advancing steadily without evasion, ensuring that any Yazi that charged would meet their demise at the hands of his seven-star sword. United in their efforts, the trio swiftly dispatched the remaining Yazi on the island within the span of a short incense stick. While they battled the Yazi, the creatures on the surrounding islands roared in fury, eager to join the fray, yet the red-clad man did not issue the command to attack. Despite their rage, the Yazi hesitated to act recklessly. After decimating the Yazi on this island, the three regrouped. Yi Xiaoyao turned to Imowen, stating, "You have already revealed your strength. If he chooses to act, he will surely target you first." Imowen nodded in acknowledgement. The earlier display of his power was indeed to provoke the red-clad man into attacking him. Should he choose to ambush Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao, the two would undoubtedly face grave peril. This hybrid being could watch as a dozen of his kin fell, revealing the depth of his composure and ferocity. Lu Shaoqing's expression was grave. As a seasoned warrior, he had witnessed countless battles and possessed profound insights. He understood that the truly formidable opponent was not one who was ruthless towards enemies, but rather one who was harsh towards themselves. Such individuals were the most fearsome. After Lu Shaoqing spoke, Imowen furrowed his brows, keenly observing that the nostrils of the man in red twitched slightly upon Lu Shaoqing's utterance. This indicated that the man possessed the ability to perceive events from miles away and could discern words from mere lip movements. Lu Shaoqing's characterization of him as a bastard, though fitting, was undoubtedly a malicious remark that provoked the ire of the man clad in our edict. "Oh, not approach him. Allow me to confront him." Imowen said to Lu Shaoqing. There are no perfect individuals in this world. Lu Shaoqing had many flaws, yet during the previous encounter with the fierce Yazi, he had not concealed himself but faced the danger alongside Yi Xiaoyao, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. This man is a formidable adversary. Rather than risking a confrontation with him, it would be prudent to await the arrival of our allies from the South Sea, Lu Shaoqing remarked. His earlier confidence, derived from slaying the leader of the Qinyo, had been diminished by the ferocity of the Yazi, prompting him to seek a more stable approach. Imowen shook his head, stating that the bloodthirsty beasts of the South Sea remained outside the passage, and the water creatures left behind could not ascend the island to battle the Yazi. Furthermore, the Eastern Sea Dragon clan would undoubtedly arrive before their southern counterparts, making delay disadvantageous for the three of them. At that moment, the Yazi from the 6 islands simultaneously entered the water. To Imowen's surprise, this group of Yazi did not head towards the island where the three were located, but instead swam towards the largest island occupied by the man in red. Upon seeing this, the three frowned in unison. The island of the man in red lay to the west of the checkpoint, a necessary route for their eastward journey. This maneuver was a clear indication that the opponent intended to wait for them to tire, showing no inclination for an offensive strike. The adversary had evidently gained a rough understanding of the trio's capabilities, realizing that if the Yazi were to disperse, they could be defeated one by one. Thus, the more concentrated the Yazi became, the more challenging it would be for the three to take action. Imowen reached into his robe to retrieve a talisman box and glanced inside. The previous summoning of the Xuanwu had consumed a considerable number of talismans, and utilizing the Qianhua to scorch the heavens had required over 100. Now, only about 50 purple talismans remained. Although Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao also carried talismans, they had not brought many, having previously given some to him. The three of them now possessed just over 100 talismans, and having barely breached one checkpoint, they could not replenish their supply of purple talismans while within the Dragon Palace passage. Consequently, The remaining purple talismans could not be squandered recklessly. Observing Mo when examining the talisman box, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao took out their own talisman drawing implements and handed over all their talismans to Mo One. He accepted them, leaving 12 for each of them, while he stored the rest in his talisman box. At this moment, the Yazi from several islands had completely landed on the island where the man in red resided. Occupying its periphery, Dang Wen eagerly contemplated a strategy, and after a brief pause, a brilliant idea struck him. Approach and ignite with fire, Mo Wen whispered to Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao. The two nodded in agreement, and the trio departed from their island, propelling themselves eastward. Utilizing the momentum from various islands, they landed on a small island to the west of the man in red, which was only 5 miles from the Yazi's location. Allowing all three to leap there effortlessly as the Yazi noticed the trio closing in, they crouched low and roared in anger. Owen took out the talisman box, inscribing 5 talismans and chanting incantations to summon 5 Zhuke. The moment the Zhuke appeared, the man in red became alert, rising from his seat with a long sword in hand. As he sensed the danger, the 5 firebirds flew towards the island occupied by the Yazi, soaring above and unleashing flames. Chapter 465. The hybrid dragon clan, the 5 Zhuke, simultaneously spewed forth flames, instantly transforming the island of the Yazi into a raging inferno. The Yazi, with their red fur, were frightened by the flames and leaped into the water to evade the blaze. Witnessing the chaos among the Yazi, the man in red let out a series of strange, guttural roars, prompting the Yazi to wade through the water towards the island where the three were situated. As he issued commands to his kin, the man in red propelled himself westward. Mo One, seeing this, propelled himself eastward with great force. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed. The man in red aimed his long sword at Mo One's left rib, a strike that was exceptionally difficult to block. Typically, one could only retreat to evade such an attack. Yet Mo One did not step back or attempt to defend himself. Instead, he swung the 7-star sword diagonally from his right shoulder towards the man's neck. This was a desperate tactic, akin to mutual destruction. The man in red, being the leader of the Yazi and exceptionally vicious, posed a significant risk if faced with such an approach, as it would likely incite his primal bloodlust, compelling him to attack recklessly. Against ordinary foes, Mo One had a 70% chance of success that they would evade. However, against this man in red, he had barely a 30% chance. Should the man continue his assault, the result would be his own demise. Under normal circumstances, Mo One would never resort to such a strategy, but these were extraordinary times. He could not allow the man in red to reach Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao, for they would undoubtedly fall victim to his onslaught. Protecting them was one motivation, but the primary reason lay in his trepidation towards the man in in the heat of battle. Morale and determination were paramount. If he could force the man in red to withdraw, it would significantly diminish his fighting spirit. Though Mo One acted with reckless abandon, he felt no certainty in his heart. The only course of action was to hasten the flow of spirit energy to accelerate the 7-star sword strike. The quicker the attack, the more likely he could compel the opponent to change tactics for self-preservation. The man in red, upon witnessing Mo One's desperate approach, showed no sign of surprise. Rather, a cold smile crept upon his lips, indicating that he would not relent. Indeed, the man in red did not withdraw his sword, nor did Mo One alter his course in an instant. Both swords struck their marks. Mo One could distinctly feel the icy chill as the man's sword pierced through his flesh and organs, while he also sensed the 7-star sword cleaving through the man's collarbone and continuing down his left shoulder. At this juncture, it was too late to withdraw. Mo One's sole thought was to pierce the man's heart before his own spine was severed. There is true ferocity, and then there is a feigned bravado. Both Mo One and the Yazi, transformed into the man in red, embodied genuine ruthlessness. Faced with such an adversary, they could only fight to the bitter end. Until one of them fell dead in the midst of this perilous moment, Mo One seized a fleeting advantage, so minuscule that it was less than half the length of a sword blade. This slender edge did not arise from his weapon, for the long sword wielded by the man in red was equally formidable. Rather, it was due to the slight superiority of Mo One's spine over the man's chest bone. This infinitesimal advantage determined the outcome. allowing Mo to pierce the man's heart before his own spine was severed. As Mo recognized his opportunity, the man in red also realized he could not continue to exert force through his sword. Upon this realization, he immediately executed a swift descent, akin to a weight dropping. Mo, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, executed a spinning kick, sending the man in red, who had attempted to rush towards the western island, tumbling back. The man in red retreated 5 zhang, stabilizing himself mid-air. He tilted his head to inspect his left shoulder. After a cold smile, he shrugged slightly. The grievous wound inflicted by the 7 stars sword miraculously healed almost instantaneously. The man in red then turned his gaze towards Mo, who was channeling spirit energy into his left fist, rapidly mending his own injury. Neither had anticipated the other's ability to heal wounds so swiftly. Witnessing the man's rapid recovery, both frowned deeply. As Mo healed his own injury, he commanded the 5 Zhuke to return to the western island to assist Lu and Yi in combating the Yazi. Once his wound had healed, he propelled himself forward, and the man in red surged ahead as well. In an instant, they closed the distance once more, and Mo swung his long sword, targeting the man's left shoulder again. Whether in sorcery or combat, while ferocity was undoubtedly vital, intellect held even greater significance. Mo's intent was to suppress the man's fighting spirit. The man in red was a rare expert, and the two were evenly matched. The first to falter in spirit would face defeat, and defeat could mean death. Mo's strike was calculated. Although he aimed for the man's left shoulder once more, he did so before the man could strike. Should the man attempt to attack Mo's left rib again, he would be doomed. Conversely, if he refrained from targeting Mo's left rib, his fighting spirit would wane. If I dare to replicate my previous strike, why would you not? The opponent was an unparalleled master, not wasting time on how to strike. As Mo's long sword came slashing fiercely, he supported his right hand with his left, gripping the sword with both hands, aiming to sever the weapon from Mo's grasp. Although the adversary responded adeptly, Mo sensed that his psychological tactic had taken effect, for he observed a flicker of anger on the face of the man in red. In a duel, it is not mere brawling. A disturbed mind is a grave folly. As the opponent's long sword descended upon his Qixing sword, Mo did not alter his move, but instead pressed down with his wrist, channeling force through the blade to meet the oncoming sword head-on. A practitioner of martial arts is not akin to an ordinary person. The latter often places undue importance on external possessions, frequently courting disaster in their avarice for wealth and power. Such a mistake would not befall him. The Qixing sword was indeed a divine weapon, one he cherished dearly, yet in a life-and-death situation, he would never allow his affection for the sword to jeopardize his life. With a resounding clash of metal, the two parted instantly. Though their weapons had met, the swords were imbued with the essence of both combatants. The aura of the man in red was already at an extraordinary level. His prowess was not solely the result of arduous training. Rather, it stemmed mainly from his dual bloodlines of the true dragon and golden jackal, enabling a speed and height of cultivation beyond that of ordinary creatures, even surpassing the purest true dragon lineage of the azure dragon. Shaking off the numbness in his right arm, Mo charged forward once more, closing the distance to execute a horizontal slash aimed at the opponent's neck. Such a technique is often employed by the unskilled, yet it falls short against masters, for in their exchanges, the intricacies of technique lose significance. Every move can be perceived and countered in such a scenario. Employing flamboyant techniques merely hinders one's speed and might. The essence of no technique triumphing over technique is precisely this realm. Prior to striking, Mo did not inspect his long sword, but only now did he take a moment to scrutinize it, not for the sword's sake, but to ensure it could still channel fierce spiritual energy after their intense clash. Upon examination, he discovered the Qixing sword remained intact, with no chips or dulled edges, while the opponent's long sword, though not shattered, bore a small fracture in its midsection. Noticing this, Mo swiftly raised his sword, redirecting his attack from the opponent's neck towards the long sword instead. At the same time, he focused intently on the opponent's gaze, needing to discern his thoughts through his eyes. If the opponent's expression was grave, It would indicate he had surmised Mo Wen's intention to sever his weapon. Conversely, if there was disdain in his eyes, it would reveal his ignorance of Mo Wen's true objective, mistaking his maneuver as a mere act of self-preservation. The man in red, a manifestation of the fierce creature, displayed a countenance devoid of the richness of human expression. His eyes remained unchanged during the strike, the only sign of emotion being a slight quiver of his nostrils, an insufficient indicator of his inner thoughts. In the blink of an eye, their swords clashed once more, producing not only a metallic ring but also a sharp crack, accompanied by the sound of the man in red's sword shattering into two pieces. Although Mo Wen had successfully severed the opponent's weapon, he felt a jolt of alarm within himself, for in that moment of collision, he sensed a forceful flick of the wrist from the opponent's sword, indicating that the adversary had anticipated the breakage and had aimed to hasten the fracture to buy himself time for an ulterior motive. The searing pain radiating from his right side confirmed Mo Wen's suspicions. The man in red had lunged low, using the broken sword to inflict a deep wound upon his right flank, a gash measuring half a foot, piercing through from front to back after landing his blow. The man in red discarded the broken sword, as he was unaccustomed to wielding it. Instead, he had a more ruthless tactic to inflict greater harm upon Mo Wen, an aerial kick aimed directly at his head. With an injury to his right side, Mo Wen found it difficult to bend to the right, believing he could not evade in time. He could only raise his left arm to block the opponent's right leg. Though Mo Wen's raised left arm shielded his head, it did not dissipate the tremendous force of the blow, resulting in a dislocated shoulder that caused him to plummet into the sea. As he fell, Mo Wen swung his sword upward, releasing a wave of sword energy to thwart the man in red from pursuing him, and after unleashing the energy, he swiftly sheathed his sword. Exhaling spiritual energy to propel himself off the water's surface, flipping back into position while simultaneously realigning his dislocated shoulder and channeling energy to heal his sword wound. This sequence of actions was completed in an instant. The wound had yet to fully mend when the man in red charged towards him, launching a powerful right fist aimed at his solar plexus. Mo Wen did not draw his sword to confront the enemy. Instead, he swiftly leaned back to evade, not out of a sense of fairness. There is no fairness in battle, but because he excelled in hand-to-hand combat over swordplay. The man in red, seeing Mo Wen reclined backward, anticipated that his heavy punch would miss and hastily attempted to shift his attack, raising his right leg for a powerful stomp aimed at Mo Wen's midsection. However, Mo Wen's backward lean was not a mere board bridge. He instead pivoted sideways, delivering a side kick to the opponent's right flank. The man in red had not expected such a maneuver, and upon receiving the kick, he staggered to the left. Seizing the moment, Mo Wen summoned his spiritual energy, driving his shoulder forward to unleash a punch. The man in red, thrown off balance and unable to counterattack, could only raise his hands to shield his head and face. Observing that he could not land a devastating blow to the opponent's head, Mo Wen quickly adapted, sacrificing a direct strike to aim a powerful punch at the man's left chest, driving him forcefully into the sea. Since the surface below was water rather than solid ground, Mo Wen did not rush to pursue. He glanced back towards the island to the west, witnessing that many of the fierce creatures had been thwarted by Zhu Ke in the sea, and the few that managed to crawl onto the island were swiftly dispatched by Lu Yi and his companion. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, the man in red had already regrouped to attack. Yet by this point, Mo Wen was assured of victory. In unarmed combat, the opponent could not hope to surpass his grasping techniques. Chapter 466. Bitter Battle. The man in red swung his right fist with urgency, targeting Mo Wen's solar plexus. Mo Wen, unwavering, did not evade. Instead, he launched an uppercut with his right fist, aiming for the opponent's jaw. In such circumstances, any attempt at defense would result in losing the initiative. Once the initiative was lost, one would be caught up in defense, compelled to attack in place of protecting oneself. Observing Mo Wen's relentless offense, the man in red refrained from engaging in a direct counterattack. Instead, he altered his tactics, pressing his left arm down to block Mo Wen's right fist while simultaneously raising his right knee to strike Mo Wen's abdomen. The abdomen, being the reservoir for a practitioner's spiritual energy, was a critical target, and Mo Wen did not dare underestimate the situation. He swiftly pivoted, turning to deliver a left punch aimed at the opponent's right temple. The man in red, upon witnessing Mo when daring to turn his back during the confrontation, felt a surge of fury within him. No longer inclined to evade, he retaliated with a fierce left punch aimed at Mo Wen's head. Such a tactic was exceedingly perilous, as both parties risked delivering devastating blows to each other's skulls. A severe impact to the vital points could easily lead to unconsciousness. Mo1, being human, doubted his capacity to remain alert under the force of his opponent's strike. In a moment of desperation, he launched a powerful kick with his right leg aimed at his adversary's groin, simultaneously reclining backward. This method was in violation of the rules of combat, yet when life was at stake, no one would concern themselves with propriety or convention. The man in red, with his legs spread wide, was caught off guard and struck by Mo Wen's kick. Instantly, pain contorted his features and gritting his teeth. He attempted to use the momentum from Mo Wen's kick to pivot and retaliate with a kick towards Mo Wen's head. However, at that moment, Mo Wen was leaning back and unable to evade. Resorting only to raising his right arm for defense, the man's left foot came crashing down, shattering Mo Wen's right humerus. As Mo Wen was propelled sideways, he channeled his spiritual energy to realign the broken bone. And once it was restored, he swiftly summoned his energy to halt his retreat and charged once more towards the man in red, who was now 3 paces away. Though both had sustained injuries during their earlier clash, Mo Wen had discerned his opponent's weaknesses. The man's martial prowess, though formidable, harbored a critical flaw. Like the dragon Qin, he could transform into human form yet possessed scant knowledge of acupoints and meridians. In the fray of attack and defense, he did not adequately guard his vital points. Recognizing his adversary's vulnerability, Mo Wen contemplated how to exploit it, knowing full well that the man would not permit him to close the distance. And without doing so, he could not seal the acupoints. The man in red charged forward, his right shoulder tilting forward, a posture typically indicative of an impending left-hand assault. Thus, Mo Wen clenched his right fist, poised to counter the anticipated left punch with a hard elbow block while simultaneously sealing an acupoint with his left hand. Yet, the man in red refrained from punching. Instead, he pivoted sharply and unleashed a swift kick with his left leg. Observing the sudden change in his opponent's attack, Mo Wen realized an opportunity had arisen. Shifting his weight forward, he elevated his waist and legs to deftly evade the powerful kick, all the while quickly seizing the man's left leg. In the realm of martial arts, there exists no technique for leg holding, as it is deemed not only ineffective but also disgraceful. Thus, when Mo Wen grasped the man's thigh, the man instinctively froze for a moment. Upon regaining his senses and realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly spun in an attempt to shake Mo Wen off. Yet, having finally seized the opportunity, Mo Wen would not relinquish his grip easily. He tightened his hold on the man's left leg with his left arm, freeing his right hand to swiftly seal 2 significant acupoints, the base of the spine and the vital meridians. These acupoints were crucial for the circulation of spiritual energy. Once sealed, the man's internal energy would be rendered inoperative. The man in red's momentum faltered as Mo Wen took the chance to lift his arm and seal 2 more acupoints, Dejue and Yuzhan, fearing that his opponent might transform into a beast, which would only complicate matters. After sealing the man's vital points, Mo Wen quickly drew his 7-star sword and executed a rapid strike. The long sword cleaved through the air, and the man's head was severed from his body. This man, a manifestation of the Yazi, possessed self-healing abilities. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Mo Wen disregarded the blood spraying from the man's neck and struck again with his sword, cleaving the still transforming head in 2. Upon witnessing his opponent's demise and the emergence of a massive golden-red beast, Mo Wen withdrew momentarily. Turning back, he saw that Lu Yi and his companion were ensnared in a dire situation. The illusory Suzaku created by their talismans was ultimately not a true Suzaku. Its flames could only scorch the outer red fur of the Yazi, failing to harm their flesh and bones. The Yazi quickly recognized this limitation and launched a concerted assault on the 2, while the 5 Suzaku unwittingly hindered their efforts. Lu Yi and his companion, not being the spellcasters, could not disregard the intense heat emanating from the Suzaku. The Suzaku dominated the skies above the island, their scorching heat rendering it impossible for the 2 to remain airborne. and the intermittent bursts of flame left them in a state of distress. As the dire situation for the two grew increasingly precarious, Mo1, disregarding his own fatigue, summoned his spiritual energy and rapidly surged forward, simultaneously directing the 5 Suzaku to steer clear of Lu Yi and his companion. "What now?" Lu Shaoqing called out. Amidst the tense conflict, the two had no time to spare for assessing Mo1's battle. "I've already severed his head," Mo1 declared from the periphery, wielding his sword with urgency. The 7-star sword, a divine weapon, swept through foes with ease. Upon hearing Mo1's words, Lu Yi and his companion felt a surge of elation, spurring them to rally against the Yazi's onslaught. Having already slain over 20 Yazi, they still faced a considerable number, and unlike ordinary birds and beasts that would scatter upon losing their leader, these Yazi pressed on relentlessly, even as their kin fell around them. They charged forward, fierce and undeterred. The Yazi were formidable opponents, swift in their movements, compelling the three to remain vigilant and resolute. 50, 40, 30, 20. The numbers of Yazi dwindled. The pressure on the trio lessened, and after a brief moment, fewer than 10 Yazi remained on the island. Despite their declining numbers, these remaining Yazi still refused to retreat, charging at the three with ferocity, their efforts proving futile. For each individual, dealing with 2 to 3 Yazi was manageable. And as the last Yazi fell to a lethal strike from Yishaoyao, the area fell silent, save for the sound of the Suzaku's wings stirring the AI. It had indeed been a grueling battle. Lu Shaoqing retrieved a replenishing elixir and swallowed it whole. "If future trials are as arduous as this one, we shall find it exceedingly challenging to prevail." Wei Xiaoyao surveyed the surroundings, seeking a place to sit, yet found himself surrounded by blood and corpses, which left him with no option but to abandon the idea. Not at all. These trials are arranged according to the principles of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. Unrelated to the strength of the hybrid dragon clan residing here, Mthowen glanced toward the west, where the chaos of conflict was still ongoing, and observed that no disturbances arose from that direction. "If we cannot win a 4 against 3, then they are indeed inept." Lu Shaoqing, noticing Mo1's gaze, surmised that he was concerned about the battle outside. Mo1 nodded in acknowledgement. The Southern Sea Dragon clan consisted of Ao Tian, Ao Bing, Ao Huan, and Ao Ruan, while the Eastern Sea had only Ao Ji, Ao Shu, and Ao Mei. Additionally, the aquatic clans under the Southern Sea's command vastly outnumbered those of the Eastern Sea. By conventional wisdom, the Southern Sea posed no threat. The trio had dispatched the Yazi in less than an hour since entering the trial, and such a brief interval suggested that the tumultuous battles outside could not have concluded. After nodding, Mo1 directed his gaze to the northeast, where the waters were devoid of any visible threats. The 5 Suzaku could not venture into the can position. Wei Xiaoyao leaped toward the eastern island, followed closely by the others. Upon reaching the island, Lu Yi and his companion sought a flat area to sit and cultivate their energy, needing to refine the replenishing elixirs to restore their depleted spiritual energy. Mo1, requiring no such replenishment, traversed the surrounding islands while the two cultivated, eventually discovering a trove of weapons. Most of these were long swords with round handguards, adorned with cloud patterns, measuring 5 feet in length, reminiscent of swords from the Yin and Shang dynasties, if not even earlier. These swords appeared to have been mass-produced. Although not made of worthless materials, they were inferior to the sword wielded by the man in red. After a brief search, Mo1 returned with 2 swords in hand. Upon his return, the two continued their seated cultivation, while Mo1 submerged into the water. Beneath the surface, there lay a city, its layout strikingly similar to that of the Kuan Pass, with a comparable number of stone houses. However, this underwater city bore no signs of habitation, having been overtaken by a type of plumpfish that made it their nesting ground. This sluggish fish fed on aquatic vegetation and posed no threat, likely serving as sustenance for the Yazi daimyo when recognized that the two would require some time for their cultivation. Initially intending to scout the Can Pass, he reconsidered. Should the Eastern Sea Dragon clan retreat? The two would undoubtedly struggle to cope. Although Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao were formidable in their cultivation, they could only be seen as auxiliary support in this realm, shouldering the bulk of the burden himself. Mo1 dispatched the 5 Suzaku to the westernmost island. They posed no threat to AOG and his counterparts and held little significance against the aquatic clans. Their presence was solely to relay messages to the Southern Sea, informing them that the three had already commenced their assault. Half an hour later, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao completed their cultivation and rose to their feet. Mo1 presented the swords he had found to them. Though neither were particularly adept at wielding long swords, they accepted them, understanding Mo1's earlier assertion that the aquatic clans were too large to confront without long-range weaponry. The inner cores of these Yazi are of excellent quality for alchemy, Lu Shaoqing remarked, glancing at Mowen. Owen nodded in agreement. The end times would persist for at least 3 more years, and the 10 replenishing elixirs allotted to the two would be insufficient. Lu Shaoqing needed to assist Pu Jian, while Yi Xiaoyao had to fend off the onslaught of external threats. Whatever the undertaking, the use of spells was inevitable, and a lack of replenishing elixirs would be untenable. Upon seeing Mowen nod, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao returned to the previous island to engage in a bloody endeavor. Each Yazi contained an inner core the size of a chick, and the two collected dozens of cores for themselves. After a brief interval, they returned, and the three descended into the water. The corpse of the golden-red Yazi leader lay submerged, yet Lu Yi and his companion refrained from extracting its inner core. This was not due to any inadequacy of the core, but rather a long-standing principle. Spoils of war belonged to the victor, and since Mo1 had slain the Yazi leader, they could not claim it without his permission. The underwater city bore a striking resemblance to the one above. Yi Xiaoyao advanced. He cast glances around. How can you still find time to admire the scenery, not knowing when your life may be at stake? Lu Shaoqing scoffed, shaking his head. These trials were undoubtedly sanctuaries left by the dragon god for his descendants, constructed during the ancient age of chaos, as evidenced by the architectural style of the buildings. Mo1 took over the conversation. Once he finished speaking, both Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao furrowed their brows. Mo1 pointed out that they had almost forgotten that these hybrid dragon clans were all descendants of the dragon god. If the sea dragons were the legitimate offspring of the dragon god, then these hybrids were born of the concubines. Regardless of whether they were of the main or side lineage, they all shared the blood of the dragon god. The consequences of the three of them rampaging through here were difficult to predict. Chapter 467. Peril at the Can Pass. Seeing the worry etched on Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao's faces, Mo1 comforted them, saying, "The South Sea Dragons are also legitimate descendants of the Dragon Clan. We are their allies. Moreover, our purpose for coming to the East Sea is to assist them in retrieving the rain artifact. So we are not without justification." Hearing Mo1's words, Lu and Yi slowly nodded, their concerns alleviating slightly. Each checkpoint in the outer perimeter spanned a radius of 200 miles. Not long after, the passage began to narrow, and the three moved cautiously while attuning themselves to the sensations ahead. Being underwater, they could only sense within a range of 20 miles, and within that distance, there were no signs of any unusual creatures. According to the 8 trigrams, the next checkpoint would likely be occupied by water-dwelling beings. Yi Xiaoyao remarked. Owen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that after Kuin and Jin comes Can, which represents water in the 8 trigrams. We are not skilled in underwater combat. I will first conceal myself and investigate. If we encounter difficulty, we shall await the arrival of the South Sea Dragons to handle the situation. It is unnecessary for us to take risks. Upon hearing this, Mo1 nodded once more. Charging recklessly into danger is a grave taboo among military strategists. While advancing boldly can be exhilarating, it must be predicated upon ensuring one's own safety. The seabed is unlike the land. The three were unfamiliar with it, and their movements underwater would be affected, so they should proceed with caution. After traveling for another 10 miles, the surrounding waters became remarkably clear. A few miles further, the passage widened, revealing a sandy seabed, the sand pristine and white, interspersed with sparse green aquatic plants. In the distance, they could see a city, distinct from the previous two. The gates of this city stood open, with 2 guards wielding spears stationed to either side. These 2 guards were clearly not human, yet the trio could not sense their presence. They emitted no signs of beastly vitality, appearing almost lifeless. Yet the occasional movement of their heads indicated they were indeed alive. "This situation feels amiss," Lu Shaoqing remarked, glancing into the distance. That moment, Yi Xiaoyao looked up, and upon hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, redirected his gaze, saying, The water is over our heads, and there is no place to breathe above. I will go take a look, Lu Shaoqing said, before vanishing from view. The three were currently hidden behind a stone wall, with aquatic plants obscuring their view. The guards at the city gate had yet to notice them, at least not overtly. Wait, Imowen raised his hand to stop the concealed Lu Shaoqing. Logically, the East Sea Dragons should have communicated our arrival to all checkpoints. They ought to be aware of our coming. How could they be so negligent? The currents between these checkpoints do not flow into one another, and the bloodshed has not reached this place. Furthermore, they likely did not anticipate our arrival would be so swift. If we strike now, we may catch them off guard, Lu Shaoqing replied. Imowen exchanged a glance with Yi Xiaoyao, who nodded in agreement with Lu Shaoqing's reasoning. Imowen released Lu Shaoqing, cautioning, "Do not enter the city. If anything seems amiss, return immediately." Without responding, Lu Shaoqing concealed himself and made his way toward the city gate, concerned that hasty movements might disturb the water. Lu Shaoqing proceeded slowly. Once he departed, the other two focused intently on the situation, ready to lend aid at the first sign of trouble. The trio's hiding place was not far from the city gate, but after Lu Shaoqing had been concealed for quite some time without reappearing, it was evident he had already entered the city of Kansas. After a brief moment, commotion erupted within the city, and piercing, unnatural cries echoed frequently, accompanied by streaks of red blood rising from the city and mingling with the water above. It has begun. Yi Xiaoyao drew his sword. Owen gestured for Yi Xiaoyao to refrain from rushing into battle. Although he could not comprehend the strange cries emanating from within the city, he discerned that they carried panic rather than rage, indicating that the creatures were unaware of how their kin had perished. In other words, Lu Shaoqing's presence had gone undetected. Before long, a multitude of hybrid aquatic creatures surged out from the city, frantically scanning the area above. Their lengths were approximately 30 feet, resembling stone dragons yet more akin to giant salamanders. With short limbs and squat bodies, crowned with small dragon horns and covered in glossy black scales. They are the Papa. No wonder we could not sense them. Yi Xiaoyao immediately recognized this hybrid dragon clan. The Papa were one of the hybrid dragon clans, said to be born from a monstrous fish, adept at controlling water. Indeed, they were the legendary water-evading beasts. Though these Papa excelled in water manipulation, they were of little use here. Unable to sense Lu Shaoqing's presence, they were thrown into disarray upon witnessing the bizarre deaths of their kin. "Let us go help," Yi Xiaoyao urged Imowen. "Not so fast," Imowen shook his head, preventing Yi Xiaoyao from advancing. According to Lu Shaoqing's temperament, he would likely target the leader first. If I am correct, the leader of the Papa has already been slain by him. These Papa, while skilled in water manipulation, are at a loss without sight of the enemy. If we reveal ourselves, it would only complicate matters. That makes sense. Yi Xiaoyao sheathed his sword. Throughout Imowen's discourse, he kept a watchful eye on the unfolding battle. The Papa were clad in tough black armor, making it increasingly difficult for Lu Shaoqing to eliminate them swiftly. He could only approach slowly to stab out their eyes with a dagger. As more and more Papa had their eyes gouged, the agony of their blindness was compounded by the stinging salt water, driving them to frantically inhale and expel water in a desperate bid for survival. This chaotic spraying resulted in numerous friendly fire incidents, with Papa often injured by their own kin's attacks. Such reckless spouting could injure their own kind and might inadvertently strike Lu Shaoqing. As Imowen observed the battle, his heart grew heavier. Although he could not see Lu Shaoqing, he could see the Papa's eyes being systematically blinded, indicating Lu Shaoqing was becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. Aiming to achieve a resounding victory by eliminating all the Papa in the shortest time possible. This is too fast. He should slow down. Imowen furrowed his brow. If the Papa settle down, it will become even more challenging for him to approach. Yi Xiaoyao's expression was grave. Imowen nodded slowly upon hearing this, realizing that his earlier thoughts had been one-sided. Lu Shaoqing's urgency stemmed not only from his bloodlust, but also from a desire to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. If the water flow were to calm, the Papa would be able to deduce his location from the disturbances. This won't do. We must assist him, though not inquire as to how Imowen retrieves a talisman box from his bosom, inscribing a grand talisman of the celestial constellations to summon forth a single Xuanwu. He directs it towards the group of crouching viper-like creatures above the city. amidst the chaos of battle. It is only when Xuanwu draws near that the serpents perceive its presence, bending low to unleash torrents of water upon it. When this summoning of Xuanwu is not intended for conquest, but rather to divert the attention of the vipers, thereby mitigating the peril faced by Lu Shaoqing. Despite its formidable size, Xuanwu is buffeted and tossed by the force of the water jets. Yet its essence is intertwined with Mo winds. He discerns the potency of the serpent's spray by the diminishing energy of Xuanwu. Without replenishing its spiritual energy, the 5 jets could easily disperse it. The emergence of Xuanwu has provided those vipers with a target for their indignation, and all but a few of the vipers not blinded by Lu Shaoqing's strikes unleash their fury upon Xuanwu. Mo Wen commands Xuanwu to maneuver and evade, simultaneously channeling energy to sustain it, feeling a pang of concern as the rapid depletion of energy weighs heavily upon him. He silently wishes for Lu Shaoqing to temper his assault, urging him not to act recklessly. Knight Xiaoyao, noticing Mo Wen's frown, hastily retrieves his own talisman box, intending to cast a spell. Mo Wen, sensing the urgency, swiftly gestures for him to desist. The spiritual energy within Knight Xiaoyao is stored in a mist-like state, rendering him incapable of replenishing Xuanwu's energy. While Mo Wen remains anxious over Lu Shaoqing's recklessness, Lu Shaoqing's assault intensifies rather than abates following Xuanwu's appearance, as he continues to pierce the vipers above. One after another, Mo Wen grows increasingly anxious. Lu Shaoqing is acutely aware that Mo Wen summoned Xuanwu to draw the viper's attention, and he understands that maintaining Xuanwu's form consumes a considerable amount of his own energy. Yet, Lu Shaoqing's fervent attacks are a desperate measure to diminish the rapid consumption of his own spiritual power. The total number of vipers is estimated to be around 70 or 80. Previously, Lu Shaoqing had slain a portion within the city, leaving approximately 60 that have fled. Among these vipers, only a few have fallen victim to friendly fire, with a dozen rendered blind and nearly 40 that can unleash invisible torrents. With each of Lu Shaoqing's swift strikes, more vipers are blinded, and with each blinding, Lu Shaoqing's danger escalates, as the blinded vipers continue to spew torrents in self-defense, transforming the air above the city into a perilous zone. Knight Xiaoyao, recognizing the urgency of the situation, quickly inscribes a talisman of the celestial constellations and summons forth the Qinglong. However, unlike Mo Wen, who is accustomed to commanding celestial beasts, his summoned Qinglong emits a roar, inadvertently attracting the viper's attacks. Mo Wen, witnessing the water plants uprooted in the distance, realizes the torrents are approaching and hastily pulls Knight Xiaoyao behind a stone wall. Just as they secure their refuge, the surging waves crash, toppling the Qinglong. The vipers remain unaware of their presence, their torrents aimed solely at the Qinglong. Knight Xiaoyao, unable to replenish the Qinglong's energy, watches helplessly as it dissipates in an instant. Following the destruction of the Qinglong, the vipers refocus their assault on the Xuanwu summoned by Mo Wen. Peering out, he observes a dozen vipers relentlessly spraying their torrents at Xuanwu, while the others lie completely blind. In light of this scenario, Mo Wen instructs Xuanwu to move westward, enticing the remaining vipers to shift their positions, with the ultimate goal of allowing Lu Shaoqing to escape the hazardous area occupied by the blinded vipers. 13:12. Just as the number of sighted vipers dwindles to 12, Lu Shaoqing emerges, not by his own volition, but rather struck by a torrent from a distant blinded viper. The force is tremendous, not propelling him away but inflicting grievous wounds upon his right arm, shoulder, and chest. Unlike Mo Wen, who must divide his focus to control Xuanwu, Knight Xiaoyao charges forth upon seeing Lu Shaoqing under duress. Rushing to his aid, Wen hastily inscribes another talisman to summon Xuanwu for protection, while simultaneously dispatching another Xuanwu to safeguard Lu Shaoqing's corpse. Revival necessitates the presence of a corporeal form. If it is utterly shattered, resurrection becomes impossible. At this moment, within the compass, 12 vipers remain unblind. And upon witnessing Knight Xiaoyao's dash, most of their torrents are directed toward him, while Mo Wen commands Xuanwu to shield him. A few vipers, realizing Lu Shaoqing is visible, unleash torrents in his direction. Lu Shaoqing is the architect of their destruction, and even the most brutal dismemberment would not quell their hatred. Mo Wen must now multitask, protecting Knight Xiaoyao while directing another Xuanwu to guard Lu Shaoqing's body. Fortunately, Lu Shaoqing is not far from their position. Knight Xiaoyao swiftly reaches him, extending spiritual energy to draw Lu Shaoqing into his embrace, his left hand deftly sealing Lu Shaoqing's spiritual conduits to stabilize his soul. After sealing Lu Shaoqing's essence, Knight Xiaoyao does not retreat immediately. Instead, he frantically scans the area for Lu Shaoqing's severed arm. "Hurry back," Imowen calls out, as the vipers are not mere lifeless creatures. They are swiftly maneuvering around Xuanwu, preparing to unleash another assault. After Imowen's shout, the blinded vipers respond with torrents, and although he cannot see the waves, he can discern their movements, quickly shifting to evade. Once he dodges, the rocky wall that had concealed him is shattered by the crashing waves. Knight Xiaoyao, upon hearing Imowen's warning, abandons the search for Lu Shaoqing's severed arm and, shielded by Xuanwu, hastily retreats with Lu Shaoqing's body. "Back away!" Imowen takes hold of Lu Shaoqing's body and swiftly retreats. The immediate priority is not to eliminate the remaining vipers, but to expedite Lu Shaoqing's revival. Xuanwu blocks the entrance as they quickly withdraw to the Gen Pass. These checkpoints possess distinct earth energies, preventing the vipers from entering the realm of enmity. Once they ascertain that the vipers are not in pursuit, they leap onto an island, gently laying Lu Shaoqing's body down. "What shall we do without an arm?" Knight Xiaoyao exclaims in distress. "Fear not. The black and white impermanents possess Qinglian seeds capable of regenerating limbs." Imowen reassures, swiftly retrieving his talisman box to inscribe a talisman, inscribing the names of the black and white impermanents, tossing it into the flames as he urgently summons the Yin official Xiebian and Fan Wujiu. As the words of the Taoist can be heard by the heavenly officials and Yin messengers, Imowen includes his own Taoist title in the incantation, signifying to the black and white impermanents who is making the request. Before the ashes of the talisman settle, the black impermanence, Fan Wujiu, manifests first, unperturbed by the scene before him. Without waiting for Imowen and Knight Xiaoyao to speak, he retrieves a palm-sized stone box from his robe, opening it to produce a thumb-sized Qinglian seed, which he places into Lu Shaoqing's mouth, followed by extending Yin energy to guide the medicine into his belly. The white impermanence soon appears, offering a respectful bow to the two, and takes out a short black brush, inscribing 2 characters in Yin script upon Lu Shaoqing's forehead. The black ink vanishes without leaving a trace. Seeing Imowen's puzzled expression, the black impermanence quickly clarifies. "Do not worry, esteemed one. This is a soul marker for the underworld. Without this inscription, even a revival would lack the life force necessary. Much obliged to you both." Imowen bows respectfully to the black and white impermanents, then channels energy to assist in catalyzing the medicinal effects within Lu Shaoqing. The Qinglian seed is a wondrous object for gathering Yin and condensing Yang. For an ordinary person who has lost a limb, restoration requires the right timing. As Lu Zhenren's meridians are open, he shall regenerate his arm within an hour. There is no need for excessive concern from either of you. The black impermanence, Fan Wujiu, reassures them. Imowen and Knight Xiaoyao express their gratitude once more, while the white impermanence interjects, "This is the domain of the dragon tribe, under the jurisdiction of the Dragon King. We are but emissaries of the underworld and must not overstep our bounds. We shall take our leave now and meet again shortly. Please, wait. May I inquire when my time will come?" Knight Xiaoyao urgently asks, apprehensive about the uncertainty of his fate. "It shall be within these few days." The white impermanence replies casually. These words from the white impermanence heighten Knight Xiaoyao's anxiety, yet he refrains from further questioning, instead gesturing towards Lu Shaoqing, asking, "What will be the consequence if he dies again?" "Gods cannot save him," the white impermanence responds. The black impermanence, noticing the white impermanence's candidness, hastily interjects, "This is not the place for us to linger. Let us depart. Thank you. We bid you farewell." Imowen and Knight Xiaoyao bow as the black and white impermanents salute and vanish from sight. Knight Xiaoyao bends down to assess Lu Shaoqing's injuries, observing that he has regained consciousness, his eyes wide open, brow furrowed, and body trembling. His essence remains intact, enduring the excruciating pain of regeneration. "You should rest for a moment," Knight Xiaoyao says, lightly striking Lu Shaoqing to render him unconscious, then straightening up. Thankfully, it was merely an arm that was lost. Had he been struck in the head or chest by that dark current, The outcome could have been dire. Indeed, Imowen nods, shaken by the earlier perilous situation. After Imowen speaks, Knight Xiaoyao remains silent, and the two stand vigil by Lu Shaoqing's side as his wound visibly heals at a remarkable pace. The Qinglian seed possesses extraordinary properties, surely not of the earthly realm. What time is it now? After a long silence, Knight Xiaoyao inquires. It should be morning, Imowen replies, as he can only estimate the time without the guidance of the stars. Why does it feel as though we have been underground for an eternity? Yi Xiaoyao remarked. Owen nodded in response. He too harbored the same sentiment, feeling as if a considerable time had elapsed since leaving Shangqing Temple, when in reality it had only been 2 or 3 days. This perception of time was primarily due to the oppressive confinement within the SEA. As the two conversed, a small number of aquatic creatures began to retreat from the southwestern passage. These were the denizens of the East Sea, specifically the deserters from that realm. Upon entering Jin Pass, they encountered the circumstances within the barrier and glimpsed the 3 individuals on the island. Overcome by fear, they hesitated to advance, when refrained from sending the divine Suzaku to drive them away, allowing them to linger at the entrance of the passage. After half an hour, Lu Shaoqing awoke. Having regained 70% of his former shape, he circulated his energy to open his spiritual channels, rising to a standing position and tilting his head to examine the still ethereal remnants of his right shoulder and arm. How do you feel? Imowen inquired. Very well, I have finally died, Lu Shaoqing replied, his words imbued with a sense of tranquility and composure, liberated from the anxiety of impending demise. Congratulations, Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. I shall go and eliminate the remaining pests. Lu Shaoqing glanced around but could not find his dagger, only then recalling that it had been in his right hand, which was now lost. There is no rush. We shall deliberate upon it after recovery. Imowen interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Lu Shaoqing surveyed his right arm, then tugged at his tattered robe, settling into a meditative position to cultivate his energy, opting not to hasten his departure. Another half-hour passed, and Lu Shaoqing was completely healed, moving his limbs freely before standing upright. Let us proceed, he declared to Imowen, and Yi Xiaoyao, witnessing his eagerness, could only acquiesce and return to Can Pass. Upon reaching the juncture of Jin Pass and Can Pass, Lu Shaoqing turned to the two and waved his hand. They may be lying in ambush nearby. I will enter first. You wait here for a moment. Yi Xiaoyao, eager to speak, began to do so. But Lu Shaoqing had already vanished into Can Pass. What is with his urgency? Imowen frowned. Theo elicited a smile from a fair maiden. Yi Xiaoyao replied with a grin. Imowen turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao, who leaned against the stone wall and jested. Can you not discern his fondness for Aoran? Imowen chuckled in response, choosing not to engage further. Before long, Lu Shaoqing returned, bringing back his dagger. The aquatic creatures had all retreated to the far eastern corner, rendering them difficult to confront. As long as they do not obstruct our path, let them be, Imowen stated. Only a handful of the venomous creatures remain. The rest are blind. This has already been quite ruthless. One should not eradicate entirely. Since they are not pursuing us relentlessly, we shall grant them a chance at survival. Lu Shaoqing turned to Yi Xiaoyao, who nodded in agreement, and together the 3 entered Can Pass, continuing their ascent through the depths of the sea. The barriers extended over 200 miles, and the group of venomous creatures remained in the eastern corner. Although they spotted the 2 men, they did not emerge to attack, having been intimidated by Lu Shaoqing's earlier display of strength. Lu Shaoqing contemplated harvesting the inner cores of the deceased venomous creatures, but feared such an action might invite unnecessary trouble, ultimately deciding against it. Observing that the venomous creatures did not obstruct their passage, the trio hastily traversed Can Pass towards Sun Pass, which lay to the northeast. After a stick of incense worth of time, they arrived at the entrance of Sun Pass. The waters of Sun Pass were remarkably clear, the seabed composed of stone, adorned with dense, low-lying aquatic vegetation. Above the checkpoint, an area devoid of water revealed the city gates firmly shut, with several enormous, bizarre fish swimming overhead. What are those? Lu Shaoqing asked, tilting his head to scrutinize the strange fish, which were flat and measured over 5 zhang in length, resembling giant horseshoe crabs, yet were soft-bodied aquatic creatures. Their skin a mottled blue with black spots, Imowen and Yi Xiaoyao had never encountered such creatures, rendering them unable to answer Lu Shaoqing's query. However, judging by the manner in which the creatures swam, they seemed to possess a gentle disposition, possibly serving as food for the mixed blood dragon clan residing in Sun Pass. The three observed from a distance for a while before quietly entering the waters of Sun Pass. The temperature of the sea was quite high. Despite the protective barrier around them, they could still feel the warmth of the water. Within Sun Pass, there were no stone walls to conceal themselves, and thus the three were immediately spotted by the nearby bizarre fish upon their entry point, one of the massive creatures, swaying its soft, flat wings side to side, slowly approached the trio, as it moved languidly. Displaying a relaxed demeanor, the three felt no undue alarm, taking the opportunity to examine it closely. Its mouth was located beneath its body, small and with non-threatening teeth. Although it appeared peculiar, it was not terrifying. The blue fish floated a few steps away from them, its eyes situated atop its head. Although fish eyes do not convey emotions as distinctly as human eyes, Imowen perceived a sense of playfulness and curiosity in its gaze. They are all within the city. The numbers are unknown. Yi Xiaoyao pointed towards the city in the northeast, and Imowen nodded in acknowledgement. Due to the limitations of underwater perception, he could only sense that there were numerous mixed blood dragon auras within the city. Though the specifics remained elusive, one thing was certain, however: their malevolent energy was not particularly strong. While the two conversed, the blue fish edged closer, prompting Yi Xiaoyao to thrust his sword in a defensive motion. The creature, startled by the sudden movement, quickly retreated. As this occurred, a ghostly blue light emanated from its head, penetrating the protective barrier around Imo-1 and Lu, causing them to collapse to the ground. Although Imo-1 did not convulse as Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao did, he too felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, akin to being struck by lightning. Chapter 469. Urgently advancing to Qian Pass, this strange sensation was unlike anything Imo-1 had ever experienced. His internal organs constricted, his body felt numb, and breathing became laborious. The spiritual energy that typically flowed through his meridians came to a sudden halt. Despite the overwhelming discomfort, he did not lose his capacity for movement. Instinctively sensing danger, he wished to retreat, but the discipline cultivated through his training kept his subconscious in check. Rather than fleeing, he forcefully drew his sword to defend Lu and Yi from any potential harm from the blue fish. However, the blue creature did not return. After emitting its ghostly blue light, it swiftly swam away. Taking a deep breath, Imo-1 felt the paralysis within him diminish significantly and hastily crouched to assist Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao to their feet. What manner of creature was that? Lu Shaoqing gasped, suppressing a powerful urge to vomit. Imo-1 shook his head. Yi Xiaoyao's condition was far more severe than Lu Shaoqing's. His complexion was pallid, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Though he managed to rise, he remained unsteady, bracing himself on his knees, his expression one of profound distress. Imo-1 also felt his breath becoming erratic. The ghostly blue light emitted by the fish bore similarities to lightning. As a disciple of Shangqing, he had been spared from tribulations, thus he was unfamiliar with the sensation of heavenly lightning. Yet, aside from their trio, all other disciples of the purple aura would be subjected to this ordeal. And the descriptions of their tribulations bore a striking resemblance to his current experience. As Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao focused on regaining their composure, Imo-1 turned his gaze towards the blue fish, which had circled back leisurely, observing them from a distance of 10 zhang. "It is toying with us," Lu Shaoqing exclaimed with indignation, its relaxed demeanor reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. "Not quite," Imo-1 countered. "Had the blue fish intended to harm us, it could have unleashed another blue light. Instead, it refrained from pursuing us while we were incapacitated, suggesting it harbors no significant malice. Its earlier action was likely a misguided defensive response to perceiving Yi Xiaoyao as a threat. Its curiosity towards us is far more pronounced. Regardless of its intentions, we must not allow it to approach us again." Yi Xiaoyao expressed, still shaken. "I shall test it," Imo-1 declared, retrieving a talisman from his robes and inscribing a blue dragon spell. Summoning forth a blue dragon, the strange fish exhibited no signs of panic upon seeing the dragon. Instead, it flapped its large, soft wings and gracefully moved aside several zhang. Imo-1 observed closely, realizing that the blue fish's shift was not born from fear. It merely sought to regain its line of sight. As the sudden appearance of the dragon had obstructed its view of the trio, no one then directed the blue dragon to advance slowly, while the distant fish took notice of the dragon but showed little interest. Continuing to swim leisurely about, the creature that had previously attacked the trio elevated itself slightly, yielding the path to the blue dragon. "Kill it," Lu Shaoqing spoke in a low voice. Mo1, upon hearing this, commanded the azure dragon to launch a sudden assault on the bizarre fish. The azure dragon abruptly swung its head, opening its massive jaws to seize the creature. The fish, seemingly taken by surprise at the dragon's sudden attack, thrashed violently in an attempt to free itself from the dragon's grip. Simultaneously, a blue luminescence emanated from its head once more. As the blue light appeared, Imowen felt a renewed wave of numbness. Though this time it was considerably milder than before and entirely bearable, likely due to the increased distance. Lu Shaoqing noted that the azure dragon merely held onto the creature without tearing it apart. Casting a disapproving glance at Imowen, sensing Lu Shaoqing's expression from the corner of his eye, Imowen furrowed his brow before instructing the azure dragon to deliver a decisive blow. The same blue fish were abundant in the vicinity, and upon witnessing one of their kind being slain, they began to converge towards the azure dragon from various directions, fearing that they might gather and simultaneously emit blue light. Imowen hurriedly commanded the azure dragon to pursue and eliminate them. The blue light they emitted bore some resemblance to electric sparks. Wei Xiaoyao observed the flattened fish that frequently emitted blue light under the azure dragon's pursuit. Such electric discharges would be intolerable even for a true dragon. Imowen nodded, having engaged in numerous battles with true dragons and aware of their varying levels of cultivation. The simultaneous emission of blue light from so many fish could potentially incapacitate the azure dragon in an instant. If it weren't for the three of us acting as vanguards, the South Sea would suffer significant losses upon reaching this point, Lu Shaoqing remarked. Mowen noted that the azure dragon he commanded was a spirit manifestation, comprised of condensed spiritual energy, and thus could ignore the blue light emitted by those bizarre fish. Do not kill them all. Leave one or two alive to allow them to taste that exquisite flavor, Yi Xiaoyao suggested. The spirit manifestation of the azure dragon handled the blue fish with ease, and within the time it took for the three to converse, they had already slain the majority of the bizarre fish in the area. Imowen frowned in silence, having observed that the azure dragon's aura was rapidly intensifying during the pursuit. This phenomenon was highly unusual, and he was now attempting to discern its cause. After careful observation, he quickly discovered a clue. The increase in the azure dragon's aura was linked to the blue light emitted by the fish, which could be transformed into spiritual energy and absorbed by the dragon. Realizing the reason, Imowen refrained from hastily exterminating the remaining blue fish. Instead, he directed the azure dragon to continue pursuing them without annihilating them, thereby forcing the fish to emit blue light repeatedly. The azure dragon's spiritual energy surged rapidly, soon surpassing the energy used to summon it with the celestial wolf's talisman. We must resolve this swiftly. There are hybrid dragons in the city, Lu Shaoqing urged. Imowen shook his head, stating that the blue light emitted by the flattened fish could be converted into spiritual energy, which the spirit manifestation of the azure dragon could absorb. Let us wait a moment longer and see how powerful the azure dragon can become. Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Both were practitioners and understood that spiritual energy was a fusion of yin and yang within the body. The blue light emitted by the fish could be transformed into spiritual energy, implying that the light itself was composed of these two energies. They pondered how these creatures could merge yin and yang energies within themselves and subsequently release their spiritual energy in such an intense manner. While Imowen controlled the azure dragon to pursue the blue fish, Lu Shaoqing stealthily approached and retrieved a bizarre fish that had been slain by the dragon. Wei Xiaoyao assisted him, and together they used a dagger to open the fish's chest and abdomen, discovering that it was a type of soft-bodied fish. Notably, its chest, abdomen, and head did not contain any internal core. In other words, its ability to emit blue light was not a result of acquired cultivation, but rather a remarkable innate gift. With this revelation, their interest waned significantly, as one cannot learn from or emulate the natural advantages of others. The bizarre fish could not emit blue light indefinitely. As the azure dragon pursued, The intensity of the blue light diminished progressively, and the increase of the dragon's spiritual energy slowed. It became evident that the exertion required to emit the blue light was taxing on the fish's stamina. And ultimately, they began to tire and rest on the ocean floor. Take advantage of the azure dragon's strength and break through the checkpoint quickly, Imowen urged, signaling to Lu and Yi, who were waiting nearby. He commanded the azure dragon to lead the way. This spirit manifestation had absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy transformed from the blue light of the fish, making it an unparalleled weapon, capable of wreaking havoc in the East Sea until its energy waned. If it is formidable enough, we can turn back and slay the 3 dragons of the East Sea, Lu Shaoqing asserted. That would require us to travel back 500 or 600 miles. We should prioritize breaching the checkpoint first, Yi Xiaoyao replied. The 3 had now reached the upper level of an underwater city, and from above, they could see a plethora of small, green, moss-like aquatic plants below, with numerous black sea snails the size of houses crawling atop them. Those are jiaotu, Lu Shaoqing recognized, identifying the hybrid aquatic creatures with dragon heads and large sea snail shells on their backs. They moved slowly and posed little threat. Let us proceed to the next checkpoint, Yi Xiaoyao suggested. After nodding in agreement, Imowen urged the dragon to move swiftly. Prior to this, he had discerned from the energy signatures that the hybrid dragon clan residing here had a relatively mild temperament. Not all hybrid dragons were vicious. The jiaotu, with their snail-like demeanor, were placid creatures, placed here by the dragon god not to guard the area, but to provide them a safe haven. The bizarre fish were likely left as protectors by the dragon god, not as food for the jiaotu, who were herbivorous and lacked the agility to catch the fish. The 3 progressed rapidly, and soon the passage narrowed again, with the water level dropping to reveal a multitude of rocks. They surfaced, using the rocks to propel themselves forward. After traveling several miles, the water remained at a depth of 3 miles, with approximately 2 miles of land on either side. Small blades of grass dotted the rugged terrain, and in the distance, a vast forest could be seen. How can there be sunlight and vegetation ahead? Yi Xiaoyao questioned, as they had now reached the outskirts of Qian Pass, where the general layout of the pass became visible. The waters of Qian Pass spanned no more than 3 miles, flanked by towering mountains teeming with various birds and beasts. Remarkably, sunlight filtered through the cave's ceiling. It feels akin to a tiger's form. It must be a buy-in, Lu Shaoqing mused. Different perspectives yield different considerations. Lu Shaoqing was most concerned with which hybrid dragon clan guarded this checkpoint. There are not many, fewer than 20, but their leader possesses formidable cultivation, Imowen stated, halting his advance. Seeing Imowen stop, the other 2 paused as well, positioning themselves on either side of him. The Bayan was a well-known type among hybrid dragons, colloquially referred to as the dragon whisker tiger. Said to be born from a union between the dragon god and a female tiger, embodying both the dragon's majesty and the tiger's ferocity. Just how terrifying is it? Lu Shaoqing inquired. Just as he posed the question, a thunderous roar erupted from the highest peak in the distance, reverberating like a great bell through the valley, startling the birds and beasts. It's terrifying enough to detect us from 120 miles away, Yi Xiaoyao remarked with a wry smile. Following the initial roar, echoes of tiger roars resonated throughout the surrounding area, and numerous Bayan emerged from the mountains, taking positions atop various peaks to unleash their own roars. Until this moment, the 3 had never encountered this legendary hybrid dragon clan. This was their first time witnessing it firsthand. The Bayan were covered in azure fur, measuring over 2.5 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height. Their heads and tails resembled those of a tiger, while their limbs and claws were draconic .4 long dragon whiskers hung from the corners of their mouths, aligning with the legends, but deviating from the tails. They possessed 2 enormous azure wings on their arched backs. Chapter 470. From Kuan to Qian. All these Bayan were beastly in form, and upon counting, there were 18 in total. Most of the Bayan had cultivation levels comparable to the peak of human purple qi, while the one standing atop the highest peak was slightly larger than the others, boasting silver wings on its back and an exceptionally profound level of spiritual energy, rivaling that of a true dragon. Had I known such a creature existed, I should have brought the golden eagle, Yi Xiaoyao chuckled, noting that these Bayan, with their dual wings, could undoubtedly soar. An arrow is already on the string. How can we not shoot? Lu Shaoqing unsheathed his dagger. The leader of the Bayan belongs to the Azure Dragon, Imowen declared, commanding the Azure Dragon to attack the silver-winged Bayan standing at the highest point. The Azure Dragon, obeying the command, leaped from the water and soared through the clouds, while the three of them launched into the air to confront the enemy. As the Bayan beheld the Azure Dragon's appearance, they all spread their wings and descended from the peaks to intercept it. The silver-winged leader extended its wings and flew at mid-dash level. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Imowen drew his seven-star sword, channeling energy into it to decapitate a Bayan that charged at him with fury. He swiftly repositioned to attack another Bayan approaching from the right. In the heat of battle, achieving a swift victory was crucial. Imowen's successful strike bolstered the confidence of Lu and Yi Xiaoyao soared toward one of the Bayan, wrapping one arm around its neck. Realizing Yi Xiaoyao's intent to climb onto its back, the Bayan swiftly attempted to evade, but as it shifted, blood began to pour from its right eye. Our weapons cannot harm its flesh. We must target its eyes. The voice of Lu Shaoqing emanated from near the blind-eyed Bayan. His art of invisibility executed with such mastery that he could appear or vanish at will, rendering him exceedingly difficult to guard against. This moment, the transformed Qinglong had already engaged the silver-winged Bayan, which, upon noticing the impending assault, did not evade but instead lunged forward with its jaws agape, crashing headlong into the Qinglong. Accompanied by a thunderous impact, the silver-winged Bayan was forced to retreat, while the Qinglong, in a furious pursuit, raised its claws and struck, sending the still-dazed creature crashing to the ground. Just as the silver-winged Bayan fell from a height of 3 zhong, the Qinglong caught up again, clamping its jaws around the creature's nape, growling ferociously as it twisted and flung it into the air, tearing it apart. Simultaneously, the Qinglong's tail swept violently, sending several other Bayan, who had sought to come to its aid, flying away. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the transformed Qinglong, Imowen withdrew, instructing the Qinglong to hunt down the remaining Bayan. This particular Qinglong moved several times faster than an ordinary transformed Qinglong. Its power magnified manifold. It pursued relentlessly, cutting off and eliminating foes, and in the blink of an eye, it decimated over a dozen Bayan. Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao were left dumbfounded by the scene before them, staring in astonishment at Imowen. Although Imowen was aware that the spiritual energy within this transformed Qinglong was several times that of a true dragon, he had not anticipated its power to scale with equal magnitude. Let alone these hybrid dragon races, even a true dragon would be swiftly defeated by this transformed Qinglong. How much spiritual energy remains? Lu Shaoqing inquired, pointing at the undulating Qinglong. Only about 10% has been expended. Imowen replied, as the aura of the transformed Qinglong resonated with him, allowing him to clearly sense the depletion of its spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing was overjoyed, raising his hand towards the northwest. Let us seize the moment and proceed to Dui Pass. Imowen gestured for Lu Shaoqing to remain patient and instead drew upon his own spiritual energy to replenish the 10% that had been consumed by the transformed Qinglong. However, once he dispatched the energy, he sensed something amiss. The spiritual energy within the Qinglong was not merely 3 times that of a regular Qinglong but had increased exponentially, rendering the substantial amount he had sent inadequate to replenish the missing 10%. Imowen retracted his energy and surveyed Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao. The calamity of the East Sea halts at Qian Pass. We must stop here. Why is that? Yi Xiaoyao asked, perplexed. The East Sea has already suffered the consequences of its actions. This place is Qian, which represents the heavens. To overstep is to lose one's way. We must return immediately and capture the 3 dragon clans of the East Sea. The water goddess cauldron awaits us, Imowen stated, before soaring back with the Qinglong. Upon hearing Imowen's words, Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao paused to reflect, their expressions brightening as they turned back. The dragon clan of the East Sea was the Qinglong, and Imowen's summoning was also of the Qinglong. To use a Qinglong against another Qinglong was to have the East Sea Dragon clan reap what they had sown in this world. Every coincidence concealed profound truths, and no matter the circumstance, one could not transgress the celestial order. When they entered the East Sea, they had taken the Kuan position. The pass where the Bayan resided was the Qian position. In other words, Within a mere 5 or 6 hours, the three had traversed from the southern region to the northern heavens. Having reached the pinnacle of their journey, they could proceed no further. As they turned back, the trio moved swiftly, soon returning to the Sun position. Noticing that the strange fish had seen them returning with the Qinglong, they hurriedly kept their distance. The three hastily passed through the Sun Pass and re-entered the camp position. Just as they crossed into the camp position, the remaining surviving Pahe noticed them and eagerly raised their necks to draw in water for self-preservation. "Retreat," Imowen commanded, pulling Lu and Yi back rapidly. While simultaneously directing the Qinglong to exterminate the Pai, the three retreated to a safe area. A torrent of invisible waves surged toward them. "I might as well perish here," Yi Xiaoyao thought anxiously. As the death ledger of the black and white impermanence recorded the lifespans of both himself and Lu Shaoqing. With Lu Shaoqing's life now extinguished, he was the only one left alive. Such thoughts must not linger. Waiting for death without taking action is akin to suicide, a grave sin. Imowen shook his head and replied. Yi Xiaoyao sighed deeply, and after a moment, he looked at the two with concern and nodded. Fate has decreed that those destined to die cannot escape it. Imowen had previously felt that the bloodshed was too heavy, sparing the blind Pahe and several others, yet they now obstructed the trio's retreat, leading to their own demise. Though only a handful of Pahe could still see, they could inform their kin of the Qinglong's approach. Dozens of currents surged toward the Qinglong simultaneously. However, the transformed Qinglong twisted and charged forward, evading the onslaught and swiftly closing the distance to commence a bloody slaughter. Once the Pahe were obliterated, the three drew closer to the Jin position, where the waters were visibly stained crimson with blood, and numerous aquatic creatures were locked in fierce combat. "Wait here. I will enter the Jin Pass to investigate the situation. Shortly, I shall clear a path for you with the Qinglong," Imowen instructed the two. "Be cautious," they both nodded in reply, knowing that the Jin position was the main battlefield between the East Sea and the South Sea, densely packed with aquatic races, including the three dragon sons and daughters of the East Sea, making the situation exceedingly perilous. After nodding, Imowen concealed his presence and swiftly entered the waters of the Jin position. The moment he did, he felt a slick, massive creature glide past him, its identity unknown. The underwater situation was unclear, and lingering was unwise. Upon entering the Jin position, Imowen quickly surfaced, only to find numerous islands teeming with colossal shrimp and crabs engaged in combat. The East Sea and South Sea dragon clans were locked in a fierce struggle on one of the islands, fighting not as individuals but alongside their brothers and sisters in a coordinated defense. Aog of the East Sea was bloodied, while Ao Mei dragged her right leg in defense, and Ao Shu bore multiple fire dragon arrows embedded in his torso and thighs. Severely wounded, the South Sea Dragon clan fared worse. Ao Bing had lost his left leg below the knee, struggling against the ECS assault, while Ao Han lay against a stone wall, barely clinging to life. Ao Ruo, having exhausted his fire dragon arrows, wielded Ao Han's long blade in a desperate defense alongside Ao Ku and Ao Bing. Seeing this grim tableau, Imowen was alarmed. The South Sea Dragon clan was weaker than their East Sea counterparts. Fortunately, the three had turned back at Qian Pass. Had they pressed forward, they would have faced annihilation in the center and found themselves isolated in a perilous situation. Should the South Sea Dragon clan be vanquished, they would be trapped within the East Sea Dragon Palace's confines. Although the battle was fierce, both sides had become spent, and Imowen refrained from summoning the transformed Qinglong to assist in the fight. Instead, he stealthily approached the island where the dragon clans were clashing, the prolonged battles having rendered the East Sea trio exceedingly fatigued. Unaware of Imowen's rapid approach, the South Sea Dragon clan faced Imowen's direction. Ao Ku and others, upon spotting him, could not suppress their joy despite their efforts to maintain composure. Aog, sensing something amiss, turned to look during a brief respite in the assault, realizing he could no longer conceal his presence. Imowen hastened his pace, urging his spiritual energy to accelerate. "The figure has returned." Aog shouted a warning to Ao Shu and Ao Mei. "Lower your weapons, and I shall spare your lives," Imowen declared, charging toward Aog with his sword drawn. This declaration was merely to provoke them. Though he was targeting Aog, his true objective lay with Ao Mei, the weakest and youngest of the trio. Being Aog and Ao Shu's sister, capturing her would effectively bind Aog and Ao Shu. What an arrogant villain! Though Ao Shu bore multiple arrows, his spirit remained unbroken. He quickly countered Mo Wen's advance, driving Ao Ku back and swiftly turning to strike at Mo Wen's aim had never truly been Aog. He switched positions mid-flight, evading to Ao Mei's side. Ao Mei, injured in her right leg, moved sluggishly. Upon seeing Mo Wen's attack, she hurriedly attempted to unleash her dragon spiral blade. Before Ao Mei could unleash her attack, Mo Wen was already upon her, thrusting the hilt of his sword into her back, sealing her pressure points. Observing Mo Wen's assault on Ao Mei, Aog swiftly swung his sword at Mo Wen's right arm. However, Mo Wen deftly parried the strike and swiftly sealed Ao Mei's pressure points in two places before shoving her toward the South Sea Dragon clan as a valuable bargaining chip. Aog and Ao Shu, seeing Ao Mei captured, were filled with desperation. Hearing Mo Wen's taunts, they roared in anger and transformed into their dragon forms, charging at him. Realizing he could no longer seal their pressure points, Mo Wen's mind raced, commanding the transformed Qinglong to assault Aog while evading and seeking further opportunities. With a resounding dragon roar, the transformed Qinglong surged into the can position, sweeping aside the multitude of aquatic creatures in its path. Leaping forth toward the island where the others stood, Aog, realizing the tide had turned against him, opened his mouth to emit a strange sound, while Ao Ku cried out, urging Ao Shu to return and summon the East Sea Dragon King. In an instant, the transformed Qinglong approached and Mo Wen, personally guiding it, maneuvered the Qinglong close to Aog, entangling its body with him. At this moment, the Qinglong was brimming with spiritual energy, while Aog, having fought fiercely, was depleted. Despite several attempts to break free, he found himself ensnared. Seeing Aog and Ao Mei captured, Ao Shu was filled with urgency. Yet, he understood the need for caution and did not recklessly attempt a rescue. Instead, turning to flee eastward, as Ao Shu retreated, he encountered Yi Xiaoyao emerging from the water, and in a fit of rage, he swept his tail, striking Yi Xiaoyao, who was unable to evade in time, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing forth. Chapter 471. Progress and retreat with prudence. Seeing Yi Xiaoyao spitting blood and flying backward, Mo Wen swiftly darted to his aid, aware that the waters teemed with ferocious aquatic creatures. If Yi Xiaoyao fell into the water, he would surely be torn to shreds. Quickly, capture him. Lu Shaoqing appeared beside Yi Xiaoyao, swiftly wrapping an arm around him. Mo Wen, upon hearing the words, immediately shifted positions mid-air to pursue Ao Shu, who had already reached the eastern side of the Jin position and was plunging into the water with urgency. Mo Wen, light on his feet, aimed to grab the dragon's tail but was reminded of the incident in Longjun where he was flung away. He quickly halted and withdrew. Ao Shu dove into the water, breaking through the tumultuous clash of the aquatic tribes and retreating into the can position. Owen followed closely, navigating through the blood-red waters to enter the can position. However, just as he entered, the Qinglong spike came rushing in from the left side. Mo Wen had initially anticipated that Ao Shu would flee upon entering the can position, but to his surprise, Ao Shu had laid an ambush there. This time, Ao Shu executed a close-range sneak attack aimed at his 3-yang crown, rendering the situation perilously dire, with life hanging by a thread. In this critical moment, Mo Wen's primordial spirit stirred, taking control of his physical form to tilt his head to the right. This maneuver did not entirely evade the Qinglong spike, which grazed past his left temple, tearing the scalp and lacerating his left ear. At this point, Ao Shu was already at the end of his strength. He understood the consequences of his failed ambush. After Mo Wen avoided the vital points, he moved forward, simultaneously sealing 18 significant acupoints with both hands. Mo Wen then examined his injuries and urged his spiritual energy to heal the wounds, enduring Ao Shu's charge back to the Jin Pass. Meanwhile, the aquatic tribes of the East Sea had discovered the capture of the Dragon Clan and hurriedly abandoned their foes in an attempt to rescue them, while the aquatic tribes of the South Sea surrounded the island to protect their South Sea Dragon Clan, preventing the East Sea tribes from landing. Upon witnessing Mo Wen carrying back Ao Shu, the morale of the East Sea tribes plummeted. The dragon clan had been entirely captured, and the situation was indeed dire. Returning to the island in mid-air, Imowen set down Ao Shu and summoned the divine talisman to bring Aoji over, unleashing spiritual energy to attack him. He had previously sealed the acupoints of Ao Shu, who had transformed into a dragon form in Longjun, allowing him to approximately locate the true dragon's acupoints. After 3 attempts, he finally sealed one of Aoji's energy points. Once the acupoint was sealed, Aoji reverted to human form, and Imowen acted swiftly to secure him completely. After sealing Aoji, Imowen hurried towards Knight Xiaoyao and Lu Shaoqing, who stood nearby. For reasons unknown, Knight Xiaoyao wore a bitter smile, while Lu Shaoqing stood by, unable to contain his laughter. "What is the reason for your mirth?" Imowen inquired as he grasped Knight Xiaoyao's wrist. After a brief examination, his brows furrowed deeply. Although Knight Xiaoyao had been injured by the dragon's tail, the spiritual energy within him had mitigated much of the force, leaving him gravely wounded but not in mortal peril. "When will this anxious state come to an end? You might as well just kill me." Knight Xiaoyao jested. "You are a student of the supreme clarity, and we dare not act rashly. You may sever your own meridians," Lu Shaoqing teased from the side, in high spirits as the outcome of their expedition to the East Sea was now assured. Imowen glanced at the gleeful Lu Shaoqing and then at the resigned Knight Xiaoyao, standing upright and walking towards Ao Kong. Seeing Imowen approach, Ao Kong and the others raised their hands to greet him, collectively expressing their gratitude for his efforts. Imowen bowed humbly and then quietly asked Ao Kong, "Are you aware of the Qinglian seed?" Ao Kong nodded at the mention, glancing back at Ao Bing, who was leaning against the stone wall with a severed limb. He then turned to Imowen and whispered, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but the bloodline of the dragon clan is vastly different from that of humanity. The Qinglian seed is of no use to us." After nodding, Imowen quietly inquired, "If we capture those 3, can we exchange them for the water god cauldron?" "Presumably, we can. We shall retreat to the South Sea immediately. As long as we can bring them back, we need not fear that Old Dragon will not bring the cauldron to exchange for them," Ao Kong replied. Imowen nodded in agreement. Ao Kong then conveyed a few instructions to the South Sea Dragon clan, while the aquatic tribes held off the East Sea tribes, allowing the Dragon clan to each take 1 captive and withdraw first. The Kuan position was now filled with the bodies of aquatic tribes, and Imowen supported Knight Xiaoyao, swiftly using the floating corpses for leverage as he and Lu Shaoqing exited the Kuan position, re-emerging into daylight, this time. As noon approached and the sun blazed brightly, numerous spirited aquatic tribes basked in the sun on the island's reefs. Lao Wu and several leaders capable of transforming into human form were conversing when they spotted the Dragon clan and the 3 emerging from the passage, hastily surrounding them to inquire about the situation. "Even a small toad dares to obstruct a grand carriage," Lao Wu noted, recognizing that the 3 sons of the East Sea Dragon had been captured. Confirming their victory in this conflict, "To avoid prolonging the night, you should take your people and leave. We shall head westward back to the land," Imowen advised Ao Kong. "Very well. Regardless of the outcome, I will certainly visit within 10 days, Ao Kong replied, formally thanking Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao. If it were not for the assistance of the 3, our expedition to the South Sea would have been fraught with difficulty. Should the South Sea recover the water god cauldron in the future, I hope to summon the 3 to the South Sea to induce rain." Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, bowed in return. "May you be blessed with boundless longevity, heavenly sovereign." As the saying goes, the clumsy bird takes flight early. "I, being a cripple, must take the lead," Ao Bing declared, undeterred despite losing a foot, as he clasped his hands in farewell and soared into the sky with Ao Shu. After Ao Bing departed, Ao Kong issued a few instructions to the aquatic tribal leaders before revealing his dragon form and ascending with the severely injured Ao Han and the East Sea's Aog. Ao Ruan approached the 3 to bid farewell, urging, "May the 3 esteemed ones take care. If you find leisure in the future, do visit the South Sea, and we shall extend our hospitality as hosts." Ahem, I wonder if Princess Ruan has been promised to anyone?" Knight Xiaoyao coughed repeatedly, hand pressed to his chest. Ao Ruan, taken aback, scrutinized Knight Xiaoyao from head to toe, then shook her head in confusion after a moment. "All right, I have inquired on your behalf." Knight Xiaoyao turned to Lu Shaoqing. "You Lu Shaoqing exclaimed in astonishment, having never intended for Knight Xiaoyao to make such an inquiry. Seeing Lu Shaoqing's bewilderment, Ao Ruan mistakenly thought he was irked by Knight Xiaoyao revealing his secrets and smiled at him, pondering for a moment before softly stating, "Dragon maidens typically do not wed mortals." After speaking, Ao Ruan transformed back to her original form and took Ao Mei into the sky, heading south. "Did you hear that? Typically, you owe me a favor," Knight Xiaoyao remarked, tilting his head toward Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing frowned and glanced at Knight Xiaoyao, initially intending to feign anger but unable to suppress his inner delight, thus revealing a smile amidst his frown. "You have a poor memory. Favors owed should be repaid promptly," Knight Xiaoyao insisted, grabbing Lu Shaoqing's arm. "Just kill me, and consider it settling the debt. This is not a place to linger." "We must leave immediately," Imowen declared loudly. "They have captured 3 young ones in cooperation with the South Sea Dragon clan, while the larger ones remain in their lair. If we pursue, it could lead to further complications." Although Knight Xiaoyao enjoyed jesting, he understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Imowen's words, he summoned a golden eagle to carry him and Lu Shaoqing into the air, while Lao Wu transformed into a giant bat to greet the spirited beasts of the South Sea. Quickly taking flight westward, fearing that the Dragon King of the East Sea might pursue them, Imowen brought along the talisman of the Qinglong. The golden eagle and giant bat flew without pause. Racing through the clouds, Knight Xiaoyao had previously consumed a healing elixir, and his injuries had stabilized by this time. Capturing the 3 dragon sons and daughters of the East Sea left Imowen and Lu Shaoqing feeling quite at ease. The only one burdened being Knight Xiaoyao, who should have perished but did not. Due to the swift flight of the golden eagle and giant bat, they spotted land by evening. Upon seeing land, Imowen finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After settling in a small town more than 600 miles away from the East Sea, they disembarked from the Qinglong talisman at night. This was a northern town, rendered impoverished by the frequent changes of dynasties and the ravages of war. Night. The town was dimly lit, and after traversing 2 streets, they found an inn to rest temporarily. "Quickly summon the Wuchang to meet us," Knight Xiaoyao urged, insisting on drinking within the room to facilitate inviting the black and white Wuchang. "The wine is murky, and the dishes are scarce. It lacks decorum." Lu Shaoqing chuckled. Understanding that Knight Xiaoyao was genuinely worried, Imowen produced a talisman to invite them. As the talisman transformed, the black and white Wuchang manifested and greeted those in the room. "We must trouble you to check on my lifespan," Knight Xiaoyao urged, pulling a chair for the Wuchang to sit. The black and white Wuchang exchanged puzzled glances and did not take a seat. "We have duties to attend to and cannot linger, so please do not take offense," White Wuchang said, producing the Book of Life and Death, locating Knight Xiaoyao's secular name, and after scrutinizing, confirmed it was still October. After examining Knight Xiaoyao's lifespan, the black and white Wuchang clasped their hands and farewelled Owen bowed in thanks as he sent them off. Seeing that the Book of Life and Death held no errors, Knight Xiaoyao's heart grew heavier. Now that they had all returned safely from the East Sea, the threat to his life did not stem from there. In other words, he would meet his end for some other reason at some point this month. "You live so freely. Why is this matter so entangled?" Lu Shaoqing inquired, frowning. "If I were a solitary man, I wouldn't care about my lifespan," Knight Xiaoyao replied, downing a drink in one gulp. "Once a man has a wife and children, he no longer lives solely for himself." Lao Wu poured a drink for Knight Xiaoyao, while Imowen interjected, "There is no need for unease. Common dangers cannot harm you, and if any significant change arises, you will surely detect the signs in advance." Imowen's words had an effect. Knight Xiaoyao nodded slowly. Those who could harm him or were of a different kind were few and far between. Should any upheaval occur, he would undoubtedly notice beforehand, allowing him to prepare mentally. "What are your plans for the future?" Lu Shaoqing changed the subject. "I shall return to Weishan and await my death." Knight Xiaoyao chuckled, having not disclosed the specific location of his wife and children to anyone, including Imowen and Lu Shaoqing. "I will return to the Supreme Clarity Temple to await Ao Kang's arrival." "What about you?" Imowen countered Lu Shaoqing. "You have already arranged everything for me. After our meal, I shall head to Yongzhou and focus on assisting Pu Jian in the future," Lu Shaoqing remarked. Imowen nodded in acknowledgement. Although Qiangyao is unattractive, she evoked a sense of pity. "I know what you wish to express. I am well aware of my own limitations, Lu Shaoqing impatiently interrupted Imowen's discourse. Once the inner alchemy technique has been thoroughly researched, I shall inform you without delay. Imowen raised his cup. To those capable, more work is entrusted. Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao lifted their cups, and the three indulged in drink. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. Despite being far removed from the East Sea, an unsettling sense of danger lingered. By the third watch, they reached the skies above Yongzhou. Lu Shaoqing bid farewell to the two, but before he could finish, Yi Xiaoyao kicked him down, asserting that there was no need for repayment of favors. Lu Shaoqing understood that Yi Xiaoyao's action was a retaliation for his previous jest beneath the sea. Yet he bore no anger, instead letting out a hearty laugh as he descended. Chapter 472. Division of Labor. After Lu Shaoqing departed, Imowen glided from the bat's back to join Yi Xiaoyao. Regardless of the trials they might encounter, it was imperative to ensure that their physical forms remained intact. Imowen handed a positioning talisman to Yi Xiaoyao. Yi Xiaoyao accepted the talisman and tucked it into his robe. Then drew another to return to Imowen, expressing, "This journey to the East Sea fills me with profound shame." Imowen took the talisman, furrowing his brow, uncertain of the implications behind Yi Xiaoyao's words. "The few among our sect are of my weakest cultivation. Upon our return, I must diligently practice and cannot afford to squander time." Yi Xiaoyao reflected. Imowen nodded and replied, "Every technique has its specialization. The spells you seek are ill-suited for combat in water, so there is no need for excessive contemplation. At present, we cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if we perfected the inner alchemy techniques, we cannot employ them. Their sole purpose is to refine the turbid energy within through the three mystical true fire derived from inner alchemy, laying a foundation for ascension. Fortunately, Master Li is adept in the art of alchemy, so we should not lack for elixirs. Given the circumstances, we must rely on consuming external elixirs to replenish our spiritual energy and enhance our cultivation before the impending calamity of the world arrives." Upon hearing Imowen's words, Yi Xiaoyao felt somewhat uplifted. Leaning to one side and rubbing his forehead, Imowen continued, "A drought without rain may incite an earlier backlash from the otherworldly beings. I predict that before the year's end, calamity will befall us. You are skilled in the control of birds. It would be prudent to seek out formidable avian creatures to train in Wyashan. This serves two purposes. First, to ensure our own safety in tumultuous times, and second, to prepare for future conflicts." "I share your sentiments," Yi Xiaoyao responded after nodding. "Your Shangqing Temple is too close to Kunlun Mountain. Should the otherworldly beings wreak havoc, it will become a front line. You must exercise greater caution." Imowen waved his hand dismissively. "Otherwise, in the Lingnan Miasma region, the southwestern wilderness, the western Kunlun, the northwestern heavens, the northern Ninein, and the northeastern Buxian, these 6 mountainous areas and Great Lakes all harbor ancient otherworldly beings. If a backlash were to occur, it would not be confined to Kunlun alone." Yi Xiaoyao nodded slowly, recognizing that the trio's endeavors were aligned in purpose, to seek stability in the world and to secure blessings for humanity. Yet, they each had distinct roles and focuses. Lu Shaoqing aimed to assist Pu Jian in stabilizing the north. Yi Xiaoyao was tasked with guarding against the resurgence of otherworldly beings, and Imowen was to delve into the research of inner alchemy, clarifying the relations between Taoism and other sections. Lu Shaoqing's actions were aimed at creating a stable environment for the populace, while Yi Xiaoyao sought to ensure that this environment remained unperturbed by external forces. Imowen's mission was to enable those living within this environment to find faith suited to their backgrounds, knowledge, and status, thereby achieving a harmonious society where rulers are wise and subjects loyal, where familial bonds are rooted in kindness and filial piety, fostering long-lasting peace and stability. The South Sea has promised us that our pleas for rain will be answered. We must utilize this wisely, for not every request will be granted. Imowen pondered aloud. If children are captured, parents will certainly spare no effort to rescue them. Thus, the old dragon of the East Sea will undoubtedly seek to exchange the rain-bringing vessel of the South Sea for his offspring. In other words, the South Sea will certainly reclaim its rain-bringing artifact. I understand your meaning. Yi Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. To call upon rain during a drought is akin to controlling the fate of countless beings. This could serve as leverage for persuasion and enlightenment, yet certain matters are best left unspoken. To articulate them too plainly could be seen as narrow-minded. Few can view issues from both the yin and yang perspectives. As long as you possess the ability, they will expect your assistance. Offering help becomes an obligation, while refusal is perceived as wrongdoing. They seldom consider what basis you have for helping them. Should they maintain such an attitude, assistance becomes futile, yielding no positive influence and cultivating their lack of discernment. Mo1, perceiving from Yi Xiaoyao's smile that he had grasped his intention, reflected on the complexities of yin and yang. Black and white, good and evil, often intertwined, at times. To do good necessitates the use of gray methods. The most accurate and fair measure of an action lies in its consequences. To act with good intentions yet receive no reward, while to act with malice yet face no punishment is entirely erroneous. Heaven does not pry into anyone's thoughts. To put it plainly, heaven is unaware of what mortals contemplate. It is not that they cannot know, but rather that they choose not to intrude upon mortal thoughts, for the minds of mortals harbor too many dark, bizarre, and incomprehensible ideas. Such darkness is repugnant to heaven, which therefore only considers the outcomes of your actions. Even if your altruistic intentions are merely to enhance your own fortune rather than genuine compassion, heaven will still bestow blessings upon you. Conversely, even if one inadvertently commits a wrongful act, heaven will ensure appropriate punishment. This is the nature of the heavenly way, leading many to perceive it as harsh and unfeeling. In truth, it is quite the opposite. The heavenly way is compassionate and magnanimous, recognizing that mortals cannot entirely purge their inner darkness, thus permitting the existence of such thoughts. And no matter how dark your intentions, as long as your actions are good, it suffices. And for those who unwittingly commit malevolent acts, punishment is justified. Ignorance is not an excuse for recklessness nor a justification for forgiveness. Wrongdoing must be met with consequences. Otherwise, the willfully ignorant, who continually commit wrongs, will bring calamity upon others. Will this journey to the East Sea leave hidden dangers? Yi Xiaoyao expressed concern. Dangers are inevitable. It would be wise to avoid the East Sea in the future. Mo1 chuckled while shaking his head. As the saying goes, with gains come losses. Forming alliances with the South Sea Dragon Clan naturally incurs the ire of the East Sea Dragon Clan. Should we encounter them again, conflict is likely. Fortunately, the two factions are separated by land and sea, making encounters less likely. Yi Xiaoyao nodded in agreement and pointed northward. From this point onward, I shall not intrude upon Shangqing Temple. Please convey my regards to Master Li. Mo1 stood upright. Wait a moment. Yi Xiaoyao retrieved a leather pouch from within his robes, reaching inside to produce several luminous pearls, presenting them to Mo1. One must always bring gifts for the ladies at home when returning from a journey. Returning empty-handed is impolite. Mo1 accepted the luminous pearls, which returned to the bat's back, knowing that their brilliance underwater stemmed from their multitude. A few alone would shine weakly. The two bid farewell from their mounts and flew off in the northwest direction. Master, what have you encountered since entering? Do tell me. Lao Wu, who had been unable to find an opportunity to speak with Mo1 alone, could no longer contain his curiosity as the two were finally alone. The Dragon Palace is divided into 3 rings, containing 13 checkpoints. However, these cannot truly be considered checkpoints. Rather, they serve as refuges established by the dragon god for the mixed-blood descendants. Akin to the residences of human concubines, Mo1 succinctly explained the situation within the barriers to Lao Wu. I wondered why you returned so swiftly. I heard that the Dragon Palace conceals various rare treasures. How could you leave so soon? It's a pity, Lao Wu lamented, still eager for more. Our journey to the East Sea is to aid the South Sea in reclaiming the Water God Cauldron, not to pillage for treasures. We have already captured 3 dragons from the East Sea, which can be exchanged for the rain-bringing vessel of the South Sea. There is no need to court further danger. And besides, venturing deeper would only lead to more mixed blood dragon clans, offering little novelty. Missouri replied casually. At that moment, they were merely hundreds of miles from home. Lao Wu, eager to return, flew swiftly back to Shangqing Temple at the 5th watch. Upon their arrival, Lao Wu donned a robe, and Mo1 dispelled the protective barrier surrounding the temple. The elder, startled awake, noticed the two returning and quickly unlatched the door. Mo1 handed a luminous pearl to Lao Wu, exchanged greetings with the elder Zhao, and then proceeded back to the western courtyard while Lao Wu remained at the entrance, conversing with Zhao about family matters. Once back at Shangqing Temple, Imowen felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Upon reaching the western courtyard, the main room was already aglow with light, and Qin Yuan was peering out from the main room. Lao Wu's loud voice could rouse everyone in the temple on this quiet night. "Master, was everything handled smoothly?" Qin Yuan sidestepped to open the door, inviting Imowen inside. Owen smiled and nodded, stepping in to wash his hands in the basin on the wooden rack by the door before sitting down at the table to enjoy some snacks. "The autumn morning is quite chilly. You should not go out." Imowen gestured to stop Qin Yuan, who was preparing to fetch water. "I will be back shortly." Qin Yuan tied her sash. Owen lifted the copper kettle to show it to Qin Yuan, and by the time he spoke, the tea inside had already been heated by spiritual energy. Qin Yuan understood that Imowen's concern stemmed from wishing to protect her from the cold. And after a tender smile, she sat beside him, reaching for the kettle. "Wasn't it meant to be a 7-day journey? Why have you returned so early?" Imowen raised his hand to prevent Qin Yuan from touching the hot kettle. Swallowing his food before rinsing his mouth with tea, the undertaking went quite smoothly. "I captured 2 dragon sons and 1 dragon maiden from the East Sea. We can exchange them for the South Sea's lost treasures, thus avoiding the peril of entering the tiger's den or dragon's lair." "That couldn't be better." Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. "You must rest for a bit. You haven't slept in several days." Imowen stood upright and walked towards the bed, while Qin Yuan hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to accompany him. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness. "You should rest a little longer," Imowen suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan stepped forward, and the two reclined on the bed. Sometimes, excessive displays of intimacy are unnecessary. Merely lying beside each other suffices to evoke a sense of warmth and tranquility. At the hour of the hare, Imowen awoke, while Qin Yuan had yet to fall asleep again. Noticing Imowen's eyes open, he engaged in whispered conversation with him. The discourse between spouses can encompass any topic. Qin Yuan, wise as he is, never pries into matters concerning a Jiao, and Imowen, in turn, refrains from volunteering details about a Jiao. He is a husband to a Jiao and a partner to Qin Yuan. Though both relationships are equal, they bear subtle distinctions. Their conversation turned to the matter of Lao Wu's daughter's marriage, then shifted to Lu Shaoqing's assistance. "You are indeed going to remain uninvolved while sending your fellow disciples to aid Pu Jian?" Qin Yuan inquired. "Indeed," Imowen replied with a serious nod, noting that his support for Pu Jian stemmed from the fact that he was the son of Pu Xiong, and he did not particularly favor Pu Jian on a personal level. He is also the son-in-law of Wu Yun. "Can you truly remain detached?" Qin Yuan countered, shaking his head. Owen frowned slightly upon hearing this and tilted his head to regard Qin Yuan, who nodded gently. He was well aware that Imowen wished to unite Jier with an unnamed individual, yet insisted on marrying Jier, likely considering this aspect. "We have discussed this matter before. Let's not dwell on it. Let it be," Imowen sighed. Noticing Imowen's somber mood, Qin Yuan propped himself up from the bed, donned a suitable outfit, and retrieved a fresh Taoist robe from the bedside. "I will head to the kitchen to prepare some food," he stated. Imowen then rose, washed up, conducted his morning rituals, and after breakfast, proceeded to the main hall to offer incense. Prior to this, he had dismissed most of the servants. And now, with Wu Jier and the mother and son from the Go family also gone, the vast Shangqing temple felt somewhat desolate. "Master, Mu Qing and Ying send their gratitude," Lao Wu announced as he entered from outside the main hall. "There is no need for such formalities among family," Imowen replied, understanding that their gratitude was due to the night pearl gifted by Yi Xiaoyao. By the way, yesterday afternoon the county magistrate brought a group of people up the mountain but couldn't find the way. "Not sure what it was about," Lao Wu remarked. Imowen nodded in acknowledgement. Lao Wu's information undoubtedly came from Zhao Lao. "The magistrate is not a bad sort. During the years you were absent, he sent us offerings of sesame oil a few times. If you have the time, shall we venture into the city to see what brings him here?" Lao Wu proposed. The years Lao Wu referred to were the 3 years Imowen spent on Shui Mountain accompanying a Jiao, a period when Shangqing Temple faced considerable hardship. Under such circumstances, the county magistrate had shown respect towards Shangqing Temple, warranting a response. "Very well, let us prepare ourselves. We shall visit the county office," Imowen agreed. "What are we preparing for?" Lao Wu inquired. "Whether it's for performing rituals or healing, We don't have much in terms of supplies. Owen gestured towards Lao Wu's disheveled hair. While he had changed clothes, he had neglected to comb his hair or wash his face. Lao Wu understood and, with a couple of O's, turned to run off. Although he had surpassed the age of 30 and faced no financial worries, he had yet to break the habit of running, a trait more common among servants and laborers than the affluent or scholarly, who typically walked at a leisurely pace. Owen exited the main hall and, after greeting Qin Yun in the western courtyard, retrieved a dusting whisk from the alchemical chamber before leaving with Lao Wu. Master, don't forget your sword. What if he seeks your aid against demons? Lao Wu suggested that a sword is for wandering the rivers and lakes. A Taoist carries a dusting whisk when visiting friends, Imowen replied, shaking his head. Due to prolonged drought, the vegetation in the mountains had withered. By early autumn, leaves began to fall in abundance, carpeting the mountain paths. As they walked, the dry leaves crunched beneath their feet. Master, look, I am on the verge of becoming a grandfather. You should hurry as well. Lao Wu remarked, casually capturing a grasshopper by the roadside. During dry seasons, grasshoppers abound, but fortunately, the temperature had begun to drop. Otherwise, a locust plague would likely ensue. M01 did not respond, his thoughts occupied with the county magistrate's previous visit and its purpose. There were three possibilities for the magistrate's arrival at Shangqing Temple: seeking social connections, requesting rain, or dealing with demons. The precise reason would only become clear upon meeting the magistrate. After traveling 5 or 6 miles, they left the mountainous area and entered farmland. Shangqing Temple is located in the Jin state, towards the south. In favorable years, southern grains can be planted twice within a year. The late planted crops were only half a foot tall, and farmers were busy harvesting. Due to the drought, the grains had failed to yield seeds, so they were collecting stalks for winter fuel. These farmers were either extremely thin or unusually plump. The thinness was naturally due to hunger, while the plumpness often stemmed from a long absence of grains, leading to a bloated appearance. Wild vegetables, consumed out of necessity, carried a degree of toxicity. Occasional consumption could be tolerated by the body, but long-term reliance on them could lead to poisoning. An elderly farmer, noticing Imo when walking along the path, raised his sleeve to wipe away the sweat from his brow and bowed repeatedly from a distance. Kind sir, please, I beseech you, request a life-saving rain from the heavens. Imowen raised a hand in acknowledgement, but did not respond. The old farmer was not particularly aged, likely under 50, but the general life expectancy among the populace was low. Surpassing 60 was considered old age, and reaching 70 was deemed longevity, with only a few living to 80 or 90, typically found among well-off families. The heavens are closed. What use is it to plead with them? Lao Wu chuckled. "Do not be disrespectful," Imowen admonished casually. Lao Wu, accustomed to such light-hearted reprimands after years of familiarity, responded, "You say your piece. I shall continue as I see fit. Master, when the South Sea arrives, let us bring some rain to this area. The water in the back mountains pond is nearly dry," Lao Wu suggested. Owen nodded. In a region that had seen no rain, any precipitation would create a significant stir and provide an opportunity to propagate teachings for the benefit of the world. While the two conversed, a young village girl appeared on the road ahead. She was youthful, carrying a wicker basket at her elbow, dressed in a patched linen garment, and wearing a pair of worn men's shoes, likely lent to her by a male family member. Lao Wu hurried ahead a few steps to greet her, raising his hand in salutation. "Miss, please." The village girl stopped and tilted her head, questioning, "What do you want?" "Nothing much, just this," Lao Wu replied, pulling a piece of silver from his sleeve and tossing it into her basket. The startled girl realized he had thrown in 5 or 6 taels of silver. "Alas, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder," Lao Wu said as he hastened to catch up with Mowen smiled softly upon hearing this, recognizing Lao Wu's reference to a line from the Tao Te Ching, often misinterpreted by those with only a superficial understanding to express the indifference of heaven and earth. In truth, the phrase conveys that the universe does not offer guidance or admonition to humanity. One's fortunes and misfortunes are self-created. "How pitiful," Lao Wu remarked, glancing back at the girl. Even more so, Imowen pointed toward a tattered female farmer laboring in the fields. Lao Wu turned to look at the woman, grimacing and lowering his head as he quickened his pace. How pitiful it is. Those who are ugly are deprived of wealth, Imowen teased, grinning. Master, we must hasten. Otherwise, they might think we are deliberately arriving at mealtime. Lao Wu responded, swiftly changing the subject to ease his embarrassment. Shangqing Temple is nearly 30 miles from the county town, and as they approached halfway, they noticed a gathering of farmers ahead on the road. Upon closer inspection, they found an old, emaciated ox collapsed in the middle of the path, gasping for breath, its large eyes devoid of life. A middle-aged man stood nearby, anxiously fanning the ox with his tattered coat to cool it down. Imowen observed closely. The ox had collapsed due to severe dehydration while burdened with labor. Saving its life was not difficult. It merely required water. The surrounding farmers recognized this too, yet they had no water. The clay pots they held were filled only with muddy sediment. Master, I will fetch some water for it. Lao Wu discerned Imowen's thoughts and offered. Imowen nodded, and Lao Wu turned to run off. A distance of 10 miles was nothing to him, and shortly thereafter, he returned carrying a water vat, having spilled some along the way but still possessing over half a vat remaining. Step aside. Step aside, Lao Wu called, single-handedly clearing a path through the crowd as he set down the vat. Upon seeing the clear water, the farmers surged forward to peer into the vat. This water is for the ox. It can drink first before any of you, Lao Wu insisted, pulling the farmers back one by one. The ox, catching the scent of water, mooed and attempted to rise, but its weakened state prevented it from doing so. Lao Wu stepped forward, using sheer strength to lift the ox, allowing it to quench its thirst. Having saved the ox, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd and the grateful thanks of its owner, the two continued their journey eastward. Due to the delay, they arrived in the county town by noon. The conditions in the town were somewhat better than those in the countryside, as the lower terrain meant that well water had not yet completely dried up. In times of abundance, individuals may engage in a myriad of pursuits. Yet, when hunger strikes, their singular focus becomes the quest for sustenance. The toil of labor serves the purpose of survival, while the selling of children is an act born from necessity. And begging emerges as a means of existence. Even those who struggle to maintain their businesses do so in the hope of earning enough to procure rice and water. This locale is a modest town on the fringes. With a diminutive county office, the front houses the main hall, while the rear is the residence of the county magistrate, flanked by 2 constables on duty outside. Owen stepped forward, gracefully brandishing his feather duster, and bowed deeply, saying, I beseech the 2 officers to inform the county magistrate of my visit, as I, Qing Tian Shuzi, have come to pay my respects. The constables, unfamiliar with Imowen, were nonetheless struck by his dignified demeanor and the weight of the word visit, compelling one of them to hastily enter and relay the message. Soon, the courtyard echoed with hurried footsteps, and shortly thereafter, 2 middle-aged men emerged from the rear courtyard. One, shorter in stature and clad in official garb, was accompanied by another of average height, with a broad forehead, large eyes, and a strikingly handsome face. I, Guo Buping, the county magistrate of Li County, pay my respects to the esteemed Qing Tian Zhenren, the shorter man declared, hastening forward to perform a deep bow. May the boundless grace of the heavenly sovereign bless you. I have made numerous offerings to the Qing Guan, and I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Imowen returned the gesture with a bow, then turned to nod at the casually dressed man beside him, who smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Mr. Guo, a few days ago, my master and I visited the East Sea, and upon our return, I heard you had been to our Taoist temple. I came by today to inquire about your purpose there. The forthright Lao Wu interjected, accustomed as he was to the presence of high-ranking officials, hardly considering the 7th-rank county magistrate worthy of his regard. Esteemed guests, please enter and enjoy some tea, Guo Buping said, stepping aside and gesturing for the 2 to enter. ASMO, when crossed the threshold, he cast another glance at the smiling middle-aged man, whose appearance was peculiar. He possessed the visage of a sage, yet exuded an air of practicality. His breath was notably slower than that of an ordinary person, hinting at a certain level of spiritual cultivation, albeit not profound. Although this man's looks were distinctive, Imowen did not dwell on them too much, noting that when he had previously clasped his hands, the left hand was on the outside, and the right hand on the inside, a gesture indicative of a Taoist bow. In other words, This man, whether or not a Taoist priest, was certainly a practitioner of the faith, holding a revered position that surpassed that of common priests and lay practitioners. "Mr. Wang, please," Guobuping said as he motioned toward the middle-aged man. They traversed through the hall to the rear courtyard, where two fine horses were tethered and a servant was unloading their saddles. The horses appeared relaxed, suggesting that their journey had been postponed. Upon entering the main room, the group settled down, and at that moment, Imowen had already formulated a plan. The county magistrate's previous visit to the mountain was undoubtedly linked to this man. "I have long heard of the esteemed title of Zhenren. I never anticipated that I would be fortunate enough to meet you in person. This encounter is a great comfort to my life." The middle-aged man spoke first. "Zhenren, I must inform you that Mr. Wang is a right general of the current dynasty. My previous visit to Baoshan was to guide Mr. Wang," Guobuping interjected. "To meet one another is indeed fate. May I inquire about Mr. Wang's purpose in seeking the humble services of a Taoist?" Imowen casually inquired, noting that the right general held a rank of third class, which was not insignificant, yet in his eyes, it did not rise to the level of greatness. The middle-aged man responded, in answer to Zhenren's inquiry, "My family has revered the teachings of Huang Lao since my ancestors. I, too, honor the Tao. Previously, I have sought out esteemed practitioners in hopes of grasping the essence of Taoism, yet I have failed to penetrate the barriers of my own understanding. I have come, albeit presumptuously, to seek counsel from Zhenren and to share my humble insights." Mo1, upon hearing this, refrained from passing judgment. Although the man spoke with composure and exuded an extraordinary presence, he was aware that the man's inner confusions had likely been festering for many years. Thus, mere words would scarcely suffice to resolve his queries. Moreover, the interpretations of Taoist teachings vary from person to person, and he was reluctant to impose his own views upon another. Mr. Wang and General Zhang Dongji share a close friendship. Standing equally among the ranks of civil and military officials, Guobuping observed, sensing Imowen's lack of interest and hastily attempting to facilitate the conversation. "May I inquire about Mr. Wang's esteemed name?" Imowen asked, furrowing his brow. Zhang Dongji was renowned as the greatest warrior of the Jin kingdom, and among the literati, there existed a prodigious talent, a literary genius of unparalleled repute. "Wang Shiji," the middle-aged man replied. Upon hearing this name, Imowen rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Wang Shiji, acknowledging him as the revered calligrapher of the Jin dynasty, whose name resonated like thunder. "It is an honor to meet you. Mastered, I am remiss in my manners," he expressed. "The Zhenren is a paragon of virtue and accomplishment, transcending the mundane. I, Wang, am merely a humble adherent of Taoism. To meet the Zhenren is an extraordinary stroke of fortune." "Blessed by the boundless heavenly sovereign," Wang Shiji replied, rising to return the bow with great reverence. "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a feast," Guobuping said, observing the mutual appreciation between the two and hastily departing to arrange the banquet. "Let it be simple," both Imowen and Wang Shiji said in unison, sharing a hearty laugh. Lao Wu, who stood nearby, was perplexed. He had not witnessed such formalities among scholars for years and felt compelled to tug at Imowen's sleeve, whispering, "Is he truly formidable?" "Indeed, indeed. Mr. Wang is a rare talent of the ages, the foremost in the art of cursive script, a paragon for countless students, and a divine figure in the realm of calligraphy," Imowen declared, his tone earnest. Wang Shiji had achieved fame early on. Even while he was still in Ziyang County, Wang Shiji's renown had already spread far and wide. Lao Wu, upon hearing this, simply uttered an "oh" and fell silent. As he was not a scholar and thus unaware of Wang Shiji's immense stature, he only sensed a familiarity with the name. "Such praise from the Zhenren leaves me humbled," Wang Shiji remarked. A hint of unease in his demeanor, as he recognized the extent of his fame, but had not anticipated such veneration from Imowen. "Before my path of cultivation, I was but a student, and I have always held you in the highest regard. To be candid, I once attempted to replicate your calligraphy. Alas, my talent is limited, and I have yet to grasp even the surface of your profound skill." Imowen said with delight. He admired Wang Shiji for two reasons. One, for his exquisite calligraphy, which was both subtle and expressive, and two, for his unwavering dedication, as Wang had poured his heart and soul into the art of calligraphy. Reaching an unparalleled zenith in any realm, those who achieve the pinnacle of excellence merit respect. The greatest folly of humanity is to mimic others without discernment, scattering their focus and lacking steadfastness. This approach not only squanders time but also restricts one's achievements. In one's lifetime, one should seek a vocation that aligns with their innate gifts and devote themselves to mastering it, ultimately achieving heights unattainable by others. If one accomplishes this, they will not only secure their livelihood but also leave an indelible mark on history. There is no distinction of nobility or lowliness in the choice of profession. At the core, he is merely a Taoist priest, and Wang Shiji is simply a calligrapher. Even craftsmen like Oyezi and physicians like Hua Tuo have reached extraordinary heights in their respective fields. Thus, they are revered as sages, masters, and divine healers. To encounter a Zhenren today feels akin to a destitute wanderer stumbling upon a treasure trove. I am determined to seek wisdom from the Zhenren and unravel my doubts in the process. Wang Shiji expressed his joy, reciprocating the admiration that Imowen held for him. I am still relatively young, and my insights are limited. I hope to engage in mutual contemplation with you, Master, Imowen stated firmly. The presence of Wang Shiji offered him an ideal interlocutor, facilitating discussions that would aid in delineating the distinctions between Taoism and Buddhism in future dialogues with the Peacock King. There is no precedence in learning. The accomplished serve as teachers. Today, I, Wang, seek guidance, and the Zhenren is my esteemed instructor, Wang Shiji proclaimed. As the two conversed amiably, Lao Wu found himself bewildered, unable to adapt to the intricate and verbose exchanges. He seized the opportunity to excuse himself, wandering outside to converse with the servant tending to the horses. Today, having met the master, I must implore you to leave behind a few of your masterpieces for posterity at the Qingguan. Imowen remarked with a smile. I have already transcribed the Tao Te Ching, the Shangqing Jing, the Yinfu Jing, and the Nei Jing as a gift for our meeting. Initially, I sought the Zhenren but was unable to find you. I intended to depart and had entrusted these texts to County Magistrate Gua, hoping he would pass them along. Little did I expect the Zhenren to arrive. It was truly fate. Had you come a moment later, I might have missed this opportunity, Wang Shiji explained. I am deeply honored, Imowen replied, raising his hand in gratitude. Wang Shiji's calligraphy was priceless, sought after at any cost. That he had transcribed 4 sacred texts of Taoism was of incalculable value, not only for its intrinsic worth, but also for the tremendous positive impact his presence would have on Taoism. Wang Shiji was not only a calligraphy sage, but also a literary giant. A universally acknowledged sage, a magpie perched upon the boughs of Taoism. The number of adherents does not determine the merit of a religion. It is equally essential to consider the caliber of its followers. Rallying a flock of foolish ducks is easy. Attracting a single wise magpie is a challenge. Zhenren, do not be hasty. I have ulterior motives. Many of my friends adhere to Confucianism and Taoism, knowing of my intention to seek the Tao. They entrusted me with various items, hoping to have them consecrated by you, Wang Shiji stated. Very well, bring them all forth, Imowen replied. Do not inquire about a swift response. The ceremony of consecration is an exclusive rite of Taoism, permitted solely to Taoist priests, as monks and nuns lack the ability to perform such a rite, for Buddhism does not even recognize the concept of consecration. Wang Shiji stood upright, commanding a servant outside to fetch their luggage, from which he retrieved several exquisite objects, including 12 seeds of the 81 pearls, 365 prayer beads, jade and gourd hand grips, all of which were trivial items and ornaments favored by scholars. One meticulously examined each item, discarding a jade statue of Laozi, a string of 108 prayer beads, and a wooden carving of a courtesan with exposed bosoms. The image of a celestial being must be placed in a position of honor, accompanied by incense offerings. It is utterly disrespectful to treat it as mere decoration or plaything, which not only bears no benefit but can also invite calamity. The number 108 corresponds to the count of Buddhist prayer beads, and he was unwilling to consecrate them. Similarly, he would not bestow spiritual energy upon a courtesan, whose status is deemed lowly. The process of consecration is intricate, akin to the crafting of talismans. It necessitates fasting, purification of the mouth, bathing, and offering prayers to heaven and earth, along with the recitation of numerous scriptures. However, Imowen did not adhere to this elaborate ritual. Instead, he simplified it, infusing each item with a modicum of spiritual energy before returning them to Wang Shiji. The essence of consecration lies in transferring a portion of the priest's own spiritual energy to an object, thus achieving the dual purpose of dispelling malevolence and welcoming auspiciousness. This welcoming refers to the reception of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, which have persisted throughout time, accessible only to those who cultivate their qi. Consecration acts as a means of providing a vessel for receiving a small quantity of these energies. Once the rite was completed, Guo Xianqing entered, inquiring if the two gentlemen were ready to partake in their meal. The lunch was quite frugal, consisting of a single chicken and 3 vegetable dishes, accompanied by murky wine. It is not merely the remoteness of this outpost that accounts for the simplicity of their fare. Even officials in the capital endure considerable hardship in these years of calamity. After a modest meal, Imowen extended an invitation to Wang Shiji, who reverently handed over the 4 scriptures he had intended to pass on. Imowen and Lao Wu then guided Wang Shiji and his servant westward back to the Qingguang Temple. Given the prolonged drought, why does the master not invoke the heavens for rain? Wang Shiji inquired as they walked on. Imowen had yet to respond when Lao Wu interjected, "A few days ago, my master visited the Dragon Palace in the East Sea with the very intention of beseeching rain. Matters are nearly settled." Wang Shiji nodded in appreciation, the gravity of his years lending him a composed demeanor. "Though I revere Confucianism and honor Taoism, I have pondered deeply yet found myself limited by my innate talents, perpetually unable to grasp the essence of Taoism. This encounter with a true master leaves me with many questions." Wang Shiji confessed, "If I am not mistaken, your foremost inquiry concerns life and death." Mowen remarked, proceeding with measured steps. Wang Shiji expressed surprise. "What prompts such a statement?" "I have perused your recent work, the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, wherein you articulate, it is indeed known that life and death are but illusions, and equating longevity with brevity is folly," Imowen replied. This statement encapsulates Wang Shiji's profound contemplation of life and death, revealing his understanding of the heavenly principles. Life is inherently good, while death is inherently detrimental. Longevity is cherished, whereas a short life is mourned. To endure suffering in this life, while pinning hopes on the next, is a misguided notion. The true sage perceives the essence of existence, discerning the changes of the seasons and the turning of leaves, such as the mark of a celestial being. Wang Shiji spoke sincerely. "You flatter me. Feel free to voice any inquiries, and I shall be forthcoming with my insights." Imowen encouraged. Hearing these words, Wang Shiji lowered his gaze, and after walking several paces, finally spoke. "From whence do we come, and to where do we return? From the void we emerge, and to the void we shall return." Imowen answered. Wang Shiji pressed further. "What is this void?" "It signifies the primordial, the unchanging, the eternal," Imowen replied. Wang Shiji continued. "If we come and go to the void, why do we exist in the world as humans?" Imowen smiled. Were a monk to respond, he might say, "Why eat if one remains hungry after the meal?" Wang Shiji chuckled. It seems the master is well acquainted with their sophistical arguments. After nodding in agreement, Imowen elaborated, "In the interplay of yin and yang, all things are born and perish. Without this dynamic, the void would cease to exist. It is through the interaction of yin and yang that longevity is achieved. The flourishing of yang begets sons, while the predominance of yin yields daughters. All beings in the world, and the relationships between men and women, stem from the interplay of yin and yang. Without such derivations, the principles of heaven would remain obscure, and without them, those principles would not endure. We are all manifestations of this interplay, existing in the world to align with the celestial way and to propel the cosmos." Wang Shiji inquired, "What significance does your assertion hold for us mortals?" Imowen replied, "The 7 emotions and 6 desires are the foundation of existence. Without them, how do we differ from the dead? Why continue to live? Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness are the paths to proper conduct. Without them, how do we differ from beasts? Is the heart not empty? In the span of a century, each finds their resting place. Most return to the void, while a few nefarious individuals face retribution in the underworld. There are also a select few wise souls who comprehend the heavenly way, cultivating themselves, mastering their desires, and adhering to propriety, thereby transcending the three realms, breaking free from the five elements, and acting in accordance with heaven's will, achieving eternal existence. Both individuals were astute, and although their discourse was profoundly intricate, they grasped each other's meaning swiftly, leading to an uninterrupted exchange. After Imo Wen's words, Wang Shiji further inquired, "What is the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity?" Imo Wen responded, "Heaven and earth embody yin and yang. Yin and yang represent good and evil. Mortals perceive the interplay of heaven and earth as the soul, uniting the yin and yang of their parents to give birth to humans. Human nature encompasses both good and evil. The virtuous ascend to the realm of goodness after their demise, while the wicked descend to the realm of evil. Should good and evil remain indistinguishable, they return to silence and void. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder." Wang Shiji nodded in agreement. Life is ultimately a matter of choice, and what heaven does is grant you existence in this world, providing you with an opportunity to choose. Whatever you choose, that is what you become. Imo acknowledged this sentiment with a nod, recognizing that their conversation had only just begun, and Wang Shiji would undoubtedly present him with even more profound questions to unravel. Chapter 475. The Transformation of Laozi into Hu Jing. After nodding, Wang Shiji refrained from immediately posing another question. After walking 2 or 3 li, he asked, "Do the deities of foreign sects, such as the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, genuinely exist?" Upon hearing this, Imo Wen's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Shiji's question was exceedingly sensitive. Most Taoists dismissed the Buddha and Bodhisattvas of Buddhism as mere fabrications, yet he understood that they indeed existed. After a brief contemplation, Imo Wen affirmed, "Indeed, they exist, and they possess divine powers." Wang Shiji did not appear surprised by Imo Wen's assertion and promptly inquired, "What is a Buddha?" Imo Wen explained, "In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, one must recognize that the world is not solely defined by the lineage of Huaxia. Numerous foreign tribes and realms exist. The 3 pure ones govern solely the affairs of Huaxia, while the beings of foreign lands are under the jurisdiction of their own deities. Thus, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas of Buddhism are deities from foreign realms." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiji halted in his tracks, and Imo Wen followed suit, observing Wang Shiji deeply bowing to him. With such an expansive mindset, what concerns could you possibly have about the flourishing of the Taoist tradition? Imo Wen smiled and raised his hand to straighten Wang Shiji. Wang Shiji's admiration stemmed from Imo Wen's courage to acknowledge the existence of deities in foreign religions, in stark contrast to the blind loyalty exhibited by other Taoists who vehemently denied and slandered Buddhism. What is. What is not. Merit is merit. Transgression is transgression, Imo Wen stated. As a high-ranking Taoist adept and disciple of the upper clear, if one cannot approach issues with fairness and impartiality, it would cast a detrimental shadow over the Taoist tradition. Wang Shiji straightened his posture and raised his hand as the two resumed their journey, with Lao Wu and Wang Shiji's entourage trailing behind. The latter two found their conversation incomprehensible and showed no inclination to listen. At that moment, they were discussing how to affix iron shoes to horse hooves. Wang Shiji queried, "If the Buddha and Bodhisattvas are indeed deities of foreign realms, how is it that they can enslave the Han people?" Imo Wen chuckled softly. Wang Shiji's use of the term enslave revealed his stance on Buddhism, implying that he viewed the introduction of Buddhism as an invasion. This perspective resonated with Imo Wen's early thoughts on the matter. This time, Imo Wen refrained from directly answering Wang Shiji's question and instead remarked, "You must be well versed in the art of qi cultivation. When practitioners of the Tao embrace yin and yang or perform hand seals, what purpose does this serve? To draw upon the energies of heaven and earth and to attune to the interplay of yin and yang." Wang Shiji replied. Imo Wen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is about attunement. Although the common folk of foreign lands and those of Huaxia may differ in appearance and bloodline, they equally possess their own primordial spirit and the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Thus, their methods of connecting with foreign deities can be emulated by the Han people. The choices of mortals are not subject to heavenly interference. If they choose to follow foreign religions and willingly engage in their practices, then so be it. If the Han people were to embrace foreign religions, where would they ultimately find themselves?" Wang Shiji inquired further, "I have never journeyed to the Western realms described by Buddhism, so I cannot ascertain their existence, nor have I visited the hell they speak of. and thus remain ignorant of its reality. Those who believe in Buddhism in the Central Lands ultimately know their own destinies. But the Buddhist doctrine advocates renunciation and practice, which could lead to the dilution of Han bloodlines, eventually returning to the void, Imowen answered. Such a calamity that could obliterate a lineage must be preemptively guarded against and curtailed. Wang Shiji asserted. Owen waved his hand. It is already too late. Buddhism places its hopes on the afterlife, viewing the physical body as a mere vessel. Its doctrines serve the interests of the ruling dynasty over the populace, which is why it is favored by the court and the emperor. Of course, if we Taoists unite and collectively drive them away, it is possible, but such an action would evoke sympathy from the people, who might perceive us as arrogant and overbearing. If we lose the hearts of the people, how can we hope to elevate the Taoist tradition of Huaxia? At present, the only course of action is to establish mutual jurisdictions. Believers in Buddhism are predominantly from the laboring populace. Whether the teachings of Buddhism can transcend their suffering is a matter to set aside for now. At the very least, it can instill within them a sense of hope. The authenticity of this hope is of little consequence. As long as hope exists, life's burdens may not seem as heavy. Those who follow the Tao must possess a profound understanding of the dualities of yin and yang. Since ancient times, it has been said that one cannot nurture the Tao without material wealth. Only those who are free from concerns about food and clothing can calm their minds to practice qi cultivation. Therefore, Taoist practitioners are often individuals of high status, typically among the scholarly elite. Not everyone in the world can attain such tranquility, and Taoism does not strive to awaken every individual. It suffices to rouse the wise who can be awakened. Currently, you hold the position of a third-rank general, serving as a governor of a province, overseeing at least 50,000 souls. Your own enlightenment is sufficient. It is perhaps best that those 50,000 remain unaware. Should they all awaken to clarity, if you treat them with fairness, all may be well. However, even the slightest hint of injustice would surely incite rebellion. Let them continue to believe in Buddhism. It is easier to manage. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiji erupted into hearty laughter, acknowledging that Imowen spoke profound truths without pretense or affectation. As Imowen took his leave, he assured, "Rest assured, esteemed sir, the Grand Master of the Upper Clear has already imparted divine guidance to several adept disciples to handle matters concerning foreign sections. I shall take charge of this matter henceforth. The doctrines of Buddhism and the teachings of the Lesser Vehicle are deeply flawed. If they can amend their ways, they may remain in the Central Plains to pacify the populace. Should they persist in adhering to the teachings of the Lesser Vehicle and disregard proper conduct, then we shall have no choice but to eradicate them from the nation. True masters act with both the retreat of yin and the vigor of yang. They win hearts through virtue and embody decisiveness in matters of life and death." Wang Shiji remarked with a smile. "You flatter me. Your elegant calligraphy is a testament to your profound understanding of the path of yin and yang." Imowen replied, smiling in return. As they walked and conversed, they arrived at the Upper Clear Temple by evening. Given that Wang Shiji was a follower of Taoism, Imowen first invited him to the Grand Hall of Upper Clear to pay respects and offer incense to the Grand Master, afterward leading him to the West Courtyard for tea and conversation. Their prior discussions had primarily revolved around life and death, which had led to a discourse on Buddhism due to its implications for the destinies of mortals. Their subsequent conversation turned to the art of maintaining life, beginning with qi cultivation. The advanced stage of qi cultivation involves absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, while the initial stage focuses on achieving a state of egolessness through breath regulation and meditation. Many of the terms recorded in ancient texts are rather obscure. In truth, the state of egolessness is one of tranquility and peace, allowing one to approach the primal state of the universe to balance the internal energies of yin and yang. Beyond qi cultivation, there exists the practice of maintaining health through dietary methods based on the Taoist principles of yin, yang, and the five elements, by considering the varying elemental properties of foods, the seasons, and the fluctuating strengths of the internal organs. One must meticulously balance various food types, a process that is exceedingly intricate. Even a seasoned physician well-versed in the five elements may struggle to achieve the right balance. Therefore, Imowen simplified these complexities and imparted to Wang Shiji a remarkably straightforward approach to health maintenance: moderation in eating. The essence of consuming food is to absorb the spiritual energies contained within grains and livestock to sustain the body's needs. Yet both meat and vegetables harbor certain amounts of turbid energy. Should one overindulge, the body accumulates excess turbid energy, which leads to illness. Dinner was served by a maid, and after a simple meal, they continued their evening conversation by candlelight. This time, they lacked a predetermined topic. Wang Shiji once again broached the subject of the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, while Imowen organized his thoughts. Intending to conduct a more detailed analysis, should he find the Peacock King in the future, by contemplating numerous matters in advance, he would be better prepared to address any inquiries that might arise. What does the true master intend to discern regarding the lives and deaths of the faithful? Wang Shiji inquired. Those who follow the Tao are protected by Taoism, while those who revere Buddha are embraced by Buddhism. He has his paradise, I have my heavenly court. He has his hell, I have my realm of the dead. These distinctions are clear and do not conflict, Imowen responded. The cycle of reincarnation in Buddhism is a consequence of karma. If every believer in Buddha could be reincarnated in this life, I might be your wife. In the next, you could be my father. Today, you may be my livestock. In the next, you could be my brother. Should we allow such capriciousness, the cosmos would surely descend into chaos. Where, then, would ethics reside? Wang Shiji shook his head, expressing concern. Currently, there is a rumor among the populace that daughters are the former lovers of their fathers. Such beliefs have led many foolish fathers to forsake ethical standards, justifying their transgressions against their own daughters, resulting in numerous instances of moral decay and tragic consequences. Emma 1. Upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in silence. The primary distinction between the Han people and the barbaric tribes lies in the Han's profound reverence for ethics and filial piety. They honor heaven and respect their ancestors, tracing lineage back to fathers, grandfathers, and beyond, without deviation. Moreover, following the death of a husband, a wife cannot remarry indiscriminately. Even if she does remarry, she cannot wed the deceased's father, brothers, or sons. This is what Confucianism refers to as the maintenance of proper order. In contrast, foreign lands lack such restrictions. Often, a son inherits his deceased father's widow. In regions where Buddhism is prevalent, such as India, it is not uncommon for mothers to marry their biological sons. This is no mere slander. Such practices arise from cultural influences and the prevailing atmosphere, making the doctrines of reincarnation and rebirth in Buddhism possible. There is also a realm of the dead that oversees reincarnation, akin to the Buddhist concept of rebirth. Allow me to ponder this matter further, Imowen stated after a moment of reflection. While it is essential to critique the other side, one must also recognize any flaws within oneself. Although the realm of the dead holds stringent regulations and selection processes regarding reincarnation, prohibiting rebirth within one's own family or surname, and imposing significant distance restrictions, it ultimately still involves the concept of rebirth. Moreover, Guanyin in the western regions is depicted as a male figure, yet in the central plains, he has transformed into a female deity. And not only that, but she has also acquired the ability to bestow children. Such absurd distortions that mislead my people cannot be tolerated, Wang Shiji added, if the ignorant masses choose to believe. Then let it be, Imowen replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Furthermore, 20 years ago, Taoist priests conducted ceremonies while Buddhist monks merely played supporting roles, as Buddhism itself lacks any ceremonial practices. To this day, they have plagiarized numerous Taoist rituals, renaming and appropriating them as their own. How many today are aware that prayer beads originally belonged to Taoism? How many know that the wooden fish is a Taoist artifact? How many have ever seen the ancient text Laozi's transmutation of barbarians that records the truth? The more Wang Shiji spoke, the more his voice rose. Emma 1, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. At times, it is the Taoist followers who appear more concerned about the interests of Taoism than the priests themselves. While Wang Shiji is perceptive and knowledgeable at times, the more he knows, the more incensed he becomes. Noticing Wang Shiji's rising agitation, Imowen quickly diverted the conversation. He felt a deep admiration for Wang Shiji's unwavering commitment to the truth and his defense of orthodoxy. Yet he also recognized that Wang's unwavering righteousness could lead him into conflict. Though he is a scholar, he possesses a fiery passion. He would likely get along well with Liu Shaoqing, as both would readily resort to violence if they found something displeasing. Their subsequent discussion turned to the inherent flaws within Taoism. Wang Shiji outlined 3 significant issues plaguing Taoism today. First, the practice of alchemy, which harms far more people than it helps, with numerous toxic elixirs resulting in many casualties, including several emperors. Second, there exists the practice of sexual rites, where men and women cultivate together, which, in certain sects, is indeed practiced. This is viewed as a severe moral failing by society, far less transcendent than a monk's renunciation of worldly ties. The third issue involves the exorbitant sale of talismans, where demands for payment precede any offerings. Without financial compensation, no talismans are given. Even when believers do pay, they might receive counterfeit talismans that hold no efficacy whatsoever. Due to his favorable impression of Wang Shiji, Imowen invited him to stay at the temple for 3 days. During this time, Imowen taught him some Taoist qi cultivation techniques, and in their leisure, they often discussed historical events from bygone dynasties, tracing narratives from the burning of books and burying of Confucian scholars by Qin Shi Huang to Sima Qian's blood-written records of the grand historian. The truths of history often become obscured by the passage of time, and much of what we believe to be true is, in fact, erroneous. Chapter 476. The Secret of the Dragon Clan. 3 days later, Wang Shiji took his leave and Imowen personally escorted him and his servant to the foot of the mountain, a privilege not granted to any other visitor to the Upper Clear Temple. During their 3 days of engaging discussions, Wang Shiji, despite being at the age of understanding destiny, possessed a mindset and manner of speaking that was anything but rigid and archaic. He spoke with passion and eloquence, exhibiting a youthful spirit that surpassed even Imowen's OWN. As he watched Wang Shiji and his servant depart eastward, Imowen turned back toward the mountain with Lao Wu. "Master, I need to step out for a while," Lao Wu said. "Where to?" Imowen inquired casually. "I'm going out to get some food. We're running low on wine, and this fellow can really drink." Lao Wu replied with a grimace. Imowen nodded in acknowledgement, aware that the cellar contained ample provisions. Lao Wu's notion of food primarily referred to meat. Noticing that Imowen did not respond, Lao Wu continued to grumble. "Coming here empty-handed for 3 days. What kind of person is that? Mr. Wang has never come empty-handed. The 4 volumes of scripture he gifted are invaluable, each worth more than all the gold in your cellar." Imowen remarked. "Really?" Lao Wu tilted his head in inquiry. Imowen furrowed his brow and glanced at Lao Wu, choosing not to engage. Gifts are meant to convey the giver's sentiments and should not be measured by monetary value. "Then I shall take my leave first. I should be back around noon," Lao Wu said. "Do not stir up trouble. It's best to return early," Imowen nodded. Lao Wu acknowledged this and, shedding his robe, transformed into a giant bat, soaring westward. Imowen returned alone to the Upper Clear Temple. Upon entering the main hall, he found Qin Yuan perusing the scriptures pinned by Wang Shiji. Noticing Imowen's return, she closed the text and stood up. "Has the guest departed?" Imowen nodded in response and then asked, "Do you know who he is?" "Of course, he is Wang Shiji from the Jin state." Qin Yuan replied, pulling out a wooden chair to invite Imowen to sit. "Knowing it is him, why did you not take the opportunity to see him?" Imowen leaned on the back of the chair and inquired. Although Qin Yuan was a woman, she was well-read, and scholars across the land held Wang Shiji in the highest regard. Much like Taoists held him in reverence, he is a man. I cannot meet him. He is an outsider. I have no desire to see him, she stated. Qin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain as to why Imowen had posed such a question. Upon hearing her words, Imowen chuckled softly, settled himself down, and casually flipped through the ancient text, noting that the Tao Te Ching contained insights on clarity as well. Why had she not perused it before? Qin Yuan, upon grasping Imowen's remarks, suddenly realized that her earlier actions might have inadvertently crossed a boundary with him. She recalled how Imowen had, on the day he saved her, commanded the soldiers of the Ziyang kingdom who had shoved her to sever their own hands, and had forced a general who attempted to assault her to castrate himself. It was then that she understood Imowen's sensitivity towards matters of intimacy. In her nervousness, beads of sweat formed on Qin Yuan's forehead. She had indeed been captivated by the beauty and vigor of Wang Shiji's calligraphy in the Tao Te Ching, yet she remained oblivious to the potential repercussions of her honesty. After posing his question, Imowen remained silent, merely flipping through the pages of the ancient text, his demeanor unchanged, revealing neither joy nor anger. After a brief but intense moment of contemplation, Qin Yun spoke up. Wang Shiji is revered as the sage of calligraphy, and his characters are rare treasures. Out of curiosity, I could not help but gaze at them a few more times. My inquiry was not born of jealousy. Rather, I wished to see if you would dare speak the truth to me. Imowen replied with a smile. At his words, Qin Yun's anxiety lingered, and she awaited Imowen's next statement with trepidation. Everyone possesses an appreciation for beauty. It is only natural to be drawn to exquisite things. Imowen remarked, flipping to a particular page in the Tao Te Ching and extending it toward Qin Yun. She reached out to accept it, only to discover it was the very page she had previously examined. Realizing the implications of this, Qin Yun felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Imowen's keen observation had revealed her truth. That page was close to the end. Had she feigned ignorance and merely claimed to be flipping through the text, it would have surely backfired. In a few days, the dragon clan from the South Sea will arrive, after which I shall enter seclusion for several months. You should prepare to return to your family for a while, with Lao Wu to escort you, Imowen stated. Please do not cast me away for my indiscretion, Qin Yun implored, still trembling from her earlier tension, as she fell to her knees, observing her distress. Imowen hurriedly rose to assist her, guiding her to a nearby seat. I wished for you to visit your parents, as you have not done so since your marriage. Upon your return, you may bring Qin Feng with you, who would wish to expel you. Though Imowen spoke sincerely, Qin Yun remained apprehensive, her eyes betraying her unease. Imowen gently reassured her, and after a considerable time, she finally began to relax. Having calmed Qin Yun, Imowen departed for the main hall, sighing as he exited. Though wives and concubines may harbor affection for their husband, there remained an underlying fear within the hearts of concubines, a fear rooted in societal status that rendered them perpetually anxious and apprehensive. At the hour of Chun, Lao Wu returned, bearing a stag and a jar of wine. Imowen beckoned him over, and Lao Wu handed the items to Zhao Lao before swiftly entering the main hall. What is the situation in the mountains? Imowen inquired, passing a teapot to Lao Wu. What situation? Lao Wu replied, wide-eyed as he accepted the teapot. Have the beasts displayed any unusual behavior? Imowen pressed. Not really. There hasn't been any movement. However, the water supply in the mountains is dwindling, and several large lakes have run dry in just a few days. They will be without water, Lao Wu replied before taking a drink from the teapot. Imowen nodded slowly at this news. Beasts and humans share common traits. If humans are on the brink of starvation, they may revolt, and the same holds true for beasts, if they can be assured of water and food. It would likely serve to pacify them. I have no further business. I shall take my leave, Lao Wu said, setting down the teapot and turning to depart. Tomorrow, I will send the Qin family back to visit their parents. You may also take the Mu and Zhao families to the Liang kingdom for a few days, if time permits. Inquire at the Situ residence for any news regarding the Peacock King. Imowen instructed. Understood, Lao Wu replied, and he exited the hall. The following morning, Lao Wu departed with the three women, heading northward, leaving the temple momentarily quiet. Imowen remained behind, awaiting the arrival of Ao Ka. Yet after several days, there was still no sign of him. As time passed, unease began to gnaw at Imowen's heart. Ao Ka had promised to come within 10 days, and now that deadline was fast approaching. It was puzzling that he had not yet arrived. The South Sea had captured 3 dragon princes and princesses from the East Sea, which should have facilitated the return of the water-gathering divine cauldron. Furthermore, Ao Ka had previously stated that regardless of the outcome, he would disclose the method of wielding the twofold true fire. Was there a possibility they intended to act treacherously, hiding their intentions once their needs had been met? On the 10th day, as night fell, the South Sea Dragon clan finally made their appearance, but the visitor was not Ao Ka. It was Ao Bing, a dragon prince who had lost a foot. Ao Bing revealed himself outside the door, and Imowen personally opened it to invite him in. Greetings, esteemed one, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Ao Bing said, raising his hand in greeting, though his demeanor was somewhat downcast due to his injury. Not at all. Have you recovered the rain-calling artifact? Imowen inquired. It was not a wasted journey. Earlier, the East Sea dispatched someone to return the divine cauldron. Ao Bing replied, Owen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The South Sea's possession of the water-gathering divine cauldron was crucial for the ability to summon rain. The method of wielding the twofold true fire differs for men and women. I had been recuperating from my self-castration, hence my delayed arrival, Ao Bing explained. Owen gestured for Ao Bing to proceed to the alchemy room and said, "Brother Ao, you must be aware that I previously mistakenly consumed the inner elixir of the Swan and I, which has already purified much of the turbid energy within me. The twofold true fire holds little use for me. I humbly seek it to develop a method for cultivating inner elixirs, hoping to eradicate the reliance on external elixirs prevalent among practitioners of my path. If the method of inner elixirs spreads throughout the world, it could cease the slaughter of countless lives." Ao Bing nodded in response to Mo Win's words, recognizing that the twofold true fire was the foundation of the South Sea Dragon Clan's existence. As long as you do not reveal the secrets of our methods, you may explore this further, he cautioned out of course. Mo Win affirmed seriously. As they entered the western courtyard, Mo Win called for Xing Er to prepare tea, but Ao Bing waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. As pressing matters were at hand, Mo Win, understanding, dismissed Xing Er and opened the door to the alchemy room, inviting Ao Bing inside. It is often said that while one can read countless volumes of books, true understanding comes from a single profound statement. The essence of true profundity does not necessarily lie in complexity. Rather, it arises from unconventional ideas that break free from the known and customary ways of thinking. The twofold true fire, for instance, refers to the heart's fire and the kidney's fire. According to the Taoist teachings that have endured for centuries, the kidney is associated with water, and using water to generate fire is akin to seeking fish from a tree, utterly absurd. Yet, the South Sea Dragon Clan employs the extraordinary method of generating fire from the kidneys, embodying the duality of dragon and tiger, with life as the cornerstone that guides them. The mind, body, and spirit form a triad that supports and nourishes one another, leading to enlightenment. This method of refining energy contradicts the principles of yin, yang, and the five elements, relying entirely on the primordial spirit as the guiding force. Previously, his error lay in his inability to break free from habitual thinking, as he still clung to the notion of a complete five-element system when exploring the method of inner elixirs. While it appeared he had not entirely abandoned the model of external elixirs, the fundamental mistake was underestimating the power of the primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is sufficiently strong, the five elements of the human body can be altered at will. If the primordial spirit reaches its utmost strength, it could, in a single thought, move mountains and shift the earth. Should the primordial spirit attain its peak, it could even revert all things born of yin and yang back to nothingness. Noticing Mo Win's furrowed brow and prolonged silence, Ao Bing inquired, "Does the method of wielding the twofold true fire hold any value for you?" "Indeed," Mo Win replied slowly, realizing that in previous practices, he had overly fixated on techniques while neglecting the underlying principles. The relationship between principles and techniques is akin to that of a mother and child. All techniques employed by practitioners stem from these principles. His current cultivation had reached the limits of technique, and to attain further insight and advancement, he must delve into the elusive yet tangible principles. The twofold true fire from the South Sea not only guided him in techniques, but also demonstrated that the primordial spirit is omnipotent. Once the primordial spirit is strengthened, marvelous methods will naturally reveal themselves. The South Sea has successfully retrieved the water-gathering divine cauldron, and it is no small feat on your part. The Dragon Clan ought to return the favor and assist you in promoting your teachings. Where should the rain be summoned? Ao Bing inquired. Owen paused, contemplating the question. The opportunity to call forth rain during a drought would be a rare chance to promote Taoism, yet the suffering of the people from the drought weighed heavily on his conscience. To delay the rain for the sake of promoting the Tao would contradict the very principles of alleviating the suffering of the world. Rain should fall immediately in the South Sea's domain. Mo Win finally declared after much deliberation. The South Sea has the duty to bring rain to the Jin Kingdom, and thus it should rain there. Other regions are not under the South Sea's jurisdiction, and we are unfamiliar with those areas. The specifics of the rain must be communicated by a practitioner, i.e. in what location and at what time shall the rain commence. Ao Bing pressed further. Mo Win furrowed his brow in contemplation once more. Ao Bing's intentions were well-meaning. He wished to aid in propagating their teachings, and such an opportunity should not be squandered. Brother Ao, are you aware of a clear water pool above the Yellow River? Imowen finally posed. Yes, it is located in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, on the northern bank. Ao Bing confirmed. I kindly request that you go to the clear water pool and summon rain for 3 days. Imowen suggested with a smile. Ao Bing nodded vigorously at Imowen's words, recognizing the wisdom in his plan. Summoning rain from there would nourish both the northern and southern banks. I shall depart immediately to ensure 3 days of rain, after which I will return to the South Sea and await your summons once more. Thank you for your efforts. Do not question the humble gratitude, for the Yellow River has countless tributaries. As long as the Yellow River flows with water, the drought afflicting both the southern and northern banks shall be alleviated. Ao Bing returned the gesture with a clasped fist, and upon exiting, transformed into a crimson dragon, writhing its way into the heavens. After Ao Bing ascended, rain clouds began to gather in the sky. The dragon clan possesses the ability to summon winds and rain, yet they cannot conjure thunder and lightning. Once the rain clouds coalesced, a torrential downpour ensued. Owen extended his hand to catch the raindrops, discovering them to be fresh water. The divine cauldron from the South Sea has the power to convert seawater into fresh water, responding to the dragon clan's summons to deliver the diluted seawater to the area where the dragons bring rain. This phenomenon is akin to the connection between a Taoist and the celestial realm, wherein spells are cast. The heavy rain lasted for an entire hour, centered around the Shangqing Temple, its reach extending for 100 miles. When the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed, Ao Bing emerged from the sky. Raising his neck to emit a thunderous dragon's roar, Tian Shuzhen Run, Ao Bing takes his leave. At this moment, it was deep into the night, and Ao Bing's roar echoed for miles. Mo1 understood that Ao Bing's actions were intended to enhance his reputation. He hurried out of the hall, gazing skyward with clasped hands. Thanks to Brother Ao. May the South Sea's compassion bring boundless blessings. Ao Bing nodded at Mo1 from the sky, his serpentine form riding the clouds as he departed eastward. After Ao Bing's departure, Zhao Lao and others joyfully approached Mo1 and conversed. Mo1 shared a few casual words with them, instructing Zhao Lao to activate the formation starting the following day to prevent the local populace from coming to offer incense. As Shangqing Temple is a private Taoist temple that does not accept external offerings. Upon returning to his chamber, Xing Er brought tea. Master, the second madam had instructed me before leaving, Xing Er said, placing the teacup down. Rest early. In a few years, we shall find you a suitable family. Although Xing Er only spoke half a sentence, Imowen understood her implication. At this moment, the maid's status was lowly, and in her mistress's absence, she must still attend to the master. Hearing this, Xing Er expressed her gratitude repeatedly, holding the tea tray with both hands as she turned to leave. Once Xing Er departed, Imowen retrieved the positioning talismans of Lu Yi and the other, tossing them into the flames for incineration. The technique of the 2 realms of true fire was simpler than he had initially anticipated. The dragon clan melds heart fire and kidney fire to form the 2 realms. The purple Qi Taoist, having transcended the tribulation, merely needs to ignite the energy fire in the Dantian to complete the 3 realms. He believed he could discern the method for merging the 3 realms tonight and could pass it on to Lu Yi and the others, enabling them to cultivate the true fire of the 3 realms early on, purging the turbid energy within their bodies in preparation for their future ascension. In this apocalyptic age, the inner elixir cultivation methods are utterly ineffective, necessitating the consumption of external elixirs. The cultivation techniques suitable for ordinary Taoists can be thoroughly researched and perfected within the next 100 days. The kidneys, energy C, and heart correspond to essence, energy, and spirit, which are the sources of the 3 realms. The 3 young leaders represent the spirit palace, governing harmony and control. The effects of the true fire of the 3 realms are not immediately apparent in the initial stages. This phase nurtures the fire, and the duration varies from person to person, lasting as long as 10 years or as short as a single day. Only when the essence, energy, and spirit are fully integrated will the true fire of the 3 realms manifest within the body. At this juncture, the true fire can consume the turbid energy within, although the time required is not fixed. Those with poor comprehension may find it nearly impossible to merge the 3 realms throughout their lives. While those with good comprehension may take at least 3 years, if one rushes, they may inadvertently ignite themselves due to the inability to control the true fire of the three realms. Once the true fire of the three realms is perfected, it can extend beyond the body like spiritual energy. The external true fire is a manifestation of the essence, energy, and spirit of the cultivator. Controlled by their innate spirit, wielding immense power, it can not only annihilate corporeal beings but also vanquish incorporeal spirits, and can even inflict significant damage upon those who have already ascended to immortality. Despite its formidable nature, not everyone can cultivate the true fire of the three realms. To do so, one must possess essence, energy, and spirit in harmony. Immortals have already refined essence into energy and transformed energy into void. Without essence, they cannot cultivate the true fire of the three realms. Ordinary mortals also find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate the true fire, as it is fraught with peril. Even a slight misstep could completely incinerate the physical body. Unless the primordial spirit is sufficiently robust and the mind entirely free of distractions, one cannot control this hazardous true fire. In the early morning, Yi Xiaoyao arrived. Has it been accomplished? Yi Xiaoyao inquired. Approaching Mo1, noting that the water had yet to recede within 100 miles of the Shangqing Temple, clearly a result of the Dragon Clan's rainfall, Mo1 nodded before asking, "Why do you appear so unwell?" Waiting for death yet still alive, one must never engage in such calculations of fate, Yi Xiaoyao replied, stepping forward. Mo1 chuckled at this. How fairly Zhenren and his son. Well, what brings you to summon me this time? Yi Xiaoyao casually asked. To impart the method of the true fire of the three realms. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Mo1 halted to allow Yi Xiaoyao to proceed first. After Yi Xiaoyao entered the hall, he proceeded to pay respects and offer incense before the ancestral statue, then casually sat on a wooden chair, rubbing his face and sighing. These past few days have felt like an eternity. I dare not leave her and the child, yet I cannot remain at home. Why not stay at Shangqing Temple until the end of this month? If any incidents arise, we can manage them. Mo1 suggested. That is precisely my intention. I shall not leave. I intend to die within your Taoist temple, Yi Xiaoyao replied, reclining with an air of exhaustion. Mo1 chuckled at this, turning to observe the exterior of the hall, where Xing Er raised 3 fingers, signaling for 3 cups of tea. Upon noticing this, Xing Er appeared puzzled and turned to leave. Did the Dragon Clan visit yesterday? Lu Shaoqing entered, having arrived. The positioning talismans Mo1 burned allowed the two of them to ignore the formation of Shangqing Temple. Ao Bing came and verbally shared the method of the 2 realms of true fire with me. I deduced it overnight and have already formulated the cultivation method for the true fire of the 3 realms. I will impart it to both of you shortly. Although this true fire can refine the turbid energy within the body, the process is lengthy, taking at least 3 years, Mo1 informed Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing inserted the incense into the incense burner and then sat down across from the two. Very good, very good. Let us proceed step by step, and success will follow. You may proceed, but what if one has yet to dig the channel? Yi Xiaoyao remarked with a wry smile. For the past 10 days, he had remained atop Weishan, able to see the thatched cottage where Yu Linglong and her child resided. This was to avoid implicating them while simultaneously protecting them. A source of constant anxiety. It will happen soon. It will happen soon, Lu Shaoqing said, relishing the misfortune. Yi Xiaoyao, consumed by trepidation, had lost the inclination for jesting. Upon hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he frowned. Mo1, observing this, hastily changed the subject, asking Lu Shaoqing, "Is everything going smoothly in Yongzhou?" "All is well. I have already secured 2 states, yet I cannot bear the numerous criticisms from my fellow Taoists," Lu Shaoqing replied. Shaking his head, both Mo1 and Yi Xiaoyao turned to look at Lu Shaoqing, who explained, "The king of Wei perished some days ago, and the Wei state has fallen into disarray. Those who previously assisted the king of Wei in driving away the who have laid the blame upon me, honoring me as the modern-day Elbu." Mo1 frowned slightly at this. Elbu was the most formidable general of the 3 kingdoms, yet his reputation was tarnished, having repeatedly acknowledged adoptive fathers and frequently switched allegiances, earning him the label of a traitor to 3 clans. In truth, the historical reality was different. While people were aware of his actions, they did not understand the reasons behind them. Elbu's frequent changes of allegiance stemmed from his overwhelming valor, which made his superiors wary, leading to his cold treatment. That is indeed fitting, Yi Xiaoyao remarked, feeling quite pleased. Lu Shaoqing refrained from engaging in banter with Yi Xiaoyao and turned back to Mo1. Is it possible for us to summon rain now? It is possible, but at this moment, Ao Bing is bringing rain at Bai Shui Tan. He will reign there for 3 days. If you wish to summon, you must call upon other dragon sons. Mo1 replied, he will not summon the dragon sons. Yi Xiaoyao shot Lu Shaoqing a sidelong glance. Lu Shaoqing, unsure whether Yi Xiaoyao was speaking about a matter of concern or simply unwilling to bicker with someone on the verge of death, ignored him and asked Mo1, why is he reigning at Bai Shui Tan? The immortal desires to avoid idleness, and I am determined to find matters for him to engage in, Mo1 replied with a smile. Ao Bing's continuous rainfall at Bai Shui Tan for 3 days would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir. Officials, commoners, and various anomalies would flock to Bai Shui Tan following the rain, ensuring that the immortal would have no chance for tranquility. This is an excellent plan, a great delight to the people. Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao both laughed in unison. As the three conversed, Xing Er arrived with tea. After she departed, Lu Shaoqing inquired, why have we not seen Wu Yun and the other women? They have gone to visit the Qin family, Mo1 casually responded. Lu Shaoqing nodded at this, lifting his teacup to sip, and after a moment, he set it down, saying, by the way, there is something quite peculiar that I must share with you. What is it? Mo1 inquired, tilting his head. A few days ago, an earthquake struck 300 miles northeast of Yongzhou, causing countless buildings to collapse. Upon receiving the report, I went to investigate and discovered numerous massive underground tunnels. There are over a dozen of these tunnels, several tens of zhang deep, measuring about 5 or 6 zhang in height and width, stretching north to south. They were likely excavated by some enormous creature. I traveled over 100 miles north from one of the pits and saw no end, Lu Shaoqing explained. What kind of creature do you think it is? Mo1 casually asked. I cannot ascertain. Remnants of large beast shells were found in the tunnels, as well as various animal hairs and droppings, indicating a multitude of creatures passing through underground in droves, Lu Shaoqing replied, shaking his head. Do you know where the tunnels originate and where they lead? Mo1 inquired, as ordinary buildings are merely 2 zhang in height, and the dimensions of 3 buildings create a significant space. They originate from somewhere in the southwest and lead northeast, Lu Shaoqing stated. Have you inquired of the local populace regarding the duration of the earthquake? Mo1 felt a growing sense of gravity in the situation. It began at the second watch and continued until dawn, Lu Shaoqing replied. What is the distance between these dozen or so underground passages? Do not inquire about the furrowed brows. The earth trembles, indicating that a multitude of aberrations is incessantly surging from beneath. The staggering number of these entities traversing through numerous vast subterranean passages in a single night is undoubtedly alarming. All of this transpires within a 10-mile radius, leading me to suspect that there are individuals orchestrating their movements, remarked Lu Shaoqing. How can you be so certain? Knight Xiaoyao interjected lazily. These aberrations, though varying in species, exhibit an astonishingly orderly conduct, and the depth of the earth holes allows them to evade our perception. Lu Shaoqing explained. Mo1 nodded slowly upon hearing this. Based on Lu Shaoqing's account, it is highly plausible that the group of aberrations advancing northward is under some form of control. Otherwise, such a large-scale, long-distance assault would be inconceivable. He pondered whether it was a group of individuals or a singular person wielding this control. If it were a collective, what motivations might lie behind such a grand maneuver? Should it be the work of one individual? Who could that be? Chapter 478. Encountering the ghosts. The shamanic cult runs rampant across the 3 northeastern counties, and those shamans possess various supernatural abilities. It stands to reason that these aberrations were summoned by them to resist the Han army, Knight Xiaoyao remarked casually. That bears merit, Lu Shaoqing nodded in agreement. Given the current resurgence of the Morong Yin Kingdom's southern incursions, it is indeed a time when the aid of aberrations is requisite. Mo1 shook his head at the words of the two. During my command of the Zhao army's northern expedition to reclaim the 3 counties, we dispatched a considerable number of shamans over the course of 3 years, annihilating their elite forces. They should not have been able to recover so swiftly. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the shamanic cult's beast-controlling techniques. They can only exert control over aberrations within the northeastern region, while those previously emerging from the underground came from the south. Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao, upon hearing Imo Wen's words, did not respond immediately, each furrowing their brows in contemplation. After a moment, Knight Xiaoyao said, Lu Shang had operated in the 3 northeastern counties for many years. Could this matter be linked to him? He has long since dissipated his powers and self-destructed. Why do you bring him up? Lu Shaoqing scoffed at Imo Wen interjected. This matter is likely connected to Qiyu. Upon hearing this, Lu and Knight exchanged puzzled glances. Imo Wen organized his thoughts and briefly recounted the existence of Qiyu's arm at the Miaojiang altar and the disappearance of Qiyu's arm after Long Hanqiu was murdered. Without concealing the pursuit of the murderer at Yuqing's sect from the two, are you implying that the remaining arm of Qiyu has gained sentience and is summoning aberrations to attempt a resurgence? Knight Xiaoyao sat up straight. Imo Wen nodded before speaking. It is highly possible. This individual had previously suffered defeat at the hands of the Yin and Huang emperors, perishing in battle. Should he revive? He would undoubtedly seek vengeance. In my view, there are 2 actions he would certainly undertake. 1. To overthrow the Han dynasty, and 2. To slaughter the descendants of Yin and Huang. Upon hearing Imo Wen's words, Lu Shaoqing felt a chill in his heart. He stood up from his seat and began pacing back and forth within the hall. It is said that this person has horns on his head and wings on his back, indicating he possesses the bloodline of aberrations. Back when he battled the Yellow Emperor, he frequently dispatched aberrations as vanguards. The recent emergence of southern aberrations from the underground is likely connected to this individual. What is the appearance of Lin Jixing from Yuqing sect? Knight Xiaoyao inquired. Lin Jixing's physique is rather slender, making it impossible for him to reattach Qiyu's left arm. Therefore, he sought another corpse to graft that left arm onto. On the day I confronted the Yuqing sect, this person's soul had already abandoned his body and attached itself to that corpse. No one knows the appearance of that corpse. All that is known is that this person is tall, or else he could not support the robust Qiyu's left arm, Imo Wen explained. Knight Xiaoyao furrowed his brow upon hearing Imo Wen's words, fidgeting with the lid of his cup in contemplation. According to the previous division of labor among the 3, the task of countering the aberrations fell to him. If they were merely a disorganized mob, it would be manageable. However, if numerous aberrations are under the control of a single individual, maneuvering with precision, that would present a formidable challenge. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback is that the aberrations are being manipulated, making it difficult to strike them down individually. The advantage is that the aberrations will not launch simultaneous attacks from all directions, allowing us to focus our defenses towards the northeast, Imo Wen stated. Lu Shaoqing halted his pacing and spoke. Even if a single left arm has gained sentience, it is still not wholly sound. It requires the support of Lin Jixing's soul. The consciousness of both is intertwined and merged. Both Imo Wen and Knight Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. The coexistence of Lin Jixing's soul and Qiyu's consciousness within a single corpse is indeed an unusual and rare circumstance. Given the current ambiguity of the situation, we can only rely on speculation. We should refrain from acting hastily and observe how things unfold, Imo Wen advised. Once I pass away, I shall venture to the northeast to investigate the situation. Knight Xiaoyao jested. Lu Shaoqing returned to his seat and stated, upon returning to my camp, I shall dispatch more scouts to investigate the enemy situation in Yin. The Yin kingdom belongs to the Xinbei tribe, not descendants of Yin and Huang. Qiyu summoning aberrations to the northeast is likely intended to serve as vanguards for the southern advance of the Yin kingdom. That makes sense, Imo Wen nodded emphatically. The Yin kingdom is comprised of the Xinbei tribe, and the likelihood of Qiyu collaborating with them is substantial. The Yin kingdom could provide sustenance and shelter for those aberrations. Quickly inform me about the Samadhi True Fire. I need to return to my camp to make the necessary arrangements, Lu Shaoqing urged. This time, the surroundings of the Shangqing temple were shrouded in arrays, ensuring that walls had no ears. Imo Wen then shared the insights he had gleaned regarding the Samadhi True Fire with Lu and Knight. After listening, the two had many uncertainties and sought clarification. Imo Wen offered guidance and explanations. And by midday, Lu Shaoqing and Knight Xiaoyao had grasped the general concept. The more powerful something is, the more dangerous it becomes, and the Samadhi True Fire is no exception. If cultivated properly, it can gradually incinerate the impure energies within one's body, allowing for physical ascension. However, if practiced improperly, The samadhi true fire may spiral out of control within the body, incinerating flesh and bone, leaving not even a trace of the soul. To ensure utmost safety. Mo1 elaborated once more after lunch, and Lu and Knight fully committed the information to memory. The samadhi true fire lies between internal alchemy and divine refinement techniques, based on the principles of internal alchemy. When mastered to perfection, it can greatly enhance one's primordial spirit. In the coming days, I will focus on seclusion, continuing my research into the internal alchemy cultivation methods. Mo1 instructed the two. Agreed. Unless there are significant matters, we shall not disturb you. I must return early to perform the rain ritual. Should it rain, we may subdue the enemy without battle. Lu Shaoqing rose to take his leave. Mo1 and Knight Xiaoyao accompanied him. Exchanging positioning talismans before Knight Xiaoyao summoned a golden eagle to escort Lu Shaoqing. As night fell, Mo1 and Knight Xiaoyao delved deeper into the study of internal alchemy cultivation methods. Collaborative brainstorming does not always yield results. Although both are disciples of the same master, their temperaments differ, and their approaches to problem-solving vary as well. Mo1, though appearing cautious, is actually quite bold, willing to take risks for success. Often selecting unusual acupoints for the great circulation to condense internal alchemy, which can lead to deviations if not careful. Conversely, Knight Xiaoyao, despite his usual carefree demeanor, becomes exceedingly cautious during qi cultivation, favoring acupoints previously utilized by others, resulting in no progress during their discussions. The second watch, Mo1 sent Knight Xiaoyao to the guest room he had previously occupied, sitting in meditation alone. As midnight approached, feeling a hint of drowsiness, he made his way to the bed to rest. Just past the third watch, Mo1 suddenly sensed a wisp of energy, prompting him to sit up hurriedly. He saw a wraith gliding into the room from outside. That wraith was none other than Knight Xiaoyao, who resided in the eastern courtyard. As a Ziki Taoist, his soul was significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to maintain form without dissipating. Hurry and save me, Knight Xiaoyao urged, his face alight with joy as he gathered his energy to speak. Self-destruction is a grave sin. Mo1 exclaimed loudly, I misaligned my qi, causing the spiritual energy to rebound against my heart's pulse. Knight Xiaoyao explained before gliding out the door. Mo1 hastily arose, donned his shoes, and opened the door, swiftly heading toward the eastern courtyard's rear chamber. There, he found Knight Xiaoyao's corporeal form sitting cross-legged on the bed. Devoid of breath, life having evidently been extinguished, was it truly self-destruction? Mo1 inquired of the wraith standing beside the bed. I told you it was an error in my cultivation. Knight Xiaoyao attempted to possess his corporeal form. However, the body had lost its yang energy, and the yin energy could not attract the yang, resulting in him being automatically repelled. Mo1 reached into his robes, retrieving a talisman inscribed with the name of Bai Wuchang. Then swiftly ignited the talisman. Bai Wuchang silently appeared. Bai Wuchang was not one for conversation. Upon materializing, he raised a hand to Mo1, then retrieved a black brush from his robe. He inscribed 2 characters in yin script on Knight Xiaoyao's forehead, marking him with the soul-binding symbol of the underworld. With this symbol, it signified that the underworld had consented to allow this person to linger in the mortal realm temporarily. With the corporeal form regaining yang energy, the yin soul could return to its rightful place. Thank you immensely, brother. Knight Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang glanced at the beaming Knight Xiaoyao, then opened the Book of Life and Death. Flipping to a page within, after reading, he furrowed his brow and brought the book closer to Mo1 concealed his yang energy and tilted his head to examine it, noting that the Book of Life and Death did not indicate the time of the soul's departure. Suggesting that Knight Xiaoyao had committed suicide, he merely experienced a deviation during his cultivation. Mo1 awkwardly replied, averting his gaze from Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang glanced between Mo1 and Knight Xiaoyao, and after a moment of contemplation, inscribed the cause of death beneath the original entry, stating frightened to death. Take care, both of you. I must take my leave. Bai Wuchang gestured to the two and, without waiting for their response, vanished without a trace. How forthright! Knight Xiaoyao exhaled a sigh of relief. Mo1, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. The cause of death Bai Wuchang noted was quite apt and vivid. Frightened to death is a vague phrase, making it difficult to determine whether being scared to death qualifies as suicide. With my concerns settled, I must take my leave, Knight Xiaoyao declared, retrieving his talisman box and leaving behind a positioning talisman before grasping his short sword and gesturing farewell to Mo1. Why the urgency? It would not be too late to depart at dawn, Missouri suggested. I must venture to the northeast to investigate the situation and summon some avian creatures to serve as soldiers. Knight Xiaoyao replied, extending his hand toward Mowen inscribed a positioning talisman for him, reminding him, the Samadhi true fire must be diligently cultivated. Do not become complacent. Yi Xiaoyao took the talisman, folded it neatly, and turned to walk outside, with Mowen not inquiring about his departure. After Yi Xiaoyao stepped out, the golden eagle awaited him in the sky. He leapt onto the eagle's back, and with a cry, the golden eagle soared northeast. The following morning, Mowen commenced a profound contemplation regarding the methods of inner alchemy cultivation, aiming to cultivate the true fire of Samadhi. Having grasped the essence of the true fire of Samadhi, he now needed to devise specific steps suitable for ordinary practitioners. Previously, the methods of qi cultivation employed by practitioners were based on external alchemy techniques, supplemented by meditation. In contrast, the inner alchemy cultivation method relies solely on meditation as the means to acquire external spiritual energy, necessitating the establishment of an entirely new system of qi cultivation. The realms of cultivation can be categorized into three major stages: red, blue, and purple. Once the inner alchemy techniques are widely disseminated, practitioners can begin with the foundational red qi and progress gradually. However, at this moment, inner alchemy has yet to gain popularity. While Mowen meticulously researched the complete inner alchemy cultivation method, he also had to create transitional cultivation methods for practitioners of blue and purple qi, enabling them to shift smoothly and safely from external alchemy to inner alchemy. Time flew swiftly as he immersed himself in contemplation. After several days, Lao Wu and the Qin clan returned to the Shangqing temple. Master, Master! Lao Wu shouted from outside. Mowen responded by opening the door. I have seen you, Master. Qin Yun stepped forward with a smile, greeting Mowen. After your arduous journey, let us treat you to a meal at noon. Mowen nodded with a smile. Lao Wu sprang up beside him, pulling Mowen into the alchemy room with a look of terror and confusion. Master, guess who I encountered on this trip? Lu Sheng? Mowen surmised, noting Lao Wu's expression that suggested he had met someone unexpected. Lao Wu shook his head vigorously and then leaned closer to Mowen, whispering, Master, I saw the second master. Chapter 479. The storm approaches. You encountered Bai Li Quangfeng? Mowen raised an eyebrow at Lao Wu. The only person referred to as the second master by Lao Wu was Bai Li Quangfeng, who had already been slain by Lu Sheng. Something Mowen had witnessed with his own eyes. Lao Wu's eyes widened as he nodded. You are well aware that he has passed away. How could you possibly see him again? Mowen shook his head. If Lao Wu had met Lu Sheng, he would not have been surprised. But Lao Wu claimed to have seen Bai Li Quangfeng, whose soul was no more at it was indeed him. I could not be mistaken. Lao Wu asserted with great confidence. Tell me everything that transpired. Mowen gestured towards the main room, indicating Qin Yun to accompany Shinger there. A few days ago, I went to Bushin Mountain, and on a rather high peak, I saw him riding a peculiar-looking tiger. Upon seeing him, I flew towards that peak, but before I could reach him, he rode off on the tiger, and though I called out to him, he did not respond. Lao Wu recounted, grabbing a water jug from the table and drinking deeply. Mowen pondered for a moment before inquiring, what weapon did he wield? He was empty-handed, carrying nothing. Lao Wu set the jug down and shook his head. You must have mistaken him for someone else, Mowen replied. Bai Li Quangfeng wielded a wolf-tooth club in life and did not ride any tiger. The deep mountains and marshes of the northeast are home to many shamanic beings, and it is not unusual for Lao Wu to misidentify someone. I believe I did not err. However, if it truly was the second master, he would not have ignored me, Lao Wu pouted. What was your purpose for visiting Bushin Mountain? Mowen casually asked. I went to retrieve some funds, as I lacked sufficient money for the journey. Lao Wu chuckled. Wasn't all the gold and silver already moved here? Mowen gestured downward. There is still some left. By the way, Qin Feng is reluctant to return, Lao Wu recalled, having previously informed Mowen about moving all the riches from Bushin Mountain back. but realizing he had let it slip, he sought to change the subject. Have there been any unusual activities from the anomalies in Bushin Mountain? Imowen interrupted Lao Wu. I did not sense anything out of the ordinary. I was in a hurry and did not check on He-san. Lao Wu replied. Where did you all go on this trip? Imowen inquired. Knowing Lao Wu and his companions had been away for over half a month, we did not go anywhere in particular. Just wandering around the second madam's family area. I also went to the Ziyang kingdom, where I captured some monks. I thought you might be too busy, so I took it upon myself to interrogate them. A few of the monks were captured from the mountains, and they claimed to have seen the Peacock King. Their descriptions seemed credible, and their eyes were purple, Lao Wu explained. Owen nodded thoughtfully, gesturing for Lao Wu to continue. Several years ago, the fourth master nearly exterminated all the monks in the Ziyang kingdom. Only a few scattered ones took refuge in the mountains. I cannot recall the name of the mountain, but those monks were hiding in a mountain deity temple. When we arrived, the Peacock King was already there. This group had been living with the old monk in the mountains for over a year. In June of last year, 2 foreign monks came to the deity temple and took the Peacock King away. Lao Wu recounted. Owen's brow furrowed upon hearing this. June of last year marked the onset of the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse descended, the celestial court would invite the immortals who lingered in the mortal realm back to the heavenly abode, and the Buddhist sect likely had similar arrangements. The monks claimed that when the Peacock King left, he told them he would return to continue teaching them. I thought it unwise to keep these monks imprisoned in the grand prison, so I had the Situ Manor send them back, providing them with food while they remained in that mountain deity temple. Lao Wu concluded. Such an arrangement is quite prudent, Imowen acknowledged with a nod. The Peacock King had undoubtedly returned to the western heavens and would only reappear after the apocalypse had passed. I will return to tidy up for now. Pleased with Imowen's praise, Lao Wu turned and exited to the eastern courtyard. After Lao Wu's departure, Qin Yun personally brought in hot tea, cautiously informing Imowen that Qin Feng was unwilling to leave his parents. Imowen had already learned from Lao Wu that Qin Feng had not returned, and he held no significant displeasure regarding this. The circumstances surrounding Qin Feng were different from those of Wu Ming. The two were not master and disciple, and he had not placed substantial expectations on Qin Feng. 18 noon. Imowen invited everyone to the western courtyard for a welcoming feast for those who had returned from their journeys, after which the Shangqing Temple returned to tranquility. That evening, Imowen rested in the main room. It had been some time since Qin Yun had come through the door, and the lack of any developments made her a bit anxious. Imowen felt similarly, but matters of progeny were determined by destiny, and worrying was futile. In the following days, Imowen devoted himself entirely to researching the methods of inner alchemy cultivation in the alchemy room. Taoists possessed the art of fasting, and as he delved into critical aspects, he spent several days without sleep, food, or drink. Thus, half a month passed, and the inner alchemy cultivation methods took shape. The next step was to further reason and verify. Ensuring the safety and ease of the qi cultivation practices, the world is not solely governed by the Qian path. There are also numerous Kuan paths. The qi cultivation methods of the Kuan path differ sharply from those of the Qian path. The Kuan path requires the refining of blood and qi, and the method of transforming blood into qi was beyond his reach. Qin Yun was also adamant about not learning it in desperation. He had to set it aside for the time being. With the inner alchemy cultivation method of the Qian path as a reference, those of the Kuan path could independently study and deduce a suitable inner alchemy qi cultivation method for themselves. After meticulously examining the inner alchemy techniques, Imowen transcribed the qi cultivation methods in detail 3 times, intending to pass them on to the various sects of the 3 purities after the world was renewed. Master, the fruits are ripe, Lao Wu shouted from outside. Hearing this, Imowen replied, and Lao Wu pushed the door open, entering with several peculiar fruits in hand. These fruits were also spiritual treasures from the South Sea, spindle-shaped, purple, and exuding an enchanting fragrance. These fruits have the effect of calming the spirit and strengthening the foundation. You have consumed them, haven't you? Imowen asked Lao Wu. No need. I would only waste them. Lao Wu shook his head. Swallow them entirely. Once the medicinal properties take effect, they can transform your skin into a protective layer, Imowen advised. Really? Then I shall not be polite, Lao Wu exclaimed joyfully, for he detested shedding his robes before transformation. After nodding, Imowen closed his eyes. Now that the inner alchemy cultivation methods had been completed, he entered seclusion to cultivate the true fire of samadhi. The turbid chi within him had previously been largely consumed by the swan and eye inner alchemy, leaving only a trace of turbid chi in the right side of his chest. If he could eliminate this remaining turbid chi, he would be entirely free of it, rendering him devoid of weaknesses and allowing him to transform at will. Master, I wish to go out for a while to see Jir, Lao Wu proposed. Go ahead, and upon your return, inform me of any developments in the external conflicts, Imowen replied casually. The group of anomalies from the south had been advancing northward for over 20 days, and thus far, they had not launched an attack. This indicated that they had found refuge and sustenance upon reaching the northeastern region, something only the Yin Kingdom could provide. All right, I shall take my leave, Lao Wu said, clutching the fruits as he turned to depart. Owen then rose, stepping outside not to see Lao Wu off, but because he sensed a familiar, anomalous aura approaching from the north. Upon reaching the entrance, Imowen opened the great door, and a massive yellow cicada scuttled from the southwest to the south, upon which sat a figure, the prince of the Dai Kingdom, Tuoba Shichi. As they arrived outside the mountain gate, the cicada landed, and the dust-covered Tuoba Shichi dismounted, quickly approaching Imowen to bow in greeting. May the real man have peace, blessings of the boundless celestial sovereign. A mere man of the wild cannot bear such grandeur. Please, Prince, come in, Imowen gestured for him to enter. Huang Yilong pays his respects to the real man. The cicada transformed into a human and stepped forward to bow to Imowen. Huang Yilong was an old acquaintance from Imowen's past campaigns. Upon seeing him, memories of those years flooded back. Brother Huang, you have endured much hardship. Please, come in. Though the man in the yellow robe is of a different kind, he has already been transformed by Imowen. Hence, upon entering the grand hall, he immediately offered incense to the ancestral master. Imowen and Tuoba Shichi took their respective seats, with a clear distinction between host and guest. This humble gift is merely a token of my heartfelt sentiments. I sincerely hope the esteemed master will graciously accept it, Tuoba Shichi said as he produced a modest copper box from his bosom and placed it on the table. What brings your highness here? Imowen inquired, accepting the offering without hesitation. Despite the barrier of the copper box, he could distinctly perceive the fragrance of musk emanating from it. The musk that Tuoba Shichi presented was of the finest quality, known for its invigorating properties and ability to open the mind and enhance clarity. To be candid, this year has seen scant rainfall and little dew in the Dai Kingdom. The grasses wither, and the land stretches barren for thousands of miles. Even digging over 10 zhang deep yields no well water. We find ourselves at a loss, and thus have the audacity to seek the esteemed master's compassionate assistance. Tuoba Shichi expressed, his countenance clouded with concern. This matter is my oversight. Your Highness need not worry. Within 3 days, the Dai Kingdom shall certainly receive rain, though I cannot ascertain how much will fall. Imowen casually reassured him. Hearing this, Tuoba Shichi was filled with joy. He stood upright, deeply bowing. A foot of rain would suffice, Imowen nodded, gesturing for Tuoba Shichi to take his seat, then turned to the yellow-robed man, pointing to a seat beside him. The yellow-robed man, seeing this, beamed with delight and took the secondary position at the host's table, signifying that despite their long absence of communication, he was not regarded as an outsider. How is Ziyao Yulin? Imowen inquired of the yellow-robed man. That sharp-tongued enchantress has, I know not from where, acquired a wild breed and has already given birth thrice this year. The esteemed master's lodge is fast becoming her nest. The yellow-robed man replied with a laugh. It is of no consequence. Let her be, Imowen smiled and nodded. After this exchange, Imowen turned his attention back to Tuoba Shichi. Your Highness has come at an opportune moment. I have a matter to discuss. Tuoba Shichi inclined his body to listen. Please, esteemed master, speak. The Dai Kingdom shares borders with the Yin Kingdom. I wonder, have there been any unusual movements from Yin recently? Imowen asked, distributing tea brought by Xing'er to the two of them. Unusual movements? Tuoba Shichi replied, perplexed as he accepted the teacup. For instance, irregular troop movements or unusual stockpiling of supplies, Imowen prompted. Tuoba Shichi nodded in understanding and then spoke. The esteemed master must be aware that the Yin Kingdom is currently invading the south. Their main forces are concentrated in the three northeastern prefectures, which are relatively distant from the Dai Kingdom. Thus, I am not well informed about the situation of their troops. However, recently, the Yin Kingdom has frequently invaded the west, plundering cattle and sheep from the scattered tribes of the grasslands. Our monarch and ministers remember your teachings well, keeping a low profile and not revealing our strengths, only providing protection to the tribes residing outside, and refraining from offensive retaliation. Has the Yin Kingdom engaged in any Western incursions previously? Imowen asked. Yes, but not extensively. However, their recent activities have been particularly frequent. The generals at the front are quite perplexed by the actions of Yin. If their troops are for self-use, they cannot consume such a large quantity. If they are transporting supplies from the three prefectures, it is too far, Tuoba Shichi explained. Owen nodded slowly. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. It was highly likely that the Yin Kingdom had allied with Qiyu, and those aberrant beings were likely gathering in some hidden corner of Yin, awaiting the opportune moment to launch a large-scale southern invasion. Why does the esteemed master pose such a query? Tuoba Shichi asked cautiously. Mo1 did not respond immediately, deliberating internally whether to disclose this matter truthfully to the Dai Kingdom. Seeing Imowen's brows furrowed, Tuoba Shichi mistakenly believed he had asked an inappropriate question, leading to his unease and an awkward expression. Noticing this, Imowen inquired, Your Highness, do you know of the Ninely Qiyu? Upon hearing Imowen's words devoid of discontent, Tuoba Shichi felt a surge of relief and replied. This figure is an ancient character, the chieftain of the Ninely tribe, whose true life story is largely unknown. It is said that he possessed the head of an ox and the body of a man, with wings on his back, extraordinarily valiant. Although he perished in defeat, later generations revered his bravery, bestowing upon him the title of God of War. Owen nodded slowly and stated, although Qiyu was slain by Yin and Huang, a remnant of his left arm remains in the world. This left arm was once enshrined at a sacrificial altar in Miaojing, but later it was stolen by a Taoist from the Yuqing sect, who grafted it onto his own body and transferred the soul. If I am not mistaken, this person is currently within the borders of Yin and has already forged an alliance with the Yin court. Will this demon wreak havoc upon the world? Tuoba Shichi inquired. Owen nodded slowly. Your Highness is not of my sect and may not be privy to our secrets, yet in truth, the spells employed by the Taoists draw heavily from ancient shamanistic practices. Qiyu was exceptionally skilled in shamanism during his lifetime, and it is highly probable that a multitude of aberrant beings have secretly moved northward from the south, responding to Qiyu's call. Tuoba Shichi nodded repeatedly. What the esteemed master says is indeed correct. The southwestern region is Qiyu's homeland. Should this person's consciousness awaken, he will undoubtedly summon his old subordinates. Those aberrant beings are numerous, having traveled north for over half a month. It stands to reason that Qiyu and those beings he has summoned are currently gathering in Yin, strategizing, and will soon venture forth to seek revenge. Owen took a sip of tea. Seek revenge? Tuoba Shichi tilted his head in confusion. Owen set down his teacup and replied, The two emperors Yin and Huang have long since returned to the void. Should this individual seek vengeance, he will only upend the Han dynasty and slaughter the descendants of Yin and Huang. The Tuoba clan is also of Yin and Huang's lineage. Such matters cannot be overlooked. Tuoba Shichi hastily interjected. Imowen nodded in acknowledgement. Tuoba Shichi's actions were meant to emphasize the bloodline of the Dai Kingdom as descendants of Yin and Huang. In truth, he had long known that the Tuoba clan, though foreign, were indeed descendants of Yin and Huang, which was a primary reason for his willingness to assist the Dai Kingdom. Concerning the welfare of the world's populace, esteemed master, please issue any commands, and the Dai Kingdom shall comply without hesitation, Tuoba Shichi earnestly pledged. Owen smiled at this declaration, recognizing Tuoba Shichi as a truly astute individual with far-reaching foresight. He understood that maintaining a friendly relationship with him would eventually lead to the Tuoba clan's governance of the realm. All human beings possess humanity, so too do immortals. Although Imowen saw through Tuoba Shichi's true intentions, he felt satisfied with the respect shown by him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, in my humble opinion. Even if Qiyu leads the aberrant beings in a counterattack, he will first target the heartland of the Central Plains. The Dai Kingdom is presently free from warfare. The sage says, without distant considerations, there will surely be immediate worries. The lessons of the past must not be forgotten. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Rather than idly watching them wage war southward, it would be better to ally with the northern lords to resist the enemy. Tuoba Shichi stated with seriousness. Hearing Tuoba Shichi's words, Imowen nodded in satisfaction once more. Although Tuoba Shichi's references to Confucian texts were intended to signify the Dai Kingdom's reverence for Confucianism and Taoism, his reasoning was indeed sound. If they sat idly by while the Yin Kingdom advanced southward, it would undoubtedly lead to their own misfortune after the northern territories were dealt with. Old Locust. What brings you here? Lao Wu, having tidied up in the courtyard, approached the hall with a smile upon seeing the gathered guests, and no longer the Lao Wu of yesteryear. He had encountered many emperors and hardly regarded princes with much weight. Upon entering, he merely offered a nod to Tuoba Shichi and then began reminiscing with the yellow-robed man. Understanding that Imo Wan and Tuoba Shichi were discussing significant matters, the yellow-robed man took the initiative to lead Lao Wu outside for conversation. Imo Wan pointed to a seat beside him, and Tuoba Shichi understood. Moving to sit alongside Imo Wan spoke. I am unaware of the plans of the Yuqing sect and the Taiqing sect. After conferring with my fellow disciples of the Upper Clear sect, we have established our respective roles. Tianquanzi will assist Pu Jian in pacifying the north, while Tianjizi will defend against the aberrant beings. Tianjizi is adept at controlling various birds, and his wife is also a highly accomplished practitioner of the Upper Clear sect, proficient in the art of medicine. Should the Dai Kingdom have no objections? I wish to invite him to aid in the battle. The Dai Kingdom can mobilize 50,000 troops, Tuoba Shichi said, sensing that he should not withhold information, and hastily amended 80,000, including the Imperial Guards. Can total 80,000. It would be only right to have Tianjizi fully in command. Excellent, Imo Wan smiled and nodded. He then stood upright, retrieving a talisman box and inscribing a spell, writing at the top the symbols of the three pure ones and signing with the name Aokong. He flicked his wrist, igniting the talisman, and as it burned, he recited, Tian Shuzi of the Upper Clear sect. I summon the princess of the South Sea Dragon clan, Aoshi, to descend upon the Dai Kingdom and bestow a foot of sweet dew, raining upon the entire realm. The esteemed master is so considerate of the Dai Kingdom. Tuoba Shichi expressed gratitude on behalf of the people of the Dai Kingdom, rising to bow deeply in thanks. While it was not uncommon for priests and monks to perform rain-requesting rituals, the efficacy of such requests could vary. Furthermore, the typical prayers of ordinary priests and monks were often quite humble. Whereas Imo Wan's wording was unusually casual, clearly indicating a close relationship with the South Sea Dragon clan. Imo Wan helped Tuoba Shichi back into his seat, saying, Your Highness need not be so formal. My actions are merely in accordance with heavenly will. Upon your return, you shall need to establish more educational institutions and open more classes. To govern a nation and ensure stability, it is only through wise talents that such can be achieved. Long-lasting peace cannot be accomplished without the efforts of Confucianism and Taoism. What the esteemed master says, I shall certainly relay to my elder brother, Tuoba Shichi affirmed with a serious nod. Master, I shall take my leave now. Lao Wu shouted from outside. Wait a moment. Please bring a letter to Lu Shaoqing, Imo Wan instructed. Rising to approach the offering table, he retrieved brush and ink, returning to his seat to compose a letter. Lao Wu tucked the letter into his bosom and turned to exit. I have already informed Tianquanzi to lead the troops of Yongzhou to advance northeast. Currently, the northern forces are leaderless. We cannot entrust the task of repelling the enemy to others. We must take matters into our own hands, Imo Wan conveyed to Tuoba Shichi. The esteemed master considers matters thoroughly. I will immediately mobilize the troops upon my return, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Tianjizi. Tuoba Shichi responded with determination. Tuoba Shichi remarked. Wan waved his hand dismissively, then proceeded to sketch a rough map on a blank piece of stationery, outlining the three northeastern prefectures, the Buxian Mountain, and the eastern boundary of the Dai Kingdom. After gazing at the map for a considerable time, he drew a horizontal line across the Dingzhou region, well aware of the terrain in the northeast, and where it would be easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The distance to Yin country from Dingzhou is still quite far. Tuoba Shichi expressed his confusion. The march of Tianquanzi's army northward will take time. Imo Wan shook his head and said, The journey led by Lu Shaoqing to Dingzhou will not be a smooth one. They will need to fight their way through. We can deploy our forces in advance to block their southward advance. The region within the pass is vast, and if we allow the Yin army to breach the pass, it will require considerable effort to drive them out again, Tuoba Shichi suggested. Absolutely not. If the Dai Kingdom sends troops first, and the Yin army alters their course from southward to westward, how shall we defend against them? The Dai Kingdom's role in this battle must be one of support, a surprise strike, and reinforcements, but it cannot be the main force, Imowen countered. Ultimately, it is up to the judgment of the esteemed ones. Tuoba Shichi felt reassured. Although he had suggested that the Dai Kingdom act first, he was also concerned about the Yin Kingdom potentially shifting their attack targets. Imowen's arrangements convinced him of Imowen's genuine care for the Dai Kingdom. Imowen picked up the map once more and scrutinized it. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from delineating a route for the Dai Kingdom, knowing that Yi Xiaoyao was not without strategy. If he interfered too much, it might provoke displeasure. To the north, it is 1,800 miles to the borders of Ling Kingdom, where there exists Huaishan and Meizhou. At this moment, Tianjizi and his wife are residing there. When the prince returns, he could conveniently stop by to welcome them. As a gesture of sincerity, Imowen handed the map to Tuoba Shichi. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shichi readily agreed, carefully accepting the map and placing it safely aside. Tianjizi is a fellow disciple of Imowen, thus he naturally recognizes Imowen's handwriting. This map effectively serves as Imowen's letter of introduction. You two have traveled a long distance. Please partake of lunch before continuing your journey. Imowen invited. Tuoba Shichi, however, was reluctant to engage in prolonged interaction with Imowen. He respected him genuinely and admired him sincerely, yet he also feared him, always cautious in their dealings. Nonetheless, he had one matter yet to confirm, and could only express his gratitude and remain. The lunch consisted of 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, accompanied by a modest amount of wine. After a few rounds of toasts, Tuoba Shichi remarked, Tianjizi is a fellow disciple, and the welcoming of him must not be handled with haste or disrespect. It would be prudent to wait a few days until the Dai Kingdom constructs a palace and establishes a temple for Tianjizi before proceeding with the welcome. There is no need for such formality. Tianjizi, whose secular name is Yi Xiaoyao, is as unpretentious as his name suggests. Moreover, he will not linger in the Dai Kingdom for long, at most 3 to 5 years before he ascends to his rightful place. Imowen casually remarked. Although meticulous, Imowen could not foresee every nuance. Tuoba Shichi's earlier statement was, in fact, a subtle test of whether he would relinquish the Dai Kingdom to Tianjizi and then completely withdraw. Hearing him speak in this manner allowed Tuoba Shichi to fully relax. While Imowen's fellow disciples also held some renown, they were far inferior to Imowen's exceptional abilities, and they only trusted him. After lunch, tea was served, and they conversed. Please wait a moment. A distinguished guest has arrived. Imowen sensed the presence of Aoku approaching from the southern horizon and rose to greet him. The nobleman comes bearing the winds and rains. Aoku arrived on clouds, accompanied by dark clouds. Shortly thereafter, the dark clouds enveloped the area above the Shangqing Temple, and a crimson dragon appeared amidst the clouds. Transforming into a human figure as he descended gracefully, I apologize for my earlier absence, as I was entangled in trivial matters and failed to express my gratitude. Aoku held 2 long wooden boxes in his left hand and saluted Imowen with one hand. Your Highness is too kind. Please come inside for tea. Imowen gestured for him to enter. I shall not intrude with outsiders present. I will head north to bring rain for the Dai Kingdom. Within this wooden box are 2 pieces of 7-colored dragon silk, one for you and one to be delivered to Tianjizi. This gift is rather trifling, but I hope it conveys my gratitude. Aoku handed the wooden box to Imowen. 3 individuals traveled together. Why are there only 2 pieces? Imowen inquired with a smile. When the 3 of us returned, we each bore injuries and were in tattered clothing. Aoku observed keenly. There are indeed 3 pieces, but the one belonging to Tianquanzi was given by another. Aoku replied with a charming smile. Ascending on clouds, Imowen raised his hand skyward. Watching as Aoku soared northward, Tuoba Shichi, a man of etiquette, accompanied Imowen to greet the guest, and both observed the crimson dragon manifesting from the clouds. How many in the world are fortunate enough to witness such a marvel? This item is a gift from the South Sea Dragon clan. I would trouble your highness to pass it on to Tianjizi. Imowen handed one of the wooden boxes to Tuoba Shichi. Tuoba Shichi accepted it with both hands and seized the opportunity to take his leave. Owen escorted the two to the entrance, watching as Huangyi Lang carried Tuoba Shichi away on flight. After their departure, Imowen returned to the main hall, where the trivial matters had been mostly arranged. What remained was to cultivate and summon the true fire of Samadhi to completely refine the lingering impurities within his body. If he could successfully purge these impurities, not only would he be able to transform his form, but he would also retain his youthful appearance. Aside from the inability to utilize immortal techniques, he would be indistinguishable from a celestial being. Chapter 481. Life. After sitting for a moment in the main hall, Imowen rose and returned to the western courtyard, where Qin Yun was seated alone in the main room. Upon seeing Imowen approach, she hurriedly stood to open the door. "This fabric is rare. I have made you a garment." Imowen presented the wooden box to Qin Yu. My wardrobe is already complete with skirts and robes. "There is no need for additional garments," Qin Yun replied, placing the wooden box on the table before pouring tea for Imowen. "Let us discuss after I have seen it," Imowen smiled. Qin Yun handed the teacup to Imowen, then lifted her hand to open the wooden box. As the box opened, a golden light burst forth, revealing a piece of extraordinary fabric measuring about a foot in length. The fabric was 3 parts like brocade, 3 parts like silk, and 4 parts reminiscent of hemp, smooth to the touch yet heavy in weight. "What is this?" Qin Yun inquired curiously. "It is the dragon silk brocade from the South Sea," Imowen said, grasping one end of the fabric and extending his spiritual energy to unfold and smooth it out. As he adjusted its orientation, the colors shifted instantly. The golden light retracted, and red light burst forth. Imowen continued to change positions, revealing a spectrum of purple, black, blue, white, green, and the earlier yellow and red, totaling 7 colors. After the display, Imowen retracted his spiritual energy and rolled the fabric back into the wooden box. "I never imagined such 7-colored brocade truly exists. This divine material should be fashioned into a robe for the master to maximize its utility." Qin Yun marveled. "I will tailor it for you." "I have no use for such things. It is a pity that you reside in this remote area, distant from civilization and loved ones. You have endured much." Imowen shook his head, feeling somewhat indebted to Qin Yun. "Your words leave me blushing. Even the Empress may not enjoy the abundance and ease that I do," Qin Yun replied, shaking her head again. "However, I have been here for quite some time without any news, and my heart is filled with anxiety, making it hard to eat or sleep. I have checked your pulse. Your vital energy flows smoothly, and your essence is not depleted. The issue may lie within me." Imowen slowly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's expression turned to one of confusion as she tilted her head to look at Imowen, waiting for him to elaborate. "A person is born from the essence of their father and the blood of their mother. Half pure and half turbid, I possess almost no impurities within me, and without a balance of clarity and turbidity, it becomes difficult for essence and blood to merge and cultivate," Imowen explained. Once Imowen spoke, Qin Yun immediately understood and hurriedly asked, "How can this be remedied?" "I will teach you the methods of cultivating qi another day," Imowen replied. "I do not seek immortality." Qin Yun shook her head repeatedly. "Your name is recorded in the book of life and death. Your chances of attaining immortality are rare, but may you at least maintain good health," Imowen countered with a shake of his head. With nothing pressing in the afternoon, Imowen began to explain to Qin Yun the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the Taoist methods of cultivating qi. Cultivation is profoundly reliant on enlightenment, which does not directly correlate with intelligence. Some individuals may be rather dull but excel in their understanding of the Tao, swiftly grasping methods and teachings. Conversely, some may be highly intelligent yet slow learners, perpetually missing the essence. Qin Yun belongs to the latter category. The greater the impact of postnatal influences, the more challenging it is to break free from ingrained thought patterns and enter the realm of the Tao. Cultivation itself is an act of transcending existing perceptions, a behavior not easily comprehended by the masses. Imowen was not in a hurry, for they had ample time. While imparting knowledge and explanations, he also engaged in games with Qin Yun. Qin Yun had many interests. Beyond music, she enjoyed painting. Her landscapes and floral depictions were exquisite, lifelike, and remarkably expressive. Although Imowen frequently praised Qin Yun's artistry, A subtle melancholy lingered within him, half for Qin Yun and half for himself. Qin Yun believed that everything she perceived was genuine, yet this was a misconception. She saw only appearances, not the essence. He possesses the ability to discern the essence of things, recognizing that flowers, grasses, and trees are merely manifestations of the dual forces of yin and yang. However, in this clarity of perception, he finds it increasingly difficult to experience the simple joys of beauty. Half a month later, upon returning, Lao Wu felt reassured after witnessing Pu Jian's kindness towards Wu Jie, allowing him to indulge in the comforts of the Taoist temple. As the early winter approached, he began to venture out for hunting, bringing back meat to smoke and store in preparation for the harsh season ahead. Throughout the 3 months from autumn to winter, no news emerged from the outside world, suggesting that no significant events had transpired. The had not begun to retaliate, and Lu Shaoqing's assistance to Pu Jian in stabilizing the north faced minimal resistance. With winter settling in, the weather grew progressively colder. Yet snow remained absent, with only occasional icy rain falling. Unlike the celestial realms, the Dragon Clan was incapable of producing snow, only able to summon rain. A snowless winter often evokes a sense of incompleteness. But the frigid air allowed Mo to breathe easier. Having once commanded troops in the northeastern regions, he knew that winters there were exceedingly harsh, limiting the movements of the Dai. In other words, the span from now until the rise of temperatures next year was unlikely to witness any significant occurrences. As winter arrived, Mo Wan and Lao Wu took the opportunity to return to Ziyang County. However, they found it had once again transformed into a desolate wasteland, the city in ruins and devoid of life. During this visit to pay respects to their ancestors, Mo Wan brought an extra offering of incense and candles. Pausing at the Lin family's grave, on their way back to the city, Lao Wu followed the river upstream towards Baishui Tan, only to discover that the stone house had vanished without a trace. In the unfrozen waters of the pond, only otters frolicked, and the whereabouts of Qian Sui were unknown. Where has the elder gone? Lao Wu wondered, casting a puzzled glance around the remnants of the stone house's site. They were frightened away by those seeking rain. Mo Wan replied with a chuckle. When I summoned Ao Bing to bring rain for 3 days, it surely stirred quite a commotion, attracting local officials and villagers to come and offer sacrifices. The turtle prefers solitude and must have been quite disturbed. And the house? Lao Wu inquired again. Naturally, I did not take the house away. It was likely dismantled and taken back by the faithful for veneration. Mo Wan smiled. Humans are an undeniable scourge. To completely ruin a region, one need only draw people to it. Surely, the elder is not in any danger? Lao Wu asked, having always maintained a good relationship with Qian Sui. He is a disciple of Shangqing and harbors no ill will. No one would trouble him. Let us go, Mo Wan stated. At this point, Lao Wu had already mastered the art of transforming his attire. Upon hearing Mo Wan's words, he transformed into a giant bat, lifting Mo Wan into the sky. Master, there is something I have always found perplexing. Why did your ancestor choose such a passive and kind-hearted elder as a disciple? There is nothing more significant in this world than the bearing and continuation of legacy, Mo Wan responded. If this question had been posed 3 months prior, he would not have been able to provide such a definitive answer. But now he had come to understand that each individual possesses different talents, temperaments, responsibilities, and roles. The few remaining disciples of Shangqing had clearly defined duties. Qian Sui was the only among the 7 disciples able to exist beyond the confines of mortal lifespan. The teachings of the Shangqing sect, the nature of their spells, and the events that had transpired in the world, all of these required him to propagate and uphold. Lao Wu, though not fully comprehending Mo Wan's words, refrained from further questioning and suggested, "Shall we visit the 4th master? We cannot. Lu Shaoqing does not appreciate interference from others unless he explicitly requests it. Our uninvited visit would only provoke his displeasure," Mo Wan replied sternly. "We have been idle for several months. Let us take a stroll," Lao Wu countered. "We shall not." Mo Wan shook his head. Seeing Mo Wan's refusal, Lao Wu did not press further, spreading his wings and flying westward in silence. Observing Lao Wu's somber demeanor, Mo Wan pondered for a moment before speaking. Their lifespans are nearing their end. They must accumulate merit to ascend when the world concludes. If we were to assist in battle, we would share in their merits. Let us wait. It would be best if they could manage on their own. Should they encounter difficulties, we would need to step in to remedy the situation. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Lao Wu nodded in agreement. The ancestral visit had consumed much of the day, and seeing that the hour was still early, Lao Wu lingered, reluctant to return. Wen instructed him to head north along the eastern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, keeping an eye out for any signs of. Intermittently, figures of herbalists could be seen in the mountains. Over a year had passed since the apocalypse began, and now all practitioners sought external elixirs to replenish their spiritual energy. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the proximity to the mountain's edge or if the within Kunlun had been eradicated. But as they traveled north, the two encountered few beings of any discernible spiritual prowess. Upon entering the territory of Lingua, Lao Wu altered their course northwest, guiding Wen to the mountains where the Peacock King had previously sought refuge. This remote peak, located in the west of Lingua, was not particularly high and surrounded by desolation. Among the barren hills were a few dilapidated mountain god temples. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen, and a cacophony of noise emanated from the temple. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the sound of dice being cast. Lao Wu landed gracefully in the courtyard, kicking open the door to find a group of soldiers indulging in revelry within. "Where is the monk?" Lao Wu demanded, his eyes wide with surprise. The soldiers, having recognized Lao Wu from a previous encounter, hastily apologized and lit lanterns to escort the two to a side room. "Why is it still locked?" Lao Wu asked discontentedly, addressing the soldier who had unlatched the door. "Forgive me, Fifth Master, but we must lock it. They keep running away." The soldier defended himself as the soldier spoke. He opened the door to reveal 6 emaciated monks confined within, clad in rags, and the room was permeated with a foul stench. Lao Wu stepped in first, shaking a water jug from the table. "You want to eat, yet you don't run when offered food and drink?" Wen, repulsed by the squalor inside, refrained from entering, instead observing the monks from outside. A few of them, despite their lack of food and water, continued to chant with bowed heads, their expressions calm and composed. Meanwhile, 2 others, seizing the opportunity presented by Lao Wu's inquiries, feigned illness and collapsed to the ground, groaning in complaint. Fair treatment is a principle often espoused by the masses. Yet it hinges on the notion of equitable perception. Although Wen harbored reservations about Buddhism, he did not wholly dismiss it. Having faith is certainly better than lacking it entirely. Those who possess beliefs are at least inclined to adhere to certain principles. Among monks, there are both virtuous and malevolent individuals, exemplifying the coexistence of yin and yang. If one were to judge solely by the chanting monks, one might regard Buddhism as profoundly sacred and deserving of reverence. Conversely, if one focused exclusively on the 2 lamenting on the ground, they could easily perceive Buddhists as nothing more than a band of rogues. The correct approach is to acknowledge both perspectives to avoid injustice or undue leniency. "This region is remote and life is arduous. You have all worked hard," Wen addressed the soldiers on guard. The soldiers, initially expecting a scolding from Wen, were taken aback by his unexpected kindness. Left speechless and bewildered. "These monks are not bad people. You must treat them kindly. Their clothing should be warm, and their meals ample. They must not be confined or imprisoned. You may need to remain here for some time. This duty will not rotate. Once your service is fulfilled, I shall recommend you all to the emperor of your country, and you will be promoted to the rank of lieutenant," Wen declared. The soldiers were aware of Wen's connection to Liu Shaoqing, and they knew that such elevated figures were held in high esteem by the emperor. Thus, after Wen's words, they collectively knelt in excitement and gratitude. "Wait, do not be hasty in your thanks. My master surely has more to say," Lao Wu interjected, abandoning the water jug and exiting the room. "If any monk dies, you shall all accompany him in death," Wen stated in a grave tone, for he could not abide the mistreatment of the weak and infirm. Had it not been for the necessity of these guards, he would have erupted in anger long ago. "Did you hear that clearly?" Lao Wu asked with a smile. Wen's earlier remark had filled the soldiers with joy, while his latter statement instilled fear. Upon hearing Lao Wu's words, they hurriedly bowed their heads in response. Wen, wishing not to linger any longer, turned to Lao Wu, who understood the cue and transformed into a bat. Lifting Mo went into the sky. Oh dear, I can't go on. Master, spare my life. What are you waiting for? Quickly catch him. If he truly crashes to his death, how do we explain that? Chapter 482. The assassin. Ha ha ha. These soldiers will certainly reap what they have sown in the future, Lao Wu observed as he gazed down at the bustling soldiers below. To achieve nothing, one must possess nothing. Mo Wen smiled gently. As he aged and accumulated experience and refinement, his temperament had steadied considerably. The two insufferable rogue monks no longer appeared as loathsome figures to him. They had paid the price for their ignorance, condemned to dwell perpetually in the depths of sorrow. Being a lieutenant is no easy task. They will have to serve them for several years. Lao Wu remarked as they flew southward. The northern winter was bitterly cold. Unlike birds, bats lacked feathers and struggled to fly through the frigid night. At the third watch, the two descended to warm themselves by a fire. Once Lao Wu's body temperature rose, they resumed their southward journey, both men yearning for the comfort of home. As the hours of the fourth and fifth watches intertwined, they arrived 300 miles north of Shangqing Temple. Mo Wen keenly sensed two avian presences about 150 miles ahead, deducing that they were likely two large cranes. Master, there are two cranes ahead, Lao Wu announced. How do you know? Mo Wen inquired casually. While Lao Wu, in his animal form, possessed some sensory abilities, they were limited and did not extend beyond 100 miles. I saw them, he replied. Lao Wu slightly tilted his neck. Without inquiring further, he gazed upwards and beheld two colossal cranes hovering beside a solitary floating cloud. One white, the other azure, their wingspans exceeding 5 zhang. Such dimensions, even among human-carrying cranes, are considered quite substantial. Both giants bore riders upon their backs, who were adorned with conical hats and cloaked in dark garments, rendering it impossible to discern their gender from their perch atop the cranes. Master, what are those two cranes clutching with their talons? Lao Wu observed, peering out from behind a billowing cloud to scrutinize the enormous birds ahead. No one furrowed his brow at the inquiry, remaining silent. The peculiar attire of the two riders had already sparked his suspicion. And the objects clutched by the cranes, two spherical shapes the size of water jars, heightened his alertness. Under the starlight, faint glimmers of yellow light occasionally flickered, indicative of their copper composition, judging by the frequency of the crane's wing beats. These copper spheres did not appear overly heavy, suggesting they were likely hollow. As the two conversed, the cranes departed from their concealed cloud and ventured westward. They may be practitioners. Do not approach too closely. Maintain a distance of 100 miles, Mo Wen advised. Although the riders concealed their appearances and garments, the fact that such cranes are typically mounts for practitioners could not be hidden. What could they possibly be doing in Kunlun Mountain at such an hour? Lao Wu queried, perplexed. Let us follow them to ascertain their purpose, Mo Wen replied, shaking his head. The area where the cranes hovered lay 150 miles from the Shangqing Temple, a distance that ignited his suspicion. It was the very limit of the Ziki practitioner's perception, and the choice to linger beyond this boundary suggested an intention to evade detection. Upon hearing Mo Wen's words, Lao Wu cautiously maintained his distance as the two cranes, still clutching the copper spheres, continued their westward flight. Before long, they reached the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, where both cranes abruptly turned eastward, their wings angled. Observing this, Lao Wu swiftly ascended to a higher altitude to avoid detection. Master, why do I sense something amiss with those copper spheres? Lao Wu remarked, clicking his tongue. Mo Wen remained silent. He had never encountered such copper spheres before, making it difficult to speculate on their true purpose. However, the direction of their flight clearly indicated they were headed towards the Shangqing Temple. Concealing their movements under the cover of night was hardly a benevolent gesture. It was quite possible that the spheres contained something harmful. His thoughts raced with concern over what might be concealed within those copper spheres. If they were indeed filled with poison, there would be no need for the spheres. Should they fall, they would not shatter. And the toxins would remain trapped inside. I just remembered. Master, do you recall the stone eggs we encountered at the Buxian Mountain grave years ago? Could those two be plotting to blow us up? Lao Wu exclaimed suddenly. Mo Wen, upon hearing this, immediately recalled the stone spheres they had encountered with Jiao and Huang Yilang in Cao Cao's tomb. Those spheres contained saltpeter and charcoal, which, when combined, produced a violent explosion that collapsed a section of the hillside and nearly killed them all. That it is highly probable. We must intercept them, Imowen shouted with urgency. Lao Wu, upon hearing Imowen's command, folded his wings and dove swiftly towards the two cranes, the rush of his descent startling the riders atop the cranes, who simultaneously looked up to assess the situation. As they raised their heads, Imowen realized that they wore black cloth masks, a discovery that further convinced him of their malicious intent towards the Shangqing Temple's inhabitants. A surge of anger coursed through him, accompanied by a sense of dread. It was fortunate that he and Lao Wu had returned overnight rather than staying out, for otherwise, the likes of Qin Yun and others at the temple would have been at grave risk. Due to Lao Wu's astonishing speed, the riders on the cranes only perceived a dark shadow hurtling down from above. Uncertain of their assailant's identity, they instinctively urged their cranes to accelerate eastward. Lao Wu quickly closed the distance to the cranes, unleashing a piercing cry from 100 zhang away. One of the cranes, startled by the sound, released its grip on the copper sphere, which plummeted towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, a ball of fire erupted from the forest below, engulfing the surrounding foliage within 10 zhang, igniting everything in its vicinity. As their suspicions were confirmed, the two riders were filled with fury. Lao Wu furiously flapped his wings, hastily pursuing them. The explosion not only produced a deafening sound, but also generated a massive shockwave that rushed skyward. Sensing he was about to be swept away by the force, Imowen instinctively leaned back, leveraging the momentum to dart westward, while simultaneously channeling his energy to propel Lao Wu 5 zhang further east to shield him from the oncoming blast. With Imowen's assistance, Lao Wu narrowly avoided the shockwave's barrier and urgently flapped his wings in pursuit of the crane still grasping the copper sphere, while Imowen deftly maneuvered towards the other crane. The rider atop that crane, seeing Imowen approach, flashed a fierce glare before leaping down from the crane's back. The crane, now relieved of its burden, veered sharply to evade Imowen's grasp. Imowen's target was the rider, not the crane itself. Thus he unhesitatingly abandoned the crane in pursuit of the descending figure. However, as he descended several zhang, he noticed something was amiss. The individual who had jumped from the crane appeared to lack the ability to glide gracefully through the air, plummeting heavily towards the ground instead of employing their energy to slow their descent. Realizing this, Imowen instinctively hesitated, questioning why someone would dare to attempt an assassination without the means to float gracefully. He suspected this might be a ruse to draw him closer for a sudden ambush. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he realized that he had already lost the opportunity to capture the assailant. The figure was descending rapidly, and before Imowen was 100 zhang from the ground, the individual crashed down, seemingly beyond salvation. Spotting the figure's imminent fall, Missouri swiftly turned his gaze eastward and saw Lao Wu had already caught up to the other azure crane. Fiercely clawing at the back of its neck, the rider on the crane had vanished without a trace. The azure crane, wounded and struggling, began to descend lower, and Lao Wu, fearing the explosion of the copper sphere upon impact, released his hold and soared upwards, turning to await Imowen's arrival. What of the other assassin? Imowen inquired as he alighted on Lao Wu's back. Dead from the fall, over there, Lao Wu indicated towards a pile of rubble to the south, where a black-clad corpse lay prone. Imowen examined the body, then glanced back at the injured crane struggling from the forest, before shifting his gaze eastward, where the startled white crane was hastily flying away. Now 10 miles from the Shangqing Temple. Shall we descend to investigate? Lao Wu asked. They are merely hired killers. There is little value in looking. Let us follow the white crane. Perhaps it will lead us to the mastermind behind this plot. Imowen replied. At Lao Wu's agreement, he took flight towards the east, soaring above the Shangqing Temple, where the commotion from the explosion had awakened the inhabitants, who now gathered to assess the situation. The temple's protective barriers had been activated by Zhao Lao. Anyone injured? Lao Wu called down from above. As he shouted, Imowen leaped down, swiftly returning to the alchemical chamber to retrieve the 7-star sword. Before ascending once more, he reassured the gathered individuals, return to your quarters and rest. We shall eliminate any future threats. The crowd felt slightly calmed by Imowen's words. He leaped back onto Lao Wu's back, instructing, follow closely, but do not draw too near. lest the crane panic and flail about. "Master, who seeks to harm us?" Lao Wu inquired. "It must be an individual from a certain sect," Imowen casually remarked. The explosive copper spheres indicated that their creator was a practitioner skilled in alchemy. Gunpowder is often a byproduct of careless alchemical experiments. Only a select few are knowledgeable about the proper ratios for its creation, and even fewer can utilize it effectively. Why do they wish to harm us? Lao Wu pressed further. Mo1 was contemplating another question at this moment. He noted that manufacturing such large copper artifacts would require specialized molds and skilled artisans. Only the government could forge such items. "We have not wronged the government recently," Lao Wu observed, following closely behind the white crane, which intermittently emitted startled cries as it flew eastward. "This matter may involve Lu Shaoqing and Pu Jian," Imowen speculated, shaking his head. Lacking complete evidence, he could only theorize. It was conceivable that Lu Shaoqing's pursuit of unification in the north was inciting conflict with local lords, and it was likely that other practitioners were covertly aiding these lords. When interests collided, both sides would resort to any means necessary to eliminate one another. "They've caused trouble. Why target us?" Lao Wu grew increasingly confused. "If we are not eliminated, how would they dare to strike at Lu Shaoqing and Pu Jian?" Imowen countered. His relationship with Lu Shaoqing was no secret, and the bond between Pu Jian and Lao Wu was well known. Should the adversaries employ underhanded tactics against Lu or Pu, both he and Lao Wu would undoubtedly retaliate for their sake. "So you mean to say their primary target is Lu Shaoqing and Pu Jian, but fearing we would seek vengeance if they succeeded, they chose to eliminate us first?" Lao Wu finally grasped the implication. "Precisely," Imowen nodded slowly. "Sometimes, a rationale does not require all conditions to be met. If a coherent explanation emerges as the sole possibility, then it must be deemed correct. This individual is indeed cunning." Old Five let out a cold grunt. Mo1, upon hearing this, remained silent, as the current situation was unclear. He could only speculate on the assailant's intent, but could not ascertain their motive. There were two possibilities. Either Lu Shaoqing and Pu Jian had encountered formidable opponents who aimed to capture them all, or Lu Shaoqing and Pu Jian had pressed the adversaries too hard, causing them to act out of desperation. Chapter 483. The unusual person. The white crane led the way, while Old Five followed Mo1 from a distance. The crane flew at a leisurely pace, heading east for a full hour, and Old Five found it easy to keep up. "Master, is that fellow heading towards the East Sea?" After the sun rose, the chill within Old Five diminished significantly. "It did not come from the East Sea," Imowen replied, shaking his head. Although the crane was flying eastward, its trajectory was evidently skewed towards the northeast. Moreover, despite having enmity with practitioners from the East Sea, those isolated on the islands lacked the means to forge large metal vessels. Is it just flying aimlessly? After trailing for too long, Old Five felt somewhat disheartened. These large birds possess spiritual awareness. They do not fly without purpose. Owen gazed down, observing that the Nanhai had aided in alleviating drought conditions in the north, as several rivers were now flowing with water. After a stick of incense had burned, a sprawling expanse of military tents appeared below, numbering over 1,000. Upon reaching this location, the white crane began to descend slowly. "Master, you were right. Below is Pu Jian's camp." Although Old Five could not read, he was not ignorant of the banners bearing the names Pu and Lu. "Let us not meet them yet. Just continue to follow that white crane," Missouri One instructed. Old Five nodded in agreement, soaring over the encampment as they followed the crane's descent. In the past, Imowen had traversed much of the northern and southern regions in search of a Jiao, and he had previously visited this place, which lay within the borders of Jizhou. Jizhou had once been a significant stronghold for the Zhao kingdom in the east, known for producing sea salt, the majority of which was utilized by the Zhao populace. 200 miles north of the encampment was the state city of Jizhou, and the white crane landed in a northeastern area of the city. The two men looked down from above and observed a vast courtyard covering hundreds of acres, laid out in a grid pattern. The southern sections had several chimneys for ventilation, and numerous craftsmen bustled about, with sounds of blowing and hammering echoing. The northern sections were tranquil, adorned with elegant pavilions and abundant trees. After the white crane alighted, it let out a cry, prompting a multitude of practitioners to hastily emerge from one of the buildings. "Let us descend," Imowen said in a low voice. Hearing this, Old Five folded his wings and descended. The throng of practitioners, numbering over 20, were visibly startled upon noticing the enormous red-furred bat trailing behind the white crane. Realizing this was the worst possible outcome they could have imagined when planning the assassination. The northern courtyard was quite distant from the busy southern craftsman's area, and since birds frequently landed and took off here, the giant bat's appearance did not incite panic among the craftsmen as they neared the ground. Old Five transformed into his human form, and he and Mo landed in the center of the courtyard just as the practitioners who had come to investigate were stepping down from the entrance stairs. Upon seeing the two, they quickly halted and retreated. The two sides stood about 10 paces apart, locking eyes. The practitioners varied in age and gender, with most appearing to belong to the Tai Ching sect. The majority were ordinary practitioners, with few possessing advanced skills. The practitioners' expressions of fear indicated their guilt, and their silence revealed their understanding of why Mo and Old Five had arrived. For a considerable time, neither party spoke. The unease and tension among the practitioners were evident from their expressions. Their silence stemmed from fear, as the situation had become irretrievably exposed. Rendering any lies futile, Owen remained silent, as he was momentarily uncertain about how to handle these practitioners. Their actions had been exceedingly treacherous, and while it would be justifiable to eliminate them all, he sensed there might be a more prudent approach. Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign, this humble Taoist, Tian Shuzi of the Shangqing sect, pays his respects. After a lengthy silence, Mo bowed to the crowd and spoke. Prior to this, the practitioners had already speculated about what would unfold. Yet none had anticipated that Mo would adhere to the formalities of the Taoist tradition by greeting them. Following his words, the practitioners exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to respond. Whoever spoke would have to take the lead, and at that moment, no one was willing to take on that role. Not only the practitioners, but even Old Five was taken aback by Mo's actions. However, with outsiders present, he felt it inappropriate to interrupt. This humble Taoist has secluded himself with family, avoiding worldly disputes. Why have you sent assassins to carry out an attack? Mo surveyed the group standing beneath the eaves, his gaze meeting theirs, yet they all lowered their heads, unwilling to make eye contact. Who currently governs Jizhou? Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, the practitioners remained silent. Old Five, incensed, shouted, "My master is asking you a question. Are you all deaf?" After Old Five's outburst, an elderly Taoist, who appeared to be over 70, took a deep breath and stepped forward. This matter was orchestrated by me, Shui Gung Niu. The plan was devised by this humble Taoist, and the bronze thunder was crafted under my supervision. It has nothing to do with the other Taoists. If you wish to strike, then come for me. Mo tilted his head, observing the speaking Taoist, who had a stocky build, a scarred face, a missing eye and ear, and broken teeth, suggesting he hailed from the Shaanxi region. I do not know why Master Shui wishes to carry out an assassination against this humble Taoist. Mo replied, softening his tone. The old Taoist, having resigned himself to death, no longer felt fear. I owe a debt to General Wang, and with Jizhou in peril, I cannot stand idly by while General Wang is in trouble. Very well, let us all perish together. Another stout Taoist stepped forward, declaring, I, Wang Dadong, am also involved. It was my idea to send the bronze thunder to the Shangqing temple. I am also involved. If you wish to kill someone, come at me. Another added. The white crane is my steed. Direct your ire towards me. The crowd of practitioners stepped forward in unison. Seeing the practitioners' resolute expressions, Old Five felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. Oh my, have you all conspired to send someone to blow up our temple, and yet you stand here with righteous indignation? We do not wish to carry out an assassination, but you are the backing of the Pu family. As long as you exist, we cannot save Jizhou. For the sake of the Han people, we cannot afford to hesitate, a practitioner clad in a blue robe stated. Why bring the Han people into this? Old Five frowned, scoffing, is your son-in-law not Han? A practitioner retorted. You should be more concerned about your own survival. Old Five seethed, ready to take action. Owen raised a hand to stop Old Five and turned to the practitioners. I have matters to discuss privately with Master Shui. Please summon the local governor. I wish to devise a plan for everyone's safety. The practitioners exchanged bewildered glances. Mo Wen's restraint from slaughtering them had already surprised them. And now he sought to protect Jizhou as well. The 2 bronze spheres have already been intercepted by me. You need not worry. I have no interest in deceit and will not harm Master Shui. Mo Wen addressed the crowd. Hearing this, the practitioners felt a mix of skepticism and uncertainty. Mo Wen then turned to Old Five, instructing him, "Go to the central command tent and summon Tian Quanzi." "Understood," Old Five replied, leaping into the air and transforming as he soared southward. The practitioners, witnessing Mo Wen turned and walked towards the pavilion in the southeast corner. Shui Gengniu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to follow him. The disparity in their strengths was so great that Mo Wen would not need any stratagem to kill him. Upon reaching the pavilion, Mo Wen and Shui Gengniu engaged in casual conversation. The reason these Taoists came to assist Jinzhou was not solely due to Pu Jian being a foreigner, but primarily because of the debt they owed to the governor of Jinzhou. This area produces salt, which was exceedingly valuable at that time. The Taoist temple where these practitioners resided had long received donations of salt and rice from the governor of Jinzhou. Now that Jinzhou was under siege, they understood full well that they were no match for Liu Shaoqing. Yet they had no choice but to grit their teeth and repay the favor. As for Shui Gengniu, he was considered an eccentric. He entered the Tao at the tender age of 5, yet due to his remarkably poor comprehension, he only managed to survive the heavenly tribulation at 65. Throughout his life, he had scarcely succeeded in alchemy. Having blown up more cauldrons than he had successfully refined elixirs, it was precisely because of his frequent explosions that he inadvertently discovered the of explosive cauldrons, resulting in the accidental creation of explosive bronze and stone devices. Through Mo Wen's inquiries, Shui Gengniu sensed that Mo Wen placed considerable importance on this skill of his, and his heart lightened as he began to boast extravagantly about the might of these explosive devices. Although Mo Wen was not fond of Shui Gengniu's incessant chatter, he had witnessed firsthand the tremendous power of the contraptions this man had fashioned. The bronze spheres he created were particularly effective for besieging cities and could also counteract formidable foes, which was a primary reason he refrained from slaughtering indiscriminately. Observing from a distance, the Taoists noticed Shui Gengniu gesticulating animatedly within the pavilion, while Mo Wen occasionally nodded in agreement. Seeing the two engaged in such pleasant discourse, their hearts gradually settled, and they secretly let out a sigh of relief. Amidst their conversation, an elderly man clad in heavy armor arrived. This man was Wang Tang, the governor of Jinzhou, who had once been a general from the Zhao kingdom. During the reign of Ran Wei, he had refused summons, profiting from salt, raising troops, and amassing power. Upon seeing Mo Wen, he felt as though he had encountered a savior. 3 of the 7 disciples of the Upper Purity sect had previously served as protectors of the nation. When one occupies a high position or possesses extraordinary abilities, arrogance is inevitable. Among the 3, Mo Wen was the most approachable. Observing Mo Wen's arrival, Wang Tang extended the utmost courtesy while lamenting his plight, claiming that it was not a lack of willingness to submit, but rather that Liu Shaoqing's relentless onslaught left no room for surrender. Wang Tang's grievances were not unfounded. Liu Shaoqing was notorious for his ruthlessness, having slaughtered monks and nuns during his time in the Ziyang kingdom and leaving no prisoners during his eastern campaign against Zhao. Moreover, he was exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination techniques, rendering him a figure of terror in the eyes of the populace. Before Wang Tang could finish his lament, Lao Wu arrived, bringing Liu Shaoqing with him. By now, their relationship had improved, and their meeting was marked by joy. Mo Wen recounted the whole story to Liu Shaoqing, who regarded Wang Tang with disdain, choosing instead to engage with Shui Gengniu, showing interest in the explosive devices, to avoid causing embarrassment to others. Mo Wen requested an hereditary position for Wang Tang, which Liu Shaoqing naturally did not refuse. After introducing Shui Gengniu to Liu Shaoqing, Mo Wen swiftly excused himself, noting that Liu Shaoqing was currently flourishing, advancing with great momentum. At this rate, he would undoubtedly reach Dingzhou to establish defenses before the weather warmed. In Chapter 484, Serenity, Liu Shaoqing remained in Jinzhou to finalize the surrender arrangements, while Mo Wen and Lao Wu returned first. The onlookers at the Upper Purity Temple were still anxiously waiting, unable to linger outside for too long. With the acquisition of Shui Gengniu, future battles would be far easier. Lao Wu took to the skies heading west. Mo Wen nodded. While conquering territories was secondary, in the future, they would undoubtedly rely on the firearms crafted by this man to fend off potential retaliations from monstrous beings. From now on, we shall have nothing to worry about. Lao Wu remarked. Owen smiled and shook his head, stating that without a commander, those monstrous beings might not be too formidable. However, with Chiyo's resurgence, gathering numerous old subordinates and monstrous beings, even Lu Shaoqing and Yi Xiaoyao joining forces might not suffice as a countermeasure. Upon returning to the Upper Purity Temple, the anxious Qin family members finally felt at ease and began preparing lunch in the afternoon. Imowen played a game of chess with Qin Yun and retired early after nightfall. He had refrained from secluding himself earlier due to the approaching Memorial Day for his parents, but now that the trivial matters had been settled, he was ready to embark on a prolonged retreat. The next morning, Imowen informed the Taoist practitioners that he would be entering seclusion. Once he entered the alchemy chamber to begin his retreat, everyone started to walk softly and speak in hushed tones, fearing to create any noise that might disturb his concentration. Previously, he had completed his research on the internal alchemy practices, and this seclusion was aimed at cultivating the true fire of samadhi. At this moment, cultivating the true fire of samadhi posed immense risks, as it was the end times, and the heavenly realm had been closed. His primordial spirit, unscathed, was a gift from the heavenly realm. Once the heavenly realm closed, his primordial spirit lost its protection, and any deviation in practice could jeopardize it. Most errors stem from recklessness and negligence, and Imowen understood this, which is why he became increasingly cautious with heightened cultivation. Initially, he did not rush to refine the essence, spirit, and samadhi fire, but instead sat quietly to enter an extremely tranquil state of no-self, allowing his primordial spirit to release and relax fully. Retreating originated from stillness, aiming to achieve deep contemplation and insight into the truth through prolonged solitude. This practice was common among Taoists, monks, martial artists, and philosophers. The purposes and durations of retreats varied. If the matters contemplated were exceedingly profound and complex, the retreat could last a lifetime. If the issues were relatively simple, the retreat would be shorter, but not less than 7 days, as anything shorter would not be considered a retreat, but merely a closed door. Imowen's retreat this time aimed at refining the true fire of samadhi. Having already grasped the cultivation methods, he began refining the monarch, minister, and commoner samadhi half a month later. The true fire of samadhi roughly comprises 2 stages of cultivation. The initial stage allows the fire to circulate within the body, burning away the impurities. Once the impurities are eliminated, he can attempt to extend the true fire of samadhi outside his body to attack enemies. Ordinary spiritual energy can only harm mortals, while the true fire of samadhi can injure pure young immortals. This is the extraordinary and formidable nature of the true fire. Due to previously consuming the inner elixir of the swan and eye, most of his internal impurities had been burned away, leaving only some impurities in his right chest. Once the true fire of samadhi took form, he would direct it to incinerate the remaining impurities in his right chest. Given the short time since the true fire formed, the incineration of impurities was exceedingly slow. Akin to peeling silk from a cocoon, on the eve of the new year, Imowen temporarily emerged from his retreat to celebrate the occasion with everyone, before re-entering seclusion to continue refining the true fire of samadhi, while simultaneously urging the true fire to burn away the remaining impurities. Since his right chest was covered with dragon scales, the wound retained some dragon energy. Although dragon energy was extraordinary, it ultimately belonged to the realm of beasts and had to be eradicated entirely. Leaving not a trace behind, yes, he did not need to maintain a continuous train of thought. Imowen would emerge every half-month for a brief interlude, conversing with others and consuming some grains to replenish his strength. Seasons changed, and before he knew it, spring and summer arrived the following year. My lord, I visited Yongzhou a few days ago, and Pu Jian mentioned that the 4th master is engaged in battle with Yin State in the northeast. Lao Wu reported. What is the situation? Imowen inquired, accepting the tea Qin Yuan offered. The temperature had risen, and Qiyu should be taking action as well. I heard that Yin State brought many monstrous beings and came on strong. But they have been held back at Dingzhou by the 4th master, Lao Wu replied, thanking Qin Yuan with a nod. Pu Jian mentioned that the 4th master has brought 200,000 troops. Yin State will surely not breach Dingzhou. Did Pu Jian mention Qiyu? Imowen set the teacup down after taking a sip. No, Lao Wu shook his head. Has the Dai Kingdom participated in the battle? Mo when asked again. No news of the third master. It seems only the fourth master is fighting, Lao Wu answered. Upon hearing this, Mo when nodded. Yin State itself had many shamanic sorcerers who could command monstrous beings. It was likely that Lu Shaoqing was only encountering the monstrous beings driven by the shamanic sorcerers, while Qiyu and his elite forces had yet to make a move. There could be various reasons for their inactivity. Perhaps Qiyu's consciousness had not fully awakened, or they were not yet adequately prepared. As night fell, Lao Wu exchanged a few words with Mo when before taking his leave. Mo when then conversed with Qin Yun. Previously, he had imparted simple qi cultivation methods to Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun could recite the qi circulation incantation flawlessly, he still struggled to mobilize the slight spiritual energy Mo when had introduced into his body. Mo One, though calm and composed, retired early after dinner, recognizing the importance of cultivation, but also acknowledging the necessity of familial bonds and the celestial principles governing male and female. He was a semi-immortal. While Qin Yun was not. Qin Yun was flesh and blood, unable to restrain the passions of the heart. In summer, Zhang Dong personally delivered some fresh fruits and pastries. In autumn, Ao Can from the South China Sea stopped by for half a day. At other times, no visitors came to the Upper Purity Temple. As winter approached, Lao Wu, concerned for his daughter, ventured out into the mountains again. Upon his return, he brought news that a month prior, Lu Shaoqing had suffered a defeat. His forces had been ambushed by numerous monstrous beings in the reed ditch, with only 100,000 troops returning to Dingzhou out of 200,000. Recklessness. They should not have left the city. Mo Wen shook his head, stating that his decision to have Lu Shaoqing hold Dingzhou was made after careful consideration. He was aware of the location of Lu Shaoqing's defeat, having previously ordered the Zhao army to gather reed fluff there for filling cotton clothing. The area was filled with endless reeds, offering no cover and was suitable for enemy concealment. Indeed, if it weren't for the third master's timely reinforcements, Dingzhou would have fallen by now. Lao Wu nodded. The movement of the monstrous beings indicates that Qiyu is now ready. The battles next year will be even more brutal. Mo Wen remarked casually. My lord, I have something to tell you, but please do not be upset. Lao Wu hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Mo Wen abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What has happened to Wu Ming?" No, it has nothing to do with him, Lao Wu insisted, waving his hands repeatedly. Speak plainly. Mo Wen resumed his seat. He had few close friends, most of whom were present, and only Wu Ming was absent. Thus Lao Wu's mention of him was the first thought that crossed his mind. When I last visited Buxian Mountain to collect money, I did not make a mistake, Lao Wu said cautiously. By Li Guangfeng. Although Lao Wu's words were somewhat disjointed, Mo Wen understood their essence. Previously, Lao Wu had accompanied the Qin family and others to the north for a familial visit, during which he had ventured to Buxian Mountain. There, he encountered a tall, robust man who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Li Guangfeng. Upon returning, Lao Wu had spoken of this incident, and at the time, Mo Wen had thought he was mistaken. It is the second master, but not quite. The second master would never lay a hand on the third or fourth masters, nor would he indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Lao Wu shook his head. Elaborate, Mo Wen urged. Lao Wu was not naturally eloquent, and articulating what he had witnessed was a challenge, let alone relaying the words of others. After much gesturing, Mo Wen finally grasped the general idea. It turned out that on the day of the ambush against Lu Shaoqing's army from the reed marshes, the assailants were numerous and led by a monstrous figure known to Lao Wu as the second master. Bai Li Guangfeng. Bai Li Guangfeng was no longer the same as he once was. His mind had unraveled, and he had become exceptionally brutal, showing no regard for their former camaraderie with Lu Shaoqing. Wherever his monstrous army went, there were no survivors. Be they the elderly, women, children, or innocent civilians, they all fell victim to his merciless slaughter. Although Bai Li Guangfeng had lost his sanity, his formidable abilities remained intact. In battle, he could swell in size several times over, impervious to blades, as swords could scarcely injure him.